My sister drained my 4 years of savings and smirked. It's family money, then police burst in and her face finally changed. My name is Brooke Sullivan. I'm 31 years old. And 4 weeks ago, my mother defended my sister after she stole every dollar I had saved over 4 brutal years of overnight shifts, double weekends, and holidays spent in a veterinary ER while other people were home eating cake. I didn't lose that money in some scam. I still recall the sound of my sister's voice when she said, "I can do whatever I want in this house." She leaned against the counter with that lazy little smile and said, "I can do whatever I want in this house." She didn't sound angry, scared, or certain, as she usually did in our family, and I lost it in my own kitchen while my mother stood there telling me to calm down. That same night, I packed my laptop, my scrubs, and a duffel bag and left without making the scene either of them wanted. When I returned 4 weeks later, my mother was still acting like I was the unreasonable one, my sister was still grinning, and then the front door flew open and heavy footsteps hit the hallway. My sister's expression finally changed, and that's when I realized something I should have realized years ago. People can make fun of your suffering for a very long time when they believe there won't be any repercussions. But all that confidence quickly fades when consequences show up with badges. I want to know how far this story goes before it reaches the part my family wishes no one ever heard. 4 years prior to that night, I made a promise to myself in the fluorescent break room of Brookside Veterinary Emergency, the animal hospital where I worked nights outside Tulsa. Before I tell you exactly what happened in that house, tell me what time it is where you are right now and where you are watching from. I opened my banking app, moved another small portion of my paycheck into a high-yield savings account, and labeled the folder Condo Fund. It wasn't glamorous, but it was mine. I was tired, covered in fur and antiseptic, and eating pretzels from a vending machine because I was trying not to spend money on anything I didn't absolutely need. I wanted something solid of my own, a small condo, my own front door, my own kitchen after spending the majority of my late 20s helping others survive crises, stabilizing terrified pet owners, holding oxygen masks over trembling dogs, and consoling families at 5 in the morning while they sobbed into my scrub sleeve. Madison, my younger sister, found it hilarious that there was no family drama, no borrowed space, and no one using my room as temporary storage for their chaos. Madison never worked for more than a season, but she always had a new phone, a new manicure, and enough money for concert tickets, girl trips, and whatever social media hobby she was passing off as a business that month. At first, the thefts were small enough to make me doubt myself. $45, $95, a payment I didn't remember authorizing, and I blamed autopay, a subscription, and my own fatigue. Overnight work messes with your head. And mine was always foggy after back-to-back 1-4-hour shifts. My mother, Carol, called her spirited, and I called her expensive. However, after assisting in the intubation of a pit bull suffering from heat stroke, I returned home one Friday morning, sat down at the kitchen table, opened my account, and felt every ounce of blood drain from my face. $19,820 was gone, not reduced, but gone, and the wire transferred out in chunks over the course of 9 days. I reasoned that there must have been a huge error that would correct itself if I stared long enough. Rather, I heard Madison humming to herself as she walked down the hallway wearing brand new boots that I knew she hadn't paid for. When I asked Carol if she had seen my debit card, she simply dried her hands and said, "Why are you making that face?" As if she was buying time and already knew the answer. I confronted Madison in front of both of them. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I laid my phone on the counter, showed the transfer history, and asked one simple question. "Where is my money?" Madison looked at the screen, then at me, then gave me this slow, smug shrug that made something inside me go white hot. She said, "Maybe you should have paid more attention to your own account." When I asked Carol if she had my back, if she had seen anything, or if she had known, she crossed her arms and gave me the same response she had given me since I was a teenager. "You two need to stop turning everything into a war." A war. That's what she called my savings disappearing. When I pushed more, Madison rolled her eyes and said, "I can do whatever I want in this house." Not "I borrowed it." Not "I'll pay you back." Whatever I want. The worst part was that Carol didn't correct her. Instead, she simply advised me to speak quietly, because the neighbors might overhear. This is what I will likely hear in my head for the rest of my life. Madison's birthday dinner that evening included balloons in the dining room, a cake on the counter, and her friends wandering in and out of the living room while I stood upstairs trying not to tremble. I had evidence on my phone, but when the people closest to you have already determined that your suffering is inconvenient, evidence is meaningless. Even so, I went downstairs and confronted her in front of everyone, telling her that she had stolen from me, that my mother had shielded her, and that I was tired of being treated like the family workhorse whose life could be raided whenever Madison wanted something shiny. Madison laughed, and one of her friends laughed too, but stopped when she realized I wasn't kidding. I realized then that the truth would not save me in that house. It was only going to humiliate me if I stayed there long enough for them to twist it. Carol yelled at me for ruining the celebration, not for the theft, but for the timing. "You're being selfish," she said loudly enough to silence the room. "Your sister is celebrating." I went upstairs, packed a duffel, grabbed my work shoes, documents, and the small lockbox key I had stashed in an old sock, and came back down. Carol told me not to be dramatic, and Madison laughed and said, "Haha, good luck out there." I gave them both a quick glance, opened the front door, and drove directly to Rachel Bennett's apartment on the north side of town. Before life divided us into different types of adulthood, Rachel and I had known each other since community college. She worked as a radiology tech, lived alone in a small but tidy second-floor apartment, and had the kind of composed expression that made people tell her the truth even when they hadn't intended to. She didn't ask if I was exaggerating when she opened the door and saw my bag. Instead, she simply stepped aside and said, "You have the guest room." I sat on the edge of her bed and told her everything. From Carol defending Madison in front of half the neighborhood to the missing transfers. "Start talking when you're ready." When I was done, Rachel only had one question. "How did your sister move that much money without your permission?" She didn't interrupt once. I had been drowning in betrayal up until that point, not thinking like a woman whose life had just been financially violated, but that question changed everything. I called my bank's fraud department the following morning while I was still furious, and within 25 minutes I discovered something that made the whole situation worse. The wire transfers had not originated from a hacker in another state or a stolen card number. Rather, they had been processed through in-person verification and one log device that had once been connected to my previous family plan, and someone had my PIN. The fraud investigator instructed me to freeze the account, file a formal report, and gather any evidence of unauthorized access after I learned that someone had attempted to add Madison's secondary contact email to the account 3 weeks prior and used personal verification answers that only family would know. I did, then. I started creating a timeline, removed my credit, and changed every password. Screenshots of Carol telling me to stop being so obsessed with money, shift schedules, transfer dates, times I had been at work while money was moving, and texts from Madison boasting about shopping. Additionally, a bank employee reported surveillance from a single in-person transfer. They could keep it for law enforcement, but they couldn't give it to me directly. I wasn't just hurt all of a sudden, I was constructing a case. The first person to say what my own mother would not say was Rachel. "This is theft, Brooke, perhaps more than theft." When I checked my email and discovered a digital receipt for a luxury furniture deposit made using my account information the day following one of the bigger transfers, that might have gotten worse. Madison reportedly made a down payment on a boutique studio space that she intended to rent for her latest venture, an unfinished online styling company that she had been pitching to Carol as her big break. I had enough information by the end of the second week to comprehend the general nature of what transpired. In order to fund a fictitious adult life, Madison had been stealthily depleting my savings. Carol had chosen not to know the rest of it, only knowing bits of it. She always dealt with Madison in this manner. When it was actually cowardice dressed like a mother, she called it love. Nevertheless, I was on the verge of giving up for 3 straight days. I knew exactly what would happen once the police got involved, not because I didn't believe the facts. Family ties would become more rigid. Family members would serve as jurors. Carol would weep. Madison would tell lies. I would turn into the aloof, betraying daughter who brought police to her mother's door. That thought sat in my stomach like lead. One evening, while I was staring at my phone on her balcony, Rachel asked me the most honest question no one in my family had ever asked. "Would you advise someone you love to remain silent because the thief has her last name?" I said, "No," right away. I was embarrassed by that response because it indicated that I already knew what was right and had been waiting for approval to act. I therefore gave up waiting. On a Tuesday morning, in a beige interview room that smelled like printer toner and old coffee, I filed the police report. Detective Laura Mitchell was the female detective assigned to financial crimes. She didn't use the phony sympathetic tone that people use when they believe that family betrayal is too uncomfortable to discuss. She was precise, straightforward, and pragmatic. She requested any documentation proving I wasn't present during the transfers, including statements, screenshots, employment records, and login alerts. Mitchell looked up and said, "Misunderstandings usually don't need forged access credentials." That statement struck a chord with me because it was the first time an authority figure had discussed my predicament without downplaying it. I had mentioned my mother defending my sister and insisting it was just a misunderstanding. The situation worsened as more evidence became available. A device connected to my mother's home Wi-Fi had authorized one transfer, another associated with a purchase made in Madison's name. Detective Mitchell cautioned me not to celebrate too soon, but there was enough for her to ask for a warrant for the recovery of in-home evidence and financial records. "Once the paper trail is clear, these cases proceed quickly," she said. "Families, however, make them untidy." She was correct. Almost immediately, the mess began. Carol called me the following day from a number I hadn't blocked yet, so I guess word got out from the bank. She began with tears and finished with rage. She claimed that sisters fight and move on. that I was degrading my own family, and that I was prepared to ruin Madison's life over money. I posed one query to her. Did you know that my savings were being used by her? Carol did not directly respond. Madison was under stress, she said, and I had no idea what pressure looked like for creative people. Instead of acting like a victim, she said, I should be asking why my sister felt desperate. I only needed to hear that. I gave up trying to win emotional arguments with people who had already turned me into their antagonist. Rather, I concentrated on the facts. I handed the voicemail, texts, and call log to Detective Mitchell. She had enough by the third week to tell me we were getting close. By week 4, she asked if I would be open to returning home once the warrant was ready because suspects tend to talk more freely before realizing that police are already in the driveway. I decided to return at that point. I didn't feel brave the morning I returned. In order to get through the drive, I felt cold and in control, as if I had put all of my fear in a box and hidden it somewhere behind my ribs. Detective Mitchell told me it would be cleaner if I arrived first with a plausible excuse, even though Rachel offered to accompany me. So, in difficult family circumstances, I did what women like me have always done, I put myself to use. I texted Carol to let her know that I would be stopping by to retrieve some work equipment and the remaining documents I had left in the hall closet. After 40 minutes, she said, fine. Let's put an end to this circus, so, come get your belongings. Madison sent a separate text. I hope you took the lesson to heart. That nearly made me laugh. I was no longer in need of a lesson. When I pulled into the driveway, the house looked exactly the same, which somehow made it worse. The same family mailbox with Sullivan printed across the side as if the word still meant safety, the same planters, and the same faded porch rug. Before I got out of my car, I sat there for a full 40 seconds. Inside, I could hear music. This time, it's just the typical soundtrack of people who believe they've gotten away with something, not party music. Before I knocked, Carol opened the door, already irritated and ready to act morally. After giving me a quick glance, she remarked, well, at least you decided to stop hiding. The scent of lemon cleaner and vanilla candles, which reminded me of my childhood home, filled the air as I passed her. For a brief moment, I was transported back to that hallway when I was 11 years old, carrying a stray kitten inside my hoodie because I believed my mother would help me save it. I nearly lost my mind over that memory. Then Madison came around the corner in yoga pants and glossy lip balm, saw me, and smirked. Oh, I see. The failure returned, she said. It was there. Not regret, not fear. Ridicule. She genuinely thought she had outrun this. Carol didn't really correct her when she told her to stop. When Madison said something hurtful in front of others, she always put on the same pathetic little show. I said I was only there for my documents and placed my keys on the side table. Madison folded her arms and leaned against the wall as if she were getting ready for a performance. Do you know what's amusing? You're running off like some tragic little saint over money that you were going to waste on a dull condo anyway, she said. Carol made a half-pleading, half-warning face, but she didn't say the crucial one word. You took something from her. Rather than sleeping in my old bedroom for 28 years, she turned to face me and said, Brooke, if you came here to start trouble again, leave again. I asked one final question, because I wanted them to say it aloud before the door opened. Not because I needed the answer. Did you steal my savings, Madison? She laughed as she gave me a direct look. She said, you act like I robbed a bank. You weren't spending it quickly enough, it was family money in a family home. Carol briefly closed her eyes, but she didn't dispute it. Madison. Was all she said in a whisper, as if her tone could undo a confession. I can still clearly recall that painful moment. The hallway light, the hum of the refrigerator, the little click of Carol's bracelet when her hand trembled. I also recall the peculiar serenity that descended upon me upon realizing that I had run out of hope. I'm done wishing Carol would suddenly develop into a mother deserving of protection. I looked hurt enough, so I'm done hoping Madison would develop a conscience. When hope finally fades, you can endure a lot. At that moment, my fear transformed into something more palatable. Madison laughed once more as I knelt and picked up the document folder I had left by the door. She asked, that's it? I smiled at her and asked, you came all the way back for papers? Her expression flickered for the first time. No, I replied. I came back because I wanted to see your face when it ended. She sighed. The front door suddenly flew open, slamming against the wall at that precise moment. From the doorway came a sharp command, heavy footsteps, and male voices. Carol spun so quickly that she almost fell on the carpet. Detective Mitchell entered after 2 uniformed officers, followed by another officer with a folder and a body camera. The atmosphere in that hallway abruptly changed. Madison's sluggish haughtiness evaporated in shock. Carol hurried over to the entrance as if she could take control of the situation if she moved quickly enough. She sobbed, what's going on? Detective Mitchell held up the warrant and asked, what are you doing here? The words that finally brought the room to life. Evidence recovery, fraudulent access to protected funds, and financial theft. At that moment, Madison gave me the first genuine look of fear I had seen in her since she was a young child, rather than one of superiority or mockery. I said it at that point. "Shh," I whispered to them. After that, everything happened simultaneously, quickly and slowly due to the way shock distorts time. Don't panic, just start praying. Before Madison could run for the back of the house, one of the officers approached her. In less than 15 seconds, Carol had gone from yelling to negotiating, and another remained close to her. First, Detective Mitchell had a direct conversation with Madison, telling her that she was being held while they carried out the warrant and gathered electronic devices, bank records, transaction records, and any property bought with pilfered money. Madison began crying right away, which would have meant more to me if I hadn't spent my entire life witnessing her weaponized tears whenever the consequences were too near. Mitchell didn't even look at me when she pointed at me and said, "She's lying. She's always been jealous." She asked Madison if she wanted to change what she had said about the money being family money 45 seconds earlier in front of me. In fact, Madison's mouth dropped open. She stared at Carol, waiting for help as she always had. Carol moved ahead of her as if by reflex. She was unable to comprehend. She said, "My daughters share things. Brooke is unstable right now. She's exhausted. She works nights. She twists things." Mitchell's face never changed. "Good," she replied. "Then you won't mind if we compare that to the bank footage and device logs." Carol was more broken by that line than by shouting. She turned pale, the kind of pale people get when they discover that a lie they had developed a whole emotional defense around has already been proven false by documentation. Madison went upstairs with an officer to get her tablet connected to the transaction alerts, laptop, and phone. Another found a folder containing printed transfer confirmations in Carol's desk and a stack of boutique receipts in the dining room sideboard. When one of those documents was put in an evidence sleeve, I saw my mother's reaction. I wanted to know when the truth finally got to her, not because I liked it. I believe it was at that moment, not when I shed tears or departed. Not from Rachel's apartment when I called. Carol realized that denial had its limits when a stranger in uniform sealed the lie in plastic. After the handcuffs were removed, Madison's confidence returned for a few jagged minutes. She began yelling that Mom had assured her everything would be all right, that I was ruining her future, and that I wanted her in jail because I had always detested seeing her live larger than me. That statement lingered like poison in the corridor. Mom had assured her that everything would be all right. It was too late when Carol turned her head and growled, "Madison, stop talking." The officer nearest them looked at Detective Laura Mitchell, and Mitchell's expression sharpened in a way I'll never forget. It had the appearance of a detective letting knowledge and an accessory slip into the open. Carol attempted to backtrack, claiming that nobody meant anything literally and that Madison was just feeling emotional. You understand the feeling, though, if you have ever witnessed a case develop in real time. The space shrank. The quiet grew more intense. Madison acknowledged that she had spoken too much. Her mouth had escaped the safety net for once. My missing money was not the only thing found during the search. In Carol's desk drawer, they discovered one pre-filled application, unopened credit offers in my name, and a sticky note containing pieces of my previous passwords. Along with a cashier's receipt demonstrating that a portion of the deposit came directly from the missing money, a purchase agreement for the studio Madison sought to rent was also found. As the officers recorded evidence, Mitchell asked me to verify a number of account numbers. My voice remained steady. I was shocked by that. For 4 restless weeks, I had fantasized about this moment and feared that I would either pass out or blow up. Rather, I felt strangely accurate, as if I were testifying in a language more familiar to me than suffering. When emotions become pointless, facts can be a blessing. Madison was guided to the door, and Carol tried one last tactic. With tears streaming down her face, she turned to face me and said, "Brooke, please fix this. Tell them you don't want charges. Tell them we'll work it out at home." At home. I almost laughed at that statement. My savings had been stolen at home while I worked through the night to pay for a future. My mother had viewed theft at home and referred to it as bad timing. I asked Carol the question that mattered most to me, even more than the money. If I hadn't gone to the bank, I asked, "Would you ever have told me?" She remained silent. That was sufficient. Financial crimes involving documented fraudulent transfers did not vanish because the victim was coerced at the doorway, Detective Mitchell explained, adding that the case was now underway. Drama spreads more quickly than reality in any American suburb. So Madison was taken outside sobbing, mascara smeared across her face, and neighbors were already peering through curtains. Carol yelled my name as she followed them onto the porch, acting as though I had deserted her rather than the other way around. The house fell silent in a way it had never experienced before as the cars eventually moved away, hollow, not serene. Carol returned inside and stood in the living room as if the walls had been taken. In those 7 minutes, she appeared older than she had in the 10 years prior. I must admit that I felt victorious. I didn't. I felt satisfied. There's a distinction. Triumph is hot. What I felt was cold, exact, and exhausted. I grabbed the last of my documents, grabbed the framed license with my name on it from the hallway, and headed for the door. Carol called my name once more, but this time she was softer, less irate, and pleading. I stopped, but I didn't immediately turn around. Please don't leave me alone in this. This began when I said, "You left me alone the night you chose her over the truth." After that, I departed from that house, and this time, I didn't lose anything. There was no spectacular courtroom day that followed the arrest. Paperwork, interviews, statements, and the drawn-out, unpleasant process of consequences taking up residence where excuses once existed were all part of it. 3 days later, I received a call from Detective Mitchell confirming that Madison had been officially charged with theft, fraud, and unauthorized access to a protected financial account. Due to the device evidence, password fragments, and her statements, Carol was being investigated for obstruction and potential facilitation even though she was not arrested that evening. The majority of the stolen money was temporarily credited back to my account while the bank's fraud department finished its internal investigation. I sobbed more than I had the night I left when I realized the balance had been restored. Not because the number was back, but because, for the first time in weeks, the world had answered me with something other than gaslighting. Carol began using borrowed numbers to make calls. She left voicemails in 3 distinct tones: bargaining, grief, and rage. In one, she claimed that I had ruined my sister's life due to a fleeting error. In another, she sobbed because she was losing both of her daughters at once. She attempted to sound pragmatic in another, saying, "Maybe I could tell the prosecutor I only wanted restitution, not jail time." That statement told me everything. She still saw the situation as something I was doing to Madison rather than the inevitable result of what Madison had done to me. I didn't respond to any of them. I was advised not to get emotionally involved with people who are now involved in an ongoing case by my attorney, a reserved woman named Natalie Harper, who was recommended by Rachel's cousin. "Silence is cleaner," she declared. So I let silence do its thing. Madison, on the other hand, tried a different approach with friends, family, and distant relatives who all of a sudden remembered my existence. I received a lengthy message about Grace from one of my aunts. "Blood should matter more than money," said a cousin I hadn't spoken to in 4 years. It was almost amazing how quickly everyone found philosophy once my suffering was offered up for group healing. When I was sleeping at Rachel's apartment with one duffel bag and $19,000 missing, none of them had called. However, everyone found nuance now that handcuffs were part of the conversation. For the most part, I ignored it. I only sent a straightforward reply to anyone who wasn't involved in the case. She didn't pilfer from an unknown person. While her mother assisted in hiding it, she stole from her sister. I no longer had a problem if that sentence sounded too repulsive for them to sit with. I met with the prosecutor's office about 12 days after the arrest. For the purpose of charging context rather than sentencing, they asked if I would like to make an early victim statement. Yes, I replied. I informed them that the money was important. Naturally, it symbolized 4 years of sleep deprivation, missed holidays, and meals consumed at 5 in the morning from vending machines. However, the pattern was more important. Madison had never once acted rashly. She had repeatedly reached out to me. It had been fun for her. She had made fun of me. My theft was no longer a moral dilemma, but rather an inconvenience to a birthday dinner because Carol had so thoroughly prioritized convenience over the truth. When I mentioned that the money could be replaced, I recall the prosecutor nodding. "What I need the court to understand," I stated, "is that this only happened because she believed our family name would protect her from the law." This seemed to be the main point of contention. Soon after, talks about restitution started. Madison, of course, had nothing significant in her name except debts, clothing, and fantasies, and the sum was too big for Carol to cover discreetly. In the end, Carol listed jewelry that had belonged to my grandmother's side of the family, sold her SUV, and cashed out a retirement account that she had once boasted she would never touch. I wish I could say that was enjoyable. I didn't. What I felt was closer to recognition. For the first time, it was Madison's decisions, not mine, that were causing Carol to lose something of value. That was novel. Costs had always come my way in our home. The bill had at last located its correct address. One of the family's biggest lies, that Madison was a misunderstood free spirit whose chaos was endearing when presented correctly, was also exposed by the legal process. Snorts. In a conference room with statements all over the place, she wasn't endearing. When presented with timestamps, device logs, and a deposit agreement for a studio funded by pilfered funds, she was unappealing. She appeared young, small, scared, and petty. When no one remained to applaud, the performance came to an end. After one pre-trial hearing, Carol called and said she didn't think it would go this far. Before I could stop myself, I responded. It was the first honest thing I had said to my mother in years, and neither of us could dispute it. "That's because you taught her nothing ever would." I closed on a small 2-room condo by the river about the same time. Not ostentatious, not enormous, but tidy, bright, and mine. I had just finished stabilizing a beagle in respiratory distress at work, so I signed the final documents while wearing navy scrubs. For the fluorescent office, The mortgage broker expressed regret. I nearly burst out laughing. Fluorescent offices, built my entire adulthood. After receiving the keys, I sat in my car and held them for 2 minutes before starting the engine. 4 weeks of hell, 4 years of saving. I had one door that no one could use against me. I kept the address a secret from my family. I didn't have to. When they don't know where you sleep, some endings are more powerful. Carol appeared to be a woman who had spent her entire life rearranging reality and had finally encountered an immovable truth when I last saw her prior to the preliminary hearing. She requested that we meet at a diner halfway between the courthouse and my hospital. I was on the verge of declining, but Natalie persuaded me that a brief, public, and documented meeting could provide me with closure that legalese alone could not. Carol was early. Other than her wedding band, she wore no jewelry or makeup. Not a polished mother's face, just a weary woman holding an untouched cup of coffee. We sat in silence for a minute as waitresses passed by and silverware clinked in the background. The closest thing to honesty she had given me in years was when she said, "I kept thinking if I protected her long enough, she would become the person I kept promising everyone she was." I questioned her about why I had always had to pay for that protection. Why the first things sacrificed to keep Madison comfortable were my work, my savings, my tranquility, and my dignity. This time, Carol sobbed quietly rather than dramatically and said something I had known since I was a young child. "Because you look strong." The harshness of that word, strong, nearly made me smile. Convenient is the word that people use. The trustworthy daughter, the one who won't demand payment right away, the one we can hurt and still expect to pick up the phone the following day. I told her, I was strong because I had to be, not because it didn't hurt. It landed, as I could see. However, late comprehension does not equate to repairing harm. Carol questioned whether we would ever be able to reunite as a family. She wanted a gentle response, but I didn't give it to her. I said maybe one day we could be two women who knew each other and told the truth. Family was no longer what she and Madison had practiced. 5 weeks later, Madison accepted a plea deal. There was only a signed agreement, supervised probation, mandatory restitution, limited financial access, and conditions linked to employment and counseling. No dramatic jury or passionate gallery speech. That might be considered too light by some. Perhaps it was. However, the actual penalty had begun well before that document. The idealized version of herself vanished. The mother-shaped barrier that had protected her from reality her entire life vanished. She no longer had the luxury of being adored, attractive, and careless all at once. I believe that the fact that people no longer found her recklessness endearing was even more painful for her. Her old trick was no longer effective once the story left the family bubble and entered official records. She was no longer the lively daughter. She was the one who was apprehended after stealing her sister's future. Carol, on the other hand, paid in different currencies but received a different sentence: money, illusion, and reputation. She had to explain to her neighbors why the police had been at the house, why her SUV had disappeared, why she was taking on additional office shifts, and why her younger daughter had suddenly moved in with a church friend for a while. While some family members stayed and pretended nothing was serious, others withdrew. Families divide themselves into those who are loyal and those who are honest in order to survive shame. I gave up trying to identify each person's category. After I no longer needed them to pick me, it was none of my business. Rachel brought pizza and a cheap succulent plant with a small tag that read, "Roots don't have to hurt," the night I moved into my condo. I hadn't purchased a couch yet, so we sat on the floor. My dishes remained in their boxes. There was one lamp, one comforter, and a pile of folded scrubs in my bedroom. It was flawless because nothing in it was stolen, borrowed, or emotionally taxed, not because it was gorgeous. It had all been earned the hard way. Rachel inquired as to whether I thought I had received retribution. I gave that some thought. The police, the plea, the restitution, the house going quiet behind me. Not revenge, I said finally. She laughed, but I meant it when I said, more like accuracy. It sounds dramatic to seek revenge. My family's experience was more straightforward and severe. At last, the damage was equal to the truth. Therefore, if you ask me what the lesson is, it's not that you should always walk away, always trust the law, or always forgive. This is it. Those who accuse you of being self-centered for defending yourself typically have a scheme to keep taking advantage of you, and everything changes once you realize that. Not screaming, pleading, or explaining until your throat breaks is sometimes the most effective thing you can do. Documenting, making a decision, and allowing consequences to arise are sometimes the most effective things you can do. Snorts. My mother defended my sister after she stole my 4 years of savings and kicked me out of the house. That would have been the end of the story for the majority of my life. This time, it was merely the portion that compelled the actual conclusion to start. And ask yourself one sincere question: if you've ever been the person that everyone depends on until your back aches. When was the last time someone there gave you the same level of loyalty that they expected? In my opinion, this tale serves as a potent reminder that the people closest to us can occasionally inflict the greatest suffering. However, it also demonstrates that your future need not be defined by betrayal. Sometimes the best way to heal is to walk away from toxic behavior, set boundaries, and choose self-respect. What most struck me was that genuine development. My sister betrayed me and married my millionaire fiancé. 7 years later, she bragged she had it all. I smiled back. Have you met my husband yet? You know when you're going to face something you fear, but you have a gut feeling that the universe is about to reveal a tremendous, unmistakable truth. That was me standing at my mother's burial, my heart heavy with grief, but a weird, disturbing calm washed over me as I prepared for her entrance. 7 years. It's been 7 hard years since Eudora, my own sister, snatched Darius, my betrothed, millionaire, and the man I thought would be my entire future. I haven't seen one of them since that day. But when they eventually stepped in, Eudora flaunting that big diamond ring with her typical smug smile, she had no idea who was there to greet her. And believe me, the expression on her face when she discovered who I had married was priceless. My mother, Alara, was always the center of our family, the glue that held everything together. Growing up in a small house outside of Boston, Mom instilled in me the values of strength and dignity. Our bond was special. It just became deeper with each year. Even after I moved into my own apartment in downtown Boston and began my work as a marketing executive, I contacted her practically daily. She was my confidant, counsel, and biggest booster. So when Mom was diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer 8 months ago, my world completely disintegrated. Despite extensive therapies, we realized time was running out. But my mother faced it all with remarkable grace, more concerned with us than her own pain. Her final weeks were spent peacefully, surrounded by loved ones at the home where Mom raised us. She went away, clutching my hand and promising that I would find serenity in my life. 6 years previously, when I was 31, my life appeared to be great on paper. I had a career, friends, and a great apartment. But there was something missing. I worked 62-hour weeks and dated periodically, but nothing substantial ever happened. Then through my college buddy Alina, I met Darius Rowan at a charity event. Darius was engaging, charming, had great teeth, and exuded confidence that permeated the entire room. At 37 years old, he has become a self-made digital millionaire. He was exactly the type of success story that publications coveted. Our connection was instant. We both enjoyed art, traveling, and setting lofty goals. I contacted my mother after our first date, which took place at an expensive restaurant overlooking the water. "Mom," I exclaimed, "I've met someone special." Our romance took off. Weekend vacations to Martha's Vineyard, symphony performances and exclusive dinners. It became our routine. Darius was attentive and generous, constantly bringing lovely gifts and organizing elaborate dates. After 16 months he proposed with a 6-carat diamond ring over a private dinner on a yacht in Boston Harbor. I answered yes without second thought. My parents were overjoyed, particularly my mother. She quickly began picturing the ideal wedding. Darius had the resources to make any dream a reality, and Mom insisted we don't hold back. Then there was my younger sister, Eudora. We were only 2 years younger, yet our relationship had always been complex. Growing up, we were close, but there was always low-level competition. If I had anything, she wanted it. From toys to friends and attention. If I accomplished something, she had to match or even surpass it. Mom always attempted to keep the peace by giving each of us individual time. Regardless of our history, I chose Eudora as my maid of honor. Mom said it would bring us closer, and I wanted to believe that as adults, we had grown beyond juvenile jealousy. When I introduced Eudora to Darius during a family meal, she lavished him with praise. I spotted her caressing his arm while smiling at his quips, but I discounted it as Eudora's typical charming behavior. We hosted our engagement party at my parents' colonial-style home. Eudora assisted Mom with decorations such as hanging fairy lights and arranging flowers. Throughout the evening, I spotted her staring at Darius across the room, but when our gazes met, she would swiftly grin and raise her glass to me. Later that night, as the visitors were leaving, Mom approached me in the kitchen. "Wendy dear," she added, carefully arranging leftover appetizers. "I noticed Eudora seems quite taken with Darius." "She's just being friendly, Mom," I responded, washing champagne flutes. "Besides, she's dating that pharmaceutical rep, Edric." Mom nodded, but did not appear convinced. "Just be careful, honey. You know how your sister can get when she sees something she likes." I kissed her cheek, assuring her that everything was well. "We're adults now, Mom. Eudora's happy for me. I'm sure of it." Oh, how mistaken I was. How awful and devastatingly incorrect. 3 months before our wedding, I began to notice tiny changes in Darius. He started working later, frequently responding texts at unusual hours, always with the excuse of international clients. Our regular Friday date nights were regularly cancelled owing to emergency meetings. When we were together, he appeared inattentive, continually checking his phone and giving just partial attention. More disturbing was how he began to criticize aspects of me that he had previously admired. My laughter was suddenly too loud in public. My favorite blue dress, which he had always liked, now made me appear washed out. Even my habit of reading before bed, which he had previously thought sweet, became bothersome due to the light keeping him awake. Meanwhile, Eudora began phoning more frequently, always inquiring about wedding details. "I just want everything to be perfect for my big sister," she'd add, even though Mom was doing the most of the organizing. Eudora even offered to assist with vendor meetings that I couldn't attend due to work responsibilities. Darius and I ate dinner at an upmarket Italian restaurant on a Thursday evening. He hardly made eye contact and responded to my work-related stories with one-word answers. When his phone rang for the 5th time, I had reached my limit. "Is there something more important going on elsewhere?" I inquired, attempting to maintain a pleasant tone despite my mounting displeasure. "Sorry, just work stuff," he said, placing his phone face down. "You know how it is before a product launch." Later in the week, when washing laundry, I detected a strange perfume on Darius's collar. It was flowery and thick, unlike the faint scent I wore. When confronted, Darius explained that he had spent the entire day in meetings with a potential investor, Wendy Mills, who appeared to be wearing strong perfume and embraced him farewell. The explanation appeared plausible. I wanted to believe him. I called my buddy Alina to convey my concerns about coffee the next morning. "Every relationship gets jittery before the wedding," Alina informed me as she stirred her cappuccino. "Parker and I fought constantly the month before our wedding, and now we've been married 5 years. But the knot in my gut refused to release." Mom saw my uneasiness at our weekly meal. "You seem distracted, sweetheart," she murmured, reaching across the table and touching my hand. "Wedding stress, or something else?" I mustered a smile. "Just finishing up the arrangements. Everything is fine." But everything was not fine. I began to exert more effort, wondering that perhaps I had been taking Darius for granted. I scheduled a spa day, purchased new lingerie, and tried preparing his favorite foods. He grew increasingly aloof as I tried harder. Then came the cake tasting appointment, which Darius had been looking forward to for weeks. That morning he called, claiming to have an unexpected meeting with investors. "Eudora can join you," he said. "She knows my preferences anyway." I felt terrible after I hung up. How did my sister know my fiancé's cake preferences better than I did? Nevertheless, I accepted her invitation to join me. The next day, when cleaning Darius's car before a dinner party, I discovered an earring trapped between the passenger seat and the center console. A dangling silver earring with a little sapphire. I immediately recognized it. It was Eudora's. My sister had worn the same earrings to my engagement party, a gift from our grandma. When I showed Darius the earring that evening, his expression was wonderfully composed. "Oh, your sister must have dropped it when I gave her a ride to the florist last week," his voice rasped. "She mentioned losing an earring." "You never told me you drove Eudora to the florist," I replied, barely above a whisper. "Didn't I?" It must have slipped my mind. It wasn't important. When I contacted Eudora, her statement matched his exactly. Too perfect. "Oh, thank goodness. I've been looking everywhere for that earring. Darius was kind enough to drive me since my car was in the shop." That night I couldn't sleep, my mind racing. Had they prepared their story? Was I paranoid? My weight began to plummet due to stress, and dark bags appeared under my eyes. I started going to a therapist without telling Darius. 3 weeks before the wedding, Darius recommended we postpone. "I'm worried about you, Wendy. You haven't been yourself lately. Maybe we're rushing things." I broke down, imploring him to tell me what was wrong, what I had done, and how I could fix it. He embraced me and assured me that everything was all right, but his eyes were vacant. That night, I awoke at 3 a.m. to discover Darius's side of the bed empty. From the hallway, I could hear his whispered words from the guest bedroom. "Not now. She'll hear us." I know. Soon, I promise." The next day, I planned to surprise Darius with lunch at his office. My father, Kelsey, called while I was leaving my apartment. "Wendy, are you eating properly? Your mother says you've lost too much weight. We're concerned." "I'm fine, Dad. Just pre-wedding jitters. I'm actually bringing Darius lunch right now." "Good." That boy better be treating my daughter like a queen. He would have known. The security man at Darius's building recognized me and waved me through with a smile. On the elevator trip to the 12th floor, I examined my reflection, attempting to smooth the worry creases that had formed between my brows. My lunch bag held Darius's favorite sandwich from the deli across from my workplace. When I arrived at the reception area, Darius' secretary Morel looked up from her computer, her eyes widening in surprise. "Wendy, we weren't expecting you today." Her attention flickered to Darius' closed office door, then back to me. "Darius is in a meeting right now." "That's okay," I responded, lifting the lunch bag. "I just brought him lunch, I can wait." Morel instantly blocked my route. "Actually, he specifically asked not to be disturbed. Perhaps I could let him know you're here." Something about her apprehensive demeanor raised my concerns. "Is he alone in there, Morel?" Her hesitancy revealed all. Before she could react, I moved past her and opened Darius's office door. I'll never forget that scene. Darius leaned against his desk, his hands on my sister's waist, her arms wrapped around his neck, and their lips locked in a passionate kiss. Neither noticed me at first, leaving me several agonizing seconds to process every aspect. Eudora's skirt pushed up, Darius tolued, and the familiarity in their embrace told of countless previous encounters. When the door closed behind me, they sprung apart. 3 frozen faces in a scene of horror. "Wendy," Darius responded immediately, adjusting his tie. "This isn't what it looks like." Eudora didn't even try such a blatant falsehood. Instead, she raised her chin defiantly. "We didn't plan this, it just happened." The peace that flooded over me was unexpected. "How long?" Darius looked at Eudora, then back at me. "Wendy, let's talk about it privately." "How long?" My voice stayed firm. "For months," Eudora said. "Since the engagement party." "For months, nearly half our engagement. While I was picking out wedding invitations and floral arrangements, they had betrayed me." Darius stepped behind his desk, distancing himself physically, as if prepared for a business meeting. "I didn't mean for this to happen, Wendy. Sometimes feelings change. I was going to tell you after." "After what?" "After the wedding? After our honeymoon?" I replied, my voice rising. He was attempting to find the appropriate moment. His voice had the studied smoothness he employed at difficult client meetings. The lunch bag fell from my grasp. "I trusted you both." "Both of you." Eudora had the grace to appear embarrassed. "It just happened, Becca." "We tried to fight it." "Don't call me Becca." The childhood nickname seemed like another offense, and nothing just happens. "For 5 months you made choices. Every secret call, every lie, every time you looked me in the eye, knowing what you were doing." Darius clicked the intercom button. "Morel, please come in." Morel entered moments later, carefully avoiding my eyes. "Please escort Wendy out, she's upset." "I'm escorting myself out," I answered, my pride intact but feeling devastated inside. "You deserve each other." In the elevator, the tears finally flowed. By the time I got to my car, I was hard to breathe through, crying. The drive home is a haze. I just recall contacting my mother from my flat, curled up on the bathroom floor and unable to form meaningful sentences due to my crying. My mother and father arrived within an hour, using their emergency key when I couldn't bring myself to open the door. Mother held me while I told them everything, while father paced the living room, his face turning red with each detail. "I'll kill him," he murmured, his palm covering his heart. "Kelsey, your blood pressure," mother admonished, while her own face was equally furious. The next few days were spent in a blur of pain. Mother assisted me in contacting vendors to cancel wedding arrangements, while father handled the financial elements. When I returned the engagement ring to Darius's apartment and left it with the doorman, I couldn't stand seeing him. Eudora had already moved in. The majority of her things were there, along with family photos arranged on shelves that used to hold mine. Darius's email about distributing our shared assets was coldly efficient, saying that Eudora had assisted him in cataloging my remaining items. The betrayal went further than I had thought. Through common friends, I discovered that they had been meeting covertly whenever I worked late or traveled for business. Eudora had purposely pursued him, making reasons to visit him alone and sending texts and images while I wasn't around. The scandal immediately spread among our social circles. Some acquaintances supported me, while others backed Darius, noting his power in the business sector. Several people stated that they had spotted Darius and Eudora flirting, but had chosen not to intervene. Their cowardice hurt nearly as much as the treachery. During those dark months, my mother became my lifeline. She gave me food when I couldn't eat, listened to my crying rants, and stayed the night when the loneliness got unbearable. She regularly attempted to arbitrate between Eudora and me, asking us both to family dinners that inevitably resulted in intense silence or bitter fights. Eudora snapped during one of these dinners when I refused to offer her the salt. "You always got everything first, Wendy. The grades, the job, the apartment. For once I got something before you did." "My fiancé wasn't a prize to be won," I said, my voice cracking. "He was the man I loved and trusted." Mother put down her fork. "Eudora Marie Thompson, apologize to your sister right now." "For what?" "Being honest? Darius chose me. He loves me now." I stood, a napkin put on my plate. "I can't do this anymore, Mom. I'm sorry. This was the last family dinner I attended with Eudora." The stress of his daughter's feud exacerbated the father's cardiac problems, necessitating medication adjustments and further doctor appointments. Mother grew older in months, the lines around her eyes deepening as she desperately strove to keep her family together. 6 months after uncovering Darius and Eudora's deception, I reached rock bottom. My therapist diagnosed me with depression and suggested medication. Work worsened as I struggled to focus, and I eventually lost a large client following a horrible presentation in which I burst into tears. My supervisor recommended a leave of absence, but I realized that staying in Boston, where memories lurked around every corner, would only exacerbate my pain. When a marketing director position arose at our Chicago branch, I applied right away. The interview went fairly well, with my need for change possibly translating as enthusiasm. 2 weeks later, I got the offer. My mother helped me pack my flat, meticulously wrapping photos and souvenirs in tissue paper. As we went through my possessions, determining what to retain and what to donate, she brought up the matter that loomed between us. "Will you ever consider forgiving Eudora?" she inquired, sealing a box with packing tape. I proceeded to fold sweaters without glancing up. "I don't know, Mom. Not now, maybe not ever. Forgiveness isn't about them deserving it," she explained quietly. "It's about freeing yourself." "I am freeing myself. I'm moving to Chicago." Mother sat alongside me on the bed and took my hands in hers. "Running away isn't the same as healing, sweetheart." Tears filled my eyes. "I need space to even begin to heal. Can you understand that?" She nodded and pulled me into a close hug. "Promise you'll call. Promise you won't shut us out completely." "I promise." Saying farewell to my parents was more difficult than I thought. Father held me for longer than usual, his voice rough and emotional. "You show them, kiddo. Build a life so good they'll choke on their regret." My first few weeks in Chicago were lonely and filled with doubt. My small apartment felt sterile and foreign. I worked long hours to avoid arriving home to empty rooms, eating takeaway at my desk, and falling asleep fatigued every night. Then came the news, which pushed the knife deeper. Mother called on Sunday morning, her voice hesitant. "Wendy, I feel you should hear this from me rather than social media. Eudora and Darius got married yesterday." Darius's business ties ensured coverage for the small civil ceremony, which was published in Boston Magazine's Society pages. The accompanying photo showed them beaming outside the courthouse, Eudora in a simple white dress with my former engagement ring proudly visible on her finger. That night was my low point. I drank one entire bottle of wine alone, went through old images of Darius and myself, and cried until my eyes swelled shut. I called in ill for work the next day, unable to face the world. But something changed during those lonely hours alone. As the early light trickled through my blinds, I made a decision. This would be the last day I let them control my happiness. I erased all images of Darius from my phone, blocked both him and Eudora on social media, and took a lengthy shower, picturing my pain dripping down the drain. At work, I refocused on my projects. My employer saw the shift and assigned me to larger clientele. I established a reputation for inventiveness and perseverance, winning respect in my new workplace. Maricel Rowan, our HR director, was my first genuine Chicago friend, and she introduced me to her book club. Through her, I met other ladies and gradually formed a social circle. Maricel repeatedly attempted to set me up on dates, but I declined each time. The idea of romantic vulnerability still unnerved me. 4 months after moving to Chicago, I was assigned to represent our company at a technology conference in San Francisco. On the second evening, I attended a business dinner with possible clients, where I sat next to Zevian Forrester, a tech investor and entrepreneur who had recently migrated from Seattle. Zevian differed from Darius in every way. Zevian was subtle and honest, whereas Darius had been flamboyant and appealing. His gentle assurance and thought-provoking questions pulled people in without demanding attention. When he spoke about his work, his enthusiasm was palpable, but never boastful. He asked for my card after dinner, and I handed it to him with no expectations. To my surprise, he emailed me the next morning and asked if I wanted to continue our discussion about digital marketing trends over coffee. Over the next 3 months, Zevian and I maintained professional communication. He sent clients to my agency, and I connected him to my Chicago business contacts. Maricel spotted our regular business meals and raised her eyebrows. "He likes you, Wendy," she explained. "And not just professionally." "We're just colleagues," I said. "Colleagues don't look at each other the way he looks at you." Zevian eventually invited me to supper at a place unrelated to work. I panicked and nearly canceled twice before forcing myself to go. I experienced a full-blown panic attack 20 minutes into our date, while we were discussing our favorite books. My hands shook, breathing got difficult, and tears filled my eyes. Rather than being ashamed or upset, Zevian sat with me and spoke gently until my breathing returned to normal. He drove me home with no pressure or inquiries. The next day, flowers arrived at my office with a letter saying, "No pressure, no expectations. I hope you're feeling better. Zevian." That evening, I called and told him everything about Darius and Eudora. He listened without interruption, then recounted his own story of heartache from a previous marriage, which ended when his wife left him for his business partner, taking half of their joint firm in the divorce. "Broken trust leaves scars," he remarked. "Anyone worth your time will understand that healing isn't linear." Over the next few months we began by laying the groundwork for our friendship. Zevian never asked for more than I could give, respecting my boundaries while remaining present. For our 5th date, he made dinner at his apartment, rather than taking me to a crowded restaurant, which could cause me worry. When terror flared up, he understood precisely how to help me get through it. For the first time since Darius, I began to believe that trust could be restored. 1 year after arriving to Chicago, I scarcely recognized myself. My promotion to senior marketing director came with a corner office that overlooked the river. My circle of friends had grown beyond Maricel to include a number of close confidants. And most strangely, I had fallen deeply in love with Zevian. Unlike Darius's flamboyant wooing, Zevian's love revealed itself in steady, thoughtful ways. He recalled minor details like my preference for oat milk in my coffee and the true crime podcasts I listened to. He honored my independence while providing unflinching support. Most significantly, he never compared myself to others or attempted to change me. I met Zevian's sister, Giselle, during her visit from Portland. We quickly bonded, swapping phone numbers and creating our own connection, independent of Zevian. She told me stories of their upbringing in Seattle, drawing a picture of the youngster who grew into the guy I fell in love with. My contact with my parents remained from a distance. I contacted Mother on a weekly basis, skillfully shifting the topic away from Eudora. Father periodically joined these talks, his gruff accent softening as he told me how happy he was of my new beginnings. I went twice that year, timing my visits when Eudora and Darius would be away. Mother offered occasional updates on them. Their marriage appeared ideal on social media, with Eudora uploading photographs of luxurious vacations and charity galas. Mother stated that they had purchased a large property on Beacon Hill and were undergoing substantial renovations. "Eudora occasionally inquires about you," Mother said during a phone call. "What do you tell her?" I inquired, stirring the pasta sauce on my burner. "That you're doing well, that you're building a new life." "Does she ever express regret?" Mother sighed. "In her way. She gets quiet when your name comes up." My therapy continued in Chicago, with my new therapist assisting me in processing the betrayal and establishing healthy relationship patterns. I learned how to identify my triggers and communicate effectively. The nightmares involving Darius and Eudora gradually faded. In June, Zevian surprised me with a weekend getaway to Michigan's wine region. We stayed at a lovely bed and breakfast surrounded by vineyards. We spent afternoons wine sampling and evenings viewing the sunset over Lake Michigan. For the first time in years, I felt entirely present and pleased, free of the weight of past betrayal. Zevian paused beneath a trellis covered in climbing roses on our final evening at the Chicago Botanic area, where we were strolling through an early summer blooming area. "Wendy," he replied, grabbing both of my hands in his. "This past year, knowing you has been the greatest gift of my life." When he knelt and pulled a ring box from his pocket, panic flashed briefly. Images from Darius' proposal threatened to eclipse this moment, but staring into Zevian's eyes, All I saw was sincerity and affection. I'm not asking for an answer today, he continued, sensing my uncertainty. I just want you to know that whenever you're ready, whether that's tomorrow or next year, I'll be here. My eyes filled with tears, but not from fear or agony. Yes, I whispered. I'm ready now. The ring looked nothing like the extravagant diamond Darius had given me. A simple emerald with little diamonds on either side, delicate and subtle, much like our love. That night, I called my folks to tell them the news. Mother cried happy tears. He sounds wonderful, darling. When can we meet him? Soon, I assured. Very soon. We planned a small wedding for 30 guests at a historic Chicago venue. At Mother's request, I sent an invitation to Eudora, more as a gesture of healing than an expectation of attendance. Her reaction via email was quick and curt. Congratulations on the engagement. Unfortunately, Darius and I have other engagements on that day. Best wishes for the future. Mother was disappointed but not shocked. Give her time, Wendy. This is progress compared to where you both were. Our wedding day arrived, intimate and joyful, with my parents, new friends and Zevian's relatives there. Father carried me down the aisle, whispering, I haven't seen you this happy in years, kiddo. Zevian's vows reflected our journey. Wendy, I promise to remember that love is both strong and fragile, requiring care and commitment every day. I promise to be worthy of the trust you've given me, knowing how precious and hard-won that gift is. We established our lives together in Chicago, purchasing a brownstone and renovating it together. My career progressed, eventually leading to a vice president post. Zevian's investment firm expanded, focused on female-led technology startups. During a dinner with business associates, I learned something that connected the past and present. A venture capitalist acknowledged working with Darius years ago. Rowan. Yeah, he and Forrester had quite the rivalry in the angel investing space about 7 years back. Forrester backed the right startup. Rowan backed the competitor. Forrester's pick got acquired for millions. Rowan went bankrupt. Later that night, I asked Zevian about the relationship. I was going to tell you eventually, he confessed. I knew who you were when we met at that conference. Not the details of what happened, but that you had been engaged to Rowan. Why didn't you say anything? I wanted you to know me for me, not as someone connected to your past. I was not angry. Somehow the cosmic symmetry felt appropriate. 2 years into our marriage, we started trying for a baby. Months passed without success, prompting fertility specialists and uncomfortable conversations. Zevian was my support through disappointments and medical procedures, embracing me through tears and reminded me that family may take various forms. Then came the tragic news of Mother's cancer diagnosis. Zevian and I flew to Boston right away, meeting with physicians and guiding my parents through treatment options. Mother put up a brave face, but her cancer was severe and had spread. I took a leave from work to care for her, temporarily returning to my boyhood home. Zevian flew in every weekend to support both me and my increasingly frail father. Mother and I had many meaningful chats about life, love and family in her last weeks. One evening, while I adjusted her pillows, she mentioned Eudora. I wish you girls could find peace with each other, she murmured, her voice weak but determined. Life is too short for such distance between sisters. I know, Mom, I said, holding back tears. Promise me you'll try, Wendy. Not for her, but for yourself and maybe a little bit for your old mother. I promised, unsure if I could maintain it, but eager to give her peace. Mother died quietly 3 days later, with Zevian, father and I at her bedside. I immediately contacted Eudora, our first straight connection in years. Mom's gone, I remarked when she responded. Her quick inhale was the sole sound for long seconds. I'll be there in an hour, she finally stated, her voice breaking. We arrived at our parents' house and exchanged brief, awkward hugs before turning our focus to father and funeral arrangements. The real test would be during the funeral, where years of pain and hatred would collide with new sadness and Mother's ultimate desire. The morning of Mother's burial was dark and drizzling, fitting the solemn occasion. I stood in front of the mirror in my childhood bedroom, adjusting my black dress and wondering how I'd get through the day. Zevian stood behind me, attractive in his dark suit, and softly placed his hands on my shoulders. I'm right beside you today, he murmured, matching my gaze in the reflection. Whatever happens. Downstairs, Father sat at the kitchen table, staring at his untouched coffee. The preceding week had hollowed him out, and his lofty form bent in despair. At 72, he appeared to have aged a decade since mother's diagnosis. "Ready, Dad?" I whispered softly, patting his shoulder. He nodded and rose slowly. Alara always said, "Funerals aren't for the dead, they're for the living." Never understood that until now. When we arrived, the funeral home had already filled up with extended family and friends. I stayed close to Father, greeting everyone with fake smiles and accepting condolences from individuals I scarcely knew. Cousins from California, Mother's college companion, and neighbors from my parents' 40-year house. "You look just like Alara at your age," my great-aunt Cheryl murmured, caressing my cheek. "She would be proud of the woman you've become." "How have you been, dear?" Mother asked her friend Junia. "Alara mentioned you moved away. Chicago, was it?" "Yes, almost 5 years now," I said, not mentioning my sister's betrayal as the reason for the move. As I took Father to his place in the front row, Zevian on his opposite side, a murmur echoed across the crowd. I turned to see Eudora and Darius enter, prompting heads to turn and rumors to spread. Eudora wore an elegant black dress that accentuated her tiny frame, with diamond earrings reflecting the sun. Darius appeared uncomfortable in his nicely fitted suit, his arm around my sister's waist in a show of support. Her left hand was conspicuously placed on her pocketbook, making the huge diamond engagement ring and wedding band impossible to overlook. Father stiffened beside me. "Kelsey, breathe," I said, frightened for his heart. They made their way ahead, pausing to chat with other attendees. I kept my gaze fixed on the enormous portrait of Mother displayed alongside her closed casket, her warm smile calming some of my nerves. They eventually reached the front. Eudora hugged Father, who returned it stiffly. Darius shook his hand and received merely a short nod in return. "Wendy," Eudora remarked, turning to me with a look I couldn't read. "It's been a long time." "Yes," I said simply, not trusting myself to say more. Darius nodded hesitantly. "Sorry for your loss." Xavian had moved away to speak with the funeral director, leaving me alone with them. Eudora took the opportunity. "I need to speak with you privately," she explained, gesturing into a side room. Against my better judgment, I followed her, hoping to avoid a scene at Mother's burial. The small space only had a couple chairs and a box of tissues, which were plainly meant for mourners who needed private moments. Eudora closed the door behind us. Up close, I noticed small creases around her eyes that her expensive cosmetics couldn't hide. "You look thin," she said, her gaze scrutinizing me. "Grief does that," I answered plainly. She fiddled with her ring and twisted it around her finger. "Darius and I bought a summer house on Cape Cod last month. 8 bedrooms, private beach access. We're considering starting a family soon. Darius's company just acquired 2 startups, and we're renovating the 3rd floor for a nursery." "Congratulations," I murmured, my voice free of emotion. "Is there something specific you wanted to discuss about the funeral arrangements?" Her smile became harsh. "I just thought you might want to know how well we're doing." "Poor you, still alone at 38. I got the man, the money, and the mansion." The familiar pain flared quickly and then disappeared. 6 years ago, her remarks would have crushed me. Today they appeared sad and forlorn. I grinned genuinely. "Have you met my husband yet?" I opened the door to find Zevian standing nearby. "Come meet my sister." As Zevian entered the room, Darius came behind him, apparently having observed our discussion. When the males established eye contact, Darius's face turned pale. "Forrester," he murmured, his confidence fading. "Rowan." Zevian's tone was professional but chilly. "It's been what, 7 years? Not since Macintosh acquired Initech instead of your client Comperve, right?" Darius swallowed visibly. "You two are married?" "2 wonderful years now," I replied, sliding my hand into Zevian's. "Zevian Forrester," Eudora said softly. "As in Forrester Investments?" "The same," Zevian responded. "Wendy and I met at a tech conference in San Francisco." Darius sought to regain his composure. "Forrester, we should catch up sometime. I've been meaning to reach out about potential collaborations." "My schedule is quite full," Zevian said politely but firmly. "But you can contact my office if you'd like." The funeral director appeared and informed us that the service was about to begin. As we returned to the main room, rumors followed us. The connection between Zevian and Darius was well known in business circles. We had scarcely taken our seats when Father grasped his chest, his face contorted with pain. "Dad," I shouted, as Zevian instantly called for assistance. We relocated father to a private room, and the funeral was temporarily postponed. A doctor among the attendees checked him and said that the cause was most likely stress rather than another heart attack. Eudora followed us with genuine concern on her face. Is he okay? Should we call an ambulance? Her voice trembled slightly. The doctor says he's stable, I said, taken aback by her truthfulness. Just overwhelmed. For 20 minutes, we sat there in awkward silence, linked only by our concern for our father. When he insisted on continuing with the service, we returned to the main chamber, with the brief crisis resulting in an unexpected truce. The funeral was both beautiful and tragic. I offered a eulogy that emphasized mother's kindness, courage, and steadfast love for her family. When Eudora rose to speak after me, she hesitated after only a few sentences, her eyes welling with tears. Without thinking, I stepped to her side and rested my hand on her back. It's okay, I said quietly. Take your time. She composed herself and finished her homage to our mother with anecdotes from our childhood that elicited tears and soft laughter from the audience. As we placed mother to rest in the cemetery, a gentle rain poured. I noticed Darius standing apart from the rest of the group, checking his watch constantly. Eudora stayed by father's side, her previous swagger replaced by sincere anguish. The reception at my parents' house was filled with people bringing casseroles and sharing memories. Darius drank considerably, and his uneasiness was obvious as numerous business associates engaged Zevian in animated conversation. I overheard pieces of Darius's company failing with recent acquisitions, and wondered whether Eudora's bravado was a mask for financial problems. Throughout the day, I kept the dignity mother would have expected, focusing on supporting father and honoring her memory, rather than lingering on previous scars. As visitors began to leave, I noticed Eudora observing me from across the room, her look unreadable but seemingly softer than before. The day following the funeral, Zevian had an important board meeting in Chicago. Are you sure you'll be okay if I go? He said, preparing his overnight bag. I can reschedule. Dad needs help sorting through Mom's things, I explained. I should stay a few more days. I'll be fine. After dropping Zevian off at the airport, I returned to my parents' house to find father sitting in mother's garden with a photo album open on his lap. She labeled everything, he explained, displaying me mother's clean handwriting beneath each photo. Said someday we'd appreciate knowing who is who. That afternoon, I started the unpleasant chore of sorting through mother's closet. Each dress evoked memories, the blue one from my college graduation, the flowery print she wore to Sunday brunches, and the exquisite gray she chose for my engagement celebration. I found myself talking to her while I worked, telling her about my life in Chicago, my job, and my happiness with Zevian. In her nightstand drawer, I noticed a soft leather-bound journal. Mother has kept a journal inside for the past 10 years. Many people addressed her daughters, her desire for our reunification, and her anguish about the schism between us. The last entry, dated only 2 weeks before her death, read, "My greatest regret is leaving with my girls still estranged. Alara always fixed things, but I couldn't fix this. I pray they find their way back to each other somehow." I was wiping away tears when the doorbell rang. Eudora was standing alone on the porch when I looked out the front window. There's no sign of Darius's car in the driveway. Father had gone to his brother's house for dinner, leaving me alone with my sister. I opened the door, not sure what to expect. "Hi," she said simply. "Can I come in?" In the kitchen, I made coffee while Eudora sat quietly at the table. She appeared different without Darius by her side. Smaller, less fake. "Where's Darius?" I finally asked, setting a mug in front of her. "At home. He doesn't know I'm here." She wrapped her hands around the mug but didn't sip. The stillness stretched between us, years of unspoken words creating a tangible barrier. "I'm sorry about yesterday," she finally said. "What I said in that room at the funeral home, it was cruel and completely inappropriate." I nodded, acknowledging her apologies but not instantly accepting it. "I saw Mom's journal," she added. "Dad showed it to me last night. Her last wish was for us to reconcile." "I found it too," I said. "But reconciliation requires more than just proximity, Eudora. It needs honesty." She looked up, tears in her eyes. "You want honesty? Here's honesty. I'm miserable, Wendy. I have been almost since the beginning." The dam cracked, and words poured forth between sobs. Darius had changed quickly after their wedding, becoming domineering and critical. His company had been failing for years, and each new acquisition was an attempt to save a sinking ship. The mansions, automobiles, and holidays were all financed with rising debt. Their marriage was a carefully crafted front for business connections and social status. He monitors my spending, checks my phone, questions my every movement, she told me. The Darius you knew doesn't exist anymore. Maybe he never did. Why stay? I inquired. Shame, she replied promptly. How could I admit what I'd done to you? Destroyed our family for something that turned out to be a mirage. And then there's the prenup. I leave with nothing. I moved Mother's journal across the table. Read the rest of her entries. Eudora shed more tears as she read. She finally looked up, her face raw with passion. She knew. She saw through everything. Mom always did. I agreed. Eudora murmured. I have hated myself for years. Every time Mom mentioned you, she gladly highlighted your accomplishments. I felt the consequences of what I'd done. Wendy, I'm intending to leave him. I have been privately consulting a lawyer. My emotions were mixed, with a sense of vindication and unexpected tenderness. The sister who had caused me so much pain was facing consequences that I would not wish on anyone. I do not expect forgiveness, she continued. I do not deserve it. But I needed to tell you the truth before I blew up my life again. We spent the next several hours together going through Mother's possessions, sharing sad and loving memories. Eudora recalled her mother teaching us how to prepare cookies, and how she never mixed the various batches because I favored chocolate chip and Eudora chose sugar cookies. Eudora remarked, laughing through tears. Remember how she used to leave notes in our lunchboxes? Different messages every day. I nodded. She never repeated one. We were not quickly healed. The wounds were too deep for immediate closure. But when dusk set, something changed between us, with Mother's love forming a delicate bridge over years of hurt. What will you do? I inquired as Eudora prepared to depart. File for divorce when my lawyer says the timing is right. Rent a small apartment, start over. She was standing at the entrance. What about you? Will you go back to Chicago? Yes, my life is there now with Zevian. You seem happy, she said, rather than asking a question. I am truly happy. I'm glad, she added. One of us should be. We exchanged quick, awkward hugs before she went. It wasn't forgiveness yet, but it was a start. Back in Chicago, I settled into life with Zevian R. Brownstone and a fulfilling career. 6 months after my mother's passing, I learned I was pregnant. After years of trying, the mother's elation was tinged by regret, knowing she would not be able to meet her grandchild. But I sensed her presence at peaceful moments. Eudora and I maintained careful touch via phone calls. She had filed for divorce and relocated to a modest apartment, working at a tiny marketing agency. The gossip and censure she encountered in Boston's social circles were difficult, but she appeared determined to rebuild authentically. The route that brought me here was not one I would have chosen. Losing Darius looked to be the end of my world, but it was actually the start of a far better one. With Zevian, I discovered not just love, but also partnership, respect, and unfailing support. His success never overwhelmed mine, rather, it complemented it, and we grew stronger together. Mother had been correct in stating that forgiveness is for ourselves, rather than others. The weight of wrath and bitterness had gradually lifted, allowing me to see my past clearly, and my future with optimism. Although the wounds lingered, they no longer defined me. As I sat in our nursery, Zevian painting the walls a soothing green, I considered the things I would eventually teach our child. How loss can lead to finding. How endings make space for new beginnings. How our most difficult experiences frequently lead us to our real path. My life had become richer and more authentic than I could have dreamed during those sad days 6 years ago. Not because of the betrayal, but because it forced me to rebuild with greater insight and aim. My parents hid my college acceptance to force me into marriage. At the rehearsal dinner, my aunt spoke up. Minutes later, police were called. What occurred after you broke your parents' rules? My parents had one rule, which they considered as the 12th commandment: no dating until after high school graduation. They would continually lecture me about how teenage romances were merely diversions from schoolwork, and how every lady who dated in high school ended up ruining her life. They even made me sign a contract on my 15th birthday, stating that I would not date until I was 19. My father laminated it and posted it on the refrigerator like a warning notice. I spent every school dance at home watching Netflix, while my pals texted me recordings of them slow dancing with their boyfriends. When asked why I never went to social events, I had to make up reasons about being too busy with violin practice that didn't exist. My mother would drive by the movie theater on Friday nights to make sure I wasn't with anyone. Their anxiety was so strong that when a boy from chemistry class wanted to borrow my notes, my father quizzed me for an hour about whether we were meeting covertly. Every male contact in my phone had to be labeled with their complete name and how I knew them so my parents could confirm they were simply classmates. Then during junior year, I met Luke at my volunteer position at the animal shelter, which my parents pushed me to do since it would look well on my college applications. He was a senior at another school who came in every Saturday to help with the dogs. My parents didn't know him, and we worked in different portions of the shelter, so we could chat without anyone reporting back to them. After 3 months of clandestine discussions while walking dogs and cleaning kennels, he asked if I wanted to study together at the library. That led to hidden coffee runs during my pretend tutoring sessions, and then actual dates at places across town that my parents would never visit. We kept everything disguised by using my phone's messaging program, which looked like a calculator. I became an adept at living a parallel life, where I was the perfect rule-following daughter at home and a regular adolescent when they assumed I was at debate practice or studying with a friend. But then, on Thursday night, my appendix chose to literally rupture inside my body. The pain began during supper, and within minutes I was curled up on the lavatory floor, feeling as if someone had stabbed me with a hot knife. I couldn't breathe sufficiently to inform my parents that something was badly wrong with my stomach. My mother took one look at me and assumed I was exaggerating my period cramps, as she often did when I was sick. My father agreed, saying I only needed to take some ibuprofen and sleep it off. When I started throwing up and couldn't even stand up straight, they accused me of trying to avoid my calculus test the next morning. They actually ordered me to bed and told me not to be so dramatic about everyday teenage girl issues. By midnight, the agony was so severe that I was seeing spots and could barely stay awake. But my parents had gone to bed and switched off their phones, like they always did. I crawled to my phone and texted Luke that something was seriously wrong, and that I believed I would die, which sounds dramatic, but was genuinely true at that moment. He didn't hesitate to tell my parents he was coming to collect me, whether they liked it or not. He was hurling rocks at my window and helping me climb down the trellis in my pajamas, all while I tried not to cry from the agony. When I couldn't walk longer, he took me to his car and drove at 90 miles per hour to the emergency hospital while I sobbed in the passenger seat. The doctors hurried me into surgery right away because my appendix had ruptured, and I was in septic shock, which would have killed me if Luke had waited even an hour. When I awoke following surgery, my parents stood next to my hospital bed, looking absolutely devastated. Luke was still in the waiting area, despite the fact that it was 6 a.m., and he had been awake all night. The surgeon informed my parents that Luke had saved my life by bringing me to the hospital when he did, and that their son was a hero for realizing the gravity of the situation. My mother began crying and hugging Luke, while my father shook his hand and again apologized for not believing me about the agony. My parents remained silent on the trip home from the hospital 3 days later, until my father finally cleared his throat and stated that they needed to apologize for everything. My mother agreed that they had been too rigid and that I had definitely made the right decision in picking someone like Luke, who cared enough to risk getting into trouble to save my life. They said I could officially date him and even invite him over for dinner to thank him properly. I felt so relieved. I began to cry until my mother turned around in her seat with a bright smile and whispered the words that changed everything. "We've decided you two are so perfect for each other that you should get married. We already put down the deposit on the venue. The wedding is next month." My surgical incision began to hurt harder as I grasped the car door handle and looked at my mother's eager expression. She kept talking about roses versus lilies while my father nodded along, and I wondered whether the opium was causing me to hallucinate the entire conversation. The rest of the drive home was a jumble of wedding details shouted off by my mother as I held my hand against my stomach and tried not to vomit from the pain meds or the shock. When we came home, I rushed straight to the toilet and locked the door before pulling out my phone and texting Luke with shaky hands. I typed, "They want us to get married next month, not joking," and sent it before sitting on the locked toilet lid. His reaction was rapid, with 18 question marks, followed by, "Are your parents having a mental breakdown?" I could hear my mother downstairs on the phone with someone about catering menus. I pulled myself into my bedroom and collapsed on the bed, where that dumb laminated dating contract hung as if it were a joke. The one I signed at 15, promising not to date until I was 19, was right there mocking me while my parents arranged my wedding 4 months before I graduated. My stomach hurt more than the surgery site as I stared at the ceiling, until Chloe peeked through my door. She muttered that Mom had gone wild and was browsing for wedding clothes online, which made me laugh and cry at the same time. That night my father pushed a 3-inch notebook across the table, labeled with color-coded sections for venue, catering, and guest list. I opened it to discover 210 names already entered in alphabetical order, along with addresses and phone numbers. I pushed my soup bowl away and told them forcefully that I was 18 and couldn't legally marry, but my mother simply smiled. She chirped that parental approval made it legal in California, and they'd already looked into all the criteria at the courtroom. 2 days later, Luke showed up for the thank you dinner my parents had promised him, dressed in his sole button-down shirt. My parents grinned at him as if he were already their son-in-law, while he continued to send me bewildered looks across the table. I mouthed, "Play along," while making nervous eye contact as my mother served his favorite foods, which she had discovered after stalking his social media. She had baked chicken parmesan and chocolate cake after supposedly scrolling through 3 years of his Instagram posts. After supper, we sat on the porch swing while my folks watched us from the living room window as if we were a zoo exhibit. Luke whispered that we'd just been dating for 4 months and hadn't met my parents officially until now. My surgical site stung as I told how my parents thought they were doing something great by going from one extreme to the other. They'd gone from prohibiting any dating to organizing our wedding in 3 days, as if that was completely normal. The next morning, I found out that my mother had already contacted my school concerning extraordinary circumstances for early graduation. She had informed them that my medical complications from the surgery required me to hurry my diploma so that I could focus on wedded life. The guidance counselor called me instantly, perplexed by the request and wondering if everything was fine at home. I had to pretend the connection was terrible and hang up before she could ask any further questions about why my mother thought I was getting married. Lily arrived for our regular study session that afternoon, but my mother intercepted her at the front door with a stack of wedding invites. She handed Lily a calligraphy pen and urged her to start addressing envelopes, while I watched in dread from the staircase. Lily's eyes widened as she read, "Emma Mitchell and Luke Harrison request the honor of your presence," which was printed in elegant gold letters. She mouthed something at me from across the room while my mother explained that we needed to mail these by Friday. That night, I attempted to have a sensible chat with my parents about my desire to complete high school normally and attend college. My father explained that married students receive higher financial aid, and Luke could help me while I studied part-time. My mother added that they had already paid $9,000 in non-refundable deposits, so they couldn't back out. She'd reserved the country club, engaged a photographer, and placed a rush order for a custom wedding gown in my size. The next morning, Chloe knocked on my door, holding her phone and looking panicked. She showed me screenshots from our mother's Facebook page, where she had publicized the engagement to our entire extended family. I was intrigued by how my parents moved from zero to wedding preparation in 3 days. How did they investigate all the legal requirements for parental consent so quickly? The post featured photographs from Luke's Instagram that she had modified to look like professional relationship portraits using a filter tool. Comments poured in with astonished congrats, and my aunt from Texas had already mentioned that she was planning trips. I grabbed my phone and dialed Dr. Patel's number, while Chloe eyed me with concern. The nurse who answered recognized my name and inquired about my recuperation status. I described the wedding circumstance, and requested the doctor if he could write something indicating that I required longer recovery time. She sat silent for a time before saying that the doctor could only become involved in family problems if there was actual abuse. My parents' strangely kind behavior in pressuring me to marry did not count as anything doctors could prevent. I hung up, feeling absolutely trapped, while Chloe simply shook her head. 3 days had gone since the announcement, and the situation was getting worse by the hour. Luke texted me that his parents had just contacted him, screaming, since they had received a formal invitation in the mail. The elegant card invited them to dinner to talk about their children's future together. His mother was a paralegal, and she was already looking into whether underage marriage was allowed in California. He stated he was parked in his car outside my house but was too terrified to enter. He didn't want to leave me alone, but he didn't know how to deal with my parents anymore. That night, Pastor Collins came over for supper, and he appeared to be very uncomfortable throughout. My parents continued saying how they were blessed youthful love and giving us the best start in life. He suggested that couples seek counseling for at least 6 months before getting married. My mother just chuckled and remarked, "True love didn't need to wait when it was obvious we were meant to be." While my parents debated whether to use roses or lilies as centerpieces, Pastor Collins stared at me and mouthed the words, "I'm sorry." He departed shortly after dessert, claiming he had another appointment, but I could tell he just wanted to leave. A week following my operation, I returned to school, and it was a total nightmare. Everyone had read my mother's Facebook posts and assumed I was getting married by choice. In the hallways, kids I had never met before approached me to congratulate me. My chemistry instructor approached me and said marriage was a tremendous responsibility, but she was delighted for me. I attempted to explain that it was all a misunderstanding, but nobody believed me. The worst thing was that rumors started spreading about why the wedding was taking place so quickly. By lunchtime, everyone had concluded that I was pregnant, which would explain both the emergency operation and the rushed wedding. Lily caught me crying in the bathroom and brought me to the library, where she had assembled our friend group. She'd started a group chat called Save Emma, and everyone was pitching ideas to stop the wedding. Someone proposed staging a pregnancy scare for Luke to terrify my parents. Another acquaintance wanted to contact Child Protective Services and report the entire situation. I told them none of it would work since my parents would see any involvement as envy, or someone attempting to spoil my happiness. If they suspected that individuals were attempting to halt the wedding, they would most likely move it forward even further. When I arrived home that afternoon, I discovered my mother's old wedding planning notebook in the garage. It was dated when she was 17 and contained magazine cutouts and handwritten notes about her ideal wedding. She had prepared every detail, including the dress, flowers, and first dance song. Then at the bottom of one page she wrote, "Cancelled because of baby," along with the date she discovered she was pregnant with me. Everything finally made sense, even why she was so eager about this wedding. She was living out the youthful wedding fantasies she never had because of me. That evening, over dinner, the venue planner called to discuss the final menu options for the reception. My father handed me the phone, saying I should choose anything I wanted because it was my special day. I purposefully selected the most expensive choice for each course, intending to price them out of this madness. My mother just clapped her hands and stated nothing was too good for her daughter's wedding. The organizer informed my parents that the revised total would be nearly double the initial estimate, but they didn't flinch. Meanwhile, Luke met with his older brother, who was attending law school, to discuss our alternatives. His brother stated that parents could legally consent to a teen marriage, but I could seek emancipation from my parents, or wait until I was 18 to apply for an annulment, claiming coercion. The legalities were convoluted, and we were just two youngsters looking to date like regular teenagers. Later that week, Chloe came into my room and closed the door behind her, appearing serious. She brought out her phone, revealing that she had been covertly recording our parents' chats for days. She showed me a video of our mother talking to someone on the phone about how I needed structure in my life. Mom said that marriage would prevent me from making the same mistakes she did as a teenager. Chloe had been documenting everything so that I may have documentation if needed later. My parents shocked me the next Saturday by unexpectedly driving me to a bridal dress shop. The consultant had previously pulled clothes based on what my mother had told her on the phone. They forced me try on dress after dress while my mother grieved over her baby's wedding. I stood on the platform in a $3,200 outfit, feeling as if I were in a nightmare. Other customers continued to stare at me and whisper to each other. One woman questioned if we belonged to one of those religious groups who marry off their daughters at a young age. The consultant gave me sympathetic looks but said nothing. My mother ultimately chose a dress with far too many sparkles, and a train that stretched endlessly while I stood there feeling numb. We left the store with the dress in a large pink bag and drove home in silence, except for my mother discussing flower arrangements and whether we should serve chicken or fish at the reception. The next morning at school, I was headed to my locker when Lily's mother emerged in the corridor and gently patted my shoulder. She worked as a social worker at the county office, and her sweet voice made you want to tell her everything. She asked if we could speak quietly and brought me to an empty classroom, where she closed the door and sat at one of the desks. I described how my parents thought they were assisting me by organizing this wonderful wedding for the boy who saved my life, and how they truly believed it was the best thing for my future. She listened without interrupting, then took out a business card from her purse. "Coercive control is still control, honey," she remarked quietly as she left me alone in the classroom. After school, Luke picked me up in his beat-up Honda and drove us to the park, where no one would see us unless our parents were watching. He turned off the engine and stared at the steering wheel for a long time before recommending that we simply run away. I reminded him that we had no money and nowhere to go, and I was still dizzy from the surgery when I stood up too quickly. We sat there holding hands and watching children play on the swings, both aware that we were absolutely trapped. 2 days later, while my parents were at work, I went into my father's study to seek for stamps and discovered a stack of opened envelopes buried beneath his tax documents. 3 college acceptance letters with scholarship offers that needed to be returned by next month were sitting there, the edges torn open. Northwestern offered me nearly a full ride to their journalism department, and 2 state institutions had granted me merit scholarships that would cover the majority of my tuition. When my mother arrived home, I showed her the letters, and she merely shrugged, saying they were to keep me from becoming distracted during the wedding planning. That Sunday, we sat in our customary pew at church while Pastor Collins stood at the podium and began discussing how God gave young people free will for a reason. He kept staring at my parents as he explained how forcing youngsters to make adult decisions before they were ready contradicted everything the Bible taught about patience and wisdom. My mother's cheeks became scarlet, and my father's jaw became so rigid that I felt he may fracture a tooth. The entire crowd kept gazing at us and murmuring to one another as Pastor continued to lecture about allowing teenagers to mature at their own speed. After the service, my mother confronted Pastor in the parking lot and informed him that if he ever attacked our family again during a sermon, we would find another church. The next day, a photographer arrived at our house with a bunch of equipment for engagement photos that my parents had booked without informing me. My mother handed me a yellow sundress she had purchased and instructed me to put it on and grin like I meant it. Luke came looking terrible in the button-down shirt his mother had left for him to wear. We stood in the backyard as the photographer positioned us beneath the oak tree and instructed us to appear cheerful and in love. Chloe kept sneaking into the background, forming bunny ears and sticking her tongue out, forcing the photographer to retake each shot. She pretended to pick her nose in one photo and made vulgar hand gestures in another before my father took her inside and punished her for a week. We had barely finished taking shots when a taxi arrived, and my Aunt Julia from Texas stepped out with 2 luggage and marched straight up to the front door. She took one look at me in the sundress, Luke alongside me, and wanted to know why her 18-year-old niece was dressed like a bride. My mother tried to explain that the wedding was a celebration of Luke saving my life, but Julia interrupted her and stated she was living out her failed dreams via me. They began screaming at each other in the living room, and Julia accused my mother of being envious that she had never had her dream wedding when she was younger. My mother's expression changed from astonished to hurt, to outraged in approximately 3 seconds before telling Julia to leave her house. The next morning, Luke's parents arrived for the meeting that my parents had requested, accompanied by their oldest son, a Sacramento lawyer. His mother, Ruth, placed a folder of legal documents on our coffee table and began discussing all of the data about teenage weddings and divorce rates. My father responded by pulling up Luke's Instagram on his phone and showing them images of us at the animal shelter, alleging their son had been secretly pursuing me for months. The tension in the room became so intense that I couldn't breathe. So I fled upstairs to the bathroom, where I discovered Chloe already cowering in the bathtub with her headphones on. We sat together on the hard tile floor while the voices downstairs became increasingly louder. Chloe took out her phone and whispered that she had been recording everything our parents said and saving it to cloud storage in case I needed it later for court or something. When Ruth indicated that my parents were psychologically assaulting me by forcing this wedding, the arguing downstairs escalated into full-on yelling. My mother completely lost it and began screaming that they had produced a predator who targeted young girls for charity work. She threw them out the front door, screaming that Luke had misled and corrupted me. Minutes later, my phone buzzed with a text from Luke, who was sitting in his parents' car, claiming his mother was calling CPS and that everything had gone nuts. The next day at school, Lily recruited 5 other friends and cornered me in the chemistry lab during lunchtime with a complete presentation they had prepared. They had published stories regarding forced marriage and statistics on teen divorce, as well as leaflets from legal help organizations. They encircled me at the lab table, each saying why this wedding was a bad idea and how they might help me get out of it. I started crying so hard that I couldn't see the papers they were showing me. I told them I had no idea how to stop this without killing my entire family and making my parents hate me forever. Lily's mother picked me up from school that afternoon and drove me home in silence, leaving me staring out the window, feeling as if my entire world was falling apart. When I arrived home, my mother was in the kitchen, surrounded by wedding magazines and fabric samples, humming to herself and writing notes in a pink notebook decorated with heart stickers. She smiled at me and began telling me about how she had selected the ideal ivory color for my dress and how the florist had these lovely roses that would go well with it. I mumbled something about needing to use the restroom and headed upstairs, where I discovered her bag open on the dresser. Something prompted me to look inside, and I saw the prescription bottle for her anxiety medicine nestled beneath a stack of wedding preparation books. The bottle was totally full, despite the fact that the label indicated it had been replenished 3 weeks previously. My hands began to shake as I realized she had not been taking her pills at all. And suddenly her frantic excitement over this wedding made terrible sense. I heard a car pull up outside and looked out the window to see a woman in a gray suit exit with a clipboard and an official-looking credential. My stomach fell as she stepped up to our front door and rang the doorbell, leaving me transfixed at the top of the stairs, listening to my mother answer it in her fake pleasant voice. The woman presented herself as a representative from Child Protective Services and stated that they had received a complaint of concerns about a juvenile in the family. My father emerged from his office, and both my parents began talking at once about how this must be a terrible misunderstanding. They invited the investigator into the living room, and my mother quickly pulled out her phone to show texts she said I had sent about being thrilled for the wedding. She showed the woman newspaper articles about Luke saving my life, as well as the surgeon's thank you message praising my lover as a hero. The investigator nodded and took notes as my parents built an image of appreciative parents attempting to support their daughter's connection with a lad who had saved her life. Everything appeared to be going their way until Chloe walked downstairs and paused at the doorway. She stared at the investigator, then at our parents, and back at the investigator before saying the two words that altered everything. The investigator's head jumped up, and she requested Chloe to repeat what she had said. My parents attempted to intervene, but the woman raised her hand and requested to meet with me quietly. My mother's face became white when the investigator followed me up to my room and closed the door behind us. She sat on my desk chair, and I perched on the edge of my bed, my surgical wound hurting from stress. She questioned me directly about the wedding and whether I wanted to marry. I continued looking at my hands, torn between stating the truth and protecting my parents, who I knew loved me even when they were mad. I told her they were simply overwhelmed with appreciation for Luke, and may have gotten carried away with wanting to thank him. She documented everything and requested to see my surgery scar, which was still red and inflamed. She photographed it and stated that she would need to follow up in a week to ensure that I was healing properly and to monitor the problem. After she left, my parents were unusually silent at supper, passing dishes without making eye contact. The next morning, they both went early for work, and Pastor Collins arrived about 10, finding me on the porch swing, trying to read but mostly staring at nothing. He sat down next to me and stated that he had been counseling couples for 20 years, but had never seen anything like this before. He stated he may refuse to perform the wedding on religious grounds because I was still a juvenile and hadn't gone through premarital counseling. But he warned that if my parents were desperate enough, they could find someone else who wouldn't ask too many questions and even drive to Vegas. Days later, with only 10 days till the scheduled wedding, I was looking for my calculus textbook in my mother's car when I came across a folder labeled Emma's Future. Inside were emails she'd been sending to all of my professors, explaining that I'd be switching to online education after my wedding so I could focus on becoming a wife. My hands felt numb as I read her promises about finishing my final year from home while adjusting to married life. The next morning, my principal summoned me to his office and handed me the emails my mother had sent. He leaned forward with genuine worry in his eyes, saying he could intercede if I asked him to, and that the school had resources to assist students in difficult family situations. I opened my mouth to say yes, ask for assistance or declare everything was nuts, but nothing came out. I just sat there transfixed, unable to reject the parents who had reared me, even if they were ruining my future. Aunt Julia arrived that evening when my mother was at her reading group and confronted my father in the garage, where he was pretending to organize his equipment. I could hear them through the door as she informed him she knew about Mom's bipolar diagnosis from when they were younger, which my parents had kept secret from us all our lives. She said if they didn't postpone the wedding right away, she'd tell me and Chloe about Mom's history of manic episodes and hospitalizations. My father's voice trembled as he begged her not to say anything, claiming Diane was delicate right now and that this wedding was the only thing keeping her stable and joyful. 2 days later, Chloe discovered me in the bathroom at 2 a.m., fully dressed and sitting under the chilly shower spray, tears streaming down my cheeks. She didn't say anything at first, just slipped up beside me in her pajamas and grabbed my hand. I finally stated that I'd been suffering panic attacks since the surgery, waking up gasping for air and not knowing whether it was trauma from nearly dying or dread about this wedding that was truly happening. We sat there in the chilly water till our fingers became purple and our teeth chattered, both of us unsure what to say. Meanwhile, Luke had begun missing his morning courses to sit in the public library, surrounded by law texts on emancipation and minor rights. The librarian, an elderly woman with sympathetic eyes, took notice of his stack of legal literature and gently sat down next to him. She stated that her daughter had gone through a similar experience with controlling parents and gave him a business card for a family law attorney who worked pro bono for teens in crisis situations. That night, while serving pasta, my mother slammed a manila folder on the table in front of me. Inside were my college acceptance letters, which I had concealed in my closet. Letters from colleges to which I had discreetly applied using the address of the school counselor. She waved them in my face, yelling that I had always planned to forsake them, that I was selfish and ungrateful for everything they had done for me. My father supported her, stating that college could wait until after I was married, and that a good woman prioritized her family over her work. The area where they had removed my appendix began throbbing and burning, as if it were about to break open due to the stress. I dashed over to Lily's place after dinner, and her mother took one glance at my wrists, where my mother had seized me during her scream, and instantly pulled out her camera. She documented every bruise and red mark while emphasizing that she was a mandated reporter and that physical control paired with forced marriage constituted abuse, regardless of my parents' stated intentions. She filed the report that night as I sat in their kitchen drinking tea with trembling hands, knowing that in 8 days, my parents wanted me to go down wedding aisle in a white dress and swear to follow a boy I'd only kissed 3 times. The next morning, Luke picked me up 2 blocks from my house, while my parents assumed I was at a follow-up doctor's visit. We traveled to a small downtown law office, where Karen Walsh greeted us with coffee and a stack of papers that made my stomach drop. She described my 3 alternatives while I sat there, feeling like I was about to vomit again. Emancipation would take months and would require proof that I could support myself financially, which was impossible given that I couldn't even work yet due to my surgery. Refusing to attend the real ceremony would disgrace my parents in front of everyone they had invited, but it would not deter them from trying again. Running away until I was 18 meant losing my health insurance, just when I needed it most for post-surgery care and meds. I left that meeting feeling even more constrained than before, but Luke grabbed my hand and swore we'd sort it out together. Days later, the wedding gown came for final changes at the store my mother had chosen. The seamstress was pinning the hem when I abruptly jumped up and said that I was canceling the wedding entirely. My mother's face turned white before she gasped for oxygen and collapsed straight on the store floor. The staff contacted 911 while I crouched alongside her, gripping my hand so hard it hurt and gasping, "Don't leave me," repeatedly. I rode in the ambulance with her, holding her hand as the paramedics administered oxygen and checked her vitals. At the hospital, they stabilized her and brought her to a private room, where I sat in the corner. I overheard the doctor speak to my father in the corridor about her bipolar medication and how she hadn't been taking it correctly. They considered placing her on an involuntary mental hold if she continued to refuse treatment, but my father asked them to wait. He informed them that arranging the wedding was therapeutic for her, which made me want to scream. Luke came to see me in the hospital cafeteria while my mother was sedated upstairs. We sat at a corner table, drinking horrible coffee and debating if we should just break up publicly to end everything, but we both knew it would most likely push my mother over the brink, and neither of us wanted that on our conscience. He softly stated that we were stuck by their mental sickness, and I couldn't disagree with him about it. The next day, Chloe came to my room and showed me her phone, which included thousands of comments on a Reddit topic. She'd been tweeting about our issue anonymously for days, and it had gone fully viral, with people offering help and sharing their own stories. She showed me messages from journalists asking to interview us, but I told her not to respond to any of them. The next morning, my mother returned home from the hospital, determined as ever to plan the wedding. She began calling all of the vendors, insisting that they move things forward by 2 days, since she did not want to risk anything else happening. When I tried to resist, she took my phone and laptop and locked me inside my room. She said it was for my own good until the ceremony, and I'd thank her someday for keeping me safe from myself. Chloe was able to slide my phone back through the heating vent between our rooms that night. I quickly texted Luke, Lily, and the social worker at the hospital who had given me her card. Lily's mother instructed me, through Lily, to call 911 if I was being kept against my will, but I couldn't do so with my already unstable mother. The next morning, Pastor Collins arrived for what my mother called necessary premarital counseling. He discovered me confined in my room and ordered that my mother get me out immediately, or he would contact the authorities himself. She eventually unlocked the door, but then sat right next to me for the whole session, interrupting me whenever I tried to say anything. The pastor continued to write notes while observing my mother's conduct, and I could tell he was meticulously documenting everything. 4 days before the wedding, my aunt returned, but this time with backup. My mother's estranged sister Helen was there, as was my grandmother, whom I hadn't seen in 5 years. The living room became a battlefield as decades of ancient fights erupted all at once. Helen abruptly disclosed that my mother had been hospitalized for postpartum psychosis after I was born, which no one had ever told me. My mother began yelling that Helen was lying, while my father attempted to calm everyone down, and my grandmother simply sat there crying. During the hubbub, Chloe grabbed my arm and pushed me towards the rear entrance. We dashed to Lily's house, where her mother was already waiting with Karen, the attorney from earlier. Karen had emergency papers for a temporary restraining order scattered across their kitchen table. My hands shook so terribly that I could scarcely hold the pen as I signed my name, knowing that this would end my relationship with my parents forever. Lily's mother arranged blankets on their couch, but I couldn't close my eyes without recalling my mother's contorted expression from earlier. Around midnight, I gave up on sleeping and sat by the window, watching the street outside while my phone buzzed on the coffee table. My mother's missed calls continued to soar above 30, then 40, with each message becoming more furious and threatening until I eventually flipped the phone face down. At 3 a.m., a familiar automobile crept down the street, moving so slowly that the headlights hardly moved against the walls. My father's sedan drove past Lily's house once, twice, and 3 times before stopping 2 houses down with the motor running. I watched him sit there for 20 minutes, staring at Lily's front door, when my phone lit up with a text that chilled my hands. My father sent me a message saying my mother was talking about injuring herself and I needed to come home right away. I was still staring at those lines when the automobile made its 4th pass and came to a stop directly in front of the home. Blue and red lights flashed over the room as 2 police cars approached my father's sedan. At 3:30 in the morning, the doorbell rang, and Lily's mother went downstairs in her bathrobe, leaving me pressed against the wall, straining to hear what was going on. The officers explained that my parents had reported me as a runaway, and they needed to make sure I was secure. Lily's mother tried to show them the restraining order paperwork Karen had made, but one of the officers shook his head and claimed it hadn't been filed with the court yet, therefore it was invalid. My parents stood behind the police looking completely calm and anxious, like any worried parent would. My mother had even changed into regular clothes and adjusted her cosmetics, making her appear entirely normal after hours of yelling. The officer said that I could either come home freely, or they would have to conduct a further investigation, which could include charging my parents with false imprisonment if I claimed they were holding me against my will. Lily's mother claimed that I was 17 and should have some say in where I stayed, but the cops insisted that without filed papers, I remained a child in my parents' custody. My father went forward and assured me that they only wanted me to return home safely, and that everything was okay. My mother's tear-filled nod suggested that they were the victims of a rebellious teenager. I realized that fighting would exacerbate the situation and could land Lily's family in trouble. So I grabbed my belongings and accompanied my parents to the car, as Lily observed from her bedroom window. The journey home was entirely peaceful, save for my mother humming wedding songs under her breath as if nothing had happened. When we arrived into our driveway, I realized why she was so calm. Our entire backyard had been converted into a wedding site, with white chairs lined up in neat rows facing an archway draped in fake flowers. Catering tables surrounded the side of the house, while strings of lights formed a canopy over the dance floor. My mother guided me through the arrangement, describing where the photographer would stand and how the guests would enter via the side gate. She pointed out the specific chair decorations for family members and the location for the cake table, as if we were organizing a regular party rather than a forced wedding between teenagers. My father drew me into the kitchen while she continued to change floral arrangements, and his hands shook as he held my shoulders. He asked me to just go through with the ceremony to keep my mother stable, stating that she had been preparing constantly for 3 days without sleep, and that he was afraid of what she would do if we canceled. Now, he gave me receipts for everything she'd already paid for, including the catering deposit and DJ, and told me we'd lose thousands of dollars if we pulled out. The next morning, Luke arrived with his parents and older brother, who had driven down from law school. They all sat in our living room, with my mother serving coffee and cookies as if this were a usual family gathering. Luke's brother pulled out legal documents and proposed a compromise in which we would hold a commitment ceremony that resembled a wedding but had no legal ramifications. He said that it would be similar to a promise ring ceremony, allowing my mother to have her celebration while keeping both of us from actually getting married. My mother's face went through 10 different looks before she agreed, but she asked we not tell any of the guests it wasn't real. She had us all swear to act like it was a real wedding so she wouldn't feel ashamed in front of her relatives and friends. Karen called that afternoon to tell me she'd filed for an emergency custody hearing, claiming I needed a guardian appointed by the court owing to my parents' mental health issues. The hearing was scheduled for Monday, the day following my mother's planned ceremony for Sunday. Karen claimed that if I could only make it through the weekend, the court would probably intervene and take me from the house. 2 days felt like the longest span in the world, but it was also the last hope I had. Friday night was the rehearsal dinner at a restaurant that my mother had entirely hired out. Extended relatives had driven in from 3 different states, and everyone sat around tables adorned with white roses and baby breath. My aunt, who had always been wary of my mother's conduct, rose up to make a toast, and I could feel my mother tense up immediately. Instead of wishing us well, my aunt informed all 40 guests that this was a bogus wedding between minors, organized by a mentally ill mother who required psychiatric care. The room erupted into commotion, with half of the family shrieking at my aunt and the other half agreeing with her. My mother rose up and screamed that everyone was attempting to ruin her wonderful moment, before grabbing a wine glass and throwing it at the wall. She kept throwing plates and glasses while sobbing, claiming that no one knew how much she loved me and wanted me to be happy. My father and 2 uncles had to physically restrain her and carry her outside to the car while she yelled threats at everyone who had betrayed her. Back at home, my father eventually broke down and acknowledged that he had been tolerating my mother's illness for years because he was afraid of her suicide attempts. He took out a notepad from his desk drawer and gave me pages of documentation on her manic episodes dating back to when I was 5 years old. Each entry detailed how her breakdowns were caused by routine milestones such as starting kindergarten, getting my first period, or turning 16. He'd been watching the pattern but had never gotten her help since she threatened suicide every time he proposed therapy or medicine. The journal contained dates and descriptions of her threatening to drive off bridges or take drugs if he did not agree to anything she wanted. Later that night, Chloe entered my room, brandishing scissors from the kitchen drawer. She sat on my bed and proposed that we cut all of my hair off to make me look too terrible for wedding photos, so Mom would cancel. We both began laughing despite our tears, knowing that nothing would stop her at this point. She'd probably simply get me a wig and pretend everything was all right. Chloe grabbed my hand and stated she was worried about what would happen to her if I went, because Mom would need a new project to worry about. Early on Sunday morning, before anybody else was up, the pastor knocked on my bedroom door. He sat in my desk chair and informed me that he had spoken with Karen about the custody hearing, and would testify about all he had witnessed. He also stated that if I gave him any signal during the ceremony, such as dropping my bouquet or stating the wrong name, he would object and interrupt the proceedings. He'd already planned a speech about how the marriage could not be blessed by God, because it was coerced and included children. I awoke 2 hours later to find my mother sitting on my bed, holding the laminated dating contract she had made me sign when I was 14. She had scissors in her hand and was cutting it into little bits that dropped like confetti on my comforter. She gave me a twisted smile and said she was wrong to restrict me with rules and contracts, because this wedding shown she trusted me to make adult decisions now. The doorbell rang, and my mother sprang up to answer it while I sat there staring at the fragments of my old contract scattered about my bed. Lily entered my room with a bridesmaid dress in one hand and a backpack in the other, which she deposited behind my dresser, with a look that told it all. My cousins, who were meant to be the other bridesmaids, stood in my doorway, muttering about whether they should even be present for this bizarre wedding. Chloe had her phone out, texting everyone about how to prevent this situation from occurring, while pretending to take selfies in her outfit. My mother returned, lugging a massive white bridal gown that resembled something out of a fairy tale, and instructed me to begin preparing because guests would come in 2 hours. I stood up to remove the dress and noticed something wet on my stomach where my surgery scar was supposed to heal. When I lifted my shirt, blood was leaking through the bandage, and the wound had split open about an inch due to stress. I showed my mother, hoping that would finally convince her to cancel everything, but she just grabbed some cosmetics and fashion tape from the bathroom. She put the tape over the bloodied bandage and applied concealer, assuring me that nothing could ruin this wonderful day. My phone flashed with a text from Luke, informing me that his parents had phoned reporters and that press vans were already outside the venue, but my mother had no idea. Chloe had uploaded the entire tale on Reddit last night, and now legitimate news teams wanted to cover the forced teen wedding. The doorbell rang again, and Dr. Patel walked in, still dressed in hospital scrubs and looking quite disturbed. She had heard from other doctors at the hospital about what was going on, and came to check on me because I was only a week out from major surgery. She took one glance at the blood pouring through my clothing, and brought me to the bathroom to assess the reopened wound. Her hands shook as she treated the wound, and she informed me that I was medically unsuited for any stress at this time. She threatened to call an ambulance if my parents forced me to go through with this event. My mother overheard her conversation and stormed into the bathroom, yelling that everyone was attempting to ruin my happiness. She grabbed my arm and began leading me toward the backyard, where they had set up all of the chairs and decorations. My father finally stepped in and grabbed my mother's shoulders, preventing her from pulling me outside. She began punching him and yelling that everyone was attempting to destroy our family while guests looked through the windows. Someone must have phoned 911, since 3 police cars arrived and officers ran into our property. Guests scattered in all directions as the cops separated my parents and attempted to figure out what was going on. The paramedics who arrived with them took one glance at my mother and began questioning her about her mental state. She begged me to assure them she was all right, but I stood there too tired to say anything else. They took her in an ambulance for a psychiatric examination while she wailed about wanting to give me everything she never had. I saw the bridal arch standing empty in our garden, with flowers dying in the midday light. My mother couldn't distinguish the difference between her own youthful fantasies and what I truly want for my life. Later that evening, my aunt arrived and began sending visitors home while contacting vendors to cancel everything. She took out her phone and showed me movies she had been recording of my mother's conduct for months. She stated that my mother had episodes like this before I was born, and the family had been coping with her issues for years. Karen, a social worker, arrived with emergency custody documents, which designated my aunt as my temporary guardian. My hands shook as I signed the paperwork, and my surgery site throbbed with each movement. Luke grasped my other hand as I realized I couldn't legally live in my own home anymore. My father sat at the kitchen table, ultimately breaking down in tears about how he had remortgaged our property to pay for this wedding. He said my mother had been spending money they didn't have on insane ideas for years, and we were now absolutely broke. He admitted that he needed help as well, because he had been encouraging her illness rather than providing her with proper care. The next 3 days were a haze of packing boxes and signing paperwork. While my Aunt Karen handled all of the legal paperwork with CPS, she drove me to my first therapy visit in the little downtown office building where the therapist hung images of mountains on every wall. I sat on her brown leather couch for the first 20 minutes, unable to form words because everything seemed too vast to express. The therapist simply handed me tissues and waited as I stared at my hands, trying to understand how love could develop into something so twisted. Chloe arrived at Karen's rental property that afternoon with 2 suitcases and a plush elephant from when she was 5. We moved the twin beds together in the guest room, and she crawled in next to me the first night, just like we used to do during thunderstorms. She informed me she had been seeing a counselor at school for 6 months because she sensed something was wrong with our family but didn't know what to do. Days later, Luke picked me up for our first real date, where we didn't have to lie or sneak around. We went to a pizza establishment near his school and then watched an action movie. But halfway through I realized we had no idea what to talk about unless a catastrophe occurred. We sat in his car later and decided to start anew and get to know one another like normal people. The custody hearing took place 2 weeks later in a massive courtroom that smelled like old carpet and coffee. Pastor Collins testified about my parents' troubling behavior at church and how they had separated our family from regular activities. Dr. Patel reviewed my medical records and highlighted how near I had been to death due to the ruptured appendix. Lily's mother recounted finding me crying at their house several times over my parents' rules. Everyone in the courtroom fell silent as they saw blood oozing through my bridal dress, which my mother had only concealed with cosmetics and tape. What was going in her mind to make her believe that was okay? Karen presented all of the evidence, including covert recordings of our mother's meltdowns that Chloe had made on her phone. My mother sat at the opposite table, appearing smaller than I'd ever seen her in a gray clothing I didn't know. When it was her turn, she stood up and revealed that she had bipolar disorder and had stopped taking her medication 2 years before. She stated arranging my wedding seemed like the most love she'd ever showed me, even though she now realizes how wrong she was. The judge listened to everything and concluded that while mental illness may explain behavior, it does not excuse endangering children. He signed the paperwork, designating Karen as our legal guardian, right there in the courtroom. 2 weeks later, I returned to school, and everyone stared at me in the hallways, as if I were a celebrity or a victim. Some kids wanted to take selfies with me after seeing the Reddit thread that went viral. Others murmured behind their hands or gave me pitying looks, making me want to hide in the restroom. I concentrated on catching up on all of the assignments I had missed, while my teachers repeatedly asked if I needed extensions or counseling. My AP classes were a catastrophe, and I had 3 weeks to improve my grades before the college application deadline. Karen brought me back to my old residence on a Saturday morning to grab my clothes and school supplies because we knew my parents would be at therapy appointments. The wedding arch was still in the garden, covered in dead flowers and bird droppings. Except for the 3 holes my mother had punched in the wall next to my bed, my room appeared to be unchanged. We packed everything into boxes, and I tried not to look at the family portraits that remained in the hallway. Lily picked me up the next day and declared that we were having a typical teenage girl day, with no mention of parents, court, or trauma. We had our nails done in bright pink and ate far too much ice cream at the mall food court. At the movie theater, we ran into some students who kept staring but didn't say anything about the tale everyone had read online. For 3 hours, I remembered what it was like to be 17 and worry about simple things like whether my nail polish matched my dress. A month later, my father's therapist phoned Karen and asked if I might attend a family session with him. I sat in that beige office as my father grieved, saying he had failed me by prioritizing my mother's stability over my own. He stated that he was afraid of her getting worse if he challenged her, but it made him accountable for what transpired. I couldn't forgive him yet, but I told him I was glad he was finally accepting responsibility. That same week, the admissions office at Berkeley sent me an email requesting a statement on my familial circumstances. My hands shook as I read it, fearing they would reject me due to the disarray. Instead, they offered me a grant specifically for students surviving familial trauma and stated that they had support resources available if I needed them. Karen assisted me in writing a response that explained everything, and I cried with relief that my future wasn't utterly lost. About a month later, Luke's parents contacted Karen's house and asked if I may join them for dinner that weekend. I sat in their living room, feeling strange about being there after what had happened with CPS. His mother brought out a large plate of handmade lasagna, and his father kept refilling my water glass every time I took a sip. They both immediately began talking about how sorry they were for phoning CPS, without first consulting with me. His mother grabbed my hand and stated their house was always open if I needed a secure place to go. The following week, Chloe and I attended to a support group Karen had located for children whose parents had mental health issues. We sat in metal folding chairs in a church basement, listening to other teenagers discuss their mother's bipolar episodes and father's schizophrenia. One girl described her mother organizing her 16th birthday party 12 times, and it made me cry because it sounded exactly like Diane. Chloe sat there with her arms crossed till this boy mentioned being angry at his elder sister for not sheltering him from their father's mood swings. She finally looked at me and said she was upset because I didn't realize how bad our family was until it was too late. After the meeting, we sat in my car for 2 hours while she told me about all the times she had hidden in her closet while our parents argued. Days later, a hefty letter arrived at Karen's residence, bearing the return address of my parents' lawyer. Inside was a 10-page letter from Diane, written in her tiny handwriting, that alternated between apologizing and explaining why she had done everything. She said that she and Mark were planned a butterfly-themed vow renewal ceremony next spring, with genuine monarch butterflies to be released. That same afternoon, the lawyer called to inform me that my parents had filed for bankruptcy due to all of the wedding debt and Diane's credit card debts. He said my education fund was depleted, but Karen had already launched a GoFundMe campaign, which raised $12,000 in 3 days from individuals who had been following my story online. Complete strangers were sending $20 and $50 donations, along with remarks about how brave I was for revealing everything. Graduation day arrived faster than I had anticipated, and I was adjusting my cap in the bathroom mirror when Lily texted that my parents were in the theater. Security guards were already approaching them, but I walked over and informed them everything was fine, since I realized I could manage being in the same room with them now. Diane cried throughout the ceremony, as Mark held her hand and kept bringing her tissues from his jacket pocket. After they called my name and I walked across the stage, Diane rose up and clapped so loudly that everyone turned to look at her. When the ceremony was over, she proceeded toward me with Mark directly behind her, seeming apprehensive and protective at the same time. She looked different with shorter hair and matching clothes, as opposed to the random colorful colors she typically wore. She handed me a card with a $500 check inside, and claimed she was feeling better after taking her new prescription correctly. I accepted the card and nodded, but I made no promises to contact or visit because I wasn't ready yet. The next day, Pastor called Karen's residence and asked if he could do a special blessing ceremony for my future, as the wedding blessing had never occurred. We met at the church on a Tuesday evening, with Karen, Chloe, Lily, and even Luke's entire family in the front pews. He spoke of travels, healing, and new beginnings while sprinkling holy water on my head, and it seemed like my genuine wedding. Luke and I sat in his car later, discussing what would happen when I departed for Berkeley in 2 months. We both knew that the pain of everything had brought us together, but we wanted to figure out if there was anything genuine beneath it all. We decided to attempt long distance, without making any huge vows about forever since we'd had enough of being compelled to commit. I had to testify in the state capitol regarding adolescent marriage laws and parental consent requirements a week before leaving for college. I sat at this big table, a microphone in front of me, telling a room full of politicians about the wedding dress, the location, and the surgery. 3 different representatives stated that they would introduce measures requiring therapy before parents could consent to their minor children's marriage. Moving day eventually arrived, and Karen put my belongings into her SUV as Chloe moaned about having to drive 4 hours to Berkeley and back. We drove by my former house, which had a for sale sign in the front yard with a sold sticker on it. Diane was standing in the living room window, watching the street, and our gazes connected for a split second before Karen turned the corner. The rest of the drive was silent, with the exception of Chloe playing phone games and Karen checking on me through the mirror every few minutes. When we arrived at my dorm, Berkeley's campus appeared vast, and I watched other families unload cars full of matching bedding sets and brand new mini fridges. My belongings fit in 3 cartons and 1 suitcase, but Karen helped me bring everything up to the 3rd story, where my roommate was already unpacking. She looked up from arranging photos on her desk and her eyes widened. "Wait, are you the girl from that Reddit post about the forced wedding?" I agreed and braced myself for criticism, but she sat on her bed and told me about her own mother, who had tried to force her to marry her cousin back in Pakistan. We sat up until 3 a.m., swapping stories about strange families, and I discovered I wasn't the only one with insane parents. Weeks later, I attended my first genuine college party, where no one knew anything about my past other than what I chose to tell them. When a guy asked about my family while we were playing beer pong, I just shrugged and stated it was complicated without having to describe the entire situation. The independence of not owing anyone my trauma felt better than I could have imagined. I plunged myself into classes and gained friends who recognized me as Emma, not the girl whose parents sought to compel her to marry. Chloe contacted me months into freshman year, crying so hard that I couldn't understand what she was saying. Mom got pregnant again at 43, having gone off her pills during another manic episode, in which she believed medication was harming her body. I felt the usual need to drop everything and go home to help, but I stayed in my dorm room and talked Chloe through it on the phone instead. She was primarily doing it on her own, as Dad had moved into an apartment after confessing he couldn't handle it anymore. Chloe's decision to save all of those recordings on her phone demonstrates thoughtful forethought. I wonder how long she had been documenting their mother's conduct before anybody else noticed. The manner she prepared evidence leads me to believe she comprehended the problem long before Emma. When autumn break arrived, Luke drove up from Los Angeles, where he was having a gap year working at his uncle's auto shop. We walked across campus holding hands like normal college students, and he handed me his acceptance letter to Cal Poly for the spring semester. He kissed me farewell at the airport, and we both realized we were not the same kids who had crept about Riverside. We didn't talk about the almost wedding or make any commitments for the future since we were finally allowed to be 19 and unsure. The divorce papers arrived by certified mail just before Thanksgiving, along with a message from my father's lawyer explaining that Mark had been in therapy for 6 months. It turns out he never wanted the wedding either, but he couldn't stand up to Diane when she was having one of her episodes. The marriage that was supposed to be mine was ending for them instead, and I giggled alone in my dorm room at how twisted everything had become. Winter break arrived, and Karen took me up to stay at her house rather than return to Riverside. We baked sugar cookies and watched Christmas movies, and Julia eventually admitted to me that she had sensed something was wrong for many years, but Diane was continuously threatening to harm herself if anyone interfered. "I should have called CPS anyway," she remarked as we decorated a gingerbread home. I assured her that we all did our best with what we knew. After New Year's, I began writing about all that had happened on a blog that I estimated just 10 people would read. The first piece about spotting familial dysfunction received 50,000 shares in 2 days, and my inbox was full of letters from youngsters in similar situations. I unintentionally became someone who assisted other youngsters in escaping their own familial crises. In February, Chloe informed me that she had submitted her Berkeley early admission application, which included an essay about perseverance and survival. She wanted the same fresh start as I had, and she assured she was already saving money from her target job for the relocation. I assisted her with scholarship applications and SAT preparation via video conferences, being the protective big sister I couldn't be when we were both drowning. The spring semester rushed quickly, with finals and plans for sophomore year, when I would finally declare my psychology major. 1 year after the wedding that never happened, a Facebook message appeared from an account I didn't recognize. Diane, posting from a new profile, said she was fine, taking her medicine, and working part-time at a craft store. She did not request to see me or beg for forgiveness. She just wanted me to know she was striving to get better. I stared at the message for an hour before shutting it and not responding. But I didn't block her either, since maybe one day I'll be ready to hear more. Now I'm here in my dorm room, doing my final thesis on family systems and mental health while running my finger over the thin scar on my tummy that started it all. My phone is constantly buzzing with typical 19-year-old activity, such as Luke sending idiotic memes from his dorm, Chloe inquiring about twin XL linens for next year, and Lily sharing party pics from USC. This is the life my parents sought to shield me from, believing they were shielding me from wrong decisions and tragedy. Instead, They nearly killed me with their protection, and I had to save myself from their rescue. I closed my laptop and grabbed my backpack for study group, going across campus in the California sunshine toward a future I'm finally selecting for myself, one typical adolescent step at a time. I really appreciated discussing all of these issues with you today. I love just pondering about everything together. I blamed my husband after he punched my sister at her baby shower. Minutes later, 52 guests, and I realized a shocking truth that made me thank him. My husband approached my 8-month pregnant sister at her baby shower and punched her in the stomach. She folded in half and collapsed backward into the present table, causing 52 guests to shriek. I threw him backward, yelling, "What is wrong with you?" while my mother called 911, wailing over an assault on a pregnant woman. My father and brothers pinned my husband against the wall, and I hit his chest, calling him a psychopath, while my sister lay on the floor, holding her tummy and crying because something was wrong. Her lover was looking for blood, and everyone was shooting while my grandmother was experiencing chest pains from the shock. My aunts grabbed their children and fled, while I dropped below my sister, trying to feel the baby kick, but she kept slapping my hands away, crying, "Don't touch it. It hurts too much." The neighbor, who was a midwife, tried to assist, but my sister curled into a ball, pleading not to touch her stomach. My uncle was on the phone with his lawyer, telling him we needed to bring charges for attempted murder of an unborn child, while my sister's mother-in-law fell and had to be placed on the couch. My sister wrapped her arms about her tummy so tightly that no one could get close, crying because she knew something was wrong inside. "Look at her stomach where I hit her," my husband cried as he struggled against the men who held him. And I wanted to murder him until I saw it. My sister had a huge dent in her stomach that wouldn't heal. That's memory foam under her dress, not a baby, and I can prove everything she's been doing. I approached my sister before she could stop me and felt around the dent. My hands got numb from pressing on the foam borders and Velcro straps where my nephew should have been. She's been buying different-sized fake bellies online to fake the advancement, taking ultrasound photographs from pregnancy forums and photoshopping her name on them, and cheating everyone out of $32,000 in medical bills for appointments that never happened because I checked with every OB in town. I kept pressing on the damaged foam as my sister tried to push me away, and everyone began groping at her tummy, discovering more straps and padding beneath. I followed her after she stated she had an OB checkup yesterday. She went to a pub and drank for 2 hours before buying 3 additional fake bellies at a costume shop downtown. My sister was crying and shouting at him to stop, but he didn't listen. My grandmother appeared as if she was ready to faint. My husband showed us her laptop after she had left it at our house. Search history for realistic pregnancy bellies, how to fake morning sickness, pregnancy symptoms by week, and what to say at a baby shower. "But here's why I had to stop this today," my husband explained as he struggled against my brother's grip, sweat running down his cheeks. "I saw her in the hospital last week following a teenage patient around the maternity ward, and surveillance tape shows she has been attending the teen pregnancy support group for 2 months while pretending to be pregnant." My mother was sobbing as my husband showed us pictures from hospital cameras of my sister trailing behind a young pregnant girl who was constantly alone, sitting next to her in the cafeteria, and walking her to her car. She befriended this girl who has no family, discovered she's being induced tomorrow morning at 5 a.m., and yesterday purchased a car seat and nursing scrubs while reviewing tomorrow's shift schedules to identify the window when the nurses change shifts. My sister had informed everyone she was giving birth at a non-existent birthing center, intending to leave tonight and return the next day with a stolen child she'd claim was her own. She'd even tried fabricating birth papers and purchased a breast pump and formula to make feeding the stolen baby appear legitimate. In addition, she had been taking hormones to stimulate lactation. The foam belly turned entirely sideways, and my mother ripped off my sister's dress, revealing the entire prosthetic device tied around her waist. Everyone was yelling, and my sister's boyfriend backed away from her as she searched for an escape like a trapped animal. My cousin was on the phone with police, explaining the fraud and planned kidnapping, while my aunts calculated how much money they had given her for bogus medical bills. "You ruined everything," my sister yelled at my husband, taking off the false belly and tossing it at his feet. "That teenager's a drug addict who doesn't deserve a baby, and I would have given it a perfect life." She headed for the door, but my father and brothers blocked her route, forming a wall. I watched my sister's face shift into something I hadn't seen before in 33 years of knowing her, as if a mask had finally fallen off. And none of us were prepared for how far she would go to accomplish what she desired. She broke away from my father's clutches and went straight at my husband, her nails extended like claws. My brothers snatched her in midair and pushed her down on the living room carpet. She was kicking, and shouting that we had ruined her beautiful idea, and the false belly lay there damaged and twisted. My husband continued to call for everyone to listen to the hospital tape while my sister thrashed on the floor. My cousin had contacted the police 5 minutes ago, so the sirens were already getting closer. My sister's boyfriend stood paralyzed behind the couch, staring at the foam prosthetic as if his brain was unable to process it. 2 police cars showed up, and officers stormed through our front door, as my sister attempted to crawl to the back exit. My cousin gave them her phone, which contained all of the screenshots my husband had emailed of the purchases and hospital security footage. The officers stared at the false tummy on the floor, before turning their attention to my sister, who was still fighting my brothers. They took out handcuffs while she cried that the teenage girl didn't deserve her baby. She alternated between weeping about how we had betrayed her and threatening what she would do when she got out. The cops read her rights as they dragged her to the police car, with all of the neighbors watching. My grandmother was gripping her chest on the couch, and my aunts were fanning her with napkins from the present table. The investigator who arrived stated that they needed to contact the hospital immediately regarding the teenage patient. My husband provided them Maya Flora's name, and they immediately called in to ensure her safety. Within an hour, the hospital had transferred her to a guarded floor with guards stationed outside her door. They obtained an emergency protective order from a judge that same night to keep my sister away. According to the security footage, the investigator stated that my sister had been following this girl for 2 months. But then another cop approached my husband and told him he was being arrested for assault. Everyone began yelling that he was defending a baby from being taken, but the police responded that attack is assault. My spouse hid his hands behind his back while I searched our checkbook for bail money. He spent the entire night in a holding cell while I contacted every lawyer in our phone book. Nobody wanted to take on this bizarre case until I found one who agreed to meet us in the morning. I did not sleep at all, and arrived at the courts at 5 a.m., with $5,500 in cash for bail. After reviewing all of the evidence, the lawyer concluded that my husband did, in fact, save the baby from being abducted. He believed we could have the charges lowered to a misdemeanor, but my husband would still face some penalty. While we were at the courthouse, my sister's boyfriend arrived at our home, utterly wrecked. He continued wondering how long she'd been lying because he had painted the entire nursery yellow last month. He told his entire family they were having a kid and purchased a $2,200 crib. I showed him her laptop, which included her search history from over a year of fake pregnancy research. He threw up in our bathroom when he discovered she had been taking hormones to cause her breasts to leak milk. My mother contacted me crying since Channel 8 had already broadcast the news of the attempted kidnapping. Our last name was all over the evening news, and she couldn't leave the house without being questioned by reporters. The grocery store clerk inquired whether she was the mother of the lady who attempted to take a baby. Dad had to take time from work since his co-workers were gazing and whispering in the break room. The detective called and requested me to accompany them while they searched my sister's apartment for additional evidence. We discovered 3 notebooks full with information about Maya Flores and her daily routine at the hospital. She had jotted down what the girl ate for lunch and which bathroom she used the most. My sister took shots of Maya walking to her car from across the parking lot. She had spent months studying this unfortunate child, as if she were organizing a military operation. The detective discovered receipts for the nurse scrubs and a forged hospital ID badge she had ordered online. During our investigation, I discovered credit card statements with my name on them that I had never opened. My sister had exploited my social security information to open 3 credit cards and max them out. She'd done the same thing with our mother for an additional $25,000 in bogus charges. The detective stated that identity theft charges would be added to those she was already facing. We had to submit police reports and freeze our credit as everything else was falling apart. 3 days later, Maya Flores went into labor and delivered a healthy baby girl in the hospital. Security guards stayed outside her room the entire time, and Sofia Morales from Social Services was also present. My sister was correct in one regard. Maya lacked family support. However, Sofia was now assisting her in applying for housing assistance and figuring out how to be a mother. There's something extremely unpleasant about my sister's calculating nature, with all those notebooks recording the poor girl's restroom schedule and lunch selections. Makes me wonder what more she was planned that they haven't discovered in her flat. The baby was perfect and safe, and my sister was in jail, where she couldn't harm anyone. We assumed that was the end of it, but my sister's lawyer stated that she wanted to proceed to trial. She intended to argue that she was performing a public service by removing the baby from an unfit mother. The prosecutor arrived at our house 2 days later, carrying a stack of papers as thick as a phone book. She lay out all of the charges against my sister one by one on our kitchen table. The attempted kidnapping of a minor's child took up the most time. Then came the allegations of fraud, identity theft and stalking, which added another year. My husband sat across from her, holding his own tiny stack of paperwork for his assault charge. Given what my husband had done, our lawyer insisted that it was the best possible outcome. The prosecutor agreed to reduce the charge to misdemeanor assault if he pled guilty, and accepted whatever penalty the judge imposed. My father contacted me that night from the emergency room because his chest hurt and he couldn't breathe properly. The doctor claimed it was a small heart attack caused by stress, and kept him overnight for monitoring. He continued asking the nurses how he could have missed all of the warning indicators that his daughter would do something so horrific. Mom sat alongside his hospital bed, crying and clutching his hand, as machines beeped around them. My sister's ex-boyfriend called the next morning and asked if I could come to their apartment. He was packing her belongings and discovered 3 additional fake pregnant bellies in their bedroom closet. Her penmanship indicated that they were varied sizes, 6 months, 7 months, and 8 months. The receipts proved she had been purchasing them for over a year, rehearsing how to wear them properly. He showed me recordings on her phone of her trying out different walks and stances in the bathroom mirror. There were comments on which clothes best concealed the straps and how to sit so the phone appeared natural. My grandmother hadn't left her room in 3 days, and when we knocked, she didn't answer. Mom finally used her spare key and discovered her sitting in the darkness, staring at nothing. She had provided my sister $5,500 in pregnancy vitamins and medical bills throughout the previous months. The shame of being duped by her own grandchild was eating her up from the inside. Our lawyer called with more unpleasant news regarding what he discovered when looking into my sister's online activities. Over the course of 2 years, she had joined 13 different pregnancy forums under aliases. Each account had taken ultrasound photographs from real pregnant ladies and modified them with her own information. She'd taken other women's pregnancy stories word for word and submitted them as her own. The lawyer printed hundreds of documents detailing how she studied real pregnancies to enhance her falsehood. 2 weeks later, my husband appeared in front of the judge, pleading guilty to misdemeanor assault. The judge considered all of the information regarding why he punched my sister, but concluded that violence is never appropriate. She sentenced him to weekly anger management classes for 6 months and 120 hours of community service. My husband nodded and signed the documents without disputing, knowing he was fortunate not to face jail time. I went to the courthouse 3 weeks later for a hearing on my sister's case. Maya Flores was also present, with her newborn daughter napping in a carrier across her chest. She appeared very young sitting on that seat, maybe 17 or so, with black circles under her eyes. When she saw me, she approached and thanked me for preventing my sister from taking her kid. Her voice shook as she described how terrified she was to testify, but she wanted justice. The baby made small noises, and Maya gently adjusted the blanket around her tiny face. I could see why my sister picked her because she was alone in court, with no family there. But now she had Sofia Morales, the social worker assigned to assist her in adjusting to life as a mother. The psychiatrist's report on my sister arrived in the mail 2 days before her next hearing. It stated that she had pseudopsoriasis delusion condition, which was associated with antisocial behavior. The doctor stated that my sister believed she deserved a baby more than unfit mothers. She viewed teenage mothers and women battling with addiction as unworthy of their children. The paper was 25 pages long and detailed how her thinking rationalized her plot to abduct Maya's baby. It made me ill to read how she had convinced herself she was doing something honorable and right. Mom and Dad engaged a financial advisor to determine how much money my sister had stolen from everyone. When they tallied together all of the credit card fraud, the total was about $65,000. They began selling items and drawing from their retirement savings to repay family members. Dad couldn't look anyone in the eye at family dinners and was always apologizing for raising someone capable of doing this. The embarrassment was destroying him more than the cardiac troubles since he felt guilty for not noticing it. 3 weeks after her incarceration, my sister wrote me a letter from jail on yellow legal paper. She claimed I betrayed her and would never forgive me for destroying her life. The entire letter blamed everyone else for not realizing that Maya did not deserve her child. She wrote that teenagers who become pregnant are selfish and irresponsible, and do not deserve to be mothers. She claimed she would have given that baby a beautiful life with 2 parents and a nice home. The final line stated that she was doing the right thing, but we were all too ignorant to recognize it. I threw the letter away and tried to forget about it, but 2 days later, my husband was scheduled to begin his community service at the downtown youth center. The judge ordered him to spend 120 hours teaching children about anger management, which felt strange given that he had attacked my sister. He came into that first session, with 12 middle schoolers staring at him, and began telling them the entire tale about the baby shower. The youngsters sat there, mouths open, as he described how he had followed my sister and found her scheme to take a baby. He demonstrated how rage can occasionally defend individuals, but violence always has consequences, even when it is justified. When a child asked if he regretted punching her, my husband responded no about stopping the kidnapping, but yes about using his fists. When my husband mentioned discovering better ways to deal with perilous circumstances, the program coordinator watched from behind and nodded. After 3 weeks of sessions, the kids began to speak up about their own anger issues, and my husband improved his ability to help them. Then Maya contacted me, crying, because someone showed up at her apartment and claimed to be her brother. She said his name was Finn, and he'd been missing for 4 years due to drugs, but she watched a news item about my sister attempting to abduct her baby. He stood outside her door with flowers and a plush animal for the infant, expressing his desire to make things right. Maya didn't believe him at first, but Sophia, the social worker, conducted a background check and discovered he'd been clean for 2 years. Finn worked in a warehouse and had his own apartment, and he continued showing up with diapers and formula until Maya agreed to let him meet his niece. Meanwhile, our entire family began coming to therapy together, with the exception of my sister, who was still in jail. The therapist made us sit in a circle and discuss how we felt betrayed by someone we had known our entire lives. Mom grieved every session about missing the warning signs, while Dad blamed himself for raising her incorrectly. The therapist repeatedly stated that we were all victims of my sister's lies and manipulation, and should not blame ourselves. She stated that persons with my sister's illness are skilled at concealing their actual selves and deceiving those around them. We spent 6 sessions simply absorbing the shock of learning that someone we loved could plan something so terrible. Then my sister's ex-boyfriend sued her for emotional anguish and fraud. His lawyer handed us documents proving that my sister had been using hormones to make her breasts leak milk and induce mood swings. She had spent $8,500 of his money on baby supplies and forced him to inform his entire family about the pregnancy. He demanded compensation for the therapy he required, as well as the money he had lost while preparing for a phony baby. The lawyer claimed he had a good case because my sister admitted to lying about everything during jail phone calls. 2 months after being arrested, I was required to go in court and testify before a grand jury. They forced me to tell the entire tale about the baby shower from the beginning, while 25 people gazed at me. When I got to the stage where I felt the foam belly dent under my palms, I started shivering and had to get some water. The prosecutor showed them images of the false tummy, as well as receipts for the various sizes she had purchased online. I testified for 3 hours about everything I'd seen and heard that day, including how my sister's expression changed when we apprehended her. The grand jury took less than an hour to indict her on all counts, including attempted kidnapping and fraud. Meanwhile, Sophia continued to work with Maya to organize her life with the new baby. She assisted Maya in filling out housing aid applications and enrolling her in community college job training programs. Maya wanted to become a dental assistant so she could support her daughter without relying on others. Sophia brought her to the WIC office to get formula vouchers and assisted her in applying for childcare assistance so she could attend class. Finn began minding the infant while Maya went to appointments, and they gradually created trust between themselves. But things at home got worse since I couldn't stop thinking about my husband striking my sister. Despite having saved that baby, I kept seeing him pull back his fist and smash her stomach. We'd be having supper when I'd remember the sound of his fist hitting the foam and get ill. I'm attempting to figure out how my sister's thinking operated. She actually took hormones to stimulate her body's milk production. That's a bizarre combination of forethought and hallucination. He noticed me flinching when he moved too quickly, and ultimately admitted we needed assistance. We found a couples counselor who specialized in trauma and began meeting weekly to go through it. The counselor said that my mind was torn between appreciation and horror, which was understandable given the circumstances. Then the news coverage revealed more victims we were unaware of. 3 different women called the prosecutor, alleging that my sister had also stalked them during their pregnancies. One woman said, "My sister showed up at her prenatal appointments asking weird questions about the baby's health." Another said, "My sister followed her to the parking garage after a birthing class and tried to get her phone number." A third woman had screenshots of her sister joining her pregnancy Facebook group under a fake name and asking for her address. My uncle hired his own lawyer to initiate a civil lawsuit in an attempt to recover the $30,000 that my sister stole. The lawyer explained that criminal restitution would take years, but civil court may move faster if we had sufficient proof. He began gathering receipts and bank statements from everyone who had given my sister money for fraudulent medical bills. The number increased as additional family remembered paying her money for medications and doctor visits that never occurred. Then my sister did something unexpected. She sacked her public defender. She stood up in court and informed the judge that she wished to defend herself because everyone was against her. She said the public defender was part of a plot to make her appear insane when she was truly attempting to save a baby. The judge ordered another psychiatric evaluation to see whether she was competent to make the decision. The psychiatrist spent 4 hours with my sister over 2 days, reviewing every tape from our jail visits. Mom had her first panic episode 3 weeks later at the grocery store, when a woman she didn't know approached her and asked whether she was the mother from the phony pregnancy news report. Mom dropped her basket and dashed to her car, where she sat shivering for 25 minutes until she could drive home. Dad discovered her that night sitting in the dark kitchen, crying about how she couldn't face people anymore. Mom described waking up at 4 a.m., and the doctor prescribed anxiety medication the next day. Her heart was beating, and she felt as if she could not breathe. She began taking the medications, but they made her weary all the time, so she stopped attending her reading club and yoga classes. Meanwhile, Sofia Morales continued to meet with Maya and her brother Finn, who had turned up after witnessing the TV report. Finn had been clean for 2 years and worked in construction, but he wanted to help his sister because she had missed so much of her life. Sofia connected him to her husband, Henry, who owned a security company and required dependable employees for nightly shifts at office buildings. Finn accepted the job and moved into a modest apartment near Maya so he could monitor the baby while she attended appointments. My husband reached the halfway point of his 120 community service hours and returned home gushing about this youngster named Leo, who reminded him of himself at that age. He was teaching basic self-defense at the youth center, but most of the time he just listened to the kids talk about their home troubles. The anger management instructor saw my husband was different and began having him assist with the newer participants who were still upset. The second psychiatric evaluation revealed that my sister was competent to stand trial, but had narcissistic personality disorder with antisocial elements. The psychiatrist stated that she knew what was right and wrong, but she believed her own desires were more important than the rights of others. She suggested at least 5 years of intensive therapy, whether my sister went to prison or not. Dad returned to work after 2 weeks off, but came home early on the first day because he couldn't take the glances from his coworkers. Dad began seriously pondering his boss's suggestion that he retire early with full benefits after 29 years of service. That weekend, I was cleaning up the garage and came across a box containing my sister's belongings from when she stayed with us last year. Inside, there were written stories regarding international adoption and infants being sold to wealthy parents for $65,000 or more. There were notes in her handwriting regarding how to falsify adoption documents and which countries had the least oversight. She had bookmarked headlines about people being caught and emphasized the faults they had made. The prosecutor added it to the evidence file, claiming it demonstrated premeditation and that the kidnapping could have resulted in human trafficking. My husband's anger management instructor was an older man named Martin, who had previously served as a Marine and a cop before becoming a counselor. Martin began meeting with my husband one-on-one following the group sessions to discuss the distinction between defending and attacking others. He made my husband write down how he felt before punching my sister and what other options he may have taken. They worked through scenarios in which my husband had to use de-escalation tactics, even when he was aware that someone was acting inappropriately. The prosecution called me 2 months after my sister's arrest to negotiate a plea deal they were giving her, 15 years with the chance of parole, after 7 years, provided she completed psychiatric treatment and demonstrated true contrition. The alternative was to go to trial, where she might face 25 to life in prison if the jury found her guilty on all charges, including attempted kidnapping of a youngster. Maya was accepted into a GED program for young mothers, which provided free childcare throughout classes. The program met 3 nights each week, and on Saturday mornings at the community college. Finn changed his work schedule to allow him to care for the baby while Maya was in class, and Sofia assisted him in establishing a routine. Maya was resolved to complete her GED and begin the dental assistant program the following year. The baby was healthy and meeting all of her milestones, and Maya sent us a photo of her smiling for the first time. My sister's lawyer offered the plea deal via video call from jail, but she began yelling before he had finished describing it. She stated that she would not accept any settlement because she had done nothing wrong, and that the jury would understand she was attempting to save a baby from an unfit teenage mother. Her lawyer tried to explain that the evidence was overwhelming, but she fired him right away and promised to find someone who believed in her cause. The judge appointed another public defender, but my sister refused to meet with them and filed to represent herself again. The guards stated that she was not taking the anxiety medicine they had provided, and was spending all of her time in the law library, researching cases where persons had beaten kidnapping accusations. She wrote letters to anyone who would listen, stating she was being punished for trying to assist a baby live a better life. Every Tuesday afternoon, the family therapist made us sit in a circle in her office, which smelled like vanilla candles and old books. She took out this chronology on a large whiteboard and began writing the times when my sister lied about stuff we had forgotten. There was the occasion 5 years ago when she announced she had cancer, and we all shaved our heads in sympathy until Dad discovered she had never seen the oncologist she mentioned. The therapist kept adding lies to the board, such as when my sister said she had been admitted to nursing school while actually working at a gas station. Mom cried through the most of these sessions, recalling how my sister would look at pregnant ladies in stores and request to touch their tummies. The counselor commented, "We'd all been in denial about my sister's problems, because facing them meant admitting someone we loved was capable of terrible things." On a Thursday, my husband concluded his last day of community service at the youth center, and the kids threw him a little party complete with homemade cupcakes. One child named Leo handed him a letter in which he explained how my husband's tale had helped him realize why he gets angry at times. According to the letter, when Leo became furious with his stepfather, he learned to count to 10 and walk away rather than beat him. 3 other youngsters also wrote letters, and my husband saved them all in his wallet. The youth center director asked whether my husband would return as a volunteer coach for their basketball team. The prosecutor invited us inside her downtown office, where the walls were adorned with legal degrees and images of her children. She spread out all of the case files on the large conference table and explained that the trial would begin in 3 months. My sister intended to represent herself and claimed she was performing a public service by targeting what she deemed an unfit teenage mother. The prosecution showed us motions my sister had made alleging Maya was using narcotics. Even though all of the drug tests came back negative, she cautioned us that my sister would try to portray herself as a hero who was rescuing a baby from neglect. Mom and Dad spoke with a real estate agent about their holiday property in the mountains, where we used to stay every Christmas. They had acquired it 22 years ago and fixed it up themselves, but now they needed the money to repay everyone my sister had defrauded. Uncle received $1,700, and my aunts received their respective amounts. Grandmother refused to accept anything, claiming she didn't want their money and just wanted them to heal. The house sold in 2 weeks to a young family with 3 children. I was picking apples at the grocery store when I heard a baby cry and looked up to find Maya carrying a cart with her daughter in the sling. Finn was with them, comparing formula pricing on his phone. The infant had plump cheeks and was wearing a pink onesie with the words, "Mommy's Girl" on it. The way they're dredging up all these old lies from 5 years ago makes me wonder whether everyone simply opted to ignore them at the time. The cancer narrative where everyone shaved their heads. How come nobody questioned that until Dad checked? Maya was exhausted, with black circles under her eyes, but she smiled at her son and made comical faces to stop him crying. She hesitated for a second when she spotted me, then Finn placed his hand on her shoulder and muttered something. We talked for a few minutes about the baby sleeping through the night and Maya taking GED lessons online. When I reached out, the infant grabbed my finger with the strongest grip possible for someone so small. Letters began arriving at everyone's homes, with my sister's jail number as the return address. She wrote to our aunt, claiming I was jealous of her and had turned my husband against her. She informed our cousins that my husband was violent and dangerous, and that they should keep their children away from him. Most of the family threw the letters away, or returned them unopened. But Dad's brother called, wondering if we had overreacted. Mom had to show him all of the proof again, including receipts for the phony bellies and stalking recordings. My sister even wrote to our old neighbors claiming she was wrongfully imprisoned for being overly concerned about children's welfare. The prosecutor obtained recordings of my sister's phone calls from jail using a court order. We sat in her office, listening to my sister tell another inmate that she was going to collect her baby as soon as she was released. She depicted Maya as a useless junkie who did not deserve to be a mother, despite the fact that she had never used drugs in her life. In one call, my sister stated that she knew where Maya was now and would wait as long as it took. The prosecutor said that these calls indicated my sister's continued threat and that they would be used at trial to demonstrate her lack of remorse. My sister had painted pictures of newborns in her cell, which guards discovered during a search. My husband and I drove about every weekend for a month, looking at properties in different neighborhoods. Reporters arrived to our house to do interviews, and passers-by slowed down to photograph the location of the baby shower. The neighbors were courteous, but we could sense they were uncomfortable around us. We now discovered a house 40 minutes away in a secluded suburb where no one recognized our names. The moving truck arrived on a Saturday, and we packed everything while avoiding looking at the backyard where the gift table used to be. After months of silence, the grandmother finally agreed to give the prosecutor a statement. She was too frail to attend court, so they set up a video connection from her living room. She sat in her favorite chair, dressed nicely, and informed the prosecutor that she had given my sister $5,000 for prenatal vitamins and maternity clothes. Her hands shook as she presented bank statements and canceled checks. She explained that my sister had come to her house wailing over medical bills and wanting assistance to give her baby the greatest start in life. When the prosecution inquired whether she wanted the money returned, grandmother explained that she only wanted my sister to receive therapy and never hurt another family. Maya took her kid to the prosecutor's office for a trial-related meeting, and I was also present. The infant was 6 months old, could sit up by herself, and had begun to eat mashed bananas and sweet potatoes. Sophia came with them and informed us that Maya had not missed a single parenting class or physician appointment. The baby was the ideal weight, had rolled over early, and was already attempting to crawl. Sophia stated that in her 22 years as a social worker, she had rarely seen such a dedicated young mother. Maya studied for her GED test every night after the baby fell asleep, while Finn worked extra hours to pay for daycare. The prosecutor used photos of the healthy, happy infant to show the jury what my sister had attempted to steal. 3 months later, I walked into the courthouse for jury selection and saw my sister for the first time since she was arrested. She'd lost at least 35 pounds, and her cheekbones stood out sharply behind pale skin that resembled paper. The orange jumpsuit hung loosely on her body, and her hair was flat on her head rather than the lovely curls she was known for. She kept telling her lawyer she didn't need to be there, but the judge ordered her sit down 4 times before threatening to have her gagged. The prosecutor asked prospective jurors if they could be fair to someone accused of plotting to steal a baby. My sister continued shaking her head and mouthing the word nay whenever someone stated they could be objective. By lunchtime, we had selected 12 jurors and 2 alternates, and my sister informed the judge that they were all foolish. The next morning, opening remarks began, and my sister stopped the prosecutor 6 times inside the first 10 minutes. She stepped up, claiming that the prosecution did not understand how she was benefiting society by removing a kid from an unfit mother. The judge cautioned her twice before stating that one more outburst would result in contempt charges and ejection from the courtroom. My sister sat back down, but continued to make faces and shake her head as the prosecutor showed the jury images of the false bellies and stalking recordings. When her lawyer made his opening statement, my sister continued trying to take the microphone from him. 2 days later, I mounted the witness stand at 8 a.m. and did not leave until after 2 p.m. The prosecutor guided me through uncovering the foam belly at the baby shower and discovering all of the evidence my husband had gathered. I described pressing my hands into the damaged foam where my nephew should have been and heard my sister say she didn't think the adolescent deserved her child. My sister stared at me for 6 hours, not blinking or looking away once. Her lawyer asked if I'd ever observed indicators of mental illness previously, and I had to say no, even though in retrospect, there were undoubtedly things we missed. The prosecutor presented the jury the receipts for the phony belly, as well as screenshots of my sister following Maya to the hospital. I recognized my sister's handwriting on the letters about Maya's itinerary and validated the credit card she had opened in my name. When I finally stepped down, my legs shook so badly that I nearly fell. The next morning, Maya took the stand with her infant, who was nearly 9 months old. She mentioned meeting my sister at the teen pregnancy support group, and how she would always sit next to her and ask intimate questions. Maya's voice broke when she revealed that someone was going to abduct her baby the day she gave birth. She claimed she hadn't slept properly in months, and yet checked the locks 5 times before bed. 3 jurors were wiping their eyes when Maya described being 17 and alone, thinking my sister was being friendly when she was actually chasing her. During the testimony, the baby started fussing, and Maya rocked her while recounting how my sister learned about her induction date and job schedule. My sister's lawyer did not cross-examine Maya, so she slammed her hands on the table. My husband testified the next afternoon about following my sister to the bar while she was supposed to be at a doctor's appointment. He admitted that striking her was wrong, and he had already performed his community service and anger management. But he stated that he couldn't allow an innocent baby be abducted, and he knew the police wouldn't believe him without evidence. He presented the jurors with security tape he had kept of my sister stalking Maya for 2 months. My sister's lawyer questioned if my husband enjoyed beating a woman, and my husband replied, "No, but I'd do it again to save a baby." The jury debated for barely 3 hours, which our lawyer said was unusually short for a case this serious. They returned guilty verdicts on all 7 counts, including conspiracy to commit kidnapping and fraud over $10,000. My sister sprang up, yelling that they were all idiots who didn't see she was trying to assist that kid live a better life. The bailiffs had to take her out while she screamed about how Maya was trash and would damage her child. 2 weeks later, the judge sentenced my sister to 18 years in prison, with the chance of parole in 10 years if she completed psychiatric treatment. My sister laughed, saying she'd rather do all 18 than pretend she was wrong. The judge stated that it was her decision, but she would be committed to a psychiatric incarceration facility regardless. Within a month, my sister was transferred to a facility 3 hours away, where she was required to attend daily treatment sessions. Following her evaluation, the physicians contacted and informed us that her personality condition was severe and would require years of intensive treatment to correct. They said she still believed she had done nothing wrong and spoke about Maya's baby as if it belonged to her. Mom and Dad began attending a grandparent support group at the community center for families affected by crime. Dad stated it was helpful to hear other people's tales of their children doing bad things and learning to live with the embarrassment. After 6 months, Mom became a regular speaker, explaining to prospective members that loving your kid does not excuse their misdeeds. They even established a foundation to assist young mothers like Maya with child care and infant necessities. My husband was employed as a young baseball and soccer coach at the leisure center, where he used his anger management training to teach kids about emotional control. He would tell them about repercussions and making better choices without going into detail about what happened to my sister. The kids adored him because he understood their anger but taught them how to deal with it without causing harm. 1 year later, we all headed to the community college for Maya's graduation ceremony, when she walked across the stage in her cap and gown. Finn held the baby up so she could see her mother receive her graduation, as Sophia and Henry cheered from their seats next to us. The dean announced Maya's acceptance into the social work program, which begins in the autumn, and she pumped her fist in the air. How did Maya study for her GED as the baby cried at night? The way she combined education and motherhood while dealing with the pain of someone attempting to abduct her baby makes me wonder what kept her going every day. After the ceremony, Maya showed us her admission letter and class calendar, while her daughter snatched the tassel off her cap. My husband and I looked at each other during the celebration and knew we were now ready to try for our own child after all of the therapy sessions. We'd spent months processing what had happened and learning how to trust again and resolve disputes peacefully. That weekend, Dad spent 6 hours at his desk, drafting and revising a letter to my sister in the psychiatric clinic. He showed Mom the final version, in which he said he loved her but couldn't contact her until she accepted responsibility for her actions. His hands shook as he sealed the envelope, and his mother drove him to the post office since he couldn't see through his tears. The wider family resumed little dinners, but half of the relatives refused to attend despite everything that had happened. Uncle hosted Thanksgiving with only 12 guests instead of the usual 40, but everyone genuinely spoke rather than faking. My cousin brought her new partner, and no one inquired about my sister, which made the entire meal easier. 3 years into her sentence, the facility called to tell my sister had finally begun attending group therapy sessions. The doctor stated that she admitted to needing help for the first time, and that this was the first significant progress they had witnessed. She wouldn't apologize or admit she was wrong, but she stopped saying Maya didn't deserve her kid. Meanwhile, Maya completed her first year of social work coursework while working part-time at the women's shelter downtown. She began hosting support groups for teen moms, using her own story to show them that they too could succeed. Her supervisor submitted a note stating that Maya was the best peer counselor they'd ever had since she knew what the girls were going through. My husband and I discovered out I was pregnant shortly after Maya began her second year of college. We chose the name Grace before we knew it was a girl because we needed something good after all of the darkness. When she was born, the nurse asked whether we wanted to fill out the birth announcement for the newspaper, but we declined. When others spotted us at the grocery store, they asked about Grace's aunt, and we simply told them she was getting the treatment she needed. We stopped explaining, making explanations, and telling the complete story since it was none of their business. 5 years after that horrific baby shower, our family established a new normal with weekly dinners and monthly game nights. We now had security cameras, and Mom kept the doors closed during the day, something we had never done before. Dad returned to church and found serenity by volunteering at the food bank every Saturday morning. My husband coached 3 different youth teams and taught youngsters how to make smart decisions when they were furious. I watched Grace play at the park and ensured she understood the need of setting limits and speaking out when anything seemed inappropriate. We taught her that family implies both love and holding people accountable when they cause harm to others. The doctor contacted last month to say my sister was making gradual progress but would need years of treatment before being released. We listened to the update and thanked them for calling, but we stopped visiting and writing back. Our family learned to recognize warning signs that we had previously missed, such as small lies and her tendency to play the victim. We stopped making excuses for people's bad behavior and began pointing out when things didn't feel right. Mom joined a support group for parents of adult children with personality problems and became the secretary after 6 months. She taught prospective members that mental illness does not excuse harming innocent people or planning crimes. Dad wrote in his journal every night on forgiveness, limits, and how to love someone from afar. My brothers checked in monthly, and we all went to therapy independently to deal with our own guilt and trauma. The extended family gradually reconnected, but with new norms around money, trust, and proof. Nobody gave financial gifts anymore, and everyone requested receipts when someone needed assistance with bills. Grace turned 3 last month and inquired why she only had one aunt while her peers had more. We informed her Aunt Rose was ill and required special physicians to help her recover. She accepted it as a child would and returned to playing with her toys without asking any further questions. Maya completed her social work degree and was hired full-time at the shelter, while Finn cared for their kid. They moved into a larger apartment near the college and began accumulating money for a down payment on a house. Sophia and Henry became like family to them and to us after everything they had done to assist. Our lives weren't flawless, but they were real, honest, and free of the deception we'd endured for so long. I returned from Europe to find my parents sold my dream house to fund my brother's vacation. But they didn't know the trust clause would ruin them. This narrative is about a betrayal so profound, so heartbreaking, that it wrecked my entire life, all at the hands of the people I was supposed to love the most. What would you do if your own family sold your home, your dream, to pay their extravagant falsehoods and your brother's insatiable spending? My name is Silas Rowan, and I am a 35-year-old worldwide marketing consultant. I've been living independently since I was 19, when I left my middle-class household in Pasadena, California, ready to forge my own path. I'm not one to dwell on the past, but in order to really comprehend what occurred, you must first understand how I grew up in a home where affection always seemed to slant in one direction. My parents, Robert and Maribel Rowan, appeared to lead regular lives. My father worked in a bank. My mother was a freelance accountant. We had a tiny house with a white picket fence, a minivan, and a life that outsiders would consider stable. However, the situation within that residence was far from stable. My younger brother Cassian is 4 years younger than myself. And I could tell there was a significant difference in how my parents handled us from a young age. Cassian has always been the golden boy. He was a slacker who never worked more than 6 months at a time, but my parents constantly shielded him and made excuses. Cassian's still finding his way, my mother would say, even after he quit his 5th job because his employer simply did not understand him. Meanwhile, I worked my buttocks out. I paid my own way through college, juggling 3 jobs, waiting tables, delivering packages, and working as an office assistant, all to graduate debt-free. I didn't resent it then. I was confident that my hard work would pay off. And I had one person who actually believed in me. Thaddeus, my grandfather. Grandpa Thaddeus was my rock through those difficult years. He was a burly man, a construction worker with harsh hands but the kindest heart. He'd sit with me on the porch, telling me stories about his childhood and how he built his life from nothing. Your strength is your true asset, he'd add in a deep, steady tone. Money, houses, cars, they're just tools, but your will, Silas, that's something no one can take away. Those words carved themselves into my consciousness, a small flame leading me through countless long days. I was 19 when he passed away. He left me a trust fund, which I could only partially access at the age of 26, as long as I proved myself worthy. So I did. After 7 years of hard work, I utilized some of that trust to put down payment on an old craftsman home in the Pasadena suburbs. It wasn't a mansion, nor was it spectacular, yet it was everything for me. That was my ideal house. A 1-story wooden house with a large porch, stained glass windows, and a little backyard garden. It was ancient and required repairs, but I adored every crack in the hardwood floors and cracked brick in the fireplace. I spent months working on it myself, sanding the floors, repainting the walls, and replacing window panes. I even planted a rose garden in the backyard to memorialize my grandma, who adored roses above all else. Every time I stood in that garden, taking in the beautiful aroma of the flowers, I felt as if she was still there, smiling at me. But my parents and Cassian never recognized the importance of the house. To them, it was simply a pile of old wood. The kitchen's outdated. The walls are peeling. It's a waste of money to fix, my mother once commented when I had them over for dinner to show off my new home. Cassian was worse. He scoffed, calling me insane for investing in a chicken coop instead of a sophisticated downtown condominium. I merely grinned, knowing they didn't get it. The house was more than just a place to dwell. It symbolized the years I had fought. The sleepless nights were spent working. When I told myself to be stronger. Cassian and I were not only different in terms of personality. It was in the way our parents handled us. Cassian received everything while I had to scrape together every dime to buy my house. A new car? Parents purchased it. Pocket money? Every week Mom would slide it into his hand. Credit card debt? Dad paid it off. I wasn't jealous. Not really. But I couldn't shake the sensation of great unfairness. I had done everything correctly. I studied, worked, and stood on my own 2 feet. Nonetheless, every time I returned home, I'd hear my mother gushing about Cassian's new chances, or my father discussing Cassian's impending major move. Cassian's big moment never happened. I recall going home for supper after being promoted at my consulting firm. Cassian, as usual, was moaning about being dismissed. My boss didn't know how to use me, he continued, holding a beer and staring at me. Not everyone's as lucky as you, Silas. Always having everything handed to you. I was taken aback. Lucky me, the one who strained himself to exhaustion to get here. But I did not answer. I ate my dinner in silence and then left. I'd realized that arguing with Cassian or explaining things to my folks was completely worthless. Everything changed when I was offered a great opportunity, a 6-week international consulting project in Europe, covering London and Frankfurt. It was a critical assignment that may propel my career to new heights. I was excited, but also nervous. 6 weeks was a long time, and I did not want to leave my home vacant. I requested my folks to watch after it. Just stop by a few times, check the locks, water the rose garden, I told you. A simple task, right? But when I handed my father the house key, a peculiar, unpleasant feeling came into my heart, as if I had just committed a bit of my soul to someone who did not actually value it. The last dinner before my flight was at my parents' house, a little house in Pasadena with a white picket fence and the aroma of barbecued meat from an old barbecue. I arrived in a happy attitude, expecting for a warm evening before leaving. But the moment I stepped inside, I sensed a familiar aura. My mother was busy in the kitchen, my father was watching football, and Cassian, as usual, was whining. He was splayed on the sofa, phone in hand, his voice rife with fury. Work sucks. My boss keeps giving me pointless tasks. I can't waste my youth at that company. I looked at him, fighting the temptation to ask what these worthless activities were. Instead, I nodded, sat down at the dinner table, and concentrated on the plate of steak that my mother had just brought out. My mother asked, "Silas, tell me about your trip to Europe." But I understood she was merely asking for courtesy. I began discussing the project, an international marketing campaign for a huge firm that required me to work in London and Frankfurt, meet executives, and develop tactics from scratch. It was an opportunity for a promotion, to demonstrate that my years of hard work had not been in vain. But as I talked, my mother's gaze shifted to Cassian, as if he was the one who needed attention. "Cassian's considering a new job," she said, her voice full with excitement. "A tech startup, they say it's very promising." I paused, losing interest in the dish in front of me. Cassian, who had never worked for more than 6 months, now had a great prospect. I looked at him, hoping to see some enthusiasm, but Cassian simply shrugged, his eyes fixed on his phone. "Maybe," he muttered. "But it's stressful. I need a break first." I swallowed the question that was swelling in my throat. "A break? You've been on a break your entire life." My father, who normally kept quiet during dinners like this, suddenly piped up. "Silas, you're going away for so long. What about your house?" I took advantage of the opportunity to change the subject. "Can you and Mom look after it for me? Just stop by a few times, check the doors, water the plants. I'll leave the key here." I took the key from my pocket and set it on the table. My father nodded, but his eyes seemed distant, as if he was thinking about something else. "All right," he murmured before returning his attention to the television. My mother stroked Cassian on the shoulder and said, "My boy needs to relax. Work's so stressful, isn't it?" I felt a fire rise in my chest. Stressful? Cassian didn't understand what stress was. He lived on our parents' money, although I had paid for everything myself, from college tuition to the bricks in my craftsman home. But I didn't say anything. I'd learned long ago that arguing with my family got me nowhere. Instead, I rose up, thanked my mother for the lunch, and gave over the key to my father. "I'm off. Say hello to Cassian for me when he looks up from his phone," I added, attempting to maintain a pleasant tone. Cassian simply scowled at me and said nothing. The next day, I boarded a plane for London. As the plane took off, I stared out the window and thought of my home. I imagined the rose garden, its brilliant red petals gleaming in the California sun. I convinced myself everything would be great. My parents would look after the house while I concentrated on my work. But deep inside, a small voice cautioned me that I had made a mistake. London welcomed me with precipitation and a frantic pace. The project began quickly, and I threw myself into it like a machine. Late-night meetings, constantly changing plans, and presentations to executives left me with little time to breathe. But I loved it. I loved the challenge and the opportunity to show myself. Each night back at the hotel, I checked emails, sent reports, and even allowed myself to fantasize about going home, walking into my craftsman home, sitting on the porch with a cup of coffee, admiring the rose garden. But around the third week, I got a message from Cassian. No check-in, no greeting, just an Instagram link. I opened it and discovered a collection of images of him in the Maldives. White sand beaches, crystal clear infinity pools, and a magnificent bungalow with ocean views. Cassian, dressed in a white linen shirt, was smiling next to a female I had never seen before. The caption stated, "Paradise found. Need more days like this." I sat in my freezing London hotel room, staring at my phone screen and feeling like someone had punched me in the chest. What about the Maldives? Where did Cassian obtain his money? He had just lost his job, had a lot of credit card debt, and my parents didn't have enough money to pay for such a luxury vacation. I wrote back, "Looks nice. Who are you there with?" No response. I called my mother, but she didn't answer. I called my father, and after a few rings, the call went to voicemail. Unease began to creep in, but I told myself I was overthinking things. Perhaps Cassian borrowed money from friends or won the lotto. I did not know. I knew something was wrong. In the weeks that followed, I tried to concentrate on work, but the vision of Cassian in the Maldives tormented me. I began checking his Instagram more frequently, like an unhealthy fixation. Each post was a fresh attempt. A seafood meal at the beach, cocktails served in fancy glasses, a picture of him on a yacht with a smug expression. I did not comprehend. Cassian had no money, and my parents couldn't afford it, could they? I began calling home more frequently, but my parents' reactions were consistently condescending. "Silas, everything's fine," my mother stated in a brief phone chat. "Your house is fine, don't worry." Yet her voice was tight, as if she was concealing something. My father spoke even more briefly. "I'm busy. We'll talk later." I tried to convince myself that everything was fine and that I was overthinking things. But every night, as I lay in my hotel bed, I couldn't shake the impression that something was going on behind me. The 6 weeks I spent in Europe flew by. My initiative was a huge success, with delighted handshakes from executives and promises of a higher job when I returned to the States. But that joy was insufficient to alleviate the rising uneasiness in my heart. Cassian's Maldives images, as well as my parents' unusual evasiveness, were like missing pieces of a puzzle. All I wanted to do was go home, enter into my craftsman house, sit on the porch, and admire my rose garden. I wanted to experience the tranquility that I had spent my youth cultivating. When the plane landed in Los Angeles, I took a deep breath and tried to block out the bad thoughts. "Everything will be fine," I assured myself. Even though the voice in my head wasn't particularly convincing, I took a taxi to my parents' house in Pasadena to get my key. On the way, I checked Cassian's Instagram one more time, like it was an addiction I couldn't break. His most recent post made me freeze. Cassian's selfie showed him standing in front of a sparkling new SUV, a cocky look on his face. The caption said, "Welcome to the new ride." My heart pounded. Cassian didn't have the money to buy an automobile. He had recently lost his work and was facing mounting debt. So where did the car come from? When the taxi arrived at my parents' house, I spotted something that made my chest clench. A beautiful new vehicle was parked in the driveway, glistening in the California sun. Not Cassian's SUV, but another costly vehicle. I stepped out of the taxi, clutching my phone tightly and feeling like a mountain was pressing down on my shoulders. My father appeared at the front door in a new shirt, his gaze hard and soulless. "Come in, Silas," he replied, his voice low but lacking the customary warmth. "We need to talk." I stepped inside, the air thick as the quiet before a storm. My mother sat at the dining table, her hands tightly clutched and her gaze fixated on the floor. Cassian was not present, but his presence lingered like a shadow. I set down my luggage, attempting to maintain a calm voice. "Where's my house key, Dad?" I said, but the expression in my parents' eyes told me the answer would not be straightforward. My mother glanced up, her lips squeezed together, and murmured, her voice shaking, "Silas, your house. We sold it." The world around me seemed to halt. I remained there, my ears ringing as if someone had punched me in the face. "Sold?" I said, my voice scarcely audible. "Sold my house? What do you mean?" My mother turned away, afraid to bear my gaze. My father crossed his arms and spoke firmly. "We needed the money, Silas. Cassian needed a fresh start. He deserved to enjoy himself a little. And I needed a new car." I stared at my father, as if I were staring at a stranger. "My house," I exclaimed, my voice quivering with rage. "I spent my whole life buying it. Every dollar, every hour of work, every callus on my hands from fixing it up. You sold it to buy a car for you and to pay for Cassian's Maldives trip." I was about to shout, but my father just shrugged as if it were clear. "You're always fine, Silas," he replied. "You have a good job, you have money, Cassian doesn't. He needs us." I felt my blood boiling. Cassian's 30 years old. He can't hold a job for more than 6 months and you still coddle him like a child. I went to my mother, waiting for sorrow, but she only pushed her lips together, murmuring, "You don't understand, Silas. Cassian's stressed. He needed a vacation to recharge." "A vacation?" I laughed bitterly, feeling as if the world was mocking me. "A vacation in the Maldives at a 5-star resort with his girlfriend and friends? And you sold my house. To pay for that? To buy new cars?" I stepped forward, grabbing my mother's hand, hoping that this was just a misunderstanding. But her eyes told me everything, the harsh, unmistakable truth. My craftsman home, where I had poured my sweat and tears and established a rose garden to honor my grandmother, suddenly belonged to someone else. My father opened a drawer, brought out a stack of crumpled banknotes, and set them on the table. "This is what's left after we sold the house," he replied, staring at the money. I nearly lost it. I stormed out of my parents' house, leaving the key and money and refusing to speak with them again. I took a taxi to my old house. When the taxi arrived in front of the craftsman home, my heart felt broken. The stained glass windows were still present, but the drapes had changed. My rose garden appeared odd, as if someone had messed with it. I got out of the vehicle, stood at the gate, and then saw them, an old couple watering plants in the front yard. The woman looked up and smiled at me, saying, "Hello," in a kind voice. "Can I help you?" My throat felt dry. "This was my house," I explained, my voice quivering. The man stopped watering and looked at me in astonishment. "Your house? Are you Silas? We bought this house a month ago from your parents. They said you'd moved abroad to live." I took a step back, my thoughts reeling. My parents did not simply sell my house. They lied, making up a story to excuse their acts. I returned to the taxi, unsure what to do. I contacted Orion, my best friend from college and now a junior lawyer. "Orion, I need to see you right now," I replied with a hoarse voice. Orion agreed to meet me in a local coffee shop. There I spilled the entire story, from Cassian's costly Maldives trip, his new car, my father's new car, and the most shocking of all, my craftsman house had been sold behind my back. Every syllable felt like a razor slicing through my heart. But I tried to remain cool, thinking Orion could help me make sense of everything. Orion listened with furrowed brows and a contemplative gaze. When I finished, he lightly tapped his fingers on the table, as if to organize my words in his head. "Silas," Orion began, his voice slow but steady. "Your house is not just personal property, is it? I mean, you mentioned using a portion of your grandfather's trust fund to purchase it, correct?" I nodded, sensing a flicker of light in the darkness. My grandfather Thaddeus's trust fund. I had utilized a portion of the trust to make the down payment on the house, but it was still subject to the trust, and I was the primary trustee until I reached 35. "If your parents sold the house without your consent, that could be illegal," Orion replied, his eyes brightening. "But I'm not sure about the specific terms of the trust. You need to meet with the lawyer handling the trust. Mr. Lysander, right? He's an experienced lawyer and known for being fair. I'm confident he can help you seek justice, but you'll need to gather evidence, documents, contracts, anything that proves they did this behind your back." I sat there with my heart beating. Orion's remarks were like a lifeline in the storm. I faintly recall talking with my grandfather about the trust and how he wanted to secure the assets for the future generation. I believe he included a protective provision stating that anyone who purposefully stole trust assets would lose their inheritance. Do you think I have a chance? I inquired, my voice shaking. Orion grasped my shoulder, his gaze unwavering. Fine, Mr. Lysander. Gather evidence. I'm certain you have a strong case here. I exited the coffee shop, my mind racing but with a glimmer of hope. I had not merely lost my home, I had lost my sense of security and trust in my family. But if Orion was correct, and I could prove that my parents and Cassian had gone too far, I might be able to restore what was mine. The image of my rose garden came to mind, but it was clouded by my father's chilly expression, my mother's evasive gaze, and Cassian's smug smirk on Instagram. I clenched my hands, determination burning within me. They believed they could take everything from me and walk away unharmed. They were wrong. I would unearth the truth and make them pay. I quickly called Mr. Lysander, the lawyer in charge of my grandfather Thaddeus's trust. I'd only met him a few times, the last time when I was 25, when he outlined the basic conditions of the trust and enabled me to use some of the funds to buy my craftsman home. His voice on the phone was as deep and calm as I recalled, but there was a tinge of worry when I told him I needed to see him immediately away. Silas, are you okay? He inquired. No, I answered, my voice husky. I need your help. Something big has happened. We agreed to meet in his office in downtown Pasadena, a little structure with polished oak panels and the odor of old paper. When I stepped in, Mr. Lysander rose up from behind his desk, his white hair and round glasses like characters from classic novels. He shook my hand, his gaze piercing and warm. Sit down, Silas, he urged, motioning to the leather chair across from him. Tell me what's going on. I took a deep breath, attempting to contain the emotions that threatened to overflow. I told him everything, including my 6-week work trip to Europe, Cassian's Maldives images, my father's new automobile, and the most shocking news. My parents had sold my craftsman house without consulting me. They said they needed the money for Cassian, for his fresh start, I continued, my voice quivering from rage. But that was my house, Mr. Lysander. I used money from my grandfather's trust to buy it. How could they sell it without my permission? Mr. Lysander listened, his hand resting on his chin, and his gaze never leaving me. When I finished, he sat silently for a bit before standing and walking to a filing cabinet in the corner of the room. He took out a big folder covered in dark brown leather, with Thaddeus Rowan Trust tastefully engraved on the cover. Silas, he whispered, his voice low but heavy. That house isn't just your personal property. It belongs to the trust, and you are the sole trustee until you turn 35. If your parents sold it without your permission, that's a serious matter. My heart raced as if a ray of light had penetrated the darkness. How serious, Mr. Lysander? I inquired, my voice lowering to a near whisper. He opened the folder, flipped through a few pages, and then pointed to a highlighted paragraph. Let me explain the trust clearly, he claimed. When you turn 35, the trust's assets will be distributed as follows. Your parents, Robert and Maribel Rowan, each receive $550,000. Your brother, Cassian Rowan, also receives $550,000, and you, Silas, receive $1.1 million. You have full access to that $1.1 million before you turn 36, as you did when you used part of it to buy the house, but your parents and brother can only receive their shares when you turn 36, and only if they comply with the trust's terms. I nodded, attempting to digest the information. And if they don't comply? I inquired, realizing that the response would change everything. Mr. Lysander looked me straight in the eyes, his gaze as keen as a sword. There's a very clear clause in the trust, Silas. Any beneficiary who forges, misappropriates, or sells trust assets without the trustee's consent, that's you, will immediately forfeit their inheritance. Not only do they lose their share, but they could also face legal consequences depending on the specifics of their actions. I sat there astonished, as if the ground under me had shifted. They forfeit their inheritance. My parents have $550,000, as does Cassian. Everything may perish as a result of what they had done. I remembered my grandfather's words. Your strength is your greatest asset. Was this his method of protecting me, of preserving what I had created? So you're saying if I can prove they forged or misappropriated the house they lose everything? I inquired, my voice trembling, not from fear, but from a strange combination of anguish and delight. Mr. Lysander nodded. Exactly. But we need evidence, Silas. Documents, contracts, signatures. Anything that proves they acted behind your back. If they forged your signature or used illegal means to sell the house, we could not only recover the property but also activate the forfeiture clause. He paused and looked at me sympathetically. But you need to prepare yourself. This isn't just a legal matter. This is your family. Family. The word pierced my heart. My parents, who had raised me, had betrayed me. Cassian, the sibling I hoped would grow up, was involved in this scam. My eyes ached, but I refused to cry. I understand, Mr. Lysander, I answered, my voice more stable than expected. What do I need to do next? Mr. Lysander placed his hand on my shoulder in the same manner that my grandfather used to. You need to gather evidence, he replied. Find out how they sold the house, who bought the paperwork was signed. If there's any sign of forgery, signatures, notarizations, anything, we'll have grounds to act. I'll support you every step of the way, from filing a lawsuit to enforcing the trust's clauses. But you have to be strong, Silas. This won't be easy. And how? I nodded. I felt a surge of determination like never before. I remembered my craftsman house, the rose garden I'd planted to commemorate my grandma, and the nights I'd spent trying to establish my life. They had seized everything, but I would not let them win. I'll find the evidence, I replied, my voice steely. And I'll take back what's mine. As I left Mr. Lysander's office, I felt as if I were entering a battle. The Pasadena sun continued to shine brightly, but there was a storm inside me. I took out my phone and texted Orion. You were correct. The trust has a protection provision. I'll need your help. I wasn't sure where to begin, but I knew one thing. I wasn't going to stop until the truth was out. I remembered my parents, Cassian, and how they used to make me feel inadequate and unworthy. They assumed I would remain silent, take the loss, and move on. But they had no idea I was Thaddeus Rowan's grandson, the man who taught me that genuine strength lay in will. And my will became an unquenchable fire. I decided to begin at the most painful point, my craftsman home. I needed to meet Isolde and Dorian, the elderly couple, again to delve deeper into the transaction. When I last stepped in front of the house and saw they had moved in, all I knew was that my parents had sold it using a counterfeit signature of mine. But I wanted more information: who met with them, what the paperwork was, and whether there were any additional hints. On the way there, I clenched my fists, attempting to resist the sensation that my heart was being crushed. The craftsman house loomed in front of me, with its familiar stained glass windows and the rose garden, which had been trimmed unevenly like an unhealed sore. I knocked on the door, my pulse racing. Isolde opened it, her eyes recognizing me instantly and her welcoming grin now tinged with concern. Silas, you're back, she murmured, her voice quiet yet strained, as if she knew I wasn't there to say hello. Come in. I strolled into the living room, where Dorian was seated with a newspaper in hand, although his eyes were apprehensive of me. Mr. Silas, he murmured, setting the page down. What's new? Last time you mentioned something about the house. We're still not sure what's going on. I took a long breath, attempting to maintain a steady voice but unable to conceal my determination. Isolde, Dorian, I'm sorry to bother you again, but I need to know more. About the sale. I believe my parents forged documents to sell this house. I need evidence to take back what's mine. Isolde and Dorian exchanged glances. Then she up and took a stack of papers from a drawer. Isolde replied quietly, We don't want to get into any trouble. Your parents and your brother, said you were moving abroad and needed to sell quickly. They brought a deed of transfer with your signature and notarized documents. We paid in cash, and everything was finalized in a few days. I clutched the papers, my heart beating. The sale contract was in my father's name, Robert Rowan, and the document of transfer was reportedly signed by me. But that was not my signature. It was quite near, yet the strokes were wobbly and inconsistent, as if someone had attempted to duplicate it. This isn't my signature, I explained, my voice catching. Dorian frowned. They also provided a notarized document confirming everything was legal. We had no reason to suspect otherwise. I requested permission to photograph the documents, feeling as though I had discovered the first piece of the puzzle. Isolde stared at me, her eyes filled with concern. If you're telling the truth, we're victims too. We paid for the house, moved in. If something's wrong, we need to know. I nodded and promised to follow up with them. I left the house with a mix of relief and smoldering rage. My parents had forged my signature, but I needed more proof to tie everything together. When I returned to the temporary rental I had taken, I contacted Orion again. He agreed to assist me in analyzing the documents and advised looking for comparable paperwork at my parents' residence. If they took original documents from your house, they might still have them, he added. The idea of going back to my parents' house made me shudder, but I realized I had no option. I needed to address them, not to argue, but to act discreetly. I went to my parents' house one morning, knowing they would be going food shopping. I slipped inside and discreetly unlocked their file cabinet. Inside there were heaps of documents, bills, contracts, and insurance papers. My pulse raced when I discovered a folder labeled Silas's residence. I opened it and found what I was looking for: copies of the deed of transfer, notarized documents, and handwritten notes. Recognized my mother's handwriting, numbers, dates, and a message that said, "All cash offer, quick and clean." Immediately. The notarized paper, however, chilled me. The notary was described as John Thompson, although his signature was sloppy and unprofessional. I photographed everything, carefully returned it all, and departed before my parents arrived. I had almost enough evidence, but I wanted to know Cassian's role in this. He wasn't simply the recipient of the sale earnings. He might have been part of the plot. I went back to Cassian's Instagram and looked through his Maldives photographs. In one photograph, he was seen with an unfamiliar individual in front of a real estate business. I zoomed in and recognized the emblem of a local real estate firm. This was the lead. I went to the real estate office disguised as a possible homebuyer to obtain information. The agent, Selena, was ready to help. When I pushed the conversation toward the Craftsman house, she nodded. "Oh, the house on Oak Street. That was a quick deal. The seller was Cassian Rowan, who said his brother was moving abroad and needed to sell fast. We found a cash buyer right away." I maintained a calm expression, despite the fact that wrath was boiling inside me. "Cassian handled everything himself?" I inquired. Selena nodded. "He brought all the paperwork, including his brother's signature and notarized documents. We had no reason to doubt it." I left the workplace with my thoughts reeling. Cassian was not only aware of the sale, he was the one who did it. My father falsified the notarization. My mother falsified my signature. Cassian handled the transaction. They had worked wonderfully together to take everything from me. But they made a key error. They had no idea the house was related to the trust, and I had Mr. Lysander on my side. I contacted Mr. Lysander again and sent him all of the proof, including the deed with the fraudulent signature, the suspicious notarized document, and the real estate agency information. He studied it on the phone, his voice calm but determined. "Silas, this is strong evidence. A forged signature and notarization are serious legal violations. We can file a lawsuit to reclaim the house, and the forfeiture clause will be activated. But you need to be certain about this. Once we proceed, your family will never be the same." I went silent, thinking of my parents, Cassian, and the family dinners that were now only memories. "They destroyed our family first, Mr. Lysander, I informed you. I'm just taking back what's mine." He agreed and promised to prepare the necessary documentation. "Be calm, Silas," he advised. "We'll do this the right way." When I hung up, I stood in front of my hotel room mirror, looking at myself. I was no longer the Silas of 6 weeks earlier, who thought his family would never betray him. I was someone new, shaped by suffering and drive. I remembered my granddad, my rose garden, and my Craftsman house. I'd take it all back, not for me, but for the vow I made to him. The true source of strength is willpower. After speaking with Mr. Lysander, I believed I had enough evidence. The deed of transfer with a forged signature, the phony notarized paperwork, and confirmation from the real estate agency that Cassian assisted the sale. However, simply filing a lawsuit was not enough. I wanted my parents and Cassian to face the truth in front of the entire family, including relatives who had watched me grow up and heard my parents brag about their golden kid, Cassian. I wanted them to see the repercussions of their actions, not through a cold legal letter, but in person, in an unavoidable situation. I contacted Aunt Callista, my mother's older sister, who was always honest and upfront. She was the only family member who had ever complimented my efforts, saying that my grandfather would be pleased of me. "Aunt Callista," I said over the phone, keeping my emotions under control, "I want to organize a family gathering. Invite everyone, aunts, uncles, cousins. I have something important to say." She paused, recognizing the seriousness in my voice. "Silas, is something wrong?" she inquired. I merely said, "I need everyone there. I'll explain later." I chose a weekend and borrowed Aunt Callista's home for the event. I informed her that it was a family update following my business travel. I didn't go into depth, but I did tell my mother that I wanted to make peace following recent conflicts. My mother, whether out of remorse or confidence that I had accepted the loss of my home, consented quickly. "That's good, Silas," she murmured, relieved. "The family needs to come together. Cassian will be happy to see his big brother." I clenched my jaw, concealing my rage. They were unaware that this event was not intended to promote reconciliation, it was about revealing the truth. I phoned Mr. Lysander and invited him to attend as a family friend. He agreed, presenting the trust documents and documentation I'd gathered. "Are you sure you want to do this in front of the whole family, Silas?" he inquired, his voice low but anxious. "This will be a big shock." I nodded on the phone. "They chose this path, Mr. Lysander. I'm just helping them see where it leads." On the day of the party, I arrived at Aunt Callista's house early to assist with table setup and food preparation. She glanced at me, her eyes filled with concern. "Silas, are you okay? You seem different." I gave her an odd smile and rubbed her shoulder. "I'm fine, Aunt Callista. Today's an important day." Family members began arriving, including Uncle Lucian, cousins, and a few close family acquaintances. Everyone was laughing and hugging as if it were a regular meeting. But my heart was pumping like a warrior preparing to fight. My parents came. My father is wearing his new clothing. My mother wore a light blue dress, her smile forced but confident. Cassian arrived late, strolling in with his typical arrogant air and wearing a white linen shirt similar to the one shown in his Maldives images. He patted my shoulder and said loudly, "Big bro, you're back. How is Europe? Don't be mad about the house thing. Life's too long for that." I glanced into his eyes and saw his arrogance, free of regret. I only nodded with a slight smile. "Yeah, Cassian, life's long." After everyone had gathered around the backyard tables, I stood up, holding a glass of wine but not drinking it. The bustling chatter subsided, and all eyes turned to me. "Thank you all for coming today," I said, my voice soft but resonant. "I just returned from 6 weeks in Europe, working on a major project. But today, I don't want to talk about work. I want to talk about family, about truth, trust, and what we do to each other." My mother stared at me with worry in her eyes. My father crossed his arms and frowned. Cassian smirked, expecting an apology or reconciliation. I placed down the wine glass and took out a stack of papers from my purse, including copies of the deed, a falsified notarized document, and images from the real estate firm. "When I went on my trip, I asked my parents to look after my craftsman house," I said, my voice slow and chilly. "The house I bought with my sweat, tears, and part of the funds from Grandpa Thaddeus's trust. But when I returned I found out my parents sold it without asking me." Murmurs rose from the table, and Aunt Callista covered her mouth, her eyes wide. Some cousins exchanged confused looks. My mother rose, her voice trembling. "Silas, what are you doing? This isn't the place for this." I lifted my hand, motioning for her to sit. "No, Mom. This is exactly the place. Everyone needs to know the truth." I held up the documents. "This is the deed of transfer for the house. It has my signature, but I didn't sign it. This is a notarized document signed by someone named John H. Thompson, but the signature is fake. And this," I pulled out my phone, showing the photo of Cassian in front of the real estate office, "is proof that Cassian facilitated the sale, lying that I was moving abroad for work." The air became heavy. Cassian's face turned pale and he forced a laugh. "What? What are you making up, Silas? Don't blow this out of proportion." I locked eyes with him, felt all of my grief and wrath rise. "Making it up? Let Mr. Lysander explain." I motioned to Mr. Lysander, who was seated calmly at the end of the table. He stood there, clutching the trust documents, his voice low but commanding. "I am the attorney managing the Thaddeus Rowan Trust," he told me. "The Craftsman House belongs to the trust, with Silas as the sole trustee. Selling it without his consent was illegal. But more critically, the trust has a clear clause: anyone who forges, misappropriates or sells trust assets will immediately forfeit their inheritance." Gasps resonated across the table. My mother covered her face. My father sat motionless, his hands trembling. Cassian punched the table, saying, "What? What are you talking about? It's just an old house." Mr. Lysander stared at him, his words hard. "Not just the house, Mr. Cassian. You and your parents have forfeited $500,000 each from the trust, a total of $1 million, plus a vacation cabin in Big Bear. Furthermore, forging signatures and notarizations is a criminal offense. You will face legal consequences." Silence fell, interrupted only by the quiet rustle of the wind in the backyard. My mother held her face, suppressing tears. My father approached Mr. Lysander and demanded to see the trust documents. Cassian pounded the table again, saying, "What? Grandpa had that much money and left it all to Silas? Why didn't anyone tell me?" He turned to face me, his eyes bloodshot. "Silas, you knew about this and said nothing. How selfish are you?" I glanced at Cassian, as if I were staring at a pampered child. "Selfish," I said, my tone cool but keen as a sword. "I worked my whole life to prove I was worthy of Grandpa's trust. You, Cassian, only took handouts from Mom and Dad, living off deceit. Grandpa put me in charge of the trust because he believed I'd use it wisely. And now you've all stripped yourselves of your own inheritance." My mother hurried to me, holding my hand and crying, "Silas, I'm sorry. I didn't know about the trust. I just wanted to help Cassian. You're his big brother. You can forgive us, right? You can share the inheritance as planned." My father turned and pleaded. "Silas, we're family. You can't let us lose everything like this. Think it over." Cassian leaped in, his voice almost imploring. "Big bro, please think it over. $2 million in inheritance isn't small." My mother had tears in her eyes. My father had a defeated countenance, and Cassian had juvenile wrath. Part of me wanted to forgive, embrace my mother, and say everything was fine. But then I remembered my rose garden, my craftsman home, and my grandfather's words. "Your strength is your greatest asset." They had decided to betray me. Cassian was chosen over justice. "You're not my family," I responded, my tone calm but sharp. "Family doesn't steal each other's dreams." My mother slumped into a chair and sobbed uncontrollably. My father clutched her, unable to meet my gaze. Cassian stormed out of the backyard, muttering curses. The other family members gazed at me. Some people nodded, others silently departed. Aunt Callista approached and placed a hand on my shoulder. "You did the right thing, Silas," she replied. "Your grandfather would be proud." As everyone went, I stood in the garden, watching the sunset turn the Pasadena sky gold. Mr. Lysander stroked my shoulder. "You did what you had to," he said. "The legal documents are ready. We'll reclaim your house, and they'll pay the price." I nodded, but I didn't feel victorious. There was only emptiness where my affection for my family once existed. I felt like I was caught up in a whirlwind in the days after the family gathering. Mr. Lysander and his legal team acted quickly, bringing a complaint in Pasadena court on severe claims of faked signatures, false notarization, and misuse of trust assets. I spent hours in his office going over every document and piece of evidence I had obtained, from the faked deed of transfer to my mother's handwritten notes, from the phony notarized paperwork to the real estate agency's confirmation of Cassian's involvement. Each piece was a knife that reminded me of the betrayal, while also representing a step toward justice. The police acted swiftly. One morning Mr. Lysander called me. "Silas, they've opened a criminal investigation. Your parents and Cassian have been summoned for questioning." I sat in my hotel room chair, my hands quivering while I held the phone. My mind was filled with images of my mother sobbing at the gathering, my father with his head down, and Cassian storming off. I didn't want them to go to jail, but I couldn't let them avoid the penalties. "What will they be charged with?" I inquired, my voice scarcely audible. Mr. Lysander responded, his tone steady but clear. "Your parents face charges of forgery and fraud. Cassian is being charged with complicity and profiting from criminal proceeds. We have solid evidence, Silas." I nodded, but he couldn't see me. "What about my house?" I inquired. Mr. Lysander informed me. "We're working with the buyers, Isolde and Dorian. They're victims too, so the court may void the sale and refund their money. You'll get your house back, but it will take a few months." I hung up and stared out the window. The Pasadena sunlight was as bright as the day I returned, but it no longer felt warm. The investigation went faster than I expected. I described my business travel, the shock of learning my house had been sold, and the proof I'd gathered. The officer, a middle-aged man with a stern demeanor, took detailed notes. "We've checked the notarized document," he told me. "The person listed as John H. Thompson doesn't exist in the notary registry. The signature on the deed of transfer has also been confirmed as forged through handwriting analysis." A thrill went through me. "What does that mean?" I inquired. The officer stared at me, his tone calm yet forceful. "Your parents will be charged with forgery and fraud. They could face probation and restitution. Your brother Cassian will be charged with complicity, and he'll have to repay all the money he used from the house sale, including the costs of his Maldives trip. I left the police station with my thoughts reeling. Probation, restitution, repayment. The words echoed in my thoughts like a dark song. I didn't want to lose my family, but I couldn't forgive them either. They had chosen this road, stealing my dream to satisfy Cassian's lethargy. I recalled my grandfather's words. Your strength is your true asset. He was correct. My strength was not in the house. I was determined to pursue justice. In the weeks that followed, my family disintegrated. My parents were duly accused and sentenced to 3 years probation and a significant reparation order, the majority of which was the proceeds from the sale of my house. They were compelled to mortgage their Pasadena home, where I grew up, to pay off the debt. Aunt Callista informed me that every night, my mother cried while my father sat motionless in front of the television. Cassian suffered more severe punishments. The court ordered him to refund the whole cost of his Maldives trip, more than $20,000, and punished him for involvement. Cassian was forced to confront reality when our parents no longer provided financial support and there was no trust fund. No employment, no home, and tremendous debt. I saw him once while walking by a coffee shop in downtown Pasadena. He was sitting there in a tattered t-shirt, eyes shadowed, on the phone discussing job applications. When he noticed me, he turned aside and couldn't meet my gaze. I did not stop. I had nothing further to say to him. Mr. Lysander finally got back to me after 5 months. The court overturned the sale of the Craftsman house. Isolde and Dorian received a reimbursement, and the house was legally returned to my name. The day I got the keys, I stood in front of the house, a mix of elation and sadness washed over me. The stained glass windows remained intact, but the rose garden had wilted due to neglect. When I walked inside, the familiar fragrance of wood filled my senses, but it wasn't the same. The house had been my dream, but it now bore the scars of treachery. I spent days cleaning and restoring it to its former glory. However, every fracture in the wall and every brick in the fireplace served as a reminder of what I had lost. Not only do I own property, but I also trust my family. I stood in the garden, staring at the wilting rose plants and wondering if I could revive them, or myself. My family was no longer the same. Aunt Callista remained in contact, but other family drifted apart. A few cousins called to express condolences, but no one mentioned the gathering. My parents attempted to reach me, leaving voicemails with apologies, but I did not respond. It wasn't that I refused to forgive. I wasn't ready. Maybe someday I'll sit down with them, but not now. Cassian disappeared from my radar. I heard he'd moved to another city and was working odd jobs to pay off his debts. Portion of me felt terrible for him, but a greater portion reminded me that he chose this route. He could have matured and stood on his own, but instead he chose to live off deception. I sat on the porch of my Craftsman home, a cold cup of coffee in hand. The house was mine again, but it wasn't the one I had hoped for. It was a trophy, a symbol of my will, and a reminder of the cost of justice. I remembered my grandfather, the trust, and how he had protected me long after he was gone. I wondered if he realized that one day I'd need the strength he'd given me. I stood up, strolled to the backyard, and started removing weeds and watering the remaining rose bushes. Perhaps they'll bloom again. Perhaps not. But I'd try, as I always have. Justice had been served, but my journey had not ended. I would reconstruct not only the house, but my entire life, one step at a time. While repairing the property, I started thinking about the trust fund, the $1 million I'd get when I was 35, which is now just a few months away. My parents and Cassian had forfeited their inheritance, leaving me with the $1.5 million and the Big Bear holiday cabin. But I didn't want to keep anything for myself. My grandfather taught me that genuine riches is not found in money, but in what you leave behind for the world. I decided to start the Thaddeus Rowan Foundation, a scholarship fund for young people who, like me 20 years ago, worked hard and saved every penny to achieve their aspirations. I launched it using a portion of the trust fund, providing tuition support to students who are struggling financially but are determined. As I signed the paperwork to establish the foundation in Mr. Lysander's office, I felt my grandfather's presence as if he were beaming back at me. "Well done," I imagined Silas saying. "This demonstrates true strength." The scholarship fund soon attracted attention. A few Pasadena publications wrote about me as the man who converted anguish into optimism. I didn't enjoy being in the spotlight, but when I received thank you letters from pupils, I felt proud. One girl wrote, "Thank you, Silas. Because of your scholarship, I can continue my education and become a doctor. Reading those lines, I realized that my craftsman home, rose garden, and even my scars had significance. My family became a distant memory. I heard they relocated to a small apartment in the outskirts to live quietly and avoid family. My mother once sent me a handwritten letter, her handwriting unsteady and full of regret. Silas, I apologize. I merely wanted to help Cassian, but I was mistaken. If you can forgive me, I'll do anything. I read the letter and then left it on the table for several days without responding. It wasn't that I refused to forgive. I didn't know how to repair what had been damaged. Cassian, from what I heard, was living alone, introverted, and appeared to have changed since losing his riches. I wasn't sure if he was actually sorry, but I hoped for his sake that one day he'd find his way. One afternoon I sat on the porch of my craftsman home, a hot cup of coffee in hand, looking out at the rose garden, which was now blooming vibrantly again. The red petals gleamed in the sunlight, a reminder that life may be restored even after the most severe wounds. This house, which had previously represented my ambition, was now a sign of perseverance. I had lost my family, but I had discovered the strength that my grandfather had always said I possessed. I reminisced on my trip, from the shock of hearing my house had been sold to the silent days of research, and then confronting my parents and Cassian in front of the family. In the United States, faking signatures to steal property is not commonplace. The most terrible aspect is that it can come from those closest to you. However, my tale demonstrates that justice and truth will always prevail. My parents and Cassian paid a price, not only in cash, but also in honor and trust. I wasn't pleased with it, but I didn't regret standing up for myself. I stood up, went inside, and put an antique framed portrait of my grandfather on the hearth. In the photograph, he was smiling, his eyes bright, as if he knew I would succeed. "Thank you, Grandpa," I whispered. Then I went back to the garden, picked up the watering can, and began tending to the other rose bushes. My life, like this garden, would continue to bloom. My parents gave my sister $4 million at the will reading. Then my senile grandpa stood up, exposed their lies, and made me the weapon of his revenge. Can you imagine believing your entire existence was built on a strong foundation, only to have everything shatter in a second, revealing a viper's nest of deception? That's what happened to me, Clara, when I discovered at the age of 33 that my own parents had covertly redirected $4 million of my family's fortune, which was intended for all of us children, to my younger sister Sophia. My breath caught. Sophia received $4 million. But before I could digest that gut punch, something absolutely extraordinary occurred. My grandfather William, who everyone assumed was bedridden and barely lucid, suddenly rose up from his wheelchair, his eyes piercing and clear, and spoke 7 words that froze the blood in my veins. "I understand exactly what you've been doing." In that single shattering instant, I realized my entire childhood, and my entire idea of blood allegiance, had been based on a startling lie. This treachery did more than just change things. It destabilized our family dynamic in ways I'm still processing. If you've ever felt the sting, the deep sickening twist of familial betrayal, believe me, karma repaid them in the most unexpected and satisfying way. To fully realize the significance of that day in the library, you must first understand who we were. The Blake family. We weren't simply wealthy, we were Connecticut old money, the kind of privilege that is ingrained in you from centuries of financial stability. My parents, Edward and Margaret Blake, ruled over our family as benevolent dictators, often telling us how fortunate we were to be born into such wealth. There were 5 of us. My father, Edward, had a calculating mind that you could almost feel ticking behind his eyes. A Harvard MBA, of course. My mother, Margaret, was the ideal socialite, always managing our family's image with military precision. Then there was my brother, Liam, who was 4 years younger than me, and the designated family rebel who refused to deal with real estate. My sister Sophia, the baby of the family at 25, followed by me, Clara, the eldest at 32. Sophia stood out to me from the start. From the minute she was born, it was as if a spotlight was turned on her. My childhood photos, simple albums stuffed in the attic. Sophia's professional photographs dominate the main corridor. My birthday parties were always informal gatherings of a few pals. Sophia's events are elaborate, complete with petting zoos and skilled entertainers. This pattern, this obvious partiality, persisted as we grew older. "Sophia has your father's business instinct," my mother would say with a knowing smile, even though Sophia had shown little interest in anything other than social media and shopping for years. Meanwhile, I was graduating summa cum laude, working hard in business classes in the hopes of joining Blake Real Estate Holdings, the company my grandfather William had started from scratch. Grandpa William was my sanctuary. He was the only person who genuinely saw me. While my parents were out attending Liam's rock band performances or swooning over Sophia's ballet recital, Grandpa William was my champion. He would sit in the front row for my debating competitions and business school speeches. He saw something in me that my parents were willing to overlook. He once told me, "You remind me of myself at your age," as we wandered the wide grounds of Lakeview Manor, our family house overlooking the Connecticut shoreline. "Clara, you have the drive to create something, rather than simply inherit it." Grandfather William's story was legendary. He began with a single rundown apartment building in the 1970s, and subsequently expanded to develop luxury buildings around New England. Blake Real Estate Holdings was worth well than $120 million when my father took over day-to-day operations 16 years ago. I worshipped him. While my father focused on preserving what had already been constructed, Grandpa William was a great visionary. He showed me that true riches was more than just accumulation. It was about producing value where none existed before. My parents' disdain of my business dreams became more obvious when I graduated from Morton. Despite my exceptional qualifications, my father assigned me to a modest role overseeing a tiny division of rental properties, rather than the development position I had planned for. He'd say to me, patronizingly, that property management would be a terrific experience. Development necessitates a specific instinct that cannot be taught in school. The stark, raw irony of it all made my blood boil, because Sophia, who had barely scraped by in her business classes at a public university, was instantly given a vice president title and direct access to development projects after graduation. The bias was as clear as if it had been spray-painted on a billboard. In my late 20s, Michael, my current husband, entered my life. He was an exceptional high school English teacher who was grounded and passionate about literature. He saw through the Blake family's nonsense like it was glass. "They're preparing Sophia for something," he noticed after our third family supper. "And they're purposefully ignoring you, Clara." I initially defended my parents, making excuses and claiming Sophia needed more help, or that they saw something in her that I didn't see. But deep down, I knew Michael was correct. The question was, why? Why would my parents openly favor their youngest child when I had done everything perfectly? My parents' reaction to Michael's proposal was tepid, at best, pathetic even. My mother planned a simple engagement dinner at the country club. Nothing like the lavish affair I imagined would have been planned if Sophia had been engaged to someone from their social group. "Clara, are you truly a teacher?" my mother had whispered to my father loudly enough for me to hear. She could have chosen either the Ashton boy, or the winter air. Michael and I married nevertheless, purchasing a small colonial home 30 minutes from Lakeview Manor. I continued to work for the family business, attempting to establish my worth despite my parents' imaginary glass ceiling. Meanwhile, Sophia moved from department to department throughout the corporation, showering praise on even the most basic successes. Of course, my triumphs were met with the expected reaction. Liam, for his part, had no desire to get involved in real estate. He followed music with a zeal that both angered and relieved our parents, irritated because it wasn't the path they had envisioned for their son, and relieved because it meant he wasn't competing for control of the family enterprise. That conflict appeared to be completely between Sophia and myself, even though the playing ground was far from level. Grandpa William was by my side throughout it all. He would invite me to lunch on a regular basis, asking pointed questions about the firm and nodding in agreement with my observations. As I approached my 31st birthday, I began to hope that when it came time for the next leadership transfer, Grandpa's influence would tilt the scales in my favor, despite my parents' evident preference for Sophia. Little did I realize that a much more complicated game was being played behind the scenes, one that would eventually reveal the rotten core at the heart of the Blake family riches. 2 years before everything burst, Grandpa William began to deteriorate. First it was subtle, forgetting names, misplacing his reading glasses, and delivering the same narrative twice in one afternoon. No one was really concerned, given his age of 85. Age catches up with everyone, right? But by the following spring, his decline had advanced significantly. He relocated from his wing of Lakeview Manor to a suite specifically prepared with medical equipment. A full-time nurse was hired, and family visits became scheduled rather than random drop-ins. Despite my increasingly rigorous work schedule, I made time to see Grandpa William at least twice a week. I'd bring fresh flowers to his room and sit beside his bed, updating him on the business, despite my parents' insistence that he couldn't follow sophisticated conversations. "He finds comfort in your voice," my mother would remark dismissively. "But don't bother him with business matters. Dr. Reynolds says stress can worsen his condition." But there were occasions during those visits when I thought Grandpa was more coherent than everyone stated. When I discussed specific properties or bargains, his eyes would just sharpen like a laser beam, and he would occasionally ask shockingly detailed questions before returning to meaningless pleasantries. I mentioned these moments to my father once, and he dismissed them as sundowning, which is a transient time of clarity frequent in dementia patients. As Grandpa's health appeared to worsen, I saw substantial changes in the family business. My father began restructuring departments, reassigning loyal staff, and hiring new executives from outside the company, which the Blakes had rarely done. When I questioned these actions during management meetings, I was told that they were planning for the future and that Grandpa William had approved the adjustments. More alarming were the closed-door discussions between my dad and Stephen Hale, the family's longtime attorney. 3 times I arrived at Lakeview Manor to see Grandpa, only to discover Hale leaving the study with folders of paperwork. When I asked my mother about these talks, she vaguely mentioned estate preparation and a peaceful transition. Sophia exhibited a great interest in the family business about this time, almost as if a switch had been flipped. After years of viewing her VP status as little more than an excuse for a corner office and a company credit card, she began attending all meetings, taking notes, and spending time with the financial officers. The shift was abrupt, a total of 190. "I've realized how important Grandpa's legacy is," she told me over lunch one day, her voice full of phony earnestness. "Dad's been mentoring me privately, and he says I have a natural talent for the big picture." I tried to raise my concerns with Liam during one of his infrequent visits home from Los Angeles, where he was attempting to get his band signed to a major label. "Something feels off about all of this," I murmured as we enjoyed a bottle of wine on my home's balcony. "Dad's making major company changes without proper consultation. Sophia's suddenly acting like she's in waiting, and they're limiting access to Grandpa William." Liam just shrugged, twirling his wine glass. "You're being paranoid, Mandy. Dad's always been a control freak, and Sophia's just trying to impress them as usual. As for Grandpa, he's old and sick. It sucks, but it's not some conspiracy." However, my suspicions grew, especially after I unintentionally uncovered documents in my father's office while looking for quarterly reports. I hadn't intended to snoop, I swear. But then I saw it. A folder on his desk screamed, "Succession Planning, Confidential." Inside there are drafts of documents that immediately transfer significant assets from Grandpa William's personal holdings to Sophia, circumventing Liam and me. When my father discovered me looking at the paperwork, his face reddened with rage. "Those are private family matters, Clara," he snarled, yanking the folder from my grasp. "Private family matters that apparently don't include me," I answered, my voice shakier than I intended. "Your grandfather and I have made decisions based on what's best for the company's future," he remarked with a laugh. "Not everyone has the right temperament for wealth management." The conversation stopped there, but the hostility between us intensified over the following months. I started documenting everything I noticed: changes in company structure, strange financial moves, and the timing of my parents' meetings with Hale. Michael thought I was becoming obsessive, but something in my gut told me this wasn't right. The last Christmas before the will reading was especially unusual. We gathered at a Lakeview Manor as usual, with Grandpa William escorted downstairs for the ceremonial present exchange. He appeared unusually fuzzy that evening, barely recognizing Liam, and repeatedly calling Sophia by my name. But, when everyone else was eating dessert, I swear I observed him staring at my father with a look that was everything but confused. It looked like a computation. As we were leaving that night, Sophia approached me with faux sisterly warmth. "You should really start thinking about your future beyond Blake Holdings," she urged, clutching my arm. "You and Michael could move anywhere with your business degree. Haven't you ever wanted to try something completely different?" The warning could not have been more plain if she had spelled it out. They were going to push me out, and they wanted me to leave gently. They had no idea that the reading of Grandpa William's will would upend all of their well-planned events in ways neither of us could have predicted. The day of Grandpa William's will reading began bright and clear, like a beautiful autumn morning that would ordinarily brighten my emotions. Michael clasped my hand reassuringly as we drove through Lakeview Manor's imposing gates. Neither of us expressed our anxiety that today would officially signify my exile from the family business, and potentially from the family riches entirely. "Whatever happens," Michael remarked as we parked next to my father's Bentley, "we have each other, and we have a good life regardless of what your parents decide." The huge library at Lakeview Manor was always my favorite room in the home. 2 levels of leather-bound books, a big stone fireplace, and floor-to-ceiling windows with lake views produced a timeless elegance. Today, though, the place felt like a pressure cooker. My father stood by the fireplace, dressed imperially in a tailored charcoal suit. My mother sat on a leather wingback chair, her blonde hair perfectly coiffed and her look appropriately melancholy. Sophia sat nearby, clothed in an exquisite black gown that appeared to convey grief. Despite the fact that Grandpa William was very much alive, albeit ailing, Grandpa himself was present, which shocked me. His nurse wheeled him in, and he sat slumped in a customized wheelchair, a checkered blanket covering his knees. Despite the warmth in the room, his previously imposing presence had faded so dramatically that it made my heart ache. He didn't appear to understand the significance of the meeting. Liam arrived last, looking uneasy in a suit that didn't match his musician's build. He hugged me briefly before taking a seat as far away from our parents as the seating arrangement permitted. Stephen Hale cleared his throat, then adjusted his wire-rimmed glasses. Thank you all for gathering today. As you know, William has decided, given his health situation, to execute certain aspects of his estate plan now rather than waiting. He believes this will ensure a smoother transition and allow him to see his wishes fulfilled during his lifetime. Hale started reading over usual legal provisions like executive appointments, tax concerns, and charitable bequests to William's favored charities. I listened closely, anticipating the details that would affect the family business. Regarding Blake Real Estate Holdings, Hale went on, William has already transferred operational control to Edward, as you all know. However, ownership shares were to be distributed upon William's passing according to the following percentages: 55% to Edward, 15% to Clara, 15% to Liam, and 15% to Sophia. My heart lifted slightly as I heard the word were. Grandpa had originally intended for us to share equally in the business. However, Hale replied, adjusting his glasses again, which felt like a physical blow. As part of William's revised estate plan executed 3 months ago, when he transferred power of attorney to Edward, a significant distribution has already taken place. Hale removed a document from his portfolio. William has gifted Sophia Blake $4 million in liquid assets and real estate holdings, including the Westbrook development, the Sheffield apartment complex, and the Newport vacation property. The room began to swirl slightly. These were not just assets. Those were the identical properties I'd been managing for the past 5 years, and they were intended to be distributed among all the grandchildren. And the Westbrook development was not even finished yet. It was the project I had put my heart and soul into, researching environmental impact, collaborating with local politicians, and building a mixed-use community that would offer both luxury and cheap housing. These assets, Hale went on, have been removed from the estate distribution and are now solely owned by Sophia Blake. That's not possible, I murmured, my voice far away in my own ears. Those properties were specifically mentioned in Grandpa's original estate plan as being divided among all of us. My father took a step forward, his countenance a practiced blend of pity and frigid determination. Clara, your grandfather and I discussed this at length. The reality is that Sophia has demonstrated exceptional business acumen over the past year. Furthermore, with you and Michael both having established careers and Liam pursuing his music, Sophia simply has greater financial needs at this stage. Greater financial needs? Liam repeated incredulously, finally joining the conversation. She lives in a company-paid penthouse and has never worked a day in her life outside the cushy job you gave her. Sophia's face reddened with rage. That's not fair. I've been working closely with Dad on major projects. Just because I don't broadcast every little accomplishment like Clara doesn't mean I haven't earned this. Earned. I couldn't stop laughing, even though there was no humor in it. It was a sour and hollow sound. Sophia, you couldn't even explain how a cap rate works last year, and suddenly you've earned $5 million in assets? My mother interfered, her voice bearing the warning tone I had heard throughout my upbringing. Clara, this is exactly the kind of reaction that concerned your grandfather. This competitiveness, this inability to be happy for your sister's success. Success? I stood up, blood pumping through my ears. What success? What has she actually accomplished besides being your favorite? Hale clumsily shuffled his papers. Perhaps we should take a brief recess. No, I said, stepping to his desk. I want to see the transfer documents now. After a brief pause and a nod from my father, Hale handed me the documents. There it was, in black and white. My father's signature as power of attorney authorizes the transfer of assets intended for all of us to Sophia alone. The date on the certificate corresponded to a period when Grandpa William's health was said to have deteriorated significantly. This is wrong, I remarked quietly as I scanned the pages. Grandpa would never have wanted this. He believed in fairness. People change their minds, Clara, my father responded easily. Especially when they see who truly values the family legacy versus who might be distracted by outside interests. He cast a meaningful glance at Michael. The injustice of it all. Years of hard work have been discarded. My loyalty to the company is viewed as a pastime. Assets I successfully transferred to my sister, who had exhibited little interest until lately. It was overwhelming. I felt tears threatening, but I fought them back. I would not offer them satisfaction. And that is when it happened. From his wheelchair in the corner, Grandpa William carefully slid the blanket off his knees. He climbed to his feet with struggle but remarkable composure. His nurse gasped and approached him, but he waved her away with a forceful palm. "That's enough," he said, his voice firmer and crisper than I'd heard in more than a year. The room went silent. My father's face had lost its color. "Dad, you shouldn't be exerting yourself," he added hurriedly. "Let's get you back to your room where you can rest." Grandpa William fixed my father with a look that might have frozen fire. "I've been watching you all very carefully. The will you just heard? It's a fake." The hush that ensued was absolute. My mother's hand raced to her pearl necklace, an anxious habit she had developed since childhood. Sophia looked like she was about to swoon. My father stood motionless, like a predator attempting to evade detection. "Mr. Blake," Hale said cautiously. "I assure you, these are the documents you signed." "When I was supposedly suffering from dementia," Grandpa William interjected, his voice growing stronger with each word. "When I supposedly couldn't make decisions for myself. Edward, did you really think I wouldn't find out what you've been doing?" My father began to speak, but Grandfather William raised his hand. "Save it. I have proof of everything. The embezzlement, the falsified accounting, the offshore accounts, every last dirty deal you've made behind my back for the past decade." He reached into his jacket pocket and brought out a small silver thumb drive, holding it up like a trophy. "It's all here, and Judge Franklin has another copy in his safe. One phone call from me, and it all goes to the district attorney." My reality was both disintegrating and reconstructing itself. Grandpa William, my Grandpa William, had been testing us all along, and my parents had failed miserably. The library burst in turmoil. My mother burst into tears, and my father tried to approach Grandpa William but was stopped in his tracks by a stern glance. Sophia sat frozen, her perfectly made-up face an expression of disbelief. Liam walked to stand next me, our shoulders brushing in a quiet show of support that we hadn't experienced since childhood. "Everyone sit down," Grandpa William ordered, and everyone complied. Even my father, who had been directing our family and business with an iron hand, slumped into the nearest chair like a chastised kid. "I'll start from the beginning," Grandpa remarked, moving with surprising quickness to take a seat at the head of the long library table, his usual spot for family meetings. 14 months ago, I began noticing irregularities in the quarterly financial reports. Properties that should have been generating substantial income were showing minimal returns. Development costs for new projects were inexplicably inflated. Money was moving through our accounts in patterns that made no sense for legitimate business. He glanced straight at my father. "At first I thought you were simply making poor decisions. But Harris Franklin, you remember my old friend who became a judge? He suggested something more concerning might be happening." My father's visage had changed from pale to ashen. Judge Franklin, Grandpa's buddy for over 50 years, was well known for his expertise in financial crimes. "Harris put me in touch with a forensic accountant and a private investigator," he said. "What they uncovered was far worse than I imagined. Edward, you've been systematically draining assets from Blake Holdings for at least 8 years, millions siphoned into shell companies and offshore accounts under various aliases." My mother discovered her voice, which shook with emotion or calculation, it was difficult to know which. "William, you're confused. Edward has grown the company's official value, the annual reports clearly show." "The annual reports show exactly what Edward wanted them to show," Grandpa interrupted her. "The real numbers tell a different story. We should be worth nearly twice what we are on paper." He turned to face Hale, who appeared deeply uncomfortable. "Stephen, I'm disappointed in you. You had to have suspected something wasn't right with those documents I supposedly signed." Hale gulped hard. "Mr. Blake, I was assured you were having lucid periods when major decisions were made, given your medical reports. Medical reports that were exaggerated by specialists who mysteriously received large donations to their research foundations from anonymous sources," Grandpa said with a chuckle. Those medical reports. My mind was racing, connecting dots that had been drifting apart for years. Limited access to Grandpa, new doctors, and abrupt changes in company structure. "You've been pretending all this time?" I inquired, still unable to connect the smart, strategic man before me with the foggy, confused grandfather I'd been seeing. Grandpa's attitude softened as he glanced at me. "Not entirely pretending, Clara. I am 84. I do have some cognitive challenges, but nothing like what they've led everyone to believe." He smiled slightly. "I've been careful to appear more impaired when certain people were watching." He turned back to face my father. "I needed to know how far you would go. Would you stop at cooking the books, or would you try to manipulate my final wishes too? So, I created the perfect test. I pretended to decline more rapidly. I allowed you to think you had control." My father eventually spoke, his businessman's demeanor largely restored. "Dad, this is ridiculous. I've made some aggressive tax maneuvers, certainly, but nothing illegal. As for the will, you and I discussed the changes. You agreed." Sophia showed promise. "Edward, stop." Grandpa's voice was calm but sharp. "The game is over. My investigator has documented transfers totaling $27 million to accounts that ultimately trace back to you and Margaret, not to the company, not to family trusts, to your personal control." He nodded to his nurse, who left the room shortly before returning with a dignified older guy whom I did not recognize. "This is Robert Donovan, former FBI financial crime specialist. He's been building the case for nearly a year." Donovan nodded professionally. "We have transaction records, communication logs, and testimony from 3 former employees who were pressured to falsify documents. The evidence is conclusive." The indoor temperature appeared to decrease 10 degrees. It wasn't simply family drama anymore. This could be considered criminal activity. Sophia quickly burst into tears. When things didn't go her way, she burst into ugly, gasping sobbing, rather than the measured, beautiful tears she was known for. "I didn't know," she cried, mascara running down her cheeks. "I mean, I knew something wasn't right with some of the paperwork Dad had me sign, but he said it was just tax optimization." Grandpa William regarded her calmly. "You knew enough, Sophia. Those tax forms you signed authorized the transfer of assets out of the country. Your signature is on documents creating shell companies in the Caymans." "She was just doing what I told her," my father said forcefully. "Leave her out of this, just like you left Clara out," Grandpa replied. "The only person who actually showed genuine business acumen and ethical judgment. The one you deliberately sidelined because she might have noticed what you were doing." Hearing Grandpa's validation, confirmation that I hadn't dreamed the years of being disregarded and undermined, released a tightness in my chest. Michael reached for my hand beneath the table. "The will you heard today is completely fabricated," Grandpa explained. "My actual estate plan is quite different, and it remains unchanged from what I decided 5 years ago." He motioned to Donovan, who produced another folder of documents. "Blake Holdings will be placed in a family trust," Grandpa stated. "Clara will serve as primary trustee, with Liam as secondary trustee. Operational decisions will require approval from both trustees. Edward and Margaret, you are removed from all leadership positions effective immediately." My folks were astonished and stared silently. My father's analytical mind was clearly racing, hunting for an opening, an escape route. "You can't do this," he finally stated. "You legally transferred power of attorney to me. These new documents won't stand up in court. Power of attorney obtained through fraud and misrepresentation of my mental capacity," Grandpa said with a wan smile. "Judge Franklin has already reviewed the evidence. The medical assessment I underwent last week, without your knowledge, confirms I am fully competent to make these decisions." He turned to face me and Liam. "There's one more thing you should know, and it could be the most difficult truth of all." He took a big breath. "Edward is not my biological son." The hush after Grandpa Williams' pronouncement was deafening. My father sat quite still, his expression unreadable. My mother turned aside, studying her manicured nails as if they held the mysteries of the cosmos. "What are you talking about?" Liam inquired, his voice strangely subdued. Grandpa Williams' look reflected decades of suppressed grief. "Your grandmother, Catherine, and I had been married for 3 years without conceiving a child. We were going through testing to determine the cause when she suddenly announced she was pregnant. I was overjoyed, never questioning the timing." His eyes widened as he remembered. "It was only after Catherine died of cancer when Edward was 17 that I found her journals. she had had a brief affair with my business partner, Victor Langley. Edward was the result. My father's jaw tightened, but he stayed silent. I made the decision to keep this knowledge to myself, Grandpa said. Edward had already lost his mother. I couldn't bear to tell him I wasn't his biological father, especially since I had raised him and loved him as my own from the moment he was born. If you loved him so much, my mother sharply interposed, why reveal this painful secret now in front of everyone? Grandfather's eyes hardened. Because Edward has used preserving the Blake family legacy as justification for every manipulative, underhanded action he's taken. He's wielded the Blake name like a weapon against his own children, favoring one over the others based on who he could more easily control. He directed his gaze toward my dad. But the truth is, you've never understood what the Blake legacy truly means, because you've never had to build anything yourself. My father eventually spoke, his voice dead quiet. So this is your revenge? Announcing that I'm a bastard and cutting me out of the company I've run for 15 years. This isn't vengeance, Edward. It's accountability, Grandpa explained. And I'm not cutting you out entirely. You and Margaret will retain 15% ownership in the trust, providing income but no management authority. The company will be led by Clara and Liam, with my guidance for as long as I'm able to provide it. And Sophia? My mother inquired bluntly. Sophia will retain 10% ownership and her current role for a probationary period. Her future in the company will depend on her choices moving forward. Sophia dried her tears and looked uncertainly at our parents and Grandpa William. This is absurd, my father exclaimed, standing abruptly. I'll contest this in court. I'll expose your mental decline. Please do, Grandpa said quietly. And I'll ensure the district attorney receives the complete file on your financial crimes. How do you think the Westbrook investors will react when they learn their money was partially diverted to your personal accounts in Grand Cayman? The menace hovered in the air, its implications clear. My father, probably for the first time in his adult life, had no response. We're going home to discuss our options, my mother said, clutching her purse with shaky hands. Sophia, come with us. Sophia paused, looking between our parents and Grandfather William. Sophia, my mother said angrily. After a little pause, Sophia followed our parents out of the room. The massive library door closed behind them, making a sound like to the period at the conclusion of a lengthy phrase. The supper that evening was probably the most agonizing event of my life. Grandpa William insisted that we all stay at Lakeview Manor to start the transfer process, as he termed it. My parents and Sophia arrived last in the dining room, after presumably spending the afternoon in serious private conversation. The big oak table, which could comfortably seat 24 people, now felt too large for our little gathering and too restrictive to contain the tension between us. We ate in near silence, the only sounds being the clink of silverware against beautiful porcelain and the odd whispered instruction to pass the salt and wine. Liam kept giving me inquisitive looks across the table, clearly as uncomfortable as I was. After the main dish was over, Grandpa William spoke. Tomorrow morning we'll meet with the board to announce the leadership changes. Clara, I'd like you to prepare a brief statement about your vision for the company moving forward. My father's knife clattered on his dessert plate. This is still precipitous, Dad. The board has worked with me for years. They won't simply accept Clara stepping in without question. They will, Grandpa said calmly, when they understand the alternative is a public scandal and potential criminal charges. Most of them have their own investments tied up in Blake Holdings. They'll choose stability and discretion. Later that evening, Liam discovered me in the garden gazebo, where I had fled to contact Michael and analyze the day's events. He sat alongside me on the cushioned seat, gazing up at the stars that shone through the gazebo's glass ceiling. So, he remarked after a time, apparently, we're business partners now. I chuckled, a genuine laugh that felt out of place given the happenings of the day. Apparently. I know nothing about real estate development, he replied. You know more than you think, and you have good instincts about people, which is half the battle. I tilted my head toward him. Are you okay with all of this? You've always been clear about wanting your own path. Liam was silent for a moment. I think I'm actually relieved. Music will always be my passion, but I've been struggling in LA. Too many talented people, not enough opportunities. He cracked a grin. Maybe this is the universe telling me it's time for a different approach. I can still make music while helping with the family business. Co-trustees, huh? Grandpa was smart to structure it that way. Neither of us can make major decisions alone. Checks and balances, Liam concurred. Something our parents never allowed. The next morning, Grandpa William asked me to his secret study, which I hadn't been allowed to attend for months. Unlike the towering library, this room was intimate and personal, with aged leather chairs and walls adorned with family portraits rather than leather-bound legal tomes. He unlocked an antique cabinet and took out a faded photo album I had never seen before. As we sat together on his small sofa, he began showing me photos from Blake Holdings' early days, construction sites, ribbon-cutting ceremonies, and handshake deals captured in faded color. "Your grandmother Catherine was my heart," he remarked softly, pointing to a lovely woman with a bright smile standing beside him in front of their first large construction project. When I discovered her affair after her death, it nearly destroyed me, not just the betrayal, but the fact that she'd taken the truth to her grave. "Is that why you and Dad always seemed strained, even before the financial issues?" I inquired. Grandpa nodded slowly. "I tried not to let it affect how I treated him. But perhaps some part of me was always looking for Catherine's betrayal in Edward's face. And Edward, he always sensed something was missing between us, though he never knew why." He turned the page, revealing images of my father as a young man who had graduated from college and joined the family business. I should have told him the truth when he was old enough to understand. Secrets like this poison families across generations. "Like the secret that my parents have been embezzling from the company?" I questioned, unable to hide my bitterness. "Yes," Grandpa replied. "Though I suspect that particular crime has a simpler motivation. Your father has expensive tastes, and your mother's family lost their money 2 generations ago. Her social status has always depended entirely on the Blake fortune." He closed the album softly. "But there's something else you need to understand, Clara. Edward isn't biologically a Blake, but he is my son in every way that matters. I raised him, taught him, loved him. His actions are his own responsibility. But the distance between us, that's partially my failure." The complexities of familial relationships had never seemed more profound. Grandpa William had hidden a painful secret for decades out of love, but that secret had created an emotional chasm, maybe driving my father to his own deceptions. "What happens now?" I inquired calmly. "Now we rebuild," Grandpa responded. "The company?" "Yes, but more importantly, the family, or at least the parts that can be salvaged." Before I could react, there was a quick knock on the study door. Liam entered with a concerned countenance. "You need to come downstairs," he demanded quickly. "Dad's gone through Grandpa's office. He's destroying documents." The weeks following what our family would refer to as the disclosure were some of the most difficult of my life. My parents declared total battle, both legal and emotional. They left Lakeview Manor the day after my father was spotted shredding documents, settling into their Manhattan penthouse and hiring Stanley Rothman, one of New York's most aggressive attorneys. Grandpa William, bless his heart, has temporarily moved in with Michael and me. Our humble colonial, which was usually so cozy, suddenly felt too small for his larger-than-life presence, while yet feeling strangely more at home with him there, drinking coffee at our kitchen table, and telling stories about his early days in real estate. My parents' legal onslaught began with a petition questioning Grandpa's mental competency. Despite the independent medical examination establishing his capacity, they produced testimonials from previously engaged professionals, all of which indicated that Grandpa William suffered from considerable cognitive impairment with occasional intervals of lucidity. Judge Franklin's genuine affinity with Grandpa ensured that the case was given to Judge Rebecca Martinez, who is recognized for her straightforward approach to family conflicts. She requested a thorough evaluation by a court-appointed geriatric psychiatrist, who confirmed what we already knew. Grandpa William had some age-related memory difficulties but was essentially competent in his decision-making ability. With the competency challenge defeated, my parents changed tactics. Rothman filed an emergency injunction to block any changes to the company's leadership structure, stating that my father was acting under a lawful power of attorney and that the unexpected reorganization would do irreparable injury to Blake Holdings' economic interests. Meanwhile, Sophia initiated a social media slander campaign. Carefully phrased posts about elder exploitation and manipulative relatives taking advantage of my beloved grandfather began to appear on her Instagram and Facebook pages, though she never mentioned me explicitly. Anyone who knew our family understood the ramifications. "Can you believe this?" I asked Michael one evening, showing him Sophia's most recent post, a throwback photo of her and Grandpa with the message, Some individuals will do anything for money and power, including turning family members against each other. He is broken, but he remains strong for you, Grandpa. Michael put aside the essays he was grading to read the post, his expression deepening. She's playing the victim while your parents were the ones stealing millions. The irony is almost impressive. The toll on our marriage was subtle but significant. Michael had always been my anchor, but the continual stress of court processes, emergency business meetings, and family drama was straining both of our patience in ways I never imagined possible. Late nights looking over firm financial information resulted in less time together. The emotional burden I took home with me every day generated a gravity that was difficult to shake, even in our most personal times. "I'm sorry," I said quietly one night after shouting at him about something trivial, a missed grocery item, if I recall correctly. "I don't mean to bring all this home with me." "Hey," he said, drawing me into his arms. "For better or worse, remember? This is the worst part. We'll get through it." Liam shocked everyone with how quickly he adapted to his new role at the company. While I concentrated on operations and development, he oversaw investor relations and marketing, where his inherent charisma and ingenuity proved unexpectedly useful. He returned from Los Angeles, took an apartment near the office, and threw himself into understanding the company with a zeal I'd never seen him show for anything other than music. "It turns out I'm pretty good at this corporate stuff," he informed me during lunch in the company cafeteria, about a month after the epiphany. Who knew? Explaining complex real estate investments to nervous investors isn't that different from convincing club owners to book an unknown band. His assistance became even more important once the judicial proceedings began in earnest. The first injunction had been denied, but my parents' counsel had launched a more serious lawsuit contesting the new trust arrangement on a number of grounds. Each hearing revealed more family secrets in the antiseptic confines of the courtroom, with court reporters dispassionately documenting every sad detail. The larger community's reaction to the Blake family conflict was varied. Some longtime business acquaintances removed themselves, uneasy about the charges of financial misconduct. Others, particularly those who had witnessed my father's ruthless business practices firsthand, appeared almost vindicated by his demise. Extended family members took sides, with the majority of my mother's relatives predictably backing my parents and Grandpa William's few surviving relatives rallying behind him. Holiday gatherings, traditionally obligatory if not very warm, were now entirely divided by competing invitations and conspicuous omissions. Throughout it all, Grandpa William maintained an extraordinary level of decorum. Despite the public revelation of his wife's infidelity, his son's treachery, and his personal decision to keep the truth hidden for decades, he never expressed embarrassment or animosity. He testified when necessary, answered questions truthfully, and refused to engage in the emotional mudslinging that my parents had encouraged. "The truth doesn't need embellishment or defensive anger," he informed me one evening as we were reviewing case paperwork at my dining room table. "It simply needs to be stated clearly and consistently." About 6 weeks into the legal processes, I was working late at the office when I received a text message from an unknown number. It was a snapshot of a journal page in my mother's distinctive handwriting from over 30 years ago. "William confronted me today about the Westlake project estimates. He senses something is wrong, but he doesn't realize how serious it is, or how long Edward has been manipulating the books. I convinced him that it was an accounting error. He still trusts me, albeit less than previously. Edward believes we should accelerate the strategy. I'm terrified of what that entails." The written message that accompanied the photo simply stated, "There's more where this came from. Meet me in Riverside Park on the bench near the 79th Street boat basin. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. Come alone." I gazed at my phone, my heart pounding. This was proof that the financial manipulation had been going on much longer than Grandpa suspected, but it could also be a trap of some sort. After talking with our attorneys and Grandpa William, I consented to the meeting with safety safeguards in place. Liam would be nearby, watching from a distance, while our private investigator would be positioned with a clear view of the location. The next day, clad in a wool coat to combat the November weather, I sat on the allocated bench overlooking the Hudson River. At exactly 2 p.m., a figure in a hooded jacket approached and sat next to me. When they lowered the hood, my mouth practically hit the floor. Helena, my mother's personal assistant, had worked for our family for more than 20 years. "I don't have much time," she remarked, her German accent stronger than normal, indicating urgency. "Your mother would fire me immediately if she knew I was here." "Why are you doing this?" I inquired. Helena gazed out over the ocean, her profile stark against the gray sky. "I have respected your Grandpa William for many years. What your parents are doing, it's not right." I've watched. Said nothing for too long. She handed me a little present wrapped in plain brown paper. Your mother's diaries. 3 of them, spanning 25 years. She thinks they're locked in her personal safe, but I've had copies of her keys for emergencies. She immediately left the room. I was never here. You never saw me. Before I could thank her, she was walking away quickly, vanishing among the other park guests. The journals proved to be combustible. My mother had methodically documented years of financial deception, which began tiny but became increasingly brazen as my father took control of the company. There were references to offshore accounts, faked estimates, and even plain fraud in dealings with investors. More upsetting were the casual comments to me and my siblings. Liam was written off as hopeless for business reasons. I was described as too principled for her own good, just like William. Sophia was described as absolutely malleable. She'll sign whatever Edward puts in front of her as long as she receives her allowance and attention. After our counsel produced the diaries in court, the judge demanded forensic authentication. Once recognized as authentic, they basically dismissed my parents' case. The evidence for long-term, purposeful financial crimes was overwhelming. However, just when we appeared to be winning the legal struggle, a more unsettling reality surfaced. Working with forensic accountants, we determined that almost $2 million had simply vanished, having been routed through so many shell companies and fronts that tracing it became nearly impossible. The money had practically disappeared into the intricate web of international banking. After a particularly exhausting day of financial research, I got home to find Michael waiting with a nice bottle of wine and takeout from our favorite Italian restaurant. You need a break, he stated firmly, taking my briefcase and placing it aside. Just one evening without Blake family drama. We were about halfway through supper when my phone rang. When I saw Liam's number, I apologized and answered. Mandy, he murmured, sounding apprehensive. Dad just called me. He wants to meet alone. My fork clattered against the plate. He wants to meet you? Why? I don't know, he just said he wants to talk, to explain some things. I think I should go. Liam gave a pause. Maybe he's finally ready to explain himself. Or maybe he's trying to divide us, I argued. That's always been their strategy, play us against each other. I know, Liam sighed. But he's still our father, Mandy. Biological or not. Don't you want to understand why he did all this? The question impacted me harder than I anticipated. Did I wish to understand? Part of me desired simply justice, consequences, and closure. However, another part, the daughter who had once admired her father despite his flaws, was anxious for explanations that might make sense of the betrayal. If you go, I finally responded. I'm coming with you. The meeting never occurred. The next morning, we learned that my father had boarded a private plane heading for a country without an extradition treaty with the United States. When questioned by the authorities, my mother claimed ignorance of his plans, but few believed her. The official inquiry into Blake Holdings' finances had now progressed from civil to criminal, with the FBI taking a direct interest in the matter. In the midst of all the pandemonium, a minor miracle occurred. During a typical doctor's appointment, I discovered that I was 8 weeks pregnant. Michael and I had been trying for almost a year, and the timing seemed both dreadful and totally wonderful. New life is sprouting from the ashes of our family's destruction. When I told Grandpa William the news, his eyes welled up with tears, the first I had seen since the tragedy began. Life goes on, he murmured quietly, resting his aged palm on mine. That's the beauty of it. 1 year after Grandpa William stood up in the library and altered everything, we regrouped at Lakeview Manor. Not for a reading or a court hearing, but for a different type of family gathering. The big home seemed strange now. We'd taken down some of my mother's more extravagant artwork and opened up rooms that had long been blocked off, bringing light into regions that had been dark for years. My father remained abroad, allegedly living in a home in a country known for harboring affluent fugitives. The FBI had frozen many of his known assets, but we all felt he had meticulously planned his escape, hiding resources in places where they couldn't be easily tracked. My mother had worked out a deal with prosecutors, offering to collaborate in exchange for avoiding jail time. She now lived in a small apartment in Boston, having abandoned any pretense of social significance. Sophia had undergone the most amazing shift. After initially agreeing with our parents, she looked to have a genuine crisis of conscience. When federal investigators showed her the actual paperwork she had signed, which implicated her in potential felonies, the reality of her predicament broke through the protective bubble our parents had built around her. I didn't understand what I was doing, she told me emotionally during a difficult talk 6 months ago, Dad always said it was just aggressive tax planning, that everyone in our position did the same things. Sophia, I'd said, not rudely but firmly. At some point you have to take responsibility for your own choices. That talk signaled the start of a tentative reconciliation. Sophia had begun therapy, moved out of the luxurious apartment our parents had supplied, and accepted a respectable position in the company's philanthropic foundation, work that appeared to genuinely engage her abilities and interests. Now, as we sat around the dining table, Grandpa William at the head, Liam, Sophia, Michael and myself arrayed around him, there was a cautious optimism that would have been unthinkable a year before. My 3-month-old son Noah slept calmly in a bassinet near my chair, his presence a continuous reminder of life's resilience in the face of adversity. I've asked you all here because I've made a decision about Lakeview Manor, Grandpa William said after we completed our meal. I'm selling it. The statement, delivered without prelude, startled everyone into quiet. But this is the family home, Sophia objected. It's been in the Blake family for 3 generations. Grandpa nodded. Exactly. And it carries the weight of 3 generations of secrets, lies, and unhappiness. This house shaped all of us, and not always for the better. He scanned the table, his eyes lingering on each of us. The Blake legacy isn't this house or even the company. It's what we build together moving forward, and I think we need fresh ground to build on. Over dessert, he revealed design plans for 3 nearby villas on a stunning plot of property overlooking the same lake from the opposite shore. 3 homes, one for Grandpa William, one for Michael and myself and our growing family, and one for Liam, who had recently gotten engaged to a bright environmental lawyer he met through the company's sustainable development projects. What about me? Sophia inquired quietly, realizing there were only 3 dwellings planned. Grandpa William regarded her intently. That depends on you, Sophia. Your probationary period with the foundation ends next month. The reports I've received suggest you found your calling there. If you choose to stay with the family and continue your current path, we'll build a 4th home. Or perhaps you'd prefer your own space elsewhere. The choice is yours. Sophia nodded slowly, tears forming in her eyes. I'd like to stay close to Noah. I want to be a real aunt to him, not the kind of aunt our mother was to our cousins, sending expensive gifts but never really present. The business has stabilized under our joint leadership. Blake Holdings had weathered the crisis with amazingly minimal long-term damage, thanks in large part to our honesty with investors and partners about what had happened and the reforms we had put in place to prevent similar situations in the future. We had shrunk certain activities, sold off assets with emotional connotations, and refocused on the community-oriented development that Grandpa William had originally envisioned. Liam had found surprising fulfillment in his business career, while he continued to perform music on weekends at a local jazz club. Michael had continued to teach, but he had reduced his schedule so that he could be more there for Noah and help me during the transitions. And I'd discovered strengths I hadn't realized I possessed, the ability to make difficult decisions, lead through crisis, and restore what had been broken. Later that evening, Grandpa William and I stood on the terrace overlooking the lake, watching the sunset paint the water in golden crimson. Do you regret it? I questioned him. Revealing everything, it would have been easier to let it go, to preserve the family image. He pondered the topic, his old hands resting on the stone balustrade. Easier in the short term perhaps. But secrets don't disappear. They metastasize. Your father's dishonesty grew from the soil of my own deception about his parentage. Your mother's manipulations flourished in the shadows we all agreed not to illuminate. He gave a wink. No, Clara. Truth is always worth the pain it causes. He returned his attention to the home, where Michael was teaching Liam how to properly handle Noah. Besides, look what has emerged from the wreckage. Something authentic. Something with a foundation built on honesty rather than appearances. The next spring we broke ground on the new properties. The ceremony was simple, just the 5 of us and Noah, who was now crawling and babbling with excitement. Sophia had truly earned her position back in the family circle, her work with the foundation demonstrating true promise, and her friendship with Liam and myself, a genuine physical bond. Grandpa William insisted that we all turn a shovelful of earth, including Noah, whose small hands I guided around the handle of a miniature shovel. New foundations, Grandpa exclaimed, watching his great-grandson with delight. That's what matters in the end. As I reflect on this wild journey from complete betrayal to hesitant, beautiful redemption, I can't help but wonder about your personal experiences with family justice. Has karma ever made its way into your family history, delivering a moment of truth when you least expect it? Whether it was a spectacular showdown like ours or a calm, life-changing discovery, I'd love to hear your story in the comments section below. Because family is complicated, messy, and often devastating. But as my grandfather taught me, the truth is always worth fighting for, even if it cuts deeply. My mother called me dramatic when collapsed at the dinner table at Thanksgiving. Until my sister broke the window and neighbors rushed to help. I was at my family's house for Thanksgiving dinner when I felt the bruises on my ribcage hurt. My sister Lila said, "Oh my gosh, what happened to you?" Mom dashed over, but not to help. "Let me see." Before I could respond, she placed her fingers into the bruising on my side. "See, Lila? Elena knows how to keep her husband happy." "Mom, she needs a hospital," Lila replied, reaching for her phone. Mom slapped it out of her hands. "Absolutely not. What kind of wife runs to strangers every time her husband disciplines her? Elena knows better." I attempted to sit but shouted out as pain raced through my spine. "Mom, please. It really hurts." "Good wives endure," Mom responded, locking the front door. "We're having Thanksgiving dinner as a family. You'll sit there and smile, showing everyone what a devoted wife looks like, won't you, sweetie?" I nodded, as I usually did. Family began to arrive. Aunts, uncles, cousins, and grandparents. I tried to smile and greet them, but the anguish intensified. Every inhalation felt like broken glass grinding into my chest. "Elena, honey, you look terrible," Grandma remarked, reaching out to touch my forehead. Mom moved behind my chair and pressed her thumb into my shoulder, where another bruise lay buried. "Tell them, Elena. Tell them how happy Frank makes you." He makes me very happy," I managed to reply through tight teeth. "Louder," Mom said, pressing harder. "He makes me very happy," I responded with tears flowing down my cheeks. Aunt Celeste frowned. "Eleanor, she's sweating and so pale." "The heat from the kitchen," Mom dismissed dismissively. "Elena's been helping me cook all day, haven't you, dear?" I hadn't, but I nodded anyway, sending another sharp agony through my ribs. A strange bubbling sensation began in my lungs. "Elena, serve the turkey," Mom instructed. I attempted to stand, but my legs buckled. Mom hauled me up by my damaged arm. "Show them you're not an embarrassment to this family. Walk properly." I made it to the turkey, my hands shaking as I attempted to raise the plate. The weight was very heavy. Pain erupted through my torso, and I dropped it, turkey falling across the tablecloth. "Elena." Mom's face turned scarlet. "How dare you ruin Thanksgiving?" She grabbed my wrist, where Frank had left fingerprint bruises, and squeezed. "Apologize to everyone right now." "I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry for ruining dinner." As I seated, she moved close to my ear. "You're disgusting. Can't even serve a simple dinner. No wonder Frank has to teach you so often." Each breath was thinner than the last, as if breathing through a narrowing straw. Aunt Deb observed that Elena wasn't touching her supper. "She's watching her figure," Mom replied. "Frank likes his women thin." That was when the coughing began, heavy, wet coughs that cut across my ribs. I tried to stop them, but they just kept coming. Then I tasted metal. When I removed my hand from my mouth, it was coated in blood. Lila jumped up. "She's coughing up blood," our nursing student cousin Bella said, her face pale. "That could be internal bleeding. She needs an ER immediately." "Everyone calm down," the mother ordered. "Elena just has a little cold, don't you, sweetheart?" She stepped over and slapped me on the back, precisely where the worst bruise was. "Stop being dramatic. You're embarrassing me in front of the family." I attempted to respond, but only coughed up more blood. The room was beginning to spin. I could feel something wet in my lungs, like if I were drowning from within. "Aunt Eleanor, if her ribs are broken, they could puncture her lung," Bella stated while getting up. "This is serious." "Are you a doctor?" Mom demanded. "No." "Then sit down." She turned to me. "Elena, tell Bella you're fine. Go on, use your words like a big girl." The room shifted sideways. I slumped face first on my plate, gasping as if my lungs had been punctured. Lila cried, "Elena!" Mom attempted to pull me upright. "Stop this performance right now. You're embarrassing me." As my vision faded, I watched Lila grab a chair and smash it through the dining room window. Glass broke everywhere. "Stop her," Mom yelled. "She's ruining everything." 3 days later, I awoke in the ICU. The doctor claimed I had been clinically dead for 4 minutes. during which my mother insisted I was being dramatic while my lung collapsed due to a punctured rib. Mom could not look at me. She just kept saying, "Good wives endure," and I was constantly safeguarding your marriage. But Lila understood the truth. Bella knew. Every family member at the Thanksgiving dinner was aware. And we were determined to ensure that she never hurt another lady again. The ICU machines wouldn't stop beeping, and each sound made me jump. I attempted to figure out what the doctor meant when he claimed I had been dead for 4 minutes. My chest tube pulled with every breath and hurt so much. I wanted to shout. Through the glass doors, I could see Mom in the hallway, flailing her arms at anyone who would listen. She kept pointing at my chamber and shaking her head, as if this was all a big mistake. Lila stood between her and the security guard, arms folded. The guard continued to nod as Mom's face became increasingly red. She attempted to push by him, but he blocked her route. The doctor walked in with a clipboard and drew a chair up to my bed. He showed me the x-rays on his tablet and pointed out white lines all over my ribs. 3 were broken straight through, and 1 had into my lung. He traced his finger over older breaks that hadn't healed properly, some from months prior. His voice remained cool, but I noticed his jaw clench when he inquired how long this had been going on. I tried to respond, but my throat was raw from the breathing tube they'd yanked out. Lila grabbed my hand and pressed it tightly enough to hurt. I managed to mumble to the doctor that Frank did it, and he took notes. He asked further questions regarding the earlier injuries, but I struggled to respond. Lila stayed with me after he went and told me what I had missed. She stated that when I fainted at dinner, she realized I was dying. My lips were turning blue and I wasn't breathing right. Mom kept saying I was faking it while blood came out of my mouth. That's when Lila grabbed the dining room chair and tossed it through the window. Glass shattered everywhere, and Mom began yelling over the mess, but Lila didn't care because the neighbors heard the smash and called 911. The paramedics had to push Mom out of the way to reach me. 2 police officers arrived while I was still resting off the surgery. They were pleasant, but I felt exposed, telling them about Frank. One was elderly, gray-haired, and kept calling me ma'am. The younger one took notes as I discussed Frank striking me. I told them about the injuries on my ribs, back and wrist. But when they asked about Thanksgiving meal, I couldn't tell them what Mom did. I simply stated that there was a medical emergency and did not elaborate. Bella arrived the next day, carrying a notebook. She perched on the side of my bed, holding my other hand, as Lila stared from the corner. Bella stated that she jotted down everything that transpired during supper. She knew who said what, and when Mom stopped people from calling for help. She noticed Mom pressing on my bruises and digging her thumb into my shoulder. She overheard Mom mention that good wives endure while I coughed up blood. Bella stated that she would reveal the truth, regardless of what the family believed. My phone rang with a voicemail, and I recognized Mom's number. Her voice came through the speaker, calling the entire situation useless drama. She told me I was embarrassing the family and should stop being so emotional. She stated that Frank was anxious about his health and simply wanted his wife back home. My hands began shaking, and I couldn't stop them. The shaking intensified until my entire body was trembling. When the monitors began to malfunction, the nurse rushed in. She gave me something in my IV that made everything feel foggy and distant. That night, after everyone had gone, I took out my phone and began typing a message to Frank. My fingers moved on their own, writing, "I apologize for causing problems." I stared at the words for quite some time before removing them one by one. Even as I lay there with a tube in my chest, I wanted to apologize to him. The next morning, Fiona Knoll knocked on my door. She worked for the hospital's domestic violence program and kept a folder full of paperwork. She sat down and discussed protection orders, emergency shelters, and financial assistance. She didn't pressure me or tell me what to do. Instead, she presented all of my alternatives. She showed me websites, phone numbers, and places where I might get aid. Everything she said felt massive and terrifying, but also as if there was a way out. Fiona returned the next day with additional paperwork regarding protection orders. She asked if I wanted to file one against Frank, and I tried to reply yes, but my voice was hardly audible. She needed to lean in close to hear me repeat it again. Going to court made my stomach hurt, but the prospect of Frank discovering me made it more worse. She promised to guide me through the entire procedure and not leave me alone with it. The discharge planner arrived with a list longer than my arm. I needed follow-up appointments with the surgeon, lung doctor, and my usual doctor. For 8 weeks, no more than 5 pounds may be lifted. Be careful not to pull the wound open. Monitor for fever, discharge, or difficulty breathing. Take antibiotics 3 times daily, and pain relievers every 5 hours. Physical therapy will help my ribs heal properly. I felt broken after hearing all the ways I needed to be fixed. Lila walked in while the discharge planner was still speaking, saying she had already prepared her extra room for me. She'd purchased additional pillows for my ribs and lowered everything so I wouldn't have to reach. The discharge planner asked where I'd be staying, and I pointed to Lila, which caused Mom's sister text to start buzzing on my phone right away. Aunt Celeste was already spreading the news that I had chosen my sister above my spouse. While Lila helped me into a wheelchair, the texts kept flowing, each one accusing me of being selfish, theatrical, or hurting the family. My phone rang, and Detective Dean Nancy's name appeared on the screen. When he told me he needed to schedule a formal interview once I was healthier, he spoke calmly and professionally. He indicated there was no pressure, and we could move at my own pace, but the prosecutor needed my statement as quickly as possible. I promised to meet him next week and hung up, bored of having to explain everything again. Lila drove me to her place in quiet, and I gripped my ribs through every bump in the road. She'd emptied out her entire guest room and put up a tiny table with water bottles and my pills neatly arranged by time. The bed had 4 pillows set to support me, and she'd even placed a bell on the nightstand in case I needed her. That first night, I awoke terrified of drowning in my own blood. My lungs felt full of liquid again, and I was unable to breathe. I couldn't stop coughing despite the fact that there was nothing there. Lila ran in and hugged me while I trembled and screamed, and neither of us fell back asleep. She just sat there caressing my back while I attempted to avoid seeing my mother's face at the dinner table. The next morning, a delivery person arrived with a large bunch of red roses. The card stated that Frank loved me and wanted me to come home, and that he was sorry things got out of hand. Lila snapped pictures of everything on her phone before hauling it all to the dumpster outside. She said that we needed to document every contact attempt for the protective order. Before I left the hospital, Fiona gave me a packet full of information, including legal aid leaflets, therapist recommendations, and domestic abuse services. The phone numbers seemed impossible to dial, but Fiona had highlighted the most crucial ones in red pen. I forced myself to phone legal help first, and a woman responded, asking basic questions about my position. My voice grew softer as I indicated that I needed aid with a protective order and possibly a divorce. She booked an intake meeting for the following week and requested that I bring any documentation I had. Then I dialed one of the therapist numbers Fiona had indicated. The receptionist was pleasant, but I found it difficult to express my desire for trauma therapy. She told me they had an opening in 3 weeks, and took my information while I shook the phone. Each call seemed like a marathon, but I made it because I had to. Lila sat next to me on the couch that night and told me about what she observed on Thanksgiving. She stated she saw Mom press her thumb into my shoulder and my face become white with pain. When I started coughing up blood, she knew I was dying. Actually dying at the table. She said my lips were turning blue, and my mother insisted I was being dramatic. Breaking the window was the easiest decision she'd ever taken, even though she knew her mother would never forgive her. She didn't care about the family feud because preserving my life was worth any cost. I couldn't sleep again that night because I kept feeling Mom's thumb and shoulder, her fingers pressing into my ribs as she smiled at the family, and the way she hauled me up by my damaged arm to serve the turkey. I knew she wasn't simply allowing Frank to hurt me, she was also hurting me. She purposefully pressed on bruises, grabbed injuries, and caused me anguish. The thought made me rush to the restroom and vomit. Bella texted me that she was writing her whole witness statement. She went into great detail about Mom discouraging others from calling 911 and focusing on my injuries. She claimed she was afraid of what the family would think, but staying silent would be worse. She'd previously spoken with 3 other cousins who witnessed everything, and 2 of them volunteered to make statements as well. Fiona contacted the next day to schedule a risk assessment. She arrived to Lila's apartment with more paperwork and sat across from me, asking about Frank's habits, when the violence normally occurred, what prompted it, and whether he had ever used weapons. She also inquired about my mother, whether she had previously hurt me or had simply enabled Frank. She showed me information on lethality indicators and helped me figure out which ones relevant to my case. We developed safety strategies for several eventualities, such as case Frank arrived at work or discovered where I was staying. She assisted me in thinking about escape routes, safe persons to call, and what to bring in an emergency bag. The entire chat felt surreal, as if we were preparing for a battle I had never joined up for. The next morning, Fiona returned with additional forms and sat across from me, asking more probing questions about particular instances when Frank hurt me. My hands shook as I narrated each episode, as she carefully wrote everything down. She inquired about the worst time, and I told her it was 3 weeks before Thanksgiving, when he shoved me into the bedroom wall. She inquired whether anyone had noticed it, and I shook my head because it always happened when we were alone. Then she asked me to describe what happened without using terms like accident or misunderstanding. I opened my mouth and nothing came out at first. My throat felt dry and tight. Fiona waited without pressing as I attempted to force the words through whatever was blocking them. Finally, I spoke it out loud for the first time, without offering any excuses. Frank struck me. The words felt like broken glass in my throat, but also like a weight lifted off my chest. Fiona wrote it down and asked me to repeat it louder. Frank struck me. Then again. Frank struck me. Each time it became easier until I could say it without my voice shaking. She had me practice saying it in various ways, such as Frank punched me in the ribs. Frank grabbed my wrist and twisted it. And Frank pushed me down the stairs. By the end, I was crying. But the words were no longer stuck. 2 days later, Detective Nancy arrived to Lile's apartment with a big folder of papers and evidence bags. He laid out everything on the coffee table, including hospital images and witness statements from Thanksgiving. He pointed forth each piece of evidence and explained how it demonstrated a pattern of abuse and family enabling. The medical records revealed 3 broken ribs, a punctured lung, and old fractures that never healed, correct? According to Bella's account, Mom pressed on my injuries and prevented people from calling 911. Lile's statement included shattering the window when she noticed me dying. He had testimony from 2 other relatives who witnessed Mom harming me and preventing aid. He even had a report from neighbors who had heard screaming from our unit 8 months prior. Nancy said he was putting up a strong case, but warned me that these things take time and Frank would most likely hire an excellent lawyer. He also stated that Mom's conduct complicated matters because showing she caused harm by denying medical care was more difficult than demonstrating outright abuse. But he was going to encourage the prosecution to pursue charges against her as well. The next week, 2 officers arrived to take me to retrieve my belongings from the residence I shared with Frank. They stated he wasn't home, but we needed to be quick in case he came back. I gathered clothes and essential papers while one police stood by the entrance and the other assisted me in carrying boxes. Mom's car pulled up outside and she ran toward the house, shouting. She raged at me, accusing me of destroying the family and Frank's life via falsehoods. She stated, "Good wives don't run to the police." And that I was making everyone uncomfortable. When she attempted to seize me, the police had to step in. She kept yelling about how I was ungrateful, theatrical, and attention-seeking. She claimed Frank loved me and that I was destroying a good marriage because I couldn't bear normal discipline. The officer ordered her to back up or he would arrest her for interfering. She screamed that she was my mother and had the authority to speak reason into me. I grabbed the last box of my belongings and climbed into the police car as she hammered on the window, yelling that I'd regret it. That night, while I tried to sleep at Lile's, I couldn't stop thinking about Mom in her own kitchen. I could imagine her sitting at her table, convincing herself she had done nothing wrong. She'd tell herself she was safeguarding my marriage by not contacting 911. She'd suggest that teaching me to tolerate pain would make me stronger. She believes that good moms prepare their daughters for the realities of marriage. The worst part was knowing she actually believed everything. She was not feigning or lying to herself. In her opinion, she was being a good mother by training me to accept anything Frank did. That true belief made it worse than if she had known she was wrong but still did it. The next day, I was searching through old storage boxes and came upon a journal from before I married Frank. I opened it and began reading entries made 5 years ago. I had jotted down pages and pages of things my mother had said. Men need firm hands to guide them. Crying just makes them angrier. If you upset your husband, you deserve what happens. Never tell outsiders about private marriage matters. A good wife takes whatever her husband gives, and thanks him for caring enough to correct her. Reading it now made me sick because I could see how she prepared me to accept abuse long before Frank came along. She instilled these concepts in my mind when I was little, and repeated them until I believed them. Every entry demonstrated how she formed me into someone who would let a man to hurt me and consider it normal. Fiona came over that afternoon to explain the legal procedure for obtaining a protective order. She sat with me and Lila and explained each stage of what would happen. First, we'd file the paperwork, followed by a temporary order valid for 2 weeks. Then there'd be a hearing where Frank might challenge it, and I'd have to testify about the abuse. She warned me that he would likely fight it and hire a lawyer to make me appear terrible. Even if the judge issued the protective order, it was only paper and wouldn't physically prevent Frank from approaching me if he wanted to. She admitted that the technology had limitations and could not ensure my safety. However, she stated that it was still significant because it gave authorities a reason to arrest him if he violated it. It also included a legal record of the abuse in the divorce. She taught me that I needed to use every available tool, even if none of them were ideal. While we were conversing, my phone vibrated with a text message from my mother. She had forwarded a message from Frank saying, "He missed me and wanted me to come home." Her added message said, "He misses you, sweetie, and you should stop this nonsense and go back to your husband." I showed it to Fiona and Lila, and we took pictures of everything. Fiona stated that this demonstrated their collaborative efforts to regain control of me. She advised saving all messages and voicemails because they could be used as proof. Lila took out her phone and played me the voicemail her mother had left her that morning. Mom's voice was angry and harsh, as she referred to Lila as a home wrecker who was destroying my relationship with my husband. She claimed Lila was jealous of my good marriage and tried to destroy it. She accused Lila of poisoning my mind with feminist nonsense and turning me against my family. She claimed that if I came crawling back after Frank found someone better, Lila would be to blame. We saved the voicemail, and Lila said she would retain everything in case we needed it in court. 3 days later, I had an appointment at Legal Aid to speak with Marcus Price about divorcing Frank and obtaining a protective order. I could barely look at him as I sat in his office, attempting to explain why I was there. My voice grew softer as I told him about the abuse, Thanksgiving, and being in the ICU. He did not interrupt or ask many questions at first. He simply took notes and nodded as I spoke. When I finished, he treated me like a client with an issue to address, not a victim to be pitied. He asked detailed questions regarding our finances, property, and how long we had been married. He described the divorce procedure and what to expect at each stage. Marcus reviewed all of the information I presented, including medical records, police reports, and witness accounts. He spent a long time reviewing the hospital records about my injuries and how I had been dead for 4 minutes. He claimed that the medical records from Thanksgiving provided strong proof that Frank would find difficult to refute. However, he warned that Mom's interference made matters more problematic legally. He emphasized that, while her actions were wrong, it was more difficult to charge someone for preventing help than for committing direct harm. The prosecutor would have to show that she knew I was dying and chose not to help, which differed from assault allegations. He indicated she could face charges, but that decision was not mine to make because criminal proceedings were initiated by the state, not the victims. He'd focus on the divorce and protection order while the prosecution dealt with any criminal accusations. He stated that based on the evidence, we had a solid case for both the protective order and the divorce. We set another meeting for the following week to file the paperwork and get the process started. 2 days later, I sat in Daphne Dodson's waiting room, my hands shaking so much that I couldn't hold the water cup she had left for me. The office smelled like vanilla candles and had comfy seats that made my ribs less sore. But I kept gazing at the door, thinking of running. When she opened her office door and smiled at me, I attempted to stand, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. She came over and sat in the chair next to me rather than forcing me to move. She didn't say anything for a time, but sat there breathing slowly and steadily, till my breathing began to match hers without my conscious effort. When we finally entered her office, I sat on the edge of the couch, ready to run. She asked if I wanted to talk about why I was there, but I was speechless. My throat felt choked up, as if Mom's thumb was pressing on my shoulder. Daphne demonstrated how to place my feet level on the floor and count 5 items I could see, 4 hear, and 3 touch. My breathing became slower as I counted the bookshelf, the plant, her diploma on the wall, the tissue box, and the clock. She stated we didn't need to talk about anything serious today, just practice staying safe in the room. The next session, Daphne had a large sheet of paper and began drawing circles and arrows while I spoke in disjointed sentences about Mom and Frank. She demonstrated how my mother's words, "Good wives endure," when I was a child prepared my brain to accept Frank's punches as normal. The rings connected Mom's words, Frank's hands, and my fractured ribs in a pattern that made me realize it wasn't random or my fault. She drew more arrows, demonstrating how my mother educated me from childhood to believe that pain signified love. Suffering meant goodness, and staying represented strength. Looking at that page with all the links drawn out made me cry so hard that I used half her tissue box. She did not try to stop me from crying, or convince me everything will be fine. She just sat there, holding space, as I fell apart. Later that week, I needed to contact my employer about extending my medical leave. The HR representative inquired gently about whether I felt safe returning home and if I required any adjustments. I gave vague replies about a medical emergency and recovery time, scared that she could tell what had happened. She told me to take all the time I needed, and that my work would be ready for me, but her cautious demeanor told me something was amiss. After I hung up, I vomited from the stress of trying to sound normal. The next morning, Detective Nancy called to say he had obtained all of my hospital records and met with the prosecutor to discuss charges. He stated that the medical evidence was compelling, particularly the portion about being dead for 4 minutes, but cautioned that family violence situations are often tricky. The prosecution considered prosecuting Frank with assault but was hesitant to charge Mom since showing she impeded help was more difficult than demonstrating direct harm. Nancy said he'd keep pressing, but he couldn't guarantee what would happen to Mom. 3 days later, Grandma called and asked to meet at a coffee shop. She appeared older than at Thanksgiving, with black circles under her eyes and her hands trembling as she held her cup. She told me she felt Frank was causing me pain, but she didn't want to interfere with my marriage since that's not what her generation did. She apologized, but when I asked if she'd testify about what she saw on Thanksgiving, she shook her head and said she couldn't go against her mother in court. She continued repeating that families stay together and solve things discreetly. I departed feeling even more alone than before, knowing that even Grandma would prioritize Mom over my safety. Meanwhile, Lila was working on Aunt Deb, who finally acknowledged over the phone that she witnessed Mom hurting me at Thanksgiving and hadn't slept well since. Lila recorded the call in which Deb recounted seeing Mom press on my bruises and prevent others from calling 911 while I was getting blue. Deb claimed she was caught between family loyalty and doing the right thing, but the image of me coughing up blood tormented her. She stated that she would be willing to prepare a statement, but wanted time to think about testifying. The next shock came when I attempted to buy groceries and my card was refused. I called the bank and discovered that Frank had emptied our joint account and canceled all of my credit cards the day after I received the protection order. After 8 years of marriage, I found myself without any money. The financial control I had never acknowledged previously hit me like a punch in the ribs. I sat in my car in the grocery store parking lot, panicking about how I was going to pay for food, petrol, and everything else. Fiona met me at Starbucks and assisted me in applying for emergency grants for survivors of domestic violence. She had a folder full of applications and led me through each one while I tried not to cry from the humiliation of needing charity. She reminded me that economic abuse was part of the pattern and that Frank stealing the money was just another tactic to control and push me back. She assisted me in applying for food assistance, emergency grants, and even a grant for crime victims. It felt humiliating, but she insisted that surviving was not disgraceful. A week later, Frank's lawyer sent him a big packet. The letter within depicted our marital difficulties as a simple argument that escalated, as if we had battled over what to watch on TV rather than him shattering my ribs. His version said that my injuries were accidental, possibly caused by a fall, and that I was exaggerating everything to gain attention. Reading his lies about how he never meant to hurt me, and how everything was a misunderstanding made me realize he would never accept responsibility for anything. He also stated that I was psychologically unwell and needed assistance rather than a divorce. The same day, Bella spent hours writing her formal statement to the police. She mentioned exact times and particular facts of Thanksgiving, such as how Mom slapped Lila's phone away at 3:47 p.m., and how she pressed on my bruises at 4:15 p.m., while family members watched. She described how her mother prevented many people from contacting 911 even as I turned blue and stopped breathing. She recounted the moist sound of my breathing, the blood on my hands, and my mother's comment that I was being dramatic as my lung collapsed. Bella's statement was 8 pages lengthy and included medical observations regarding my symptoms, which indicated internal bleeding and respiratory difficulty, but my mother ignored them. 2 days later, I drove to my mother's house because I wanted my birth certificate and social security card for legal purposes. My hands shook on the steering wheel as I drove into the driveway, where I'd parked hundreds of times before. I knocked on the door and heard her footsteps approaching. She opened it just slightly and looked at me through the gap. "What do you want?" she inquired. I told her I needed paperwork from the downstairs filing cabinet. She opened the door wider, but her arms were crossed, obstructing the entrance. "You're dead to me unless you go back to Frank and fix your marriage," she told me. I attempted to step around her, but she moved to block me again. I said that I just needed my papers, and will leave. She shook her head and explained that those documents belonged to a daughter who knew how to be a decent wife. I tried to shove past her, but she grabbed my side just where my ribs were still healing. The pain surged through me like lightning, and I stumbled backward, gasping for oxygen. She pushed harder, claiming that this was nothing compared to what I deserved for destroying our family. I backed away and dashed to my car, while she yelled at me from the doorway. The next morning, Detective Nancy called to report that he had interrogated Frank at his lawyer's office. Frank claimed I was lying and that he had only pushed me once in self-defense when I attacked him. Nancy claimed Frank couldn't explain why defensive pushing would result in shattered ribs and a punctured lung. Frank continued changing his version of what happened that day, stating I fell down the stairs. Then, I ran into a door. Nancy was documenting every contradiction and creating a timeline that demonstrated Frank's story did not fit the medical facts at all. That night, I awoke at 2 a.m. I felt like I was drowning again, exactly as on Thanksgiving. My chest felt tight, I couldn't breathe, and the room was whirling. Daphne had taught me to count the number of objects I could see, touch and hear: 5, 4, and 3. I focused on the lamp, dresser, window, doorknob, and ceiling fan. I touched the bedding, pillow, phone, and wall. I could hear cars outside, the heater was running, and my breathing was slowing. It took an hour of counting, breathing, and reminding myself that I was safe in Lila's place, but I made it through without phoning anyone. The following week, Daphne laid documents across her desk, documenting every instance Frank had wounded me during the previous 8 years. We documented each incident with dates, what caused it, and how severe the injuries were. As we worked, I realized Mom's voice was in my brain after each pounding, telling me that good wives endure. Daphne helped me understand how my mother had trained me to accept suffering as usual since I was a child. We spent the hour determining which thoughts were truly mine and which were Mom's poisoned messages implanted in my mind. She had me make 2 lists, one of my true views and one of my mother's conditioning, and seeing them side by side was stunning. Marcus called that afternoon to say he had completed all of the paperwork for a temporary protective order against Frank. He said that the judge will review it and scheduled a court date for next Tuesday at 9 a.m. My hands shook as I signed each sheet, knowing that this made everything official and legitimate. Marcus stated that the medical records from Thanksgiving provided substantial evidence, and Bella's statement also helped. He cautioned me Frank would definitely oppose it, but we had a solid case. Lila came over the weekend to assist me prepare for court. We practiced what I would say when the judge asked questions, and decided where we would sit in the courtroom. She assisted me in selecting clothes that were professional, but were not overly formal. We reviewed the timeline several times until I could pronounce it without sobbing. She took 3 days off work to be with me, saying that my safety was more essential than any employment. My phone was vibrating with texts from cousins I hadn't heard from in years. They claimed I was ripping the family apart and should settle the situation quietly without engaging the courts. One cousin accused me of being selfish, while another claimed I was embarrassing everyone. I blocked their numbers one by one, and each time I pushed the block button, it seemed like breaking another cord that bound me to my previous existence. Fiona came to Lila's flat to practice the questions Frank's lawyer may ask me in court. She pretended to be his attorney and inquired whether I was lying about my injuries for attention. She inquired whether I had mental health issues and if I was attempting to obtain money from Frank. She twisted my statements, making me sound irrational and vengeful. It was horrible, and I sobbed twice during practice, but Fiona told me it was better to be prepared than startled. Tuesday morning arrived, and we headed to the courthouse early to avoid running into Frank. As we moved down the hallway towards the courtroom, Mom appeared around the corner. She glanced at me, then threw me like if I didn't exist. My body remembered her fingers burrowing into my bruises and pressing against my fractured ribs. My legs weakened, so I had to rest on a seat till the shaking stopped. Lila took my hand and told me to breathe as Mom passed past us without speaking. Nancy contacted later that day to provide an update on the investigation. He discovered records of a 911 call from our neighbors 6 months prior, citing screams and smashing sounds from our flat. The phone log indicated that they heard me crying and asking Frank to stop. This demonstrated that the Thanksgiving pounding was not the first time and validated everything in my chronology. Nancy stated that this proof would enhance both the protective order case and the criminal proceedings against Frank. Marcus needed additional evidence for the hearing next week. So I took out my phone and went through some old images. Lila had been taking images of my bruises for months without my knowledge, sending them to herself from my phone when I wasn't looking. She showed Marcus the images now, dated photos, showing purple fingerprints on my arms, heavy bruises across my ribs, and a black eye I'd hidden with makeup at work. Looking at them on Marcus's desk made my stomach hurt because I remembered making excuses for each one. Frank was stressed from work when he gripped my arm so firmly. The black eye occurred because I moved incorrectly when he attempted to speak to me. My failure to listen the first time resulted in rib bruises. Marcus made copies of everything and placed them in our evidence folder, which became increasingly thicker. Tuesday morning arrived quickly, and we drove to the courtroom at 7 to avoid running into Frank in the parking lot. The courtroom was smaller than I had anticipated, simply a standard room with wood panels and terrible benches. My hands were shaking so badly that I couldn't handle the water cup Lila had given me. When the judge arrived at 9 o'clock, Frank was already there with his counsel. They were both dressed in beautiful clothes and appeared to be in good spirits. When my name was called to testify, my legs felt like jello while stepping to the witness stand. The court asked me to describe what had happened, and my voice was small and terrified. I told him about Frank striking me, the bruises, and Thanksgiving, when my mother pressed on my injuries and refused to allow anyone call for help. The judge asked more questions, and I forced myself to answer each one, despite my want to go. Frank's lawyer then stepped up and began questioning whether I was making something up for attention. He added, "Maybe I was confused about what really happened. Maybe I was mentally unstable. Maybe I just wanted money in the divorce." I adhered to the facts and pointed to the medical documents, which showed I was dead for 4 minutes. He persisted, adding, "I was exaggerating, but I had the evidence right there in black and white." Nancy took the stand next, and detailed his entire inquiry step by step. He exhibited the neighbor's 911 call records, Bella's written Thanksgiving statement, and images of the crime scene at Mom's house, which included blood on the dining room floor. Lila testified about shattering the window to save my life, while my mother accused me of being dramatic. The evidence continued to pile up on the judge's desk, despite Frank's skepticism that it was all real. Mom was expected to appear, but her chair remained empty the entire time. The judge took what seemed like hours to go through everything before speaking. He approved the protective order for 2 years and stated that the case would be referred to the prosecution for criminal proceedings. He warned that criminal trials sometimes take years, but the protective order went into effect right away. Mom stormed out of the courts when she heard the result, and Frank's lawyer stated that they will appeal everything. That afternoon, I went to look at apartments using the emergency housing voucher Fiona helped me obtain. Even with assistance, the first 3 options were prohibitively pricey. But the 4th option was a small studio above a pizza parlor that I could afford. The walls were thin, and you could hear every automobile passing by. In addition, the heat hardly worked, and the kitchen consisted of only a hot plate and a little fridge. But Frank didn't have a key, which made it ideal. I signed the lease right there and received my keys for the first time in years. Daphne visited me for therapy that week and said I had clear evidence of PTSD from all that had transpired. She stated that we would have to work together for a long time to process all of the pain, not only from Thanksgiving, but also from years of abuse. She set little goals for me, such as getting through one day without a panic attack, rather than expecting me to instantly feel better. We practiced breathing exercises, and she showed me how to center myself when flashbacks occurred. My first night in the apartment was chaotic since every sound made me jump. When my car door slammed, I double-checked the locks. Someone strolling up the stairs caused my heart to rush. The pizza store shutting at midnight sounded like someone was attempting to break in. I checked the locks 3 times, then 3 more times, and finally shoved a chair against the door to make sure. I eventually fell asleep on the floor mattress. And despite the fact that I woke up afraid twice during the night, I awoke safe. Nobody was there to hurt me or tell me what I was doing wrong. Marcus contacted the next day to clarify what would happen next with the legal situation. The divorce would take months to finalize, possibly 6 months or even a year, depending on how hard Frank fought it. Wrong charges against Frank could take even longer, and he admitted that Mom was unlikely to face any charges because prosecutors rarely go after those who support abuse, even if what she did was wrong. It was unfair, but that was how the system operated. Monday arrived, and I had to return to work part-time since I needed money and my medical leave was up. Walking inside the office made me feel as if everyone was staring at me, even though they probably weren't. People questioned where I'd been, and I just said that I was on medical leave and shifted the subject. One coworker pressed for information, but I was getting better at setting limits and simply stated that it was medical and personal. My workstation seemed strange after so much time away, but everything was routine and uninteresting, and no one there wanted to injure me. That night, Lila gave me her phone, and the family group chat was going nuts, with everyone taking sides over what happened on Thanksgiving. Some cousins believed Mom was only trying to help, while others argued she should have phoned 911 when I coughed up blood. Uncle Dominic stated that families should stick together no matter what, but Aunt Celeste responded that witnessing someone die was hardly family loyalty. The texts started flowing quicker and meaner, with people calling each other names and rehashing past fights from years before. Lila typed that she was done with anyone who felt that letting me die was acceptable. She then abruptly quit the chat. She looked at me and said that losing half of my family was worth keeping me alive. 2 days later, a card arrived at my apartment, with my mother's handwriting on the envelope. The inside contained a Bible text on wives submitting to their husbands, and at the bottom she wrote, "Good wives endure, as she usually did." My hands shook as I photographed it for Marcus's evidence file. Then I lighted it over my kitchen sink with a match, seeing her words turn black and curl into ash as they washed down the drain. The next week, while I was getting ready for bed, I noticed headlights going slowly by my window. I peeked out and saw Frank's truck passing by, almost stopping in front of my building before speeding away. My fingers shook as I contacted 911 and informed them of the protective order breach. The cops discovered him 3 streets away and arrested him. But Marcus called the next morning to say he had already posted bond. The judge's paper was ineffective in keeping Frank from approaching me. It simply meant he'd get in trouble after doing it. Fiona urged me to attend a support group meeting at the community center on Thursday night. I sat in a circle with 8 other ladies, listening to them share experiences that sounded exactly like mine. One woman's mother informed her that divorce was a sin, while her husband shattered her arm. Another woman's relatives claimed she was acting dramatic when she showed up with a black eye. Hearing them discuss made me understand I wasn't crazy, weak, or exaggerating the situation. Bella continued to text me despite her mother and other relatives urging her to retract her comments about Thanksgiving. She was trying to study for nursing exams while receiving calls from aunts who claimed she was destroying the family by exposing the truth. But she sent me texts every few days, insisting that she would not change her tale since doing the right thing was more important than keeping relatives who supported abusers. My phone continued buzzing with texts from cousins and aunts I'd scarcely spoken to before all of this happened. They accused me of being selfish and wrecking my mother's life for no reason. One cousin advised me to forgive and forget like a good Christian, while an aunt stated I was hurting Mom's heart by not returning to Frank. I blocked them one by one until my contact list became significantly lower. However, everyone who departed was concerned about my safety. I had to go through my old neighborhood to get to a doctor's appointment, so I decided to stop by my former home. The dining room window, which Lila broke to save my life, had been replaced with new glass that gleamed in the sunlight. The house appeared precisely the same as before, as if nothing unpleasant had ever happened there. I kept driving without stopping because the area where my mother had hurt me and nearly killed me was no longer my home and would never be. I sat at my small kitchen table, opening the journal Daphne advised I keep. I reported that breathing no longer hurt as much, but my ribs still ached when it rained, or I moved too quickly. Marcus said Frank's trial was still months away, and Lila said her mother wouldn't speak to her at all. But I had my own keys to my own door and bed, where no one could harm me. I used my own voice to say no and speak the truth about what had occurred to me. The protective order was merely paper, the divorce was not final, and Mom was unlikely to confess her actions were improper. But I was alive when I shouldn't have been, and I was becoming stronger every day, even when it didn't seem like it. I closed the journal and prepared my food on my small hot plate. Then I watched TV shows Frank wouldn't let me watch, and fell asleep without checking the locks more than twice. My parents excluded me from my sister's engagement party. I booked a first-class trip to Maui. When they saw my posts, the party fell apart in hours. I'm Clara, and I need to get this off my chest, since what occurred last weekend has forever damaged my connection with my family. This is going to be long, but believe me, the finish is worth it. For reference, I'm 27 years old, work as a marketing director for a tech firm in Seattle, and have always been the black sheep in my family. Emily, my younger sister, is 24 years old and has always been the golden kid. She's a nurse, engaged to her college sweetheart Eric, and appears to be infallible in the eyes of my parents. Meanwhile, I relocated across the nation for my profession, decided not to have children, and generally lived my life on my own terms. The favoritism has always been clear, but I've learned to cope with it. What happened last weekend, however, crossed every boundary imaginable. It began on Thursday, when my mother, Lux, called me during my lunch break. She appeared nervous, which is rare for her. "Hey sweetie, I just wanted to let you know that Emily and Eric are having a little get-together this Saturday. Nothing fancy, just a casual thing with close friends. I thought it was strange she was informing me about a random party I wasn't invited to, but I dismissed it." "Okay, that seems entertaining for them." "Exactly. It's really nothing extraordinary, just some folks coming over for dinner and drinks, very low-key." The talk felt unusual, but I didn't think much of it until Friday evening when my cousin Caroline contacted me and was furious. "Clara, please tell me you're kidding about not going to Emily's engagement party tomorrow." My blood turned cold. "What engagement party?" "The one your whole family has been planning for months. The one with a catered dinner, professional photographer, and custom decorations. The one where Eric's parents flew in from Denver and your extended family is driving hours to attend." I lay on my couch for a while, absorbing this wording. "Caroline, my mom specifically told me it was just a casual get-together with close friends." Clara, there are 63 people invited. I have the invitation right here. It says, join us for an elegant evening celebrating Emily and Eric's engagement. This is not casual. After Caroline sent me photos of the elaborate invitation, complete with gold foil lettering and RSVP cards, I called my mom back. My hands shook while I dialed. Mom, I just found out about Emily's actual engagement party tomorrow. There was a lengthy pause. Oh honey, like I said, it's really just a small gathering. 63 people is not small. There's catering, decorations, and a photographer. Why wasn't I invited to my own sister's engagement party? A second sigh. Well, Emily thought. We all thought it might be better if you weren't there. You know how you can be sometimes. How I can be. What does that mean? You know, Clara, you tend to make things about yourself, and with your lifestyle being so different from Emily's, we just thought it would be more comfortable for everyone if this was more of a traditional celebration. I was speechless. My own family had purposefully removed me from one of my sister's most important events, and then lied to me about it. Mom, I'm her sister, her only sister. I understand, dear, but Emily wants this day to be perfect. She's worried that you'll say something inappropriate, that people will ask why you're still single, or that your job will keep you so far away. She just wants to celebrate with Eric's family and our close friends without any complications. The word complications struck me like a slap. That is what I was to them, a complication. I see. Well, I hope Emily has her perfect day. I hung up and burst into tears. Not only was I hurt, but I was also angry. This is how they compensated me for everything I'd done for this family. Paying Dad's medical bills when he had a heart attack, assisting them with their mortgage when Dad lost his job, and going home for every holiday despite the expense. But then something changed. I dried my tears and began plotting. I'd been saving for a trip for months, but I kept putting it off due to work. I had enough money to do something great. I suddenly knew what I was going to do. I contacted my best friend, Seren, who works at a premium travel firm. Seren, I need you to perform a miracle. I want the most incredible solo trip you can arrange for this weekend, beginning tomorrow morning. Money is not an issue. Clara, it's Friday night, everything good will be booked. Please, Rach. I'm desperate. My family just showed me what they think of me, and I need to do something great for myself. Seren performed her magic. By midnight, she had booked me a weekend at the Four Seasons Resort in Maui, which included first-class flights, an ocean view room, a private beach cabana, spa treatments, and a sunset helicopter tour. I didn't mind that the overall sum exceeded my regular 3-month spending limit. Saturday morning, as my family prepared for Emily's small gathering, I boarded a first-class aircraft to Hawaii. I chose to capture everything on social media, but not in a vengeful manner. I sincerely wanted to celebrate my own life and prove to myself that I deserved wonderful things, even if my family didn't believe so. My first post featured a photo of my first-class seat and a glass of champagne. Sometimes you have to celebrate yourself. Off on a spontaneous solo adventure to Maui. Here's to new beginnings and knowing your worth. The reactions were instantaneous. Friends were astonished and thrilled for me. Several coworkers expressed jealousy. My college buddy Maris commented, "This is why I love you, Clara." Living your best life. When I arrived in Maui, I snapped a snapshot of the resort's entryway, which included magnificent tropical flora. Paradise found. Sometimes the best company is your own. Ham solo travel, and Maui life. Living my best life. The room was really gorgeous, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Pacific. A private terrace, a marble bathroom with a soaking tub, and free champagne and chocolate-covered strawberries. I posted a photo of the view with the caption, "Room with a view." Grateful for jobs that let you have adventures like this. Number blessed ocean view self-care. But the real brilliance came when I arrived at my private beach cabana. The resort had prepared a lovely spread of fresh fruit, gourmet sandwiches, and tropical drinks. I was wearing a new sundress from the airport boutique. My hair was blowing in the ocean breeze, and the sunset behind me was quite stunning. I requested another guest to photograph me as I raised my glass to the camera, with the ocean and sunset in the background. I appeared to be truly joyful, which I was, and utterly radiant. Cheers to the most beautiful Saturday evening. Nothing like a sunset in paradise to remind you that life is gorgeous. Sometimes the best parties are the ones you throw for yourself. I posted it around 5 in the afternoon. Hawaii time was 9 p.m. Back home, it was Pacific time, which coincided with Emily's engagement party. My phone service was working flawlessly thanks to my carrier's international plan. I was aware, however, that I would most likely incur significant roaming charges for all of the calls I anticipated receiving after people saw the ad. Within minutes, my phone began to vibrate with notifications. Friends and acquaintances liked and commented. My employer said, "Clara, this looks incredible. You deserve this." My neighbor remarked, "Living vicariously through you right now." But then I started getting all sorts of messages. The first came from my cousin Caroline. "Wait, Clara, are you seriously in Hawaii right now? While Emily's party is happening?" Then my Aunt Anna. "Clara, honey, are you okay? Your mother is asking about you." But the stream really started when people at Emily's party started seeing my posts. My family had not anticipated that many of the attendees would be my social media acquaintances. Eric's sister Iris, several of my high school pals, and other family friends who had known me since infancy. They were all at the party and were watching my posts live on their phones. I had a public Instagram account, and the majority of these users had been following my postings for years. Caroline, one of the few people who knew the true story regarding my exclusion, gave me updates throughout the evening, so I learned what happened next later. Around 9:45 p.m., Eric's sister Iris was scrolling through Instagram when she came across my sunset photo. She showed it to a few people, and word quickly traveled throughout the gathering. "Wait, isn't that Clara, Emily's sister? Is she in Hawaii right now?" People began pulling out their phones to read my posts. The images were magnificent, and the descriptions were courteous, but it was evident that this was a spontaneous single trip. Mrs. Calloway, Eric's mother, reportedly addressed Emily directly. "Honey, where is your sister tonight? She's not here, but she's posting these beautiful photos from Hawaii." According to Caroline, Emily went totally white. She had other plans," Mrs. Calloway persisted. "Other plans? She flew to Hawaii today. That seems like quite a coincidence that she'd plan a luxury vacation on the same day as your engagement party." This is when the situation began to deteriorate. Eric's father, Mr. Calloway, who had always been fond of me at family events, spoke up. "Lux, I have to ask, was Clara not invited tonight?" My mother, Lux, reportedly began stuttering. "Well, it's complicated. She lives so far away, and we kept it small." But Caroline jumped in. "Small? There are 60 people here. And Clara lives in Seattle, not Antarctica. She could have easily flown here if she'd been invited." Eric's parents exchanged looks. Mrs. Calloway remarked, "I specifically asked about Clara when we were planning this because I wanted to meet her, but you told me she couldn't make it due to work commitments." That's when everything unraveled. Emily burst into tears and said that they had not asked me because they were concerned that I would cause trouble or make disrespectful comments about the relationship. Eric appeared shocked. "Emily, we didn't talk about not inviting your sister. I assumed she couldn't come due to distance or work." Eric's parents appeared concerned. Mrs. Calloway exclaimed, "I cannot believe you would exclude your own daughter from her sister's engagement party and then lie about it." The party atmosphere changed radically. People were uneasy, muttering amongst themselves, and several guests began making reasons to depart early. But things grew worse. Aunt Hillary, my father's sister, appeared to have been drinking and refused to accept any of my family's reasons. She raised her voice so that everyone could comprehend. "This is absolutely disgraceful. Clara has done more for this family than anyone else. She paid for Jack's medical bills, helped with your mortgage, and flies here for every holiday despite living across the country. And this is how you repay her? By excluding her and lying about it. While she's off living her best life in Hawaii, you're here making excuses for treating your own daughter like garbage." Caroline was furious. Eric's parents opted to leave. Mrs. Calloway informed Emily, "We're disappointed in how this was handled. We'll talk more when emotions aren't so high." By 10 p.m., over half of the 60 guests had left early. Emily was crying in the restroom. Eric was arguing with my parents in the kitchen, and the professional photographer was uncomfortably packing away his equipment because the party had completely fallen apart. That was when the phone calls began. The first call arrived around 10:20 p.m. Hawaii time is 1:20 a.m. back home. It was my mother, and she was crying uncontrollably. "Clara, honey, you need to come home right now. The party is ruined. Emily is devastated, and Eric's parents left. Everyone's asking about you and your Hawaii trip. Mom, I'm in Hawaii. I can't just come home. And why would I? I wasn't invited to begin with. Please, Clara. Emily needs her sister. She's upstairs crying and saying the whole engagement is ruined." The engagement is ruined because I'm not there? That doesn't make sense. Mom, people are saying terrible things about how we treated you. Eric's family is upset. Aunt Hillary gave us a lecture in front of everyone. You have to fix this. I have to fix this? I have to fix the situation where you deliberately excluded me and lied about it? Emily grabbed the phone. Clara, you're being so selfish, she exclaimed through tears. You knew this was my engagement party, and you deliberately planned this trip to ruin it. Emily, I didn't know it was your engagement party. Mom told me it was a casual get-together with friends. I only found out the truth yesterday from Caroline. That's not true. You knew, and you did this to hurt me. Emily, I literally had no idea. Check the timestamps on my flight booking if you want. I booked this trip after I found out I wasn't invited to what I was told was a casual dinner party. Eric seemed to have taken the phone then. Clara, I'm so sorry. I had no idea you weren't invited. I thought you couldn't come because of work or distance. If I had known, I would have insisted you be here. Eric. It's not your fault. You didn't know my family decided I was a complication to be managed rather than a sister to be celebrated. The calls kept coming all night, and I was thankful for my international phone plan, even though I knew it would cost me a fortune in roaming fees. My father Jack called, crying and apologizing. Aunt Hillary called to tell me how proud she was of me and that my parents owed me a big apology. Caroline called with updates on the party's aftermath. But the most intriguing call came Sunday morning from Eric's mother, Mrs. Calloway. Clara, I got your number from Caroline. I wanted to call and apologize for what happened last night. Mrs. Calloway, you don't need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. I feel terrible that we celebrated an engagement party while Eric's future sister-in-law was deliberately excluded. That's not how family should work. I appreciate that more than you know. I also wanted you to know that Eric and Emily are going to have some serious conversations about family dynamics before this wedding moves forward. Eric is reconsidering some things. That afternoon, I received a lengthy text from Eric. Clara, I've been thinking about what happened all night. I'm horrified that my future in-laws excluded you and then lied about it. I'm even more concerned about Emily's reaction when she was caught. Instead of apologizing to you, she blamed you for ruining her day, despite the fact that you were the one who was wronged. Emily and I are going to couples counseling, and I'm insisting that your entire family go to family therapy. I won't be a part of a family that treats people this way, so I need to see some significant changes in how your family treats you, before I can move forward with wedding planning. I was stunned. Eric was truly standing up for me in a manner that my own family never did. Meanwhile, my social media was flooded with support. People were commenting on my posts with messages like, "You look so happy, and this is what self-care looks like." Several friends had figured out the timing and were subtly supportive, saying things like, "Good for you for choosing yourself." The best part was that I was actually having a great time. The helicopter tour on Sunday was really stunning. I saw whales from the air, soared over volcanic landscapes, and saw the sunset paint the water in stunning colors. I shared a photo from inside the helicopter with the remark, "Sometimes you have to rise above to see how beautiful life really is." Grateful for this perspective. Helicopter tour to Maui now offers beauty and a fresh viewpoint. Monday morning, while I was getting ready to leave for the airport, Emily called me. She wasn't crying this time, but her voice was soft and defeated. Clara, Eric says he's not sure about the wedding. Emily, I'm sorry to hear that, but this isn't about me. This is about how our family treats people and how you reacted when you were caught excluding me. But you ruined my engagement party by going to Hawaii. Emily, I went to Hawaii because I found out I was deliberately excluded from my own sister's engagement party and then lied to about it. I took a beautiful trip for myself instead of sitting at home feeling sorry for myself. That's not ruining your party. That's choosing my own happiness over your drama. But everyone was talking about you instead of celebrating me. Emily, do you hear yourself? Everyone was talking about the fact that you excluded your own sister from your engagement party. That's a choice you made, not something I did to you. There was a prolonged pause. Eric wants me to apologize to you. Do you want to apologize to me? Another pause. I don't think I did anything wrong by wanting my engagement party to be perfect. Then we have nothing more to discuss. I hung up and blocked her number. The flight back was bittersweet. I'd enjoyed the best weekend of my life, but I was returning to a drastically different family scenario. When I came home, I had 17 missed calls from my parents and a dozen text messages urging me to make things right with Emily. But before I called my parents, I needed to understand what had transpired. I sat in my apartment on Tuesday evening, going at images from Hawaii, and began to reflect on all of the signs I had missed over the years. There came my college graduation, and my parents spent the whole ceremony discussing Emily's acceptance into the nursing program. During the subsequent family supper, the topic of Emily's accomplishments came up often. When relatives inquired about my marketing degree, my mother promptly responded with information about Emily's clinical rotations. Then there was the time I was promoted to marketing director at the age of 26, becoming the youngest person in that position at my company. I called home, ecstatic to tell the news. My father, Jack, replied, "That's nice, honey. Did we tell you Emily made Dean's List again? Or the Christmas when I flew home after working 18-hour days to make the trip possible, bearing expensive gifts for everyone? Emily had forgotten to bring me anything, so my mother quietly gave her one of the things I had brought for Mom to give to me instead. Emily felt so bad," Mom explained. "We didn't want her to be embarrassed." The medical bills scenario was particularly illuminating now that I thought about it. When Dad had a heart attack 3 years ago, I promptly deposited $5,000 to cover the deductible and expenses. I didn't hesitate, didn't ask for repayment arrangements, and simply sent the money because family helps family, right? But 6 months later, when I was dealing with my own financial problem when my car was damaged, and my insurance company underpaid me, I inquired if they might provide me with a $2,000 temporary loan. I would have repaid it with interest within 3 months. "Oh honey, we're still recovering from Dad's medical expenses," she said. "Maybe you could ask your company for an advance." Caroline reported 2 weeks later that my parents had given Emily $3,000 to help her settle into her new apartment with Eric. "They're so generous," Caroline had commented. Emily was stressed about moving in together and having nice furniture for Eric's parents to see. I had taken out a credit card cash advance to cover my transportation costs while my folks decorated Emily's love nest. The mortgage scenario was considerably worse in retrospect. Dad lost his job 2 years ago as part of a layoff. They were 3 months behind on their mortgage payments and faced foreclosure procedures. I depleted my whole emergency savings, $12,000, to catch up and give them breathing room. "Clara, you saved our home," Dad remarked through tears. "We'll pay you back as soon as I find work." Jack did find work, and it was a fantastic job that paid even more than his prior position. Instead of repaying me, they used their newfound financial stability to give Emily a lavish graduation celebration after she graduated nursing school. The celebration cost at least $8,000. I knew since Caroline assisted with planning and said that the catering budget alone was $4,000. When I politely inquired about repayment after viewing the party expenses, Mom became defensive. "Clara, we're still getting back on our feet. And Emily's graduation was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Surely you understand that Emily's graduation was once in a lifetime." But my financial sacrifice to keep their home was just expected family duty. Once I started searching, the pattern appeared to be everywhere. Every holiday I flew home, spending money on flights that I could barely afford as a young professional trying to advance my career. Emily drove 2 hours from her apartment, paying approximately $40 on gas. But I was the one who never made time for my family because I lived so far away. Emily was concerned about her nursing boards, so I spent weeks on the phone with her every night, assisting her with her studies and providing emotional support. When I was dealing with a horrific situation with a previous supervisor who was sexually assaulting me, I contacted home for help and was told, "Well, maybe you should consider whether moving so far away from family was worth it if your job situation is so difficult." They did not offer to help me get a lawyer, expressed outrage on my behalf, or even asked follow-up questions about what was going on. Instead, they cited my problem as evidence that my life choices were incorrect. But when Emily had a disagreement with a tough patient's family at the hospital, the entire family rallied around her. Jack investigated her rights as a healthcare worker. Mom complained to the hospital administration, and the family spent dinner discussing techniques for dealing with workplace obstacles. The same type of problem, but radically different amounts of support. Even my professional success was somewhat troublesome. When I was published in a local business journal for my unique marketing strategy that boosted our company's client base by 40%, I eagerly shared the piece with my family. Emily responded, "Must be nice to have a job where you get attention for your work. As a nurse, I save lives every day, and nobody writes articles about me." My parents responded by echoing Emily's comment and adding, "Emily has such a humble heart. She serves others without needing recognition." My professional success became evidence of my vanity in comparison to Emily's wonderful altruism. Another obvious example of double standards was in the dating scene. I had been single for a year after breaking up with my ex-boyfriend Callum, who wanted me to return to our hometown and give up my profession so we could start a true life together. I chose my work and independence. My family's reaction was relentless pressure on my biological clock, suggestions that I was being too fussy, and gentle reminders that successful women must occasionally sacrifice to find love. Meanwhile, Emily dated Eric for 6 months before moving in together, got engaged 8 months later, and was praised for knowing what she wanted and not wasting time when she met the right guy. The same life decisions were phrased radically differently depending on whose daughter was making them. The more I thought about it, the more I understood that the engagement party exclusion was not an outlier. It was the result of years of being regarded as a secondary character in my own family drama. I was the daughter who could be relied on for financial assistance, emotional labor, and crisis management, but who couldn't be expected to behave appropriately during crucial occasions. I was trustworthy enough to save their home, but too embarrassing to involve in family milestones. The realization was absolutely liberating. I had worked so hard to get their acceptance and fair treatment, but the game was rigged from the beginning. Emily would always be the adored daughter who could do no wrong, while I would always be the troublemaker whose contributions were expected but whose presence was conditional. Caroline contacted Wednesday evening to provide additional information regarding the party's aftermath. "Clara, you should know that people are still talking about what happened. Not in a gossipy way, but people are genuinely concerned about how you were treated." "What do you mean?" "Well, Eric's Aunt Isolde pulled me aside at the grocery store yesterday. She said she's been thinking about the party all week and feeling sick about it. She kept saying, 'That poor girl was in Hawaii posting these beautiful happy photos while her family was celebrating without her. How could they exclude their own daughter?'" Caroline went on. "And Mrs. Varela from church approached your mom after service Sunday. She said she saw your Hawaii post and wanted to know why you weren't at Emily's party. When your mom gave some vague excuse about distance and timing, Mrs. Varela said, 'Lux, that girl flew to Hawaii on the same day as the party. She clearly could have flown here if she'd been invited.'" "How did Mom react to that?" Aunt Hillary, who was standing close, stated, "Your mom just changed the subject and walked away." However, Mrs. Varela informed several other individuals, and there is now an undercurrent of people questioning how your parents handled the situation. This was intriguing. The societal ramifications went beyond merely Eric's family being outraged. The broader community was beginning to recognize the situation for what it was. "There's more," Caroline explained. "Eric's cousin Lucian, who's getting married next spring, specifically asked his fiancée to make sure you get an invitation to their wedding. He said, 'After seeing how Eric's future sister-in-law was excluded from the engagement party, I want to make sure we don't accidentally overlook anyone important.'" "That's really thoughtful of them," I replied. "Clara, people are viewing this as a warning story, and everyone is now reviewing their own guest list to ensure that they are not omitting people who should be invited. Your circumstance is making others reconsider how they handle family members." The ripple effects were greater than I had anticipated. My family's turmoil was sparking a community discussion about how families should regard one another. My college friend Maris called on Thursday, bringing another revelation. We'd been doormates freshman year and kept in touch via social media, but we hadn't spoken in months. "Clara, I hope this isn't overstepping, but I saw your Hawaii posts over the weekend, and I've been thinking about them ever since." "Oh, thanks. It was an incredible trip. The thing is, I remember how you used to talk about your family dynamics in college. You were always so stressed about not being good enough for them, always trying to prove yourself worthy of their love and approval. I had forgotten how much I used to confide in Maris during late-night discussions in our dorm room. Looking at your Hawaii photos though, you looked genuinely happy in a way I hadn't seen in your posts for years. And then I figured out the timing with your sister's engagement party, and it all clicked into place." "What clicked, Clara?" "You literally chose yourself over their dysfunction. You could have spent that weekend being miserable about being excluded, but instead, you gave yourself the most beautiful celebration. You looked radiant in those photos because you were finally putting your own happiness first." Maris's insight was enlightening. She was correct that I appeared different in those images, not just because of the lovely environment, but also because I was actually celebrating myself rather than seeking approval from others. "I've been thinking about this a lot," Maris told me, "because I've been in a similar dynamic with my own family. Not as extreme, but that same feeling of constantly trying to prove you deserve their love. Seeing you choose yourself so beautifully made me realize I need to make some changes too." "Really?" "I've been dating this guy my parents disapprove of because he's not in a traditional career path. He's an artist. I've been hiding the relationship and feeling ashamed instead of just living my life. Your Hawaii weekend made me realize that I can't keep shrinking myself to fit their expectations. That's amazing, Jess. I'm telling my parents about Evan this weekend, and if they can't be happy for me, that's their choice. But I'm not hiding my happiness anymore, just to make them comfortable. It was great to learn that my decision to choose myself had motivated others to do the same. Perhaps there was something more going on here than just my particular family drama. Friday evening, I received an unexpected text message from Eric. Clara, would you be willing to talk? I know this is a weird situation, but I'd really value your perspective on some things. I called him back, curious what he wanted to talk about. Eric, how are you holding up with everything? Honestly, not great. I've been doing a lot of thinking this week about family dynamics and how people treat each other, and I keep coming back to what happened at the engagement party. I'm sorry this has been so stressful for you, Clara. Can I ask you something directly? Has your family always treated you this way? I paused to evaluate how honest I should be. What do you mean exactly? I mean, have you always been the one who gives more than you receive? The one who's expected to accommodate everyone else, but isn't accommodated in return? Why do you ask? Because I've been thinking about all my interactions with your family over the past 2 years, and I'm seeing patterns I didn't notice before. Eric went on to relate some uncomfortably correct observations. He'd noted that I was the one who always traveled for family functions, whilst Emily was accommodated. He'd noticed that conversations concerning my accomplishments were swiftly turned to Emily's. He had noticed that I was asked for guidance and financial assistance, but not involved in celebrations and accomplishments. The engagement party wasn't an isolated incident, was it? He inquired. No, Eric. It was just the most obvious example of a long-standing pattern. I need to ask you something else, and please be honest. Do you think Emily is aware of how unequally you're treated? This was a question I had avoided asking myself. I think Emily benefits from the inequality, and she's chosen not to examine it too closely. Whether that's conscious awareness or willful blindness, I'm not sure it matters. That's what I was afraid of, Eric explained gently. Eric, can I ask why you're asking me these questions? Because I'm trying to figure out if I'm about to marry someone who participates in treating her own sister badly, or if she's just been unconsciously following her parents' lead. And I'm realizing it might be the former. What makes you say that? Her reaction when she got caught excluding you. Instead of being horrified and apologetic, she was angry at you for ruining her party by living your life. That wasn't the response of someone who made an innocent mistake. That was the response of someone who thought she had the right to exclude you, and was angry about facing consequences. Eric was seeing the problem more clearly than I had anticipated. And the more I think about it, he told me, the more I realize she's never once mentioned feeling bad about how your family treats you. She's never advocated for you or questioned whether things are fair. She just accepts the benefits of being the favorite, and doesn't think about the cost to you. Eric, I don't want to be the reason your relationship ends. Clara, you're not the reason. Her character is the cause. The engagement party simply made it impossible to ignore. After we hung up, I recognized that Eric's questions had helped me clarify a crucial point. It wasn't only my parents' favoritism anymore. Emily was an adult who chose to exclude me and showed no remorse when discovered. That revealed something essential about her personality. Saturday morning I awoke with more clarity about things than I have in years. I prepared myself a wonderful breakfast, sat on my balcony with my coffee, and began preparing the call to my parents. I called my folks and told them that we needed to have a serious chat. Clara, Jack, I need you to understand something. What happened this weekend wasn't about a party, it was about you deciding that I'm an embarrassment to this family, and then lying to my face about it. Clara, that's not true, Jack said. Jack, you excluded me from one of the most important events in Emily's life because you thought I would cause drama. Then when I found out and chose to do something beautiful for myself instead of wallowing, you called me selfish for not fixing the situation you created. We just wanted Emily's day to be perfect, my mom explained. And you decided that meant I couldn't be there. Do you understand how that feels, to know that your own family thinks your presence would ruin an important celebration? There was silence. And instead of apologizing when you were caught, you tried to make me responsible for fixing it. You wanted me to fly home from Hawaii to make Emily feel better about excluding me. There was more stillness. Here's what's going to happen, I explained. I'm done being treated like a second-class member of this family. I'm done being expected to contribute financially and emotionally while being excluded from important events. I'm done being called selfish when I prioritize my own well-being over your drama. Clara, what are you saying? My mother inquired. I'm saying that until you can acknowledge what you did wrong and make genuine changes, I'm not participating in family events. I won't be coming home for holidays. I won't be contributing to family expenses, and I won't be available for crisis management. You can't be serious, Jack replied. I'm completely serious. I spent this weekend in paradise being celebrated by strangers at a resort while my own family was excluding me from a party. That told me everything I need to know about my priorities. The aftermath has been interesting. Eric postponed the wedding indefinitely. He informed Caroline that he can't marry into a family that treats people the way mine did, and he doesn't believe Emily realizes why what she did was wrong. Some extended. Family members have contacted me to say they are pleased of how I handled the situation. Others have pressed me to be a greater person and reunite with Emily. My parents have alternated between apologizing and attempting to guilt me into returning home. Emily has been sharing heartbreaking words on social media about family betrayal and individuals who desert you when you need them the most. But here's the thing. I've never felt happier about myself. The weekend in Hawaii was more than just a vacation. It was a vow that I esteem myself enough to choose my own happiness over other people's problems. I wasted years attempting to win love from people who had already decided I wasn't worthy of celebration. Now I'm planning additional solo adventures. I'm creating boundaries with my family that I should have established years ago. I'm concentrating on the relationships in my life with individuals that genuinely want me around. My employer elevated me last week, citing my recent confidence and self-advocacy skills. My friends keep telling me that I seem different, happier, and more confident. 3 months later, Eric and Emily split up. Eric told Caroline that the engagement party situation exposed him to many variables he hadn't noticed before, and Emily's refusal to accept responsibility for her actions was a deal-breaker for him. Emily blamed me for the breakup, of course. But Caroline informed me that Eric stated that his decision had nothing to do with me, and everything to do with Emily's personality and our family's dysfunction. My parents have begged me to return home and support Emily during her split. They claim she needs her sibling. I informed them that Emily had made it apparent that she only needs her sister when it is convenient for her. When she wanted to celebrate anything significant, she thought I was too much of a hassle to include. I'm doing another solo trip next month, this time to Italy. I plan to eat delicious food, visit ancient ruins, and celebrate the fact that I have finally learned to respect myself enough to walk away from individuals who do not value me. Sometimes the best revenge isn't getting back at those who have wronged you. Sometimes you're enjoying such a great life without them that they realize what they lost when they decided you weren't worth staying around. Friends still comment on my Hawaii images, telling me how joyful and glowing I looked, because I was. For the first time in years, I chose myself over my family's problems, and it felt great. That weekend showed me that I do not need my family's permission to enjoy my life. I can plan my own party, go on my own travels, and generate my own bliss. And honestly, the view from Hawaii was far more stunning than whatever drama was going on at Emily's engagement party. Anyway, here's an update. 6 months later, I'm engaged to an excellent man I met at work who finds my independence and self-respect appealing rather than bothersome. We are planning a small destination wedding in Tuscany. And yes, my family is invited, but only if they can sincerely enjoy our happiness without focusing on their own problems. The irony is not lost on me that, although Emily's engagement failed because she couldn't treat her own sister with basic respect, I found love with someone who valued exactly the qualities that my family deemed problematic. Being excluded from the incorrect party is sometimes the finest thing that can happen to you since it gives you the opportunity to locate the appropriate celebration. Don't steal your sister's thunder, my parents warned. At her wedding, I revealed my secret wedding they had missed. Their smiles collapsed instantly. My name is Clara, and here is the story of how I finally got back at the individuals who had been making me feel inferior for years. Growing up as the Mitchell family's younger daughter meant living in the shadow of my older sister Elise. She was 4 years older, naturally gorgeous, incredibly popular, and according to my parents, flawless in every aspect. I was the awkward one with frizzy hair, braces that lasted too long, and a preference for books over partying. My parents, Marianne and Victor Mitchell, never tried to hide their preference. Elise received a new automobile for her 16th birthday, whilst I received a lecture about responsibility when I requested driving lessons. She got a full ride to her desired college, but I worked 2 jobs to pay for community college. When Elise announced her engagement to her college boyfriend Adiran, My parents promptly offered to cover the entire wedding expenses. When I proposed dating someone seriously, my mother would make passive-aggressive comments about how I should first improve myself. After 24 years of being treated as the less important daughter, I reached my breaking point when I met Daniel Moreau, a pediatric nurse at the Children's Hospital downtown. He was nice and witty, and he recognized something in me that my family evidently never did. We fell in love fast and deeply. After 16 months of dating, Daniel proposed on a romantic weekend retreat to the mountains. It wasn't spectacular or Instagrammable. It was just the two of us, a stunning sunset, and the most emotional proposal I could have imagined. When I called my parents to tell them the news, their reaction was, to say the least, lackluster. "Oh, honey, that's nice," my mother responded, her voice clearly distracted. "Are you sure you're ready for marriage, though? You're still figuring out your career and, well, you know how these things can be." My father responded even worse. "Maybe you should wait until Elise's wedding is over. We don't want to steal her thunder, do we?" Steal her thunder. Elise's wedding was still 8 months away, but this was typical of my parents. Everything revolved around Elise and her idyllic existence. The months before Elise's wedding were a nightmare. Every family event turned into an Elise appreciation session. My mother would spend hours showing me Pinterest boards of Elise's wedding plans, raving about the venue, the dress, the flowers, and everything. Meanwhile, if I tried to bring up my own engagement, the talk quickly shifted back to Elise, or died out completely. The final straw came at Elise's bridal shower, which my mother insisted I help prepare despite having no real say in any decisions. I was assigned menial jobs such as addressing invitations and picking up decorations. While my mother and Elise made all of the crucial decisions together, during the shower, my Aunt Helena inquired when Daniel and I planned to marry. "Oh, Clara's not ready for marriage yet," my mother said before I could respond. "She's still finding herself. Elise has always been more mature about these things." Elise simply smiled and said nothing, which made it worse than if she had been cruel. That night, I returned home to Daniel and cried for 3 hours. He held me while I complained about how my family treated me, making me feel invisible and unimportant. Daniel proposed something that would change everything. "What if we just did it?" he asked gently. "What if we got married without telling them?" I assumed he was joking. But the more we discussed it, the more intriguing the concept appeared. Why should we wait for my family's approval or permission? Why should our happiness be put on hold for Elise's perfect timeline? Over the next few weeks, we arranged our surprise wedding. We opted on a small ceremony at the botanical gardens across town, with only Daniel's parents, sister, my best friend from college, Julia, and her husband Martin as witnesses. Daniel's family was overjoyed and immediately accepted me as their own daughter. The contrast between their friendliness and my family's coldness was striking. We chose Amelia Novak, a local photographer who specializes in intimate weddings. The florist, an elderly woman named Ingrid who owned a tiny shop downtown, made the most gorgeous bouquet of white daisies and eucalyptus. My outfit came from a store that specialized in simple, exquisite gowns. It wasn't expensive or fancy, but when I wore it, I felt like the most beautiful lady in the world. The ceremony was held on a lovely Saturday morning, July 20th, exactly 2 months before Elise's wedding. Daniel's father, a retired clergyman, officiated. There wasn't a dry eye in the tiny gathering as Daniel and I exchanged vows we'd written together. His commitment was to love me precisely as I am, without ever attempting to modify or transform me into someone else's image of perfection. Mine promised to establish a life together, founded on mutual respect and real cooperation, rather than competitiveness or comparison. Following the ceremony, we had a short lunch at Daniel's favorite restaurant, an Italian establishment that had been family-owned for 3 generations. The owner, Enzo, had known Daniel since he was a child and insisted on making a special supper for us. We laughed, shared tales, and celebrated with folks who genuinely cared about our pleasure. Our honeymoon consisted of a week-long road trip to national parks in Utah and Colorado. No luxury resorts or exotic destinations, just the two of us touring lovely locations and enjoying our new marriage. It was flawless in every manner that counted. When we returned, we resolved to keep the marriage a secret until after Elise's wedding. We didn't want to cause trouble or give my parents reason to blame us for ruining Elise's special day. We moved in together, telling my folks we were simply taking the next step in our relationship. My parents scarcely noticed this milestone. Elise's wedding preparations accelerated as the date approached. My mother contacted me every day with details on dress fittings, meal tastings, and floral arrangements. She expected me to be accessible for any emergencies and breakdowns. Despite having no interest in my own life, I played along, all the time surreptitiously wearing my wedding ring on a chain beneath my clothes. The week leading up to Elise's wedding was quite stressful. My mother evolved into what I can only refer to as a wedding general. Barking orders to vendors, family members, and anybody within a 10-foot radius. She called me at 7 a.m., 3 days before the wedding, virtually hyperventilating because the florist had brought the wrong color of pink rose. "Clara, you need to drive to the flower shop right now and fix this," she told her. "Elise will have a breakdown if everything isn't perfect." I looked at Daniel, who was preparing breakfast for us before his shift at the hospital. He lifted his eyebrows sympathetically as I mouthed, "Flower emergency," at him. "Mom, I have to work today," I explained. "Can't you handle this yourself?" "I'm too busy with the caterer," she said. "Your sister's wedding is this weekend, Clara." This is important. The irony was not lost on me. Here I was, a married woman, going on errands for my sister's wedding while my own marriage remained hidden. I spent my lunch break traveling across town to dispute with a florist about the difference between blush pink and dusty roses, all while hiding my wedding ring under my work blouse. The rehearsal dinner was hosted at a high-end steakhouse downtown. I watched my parents fawn over Adiran's family, who were charming but clearly uncomfortable with my parents' extravagant display of wealth. Adiran's mother, Madeline, was a kindergarten teacher, while his father, Laurent, worked as an electrician. They were genuine, down-to-earth people who appeared perplexed by the crystal stemware and gold-plated charger plates that my mother insisted on. During supper, my father stepped up to speak about Elise and Adiran's love story. He spoke about how pleased he was of Elise for finding such a beautiful man, how Adiran was fortunate to marry into our family, and how this wedding represented all they had planned for their daughter. The speech lasted over 12 minutes and discussed Elise's accomplishments, beauty, flawless college grades, and successful marketing profession. When he concluded, numerous people turned to look at me, expecting me to deliver a speech as the maid of honor. But my father simply sat down, as if he'd said everything he wanted to say about his daughters. The moment went awkwardly until Adiran stepped up and thanked everyone for attending. Later that evening, Madeleine Moreau approached me at cocktail hour. "Clara, I hope you don't mind me saying this, but I feel like I've barely heard anything about you tonight. Daniel constantly mentions you when we see him at family gatherings, and he clearly adores you. I'd like to learn more about your career and interests." The kindness in her voice nearly moved me to tears. Here was a woman I had only met a few hours before, who seemed more interested in my life than my own parents had in months. We talked for 20 minutes about my job at the local library, my volunteer work with adult literacy initiatives, and my photography passion. She listened closely, asked insightful questions, and made me feel like my life was important. "Daniel is lucky to have found someone so passionate and caring," she stated warmly. "I can tell you two are very happy together." If only she knew how correct she was, and how lately we had formalized that bliss. The morning of Elise's wedding dawned bright and clear, which my mother interpreted as a personal message from the cosmos that everything would be wonderful. She had reserved a suite at the country club for the bridal party to prepare, replete with a professional beauty artist, hairstylist and photographer to document every detail of Elise's preparations. I arrived at 8 a.m. to find Elise already in full preparation mode, seated in a luxurious white robe while the makeup artist worked on her face. The room was alive with activity as bridesmaids chatted. My mother directed the photographer, and various vendors arrived and left with last-minute touches. "Clara, finally," my mother shouted when she spotted me. "The photographer wants some shots of you helping Elise with her jewelry. Can you put her necklace on her?" I obediently clasped Elise's diamond necklace, a family relic that had belonged to my grandmother. As I worked on the clasp, Elise drew my attention in the mirror. "You know, I always imagined we'd be doing this together someday," she replied quietly. "Getting ready for our weddings, helping each other with our dresses." For a brief time she sounded like the sister I remembered from childhood before competition and favoritism had distanced us so much. I almost told her about my own wedding, how lovely it had been to have my friend Amy assist me with my dress, and how we had laughed and cried together in the small bridal suite at the Botanical Gardens. But then my mother emerged with the photographer, posing us for a series of candid photos, and the moment vanished. The ceremony preparations were a masterclass in planned excellence. My mother had engaged Katerina Varga, a wedding coordinator who handled the timeline with military precision. Every bridesmaid knew just when to walk down the aisle, how slowly to proceed and where to stand. The guys had been instructed on their places and cues, even the flower girl and ring bearer had gone through several practice sessions. As we queued up outside the ceremonial area, I noticed Daniel in his seat. He looked dashing in his navy suit, and when our gazes connected, he grinned and patted his chest, where I knew he wore his wedding ring on a chain like I did. That tiny gesture reminded me that I was not alone in my performance, and that I had, if you appreciate extravagant, someone who genuinely loved and supported me. Productions. The wedding ceremony was definitely beautiful. The setting was an elite country club, complete with cascading white flowers, sparkling chandeliers, and enough champagne to float a boat. Elise looked gorgeous in her couture gown, and Adiran was dashing in his Cuss Martin tuxedo. The guest list contained over 215 people, the majority of whom were significant for networking or social status, but knew little about the newlyweds. I acted as a bridesmaid, wearing a pale pink gown that cost more than my complete wedding attire. Throughout the ceremony, I couldn't help but compare it to my own. Elise's was intricate and stunning, but mine was infused with love and genuine feeling. I knew exactly which one I favored. If you appreciate extravagant productions, the event was definitely gorgeous. The processional alone lasted about 15 minutes, with each bridesmaid strolling down the petal-strewn aisle at the rate of a funeral march. The officiant, a family friend who had known Elise since infancy, delivered a lengthy sermon on marriage that felt more like a show for the audience than a spiritual exchange between two people in love. During the vows, Elise and Adiran delivered lines they wrote jointly with the assistance of a professional wedding speechwriter. They were refined and romantic, with parallels to fate and fairy tales. As I stood behind Elise, clutching her bouquet, I couldn't help but recall my own vows to Daniel, fumbling over words as I attempted to articulate emotions too large for words. Tears streamed down my cheeks as I swore to love him no matter what life brought us. The banquet that followed was far more extravagant than the wedding. The country club's ballroom had been turned into what my mother described as a romantic garden. Paradise, complete with hundreds of roses, fairy lights, and enough candles to light up a small city. Each table was set with gold-rimmed china, crystal glasses, and centerpieces that likely cost more than the average person's monthly rent. I sat at the head table with Elise's college roommate, Camille, and our cousin Isabel, who spent the entire cocktail hour talking about their respective relationship dramas. Camille was in the midst of a nasty divorce from her 3-year-old husband, and Isabel was dating a chef whom her parents disapproved of since he was not a lawyer or doctor. "At least you don't have to worry about any of that yet," Isabel told me during the salad course. "You're smart to take your time and really figure out what you want before settling down." I nearly choked on my wine. If only she knew I'd already decided what I wanted and married him 2 months ago in a ceremony that felt more genuine than this entire charade. The dinner service lasted more than 2 hours, with several courses and wine pairings that the sommelier explained in great detail. My parents went all out, hiring a 5-star catering business that specialized in premium dining experiences. The food was undeniably delicious, but it reminded me of the simple Italian lunch Daniel and I had after our wedding ceremony, when Enzo served us his grandmother's recipe for osobo and refused to let us pay because love should be celebrated with the best food and the biggest hearts. Throughout the lunch, several family members and guests came up to make toasts. Elise's college buddies told her humorous stories about her dating experiences before Adiran. Adiran's best man described their bond from infancy. My uncle Andre shared embarrassing anecdotes about Elise as a child, which made everyone chuckle. Even Adiran's bashful younger brother delivered a nice speech about becoming a sister. When it was time for the traditional maid of honor speech, I stood up, holding my champagne glass and feeling the weight of my hidden wedding ring against my chest. I had spent days composing and revising this speech, attempting to find words that were honest without being harsh, loving without being phony. "Elise has always been the type of person who knows what she wants and pursues it," I said, my voice stronger than I felt. "She's never been afraid to dream big or to work hard to make those dreams come true. Adiran, you're getting someone who will challenge you to be your best self while loving you exactly as you are. And Elise, you found someone who sees all the wonderful things about you that the rest of us have always known were there." This was true. Even though our relationship was complex, Elise was determined and ambitious, which I loved, even if they eclipsed my own softer attributes. The toast was well received, and Elise said thank you to me as I sat down. The dancing began after supper, with Elise and Adiran performing their first dance to Etta Laurent's at last. They danced flawlessly together, having spent months practicing their routine. My parents watched from their table, tears in their eyes, and I could see my mother arranging the picture album page for this time. As the evening progressed, I found myself viewing the entire ceremony with the detached perspective of an anthropological researching wedding rites. The cake-cutting ceremony, in which Elise and Adiran fed each other little bits as the photographer recorded every perspective. The bouquet and garter toss rituals appeared to be meant for fun, rather than romantic value. Endless photo sessions with various combinations of family and friends. What struck me most was how staged everything felt. Don't get me wrong, Elise and Adiran were definitely in love and joyful, but the wedding appeared to be more about putting on a show for the guests than about celebrating their commitment to each other. Every moment was scripted, and every element was carefully planned to maximize visual impact. I thought of my own wedding day. Daniel and I had spent the morning meandering through the botanical gardens before our wedding, silently discussing our goals for our marriage. We wrote our vows independently, and shocked each other with heartfelt remarks. Daniel's 8-year-old nephew acted as our ring bearer and was whispering loudly about how beautiful my outfit was throughout the ceremony. Our photographer, Amelia, captured stunning moments that were unstaged and authentic. Daniel wiping tears from my eyes during our vows, and I laughed as his father stuttered over the wording of the ceremony. The unexpected group hug that occurred after we were declared husband and wife. These were not moments intended for social media or family photo albums. They were genuine sentiments shared by people who cared about one another. Around 10 p.m., the party was fully underway. The band my parents had hired played a combination of old love songs and contemporary favorites, which kept the dance floor full. Elise had changed from her ceremony gown to a shorter, more comfortable celebration gown, making it simpler to dance. She looked radiant and delighted as she spun around the dance floor with Adiran, then my father, and finally with different family members and friends. I did a couple necessary dances with relatives and family acquaintances, chatting about my career and my relationship with Daniel. Everyone appeared to expect we'd be engaged soon, and I smiled non-committally while my wedding ring pressed against my chest like a secret about to be revealed. Daniel and I were able to steal a few dances together, including a slow song where he murmured in my ear, "How are you holding up, Mrs. Moreau?" Hearing him address me by my married name in the middle of my sister's wedding celebration was weird and wonderful. "Just a few more hours," I said quietly back. "Then we can go home, and I can wear my ring where it belongs." The worst part of the evening was watching my parents. They were in their element, clearly enjoying their role as proud hosts. My mother had changed into 3 different clothes throughout the day, each more ornate than the previous one. My father had relaxed after a few glasses of champagne and was telling anybody who would listen how proud he was of Elise and how fortunate Adiran was to join their family. In a quiet time, I overheard my mother speak to her sister Helena about Elise's future intentions. "They're thinking about starting a family in a year or 2, she continued, her voice filled with excitement. "Can you imagine how beautiful their children will be? And Adiran has such good family genes, smart, successful, handsome." I wondered if my mother would ever talk about my future children with the same excitement, or if they would always come second to Elise's children and her adoration. The notion made my chest tighten with a familiar combination of sadness and rage. As the evening progressed, I began to feel a peculiar sense of anticipation grow within me. I knew that in a few hours I'd be able to share my own news with this room full of people who had previously dismissed me as Elise's less fascinating younger sister. The thought was both horrifying and exciting. Around 11:30, Elise announced that it was time to toss the bouquet. All of the unmarried women were asked to assemble on the dance floor, and I unwillingly joined them. I was dreading this moment because I knew my mother would make comments about when it was my turn to grab the bouquet and find my own pleasure. The other unmarried women in the group included Elise's teenage cousins, as well as some of her college pals who were still negotiating the dating scene in their late 20s. They talked excitedly about the custom, with some joking about not wanting to be next, and others clearly hoping to catch the flowers. Elise stood with her back to us, carrying an ornate bouquet designed expressly for tossing, a miniature replica of her bridal bouquet comprised of white roses, baby's breath, and trailing ribbons. The photographer and cameraman positioned themselves to catch the scene from different perspectives. "Are you ready, ladies?" Elise exclaimed, lifting the bouquet above her head. The women crouched slightly, arms spread, preparing to compete for the symbolic flowers. I stood in the back, not especially interested in taking part in what appeared to be a desperate performance. But, as Elise prepared to throw the bouquet, I couldn't help but think about how ironic the situation was. I was pretending to be single and looking for love, but I was already married to the most wonderful man in the room. The flowers flew through the air in a perfect arc and landed just in my palms, in what could only be described as cosmic irony. The audience exploded in cheers and clapping, with someone shouting, "Clara's next." I stood there, holding the bouquet, feeling the weight of the occasion settle about me. This was it. The scenario for which I had been unconsciously waiting all evening. My mother appeared at my side, her face flushed with booze and excitement. "Your sister's wedding was perfect," Mom smiled, her voice reaching across the hushed room. "When will it be your turn?" This was the moment I'd been waiting for. I gave Daniel, who was standing near the bar, an encouraging smile. I took a deep breath, reached into the small secret pocket in my bridesmaid dress that I had particularly chosen, and pulled out my wedding ring, which I slipped onto my finger. "It already happened, you just weren't there." The entire room froze. My mother's smile wavered and confusion replaced her previous excitement. "What do you mean, sweetheart?" I held up my hand, displaying the wedding band that now proudly adorned my finger. "Daniel and I got married on April 13th. We had a beautiful ceremony at the Botanical Gardens with people who actually care about us." The silence was terrible. Elise's mouth dropped open, still holding her empty hands where the bouquet had been. My father's face changed color numerous times before finally resting on an angry red. Other guests began muttering amongst themselves, and phones appeared as people attempted to digest the sudden drama. "You're joking," my mother said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Not at all," I said, surprising myself with my cool tone. "We have photos, a marriage certificate, everything. It was a lovely ceremony, small but meaningful, the kind of wedding two people have when they're focused on marriage rather than a party." Elise has finally found her voice. "Why didn't you tell us? Why would you do this?" I turned to face my sister, who had unintentionally been the center of my family's universe for the last 28 years. "When exactly should I have told you? During one of your dress fittings that I wasn't invited to? At your bridal shower, where Mom told everyone I wasn't ready for marriage? Or maybe during one of the dozens of family dinners where every conversation was about your perfect relationship and your perfect wedding plans?" My mother looked distraught. "Clara, we wanted to be there for you." "Did you though?" I inquired, my voice growing stronger. "Because I've been trying to share my life with this family for years, and there's never been room for anyone except Elise. When I got engaged, Dad told me to wait until after Elise's wedding because we didn't want to steal her thunder. When I mentioned wedding ideas, you changed the subject. When I tried to talk about Daniel, you gave me lectures about focusing on my career instead." The audience was obviously paying attention now, even though most of them were pretending to look at their phones or the centerpieces. Adarin had moved to Elise's side, appearing uneasy and puzzled. My father took a step forward, his voice tight with repressed wrath. "This is hardly the time or place for this discussion, Clara." "Isn't it though?" I answered. "This is a celebration of marriage and family, right? I'm just sharing my happy news with everyone. Unless of course you're embarrassed that your younger daughter got married without needing a $50,000 party to prove it." That struck home. My father clenched his teeth and my mother appeared to be about to cry. Daniel approached and took my hand. "Maybe we should go," he said quietly. "Good idea," I agreed. I returned to the room, where many people were still staring. "Thank you all for helping us celebrate. It's been enlightening." The consequences of my admission were swift and dramatic. The room, which had been filled with joy and laughing just moments before, sank into the kind of silence found only in libraries and funeral homes. I could see people absorbing what I had said. Some were perplexed, others stunned, and a few were plainly excited by the unexpected drama. Elise's face changed numerous times in quick succession: astonishment, incredulity, hurt, and eventually rage. "Are you seriously doing this right now?" she shouted, her voice low but audible in the quiet room. "At my wedding?" "I'm just answering Mom's question," I said, shocked by my cool demeanor. My heart was beating, but I felt calmer than I had all day. She asked when it would be my turn, and I told her the truth. My father stepped forward, his face a mask of controlled rage. "Clara, this is completely inappropriate. We need to discuss this privately." "Why?" I questioned. "This is a celebration of marriage and family, isn't it? I thought you'd be happy to learn that I'm married to a wonderful man who loves me unconditionally." The final section was addressed squarely at my parents, and their emotions indicated that it hit home. Around us I noticed people pulling out their phones, some possibly texting other family members, some likely filming the drama for social media. My mother looked like she was going to get sick. "Clara, honey, you can't be serious. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell us?" "I told you," I responded, my voice growing stronger. "You just weren't there." We got married on April 15th at the Botanical Gardens. It was a beautiful ceremony with people who actually wanted to celebrate our happiness. Daniel appeared by my side, giving me the courage to continue. My husband Daniel and I decided to have a small, intimate wedding, focused on our commitment to each other, rather than impressing a bunch of people who barely know us. The word husband struck my family like a physical blow. Elise took a step back, almost falling over her intricate train. "You've been lying to us for months," my father exclaimed, his voice taut with rage. "How could you deceive your family like this?" "Deceive you?" I laughed, my voice harsh in the quiet room. "Like when you told Aunt Helena that I wasn't ready for marriage at Elise's bridal shower. Or when you suggested I wait to get engaged so I wouldn't steal Elise's thunder. When exactly was I supposed to share my news with a family that made it clear my life wasn't as important as my sister's?" More phones appeared throughout the room. I could see my cousin Sophie filming everything, most likely for the family members who were not present. My uncle André appeared to be divided between intervening and enjoying the drama. Elise found her voice again. "So what? You decided to ruin my wedding because you're jealous? Because you couldn't stand having one day not be about you?" That stung, but I was not going to back down. "This isn't about you, Elise. This is about me finally standing up for myself after 24 years of being treated like the consolation prize daughter." "That's not fair," my mother cried, tears streaming down her neatly made-up cheeks. "We love you both equally." "Do you?" I challenged. "When was the last time you called me just to see how I was doing? When did you last ask about my job, my hobbies, my relationship, without immediately changing the subject to Elise? When did you last act like my happiness mattered as much as hers?" The hush that ensued was deafening. Around us, the wedding guests had formed a wide circle, some appearing to look aside while clearly listening to everything. The band had stopped playing, and the waitstaff had ceased their work to observe the growing family drama. Adiran, who had stood motionless behind Elise, eventually said something. "Maybe we should take this conversation somewhere private." "Why?" I questioned. "So you can all gang up on me and tell me how selfish I'm being? So you can make me feel guilty for finally speaking up about how I've been treated?" "I don't think so." I turned to address the entire room, feeling both reckless and emancipated. "I want everyone to know that Daniel and I had a beautiful wedding ceremony 2 months ago. We exchanged vows we wrote ourselves, surrounded by people who love and support us. It was small but perfect, and I wouldn't change a single thing about it." Some of the elder guests appeared scandalized, but I noted that several of the younger family members were nodding in agreement. My cousin Sophie had stopped recording and was now smiling at me. Even several of Elise's friends seemed pleased by my bravery. Daniel squeezed my hand. "Clara, maybe we should go home now," he said quietly. I nodded, suddenly fatigued from the confrontation. The adrenaline that had gotten me through my epiphany was fading, and I noticed I was trembling slightly. "Congratulations on a beautiful wedding, Elise," I remarked, my voice softening. "I hope you and Adiran have a wonderful marriage." "I really do." Elise looked at me for a long time, her eyes filled with unshed tears. "I can't believe you did this," she muttered. "I can't believe it took me this long," I said. As Daniel and I went toward the exit, I could hear murmuring starting behind us, voices increasing as people tried to understand what had happened. My phone was already full of text messages and missed calls. "How do you feel?" Daniel inquired as we approached his car. I considered it for a moment, taking long breaths of the cool evening air. "Free," I finally replied. "Scared, but free." The journey home was silent, as we both reflected on what had just happened. I kept replaying the event in my head, wondering if I could have handled it differently, if there had been a better way to make my point. But then I remembered my mother's expression, when she inquired about my turn, implying that I was still waiting for my life to begin, while Elise lived her wonderful fairy tale. I recalled all the years of feeling invisible, all the times my accomplishments had been neglected or reduced. Perhaps my approach wasn't flawless, but it was honest. When we came home, I finally took the ring off the chain where I had hidden it and confirmed that it was back on my finger. Daniel did the same, and we finally looked like a married couple after 2 months. "No more hiding," I remarked, admiring how the ring reflected the light. "No more hiding," Daniel agreed, taking me into his arms. "Though I have a feeling tomorrow is going to be interesting." He was correct. My phone rang non-stop for the next 3 days, with calls from family members, friends, and even people I hadn't spoken to in years who had learned about the drama through the extended family network. Some were encouraging, others were critical, and a few were simply looking for gossip. The most distressing phone calls came from my own family. My mother left 21 voicemails, her tone ranging from heartfelt apologies to angry accusations. Elise sent a series of text messages that became increasingly nasty as I didn't react right away. My father, as is customary, did not contact me personally, instead relaying his displeasure with my attention-seeking behavior to my mother. However, there were some favorable answers. My Aunt Helena called to congratulate me and say how proud she was of me for sticking up for myself. Several cousins contacted me to say they'd always observed a difference in how my parents handled Elise and me. Even some of Elise's friends wrote me to tell they thought what I did was courageous. The most unexpected support came from Daniel's relatives. When they found out what had happened at the reception, they were shocked by how my family had treated me throughout the years. Helen Moreau called to apologize for not understanding how terrible things were for me and to invite me to their family gatherings whenever I wanted someone to admire me. "You're our daughter now too," she added warmly. "And we're so glad Daniel found someone as strong and wonderful as you." 3 weeks after Elise's wedding, my parents requested to meet with Daniel and me. We arranged to have supper at a neutral restaurant, rather than cope with the emotional weight of meeting at their home. The chat seemed awkward and painful. My mother cried several times, claiming she had no clue I felt so isolated from the family. My father maintained that I handled the incident horribly, embarrassing everyone involved. Neither of them seemed to understand why I felt I needed to keep my wedding a secret. "We just wanted Elise to have a perfect day," my mother said again. "And what about my perfect day?" I finally inquired. "Did it ever occur to either of you that I might want a family who cared about my happiness too?" The evening concluded without a resolution, although my parents did ask to see our wedding photos. I showed them a few photos from my phone, observing their reactions as they realized how happy and radiant I looked surrounded by people who loved me. 6 months later, my connection with my family is still problematic. My mother makes more of an attempt to engage me in family interactions, but she still focuses mostly on Elise. My father speaks to me politely but without warmth. Elise and I have an uneasy truce. But we've never been very close, and this scenario hasn't changed that. The extended family has mainly moved on, but I still get comments at gatherings about my surprise wedding. Some relatives regard what I did as petty and dramatic, while others say it was long overdue. I've learnt not to be overly concerned with their opinions. Daniel and I are as happy as ever. We purchased a little house with a garden and now hold dinner parties for people who feel like chosen family. We've discussed having children, and I'm glad they'll grow up knowing they're wanted and valued for who they are. Sometimes I wonder if I should have handled things differently, if there was another way to make my point without causing such a public scene. But then I remember all the years when I felt invisible and unimportant, when my sentiments were disregarded or neglected. Perhaps my approach was imperfect, but it was honest. My family spent years telling me that I didn't matter as much as Elise, that my accomplishments were less important, and that my pleasure came second to sustaining their image of the perfect family. They created the circumstance in which I felt compelled to conceal such a significant milestone. The truth is that I do not regret my secret wedding. It was wonderful and meaningful to be surrounded by people who truly cared about Daniel and myself as individuals. I had no regrets about revealing it during Elise's reception. After 28 years of being viewed as the less important daughter, I finally discovered my voice. When people ask about my family situation, I honestly tell them that we are working on it. Some relationships can be mended, while others simply need to be redefined. I'm realizing that I can't control how my parents perceive me, but I can manage how much influence their opinions have over my life. Daniel and I are already developing our own family customs, based on mutual respect and true love rather than favoritism and rivalry. We organize holidays for friends who do not have family nearby, volunteer at the children's hospital, and make decisions as equal partners. The best retribution, I've discovered, isn't necessarily the dramatic moment of revelation. Sometimes it's about creating a life so good that you don't need anyone else's approval to justify it. But I have to confess, seeing the surprised expressions in that reception hall was really satisfying. My wedding ring is no longer concealed on the chain, but now sits proudly on my finger. It isn't as expensive or elaborate as Elise's, but it represents something more valuable: a marriage founded on love, respect, and the realization that I am enough just the way I am. And this, more than any retribution plot, is the true win. My husband and sister stole my baby with forged papers. 4 years later, I walked into court with DNA proof that neither was the parent. When I was diagnosed with infertility, my sister recommended giving her eggs to me. I was nervous at first. The doctors informed me that IVF made pregnancy much more perilous for me, and carrying someone else's child simply felt wrong. But Victor and Eliza reassured me. They brought leaflets and research papers to reassure me that the pregnancy would be safe. They spent hours assuring me that the origin of the eggs wasn't important. Victor stated that having a family is all he cared about, and Eliza vowed that I would be the true mother. After much encouragement, I consented. 9 excruciating months later, I gave birth to a lovely, healthy baby girl. I was still holding her in my arms when my husband and sister entered the delivery room and stated, "We're taking the baby." Victor restrained me as Eliza yanked her from my grasp. "What's going on?" I exclaimed. "Me and Steph have fallen in love," Victor explained. "We thought about it. She's the true mother of my child. You were just the incubator." I couldn't believe what was occurring. Security had already arrived, and Victor was throwing the already filed paperwork in my face. The birth certificate already identified Eliza as the mother, and before I could say goodbye, Clara was being hauled away. I cried till I was out of tears. I returned home to recover my belongings 5 days later. Eliza had already moved in, and I watched them through the kitchen window, slowly dancing while my daughter slept upstairs. I didn't even come in to collect my belongings. I just departed for my cousin's place 2 states away. While they uploaded newborn images labeled "Our Miracle," I applied to law school, which Victor never allowed me to do. He always thought that women should stay at home. Within 4 years, I was specializing in fertility rights issues, assisting women to avoid the pain I went through. By the time I graduated, I'd established a nonprofit organization dedicated to safeguarding surrogacy rights. I joined a respectable firm and made a good living. I even ran the Boston Marathon and attended conferences in Switzerland, where I met a person I fell in love with. I created the life Victor claimed I was too foolish to have. Then, 7 months ago, Eliza unexpectedly showed up at my office. Instead of apologizing or showing me Clara's photos, she asked me to carry another kid for her and Victor. "My body is my brand, now," she remarked. "I am a lifestyle influencer. I can't lose my weight. You have already done it once." I glanced at her in surprise before urging her to leave. She attempted to guilt trip me, so I had people remove her away. I went home thinking that was it, but I was mistaken. The harassing began immediately. Suddenly I was flooded with texts about ovulation schedules. Victor was showing up at my firm. Their friends had ambushed me at a gym 6 hours away from their home. After 2 weeks of pestering, I was finished. My work performance suffered, as did my long-distance relationship. I called Sabine, my paralegal friend. I have to trash them publicly, but lawfully. Sabine arrived with champagne and her laptop. We spent 7 hours constructing the case from hell. I reached out to their buddies and learned something. Eliza had told everyone I promised to carry her second child, but it turned out she was lying. I evidently felt bad about what happened to Clara, and sought to make amends for attempting to steal her baby. And because I never contacted Victor or his family again, she concluded that I had abandoned Clara as well. I remember looking at the lies with a shocked Pikachu expression, but I was giggling too. I had a goldmine in my hands. I recall capturing everything. I contacted the delivery room nurses. I dug down the falsified contracts from my pregnancy and obtained copies of every document I had ever signed. Then I thought it was time to meet with them. Sabine helped me plan the confrontation. We chose the venue, time, and even practiced my exact remarks. I wasn't going to let my emotions get in the way of their ruin. A few days later, I invited them for coffee in downtown, but I didn't tell them that I had invited others, including their friends, Victor's parents, our entire family, and even my long-distance partner. Eliza and Victor entered holding hands. He was carrying new surrogacy contracts, but when he noticed the crowd, he halted. "What is this?" Eliza's voice was high. I slid my phone across the table. "This is your present from me. I recently published a public Facebook post. PSA. I'm not having another baby for my sister, who snatched my first one. A mother who pulls a newborn from your arms in the delivery room cannot demand you do it again. No, I have never accepted to be their surrogate. Yes, they fabricated documents while I was asleep. No, I am not bitter. I'm a Yale-educated fertility rights lawyer who understands that what they did was criminal." Eliza's face turned white. "Take it down right now. Your mom and Victor's father have already shared it." She began sobbing, claiming that I was nasty, jealous, and ruining Clara's life. "No, Eliza. I am ruining your life. You took my daughter, my marriage, and my body. You don't get a second opportunity either. Enjoy telling your followers that their mom influencer has never actually given birth." Victor seized the contracts. "You'll regret this. As if you'll regret faking legal paperwork." My nonprofit has taken on your case pro gratis. See you in court. I turned to walk away, knowing I was about to destroy Victor and Eliza because they were in for another surprise in court. A surprise involving Clara. The coffee shop went nuts the moment Victor's mother read my post aloud. Eliza sprang up from her chair and began yelling at me to remove it, while Victor's father grabbed Victor's elbow and demanded to know what had happened 4 years earlier. When Victor pushed forward, my boyfriend jumped in between us, and 2 coffee shop security guards raced over to see if we needed help. I stood up calmly and assured everyone that we will address this in court, not here. Then I stepped out with my boyfriend's hand on my back as support. Victor's parents followed us outside, demanding questions as Eliza screamed that I was ruining Clara's life. Victor attempted to take my phone from my hands. The security guy stood between us until we reached my car, and I heard Victor's mother question him why the birth certificate had already been completed before I awoke. That night, my phone would not stop ringing with calls from family members who had seen the post become viral on Facebook. My firm colleagues texted to see if I was okay, and 3 reporters had already left voicemails requesting statements regarding the case. I turned off my phone and drove to Sabine's flat, where she had wine and a laptop open with legal research tabs. We spent 4 hours going over every piece of evidence we had gathered, planning our legal strategy as my phone sat silently on the counter. Sabine continued checking the post on her phone and showing me how many shares it had received, including from some well-known parenting writers who were calling Eliza out. The following morning, I arrived at my firm's office early to meet with the ethics partner before anybody else arrived. She listened to the entire story, took notes, and then looked up our conflict of interest standards on her computer. After evaluating everything, she allowed my nonprofit taking on the case pro bono because I would not be representing myself directly. This meant I'd have our entire legal team's support without jeopardizing my job at the firm, which was a big relief. She also proposed strengthening building security in light of the hostility I'd been receiving, and she promised to tell the senior partners personally. I spent the afternoon in a conference room with Sabine, using my laptop to create an emergency protection order. We went over every incident from the previous 2 weeks, including the texting discussing ovulation patterns, Victor showing up at my office 3 times, and their pals cornering me at the gym. Sabine had copied out all of the text messages and emails, emphasizing the threatening passages, while I typed up the legal filing. We submitted images she had taken of Victor's automobile outside my apartment complex at odd hours, as well as screenshots of Eliza's followers expressing threats. The document ended up being 14 pages long, including exhibits, and we knew the judge would take it seriously. That evening, I contacted the first delivery room nurse from my office, as Sabine took notes next to me. The nurse remembers everything, because she described it as the most horrific event she had witnessed in 20 years of labor and delivery. She informed me she had personal notes in her diary of Victor physically holding me down as I begged for my kid. She immediately consented to submit a sworn statement, claiming she had been waiting 4 years for someone to ask her about it. The second nurse was more difficult to locate, but she was also eager to assist after I explained the problem. The next day, the hospital's records department returned my call after analyzing my request for documents. The administrator confirmed that they still possessed all of Clara's birth documents, including forms indicating that the custody link had been broken. He revealed that Victor handled various paperwork while I was still sedated from the emergency C-section, which was against their practice. This was exactly what we needed to show that the birth certificate was fraudulently filed, and he agreed to furnish certified copies. Victor was already writing out paperwork before I awoke from surgery, according to the timing stamps on the forms. My nonprofit board convened an emergency video meeting on Thursday evening to contemplate taking my case. Despite my shaking hands, I presented the evidence we had obtained in a professional manner. The board members raised serious concerns about the precedent this could establish for birth moms' rights and surrogacy laws. After an hour of deliberation, they unanimously decided to use the case as a landmark chance to safeguard future victims. As I thanked them, the weight of representing not only myself, but also other women who may face similar challenges hit me hard. Friday morning, I received an email from one of my major conference sponsors, expressing worry over my Facebook post. They questioned whether the tone was consistent with their company principles and the professional standards they demand from speakers. My stomach fell as I read it because this conference provided significant financial and networking prospects for my nonprofit. I responded professionally, describing the legal issue and my right to defend myself from defamation and abuse. But I realized my career, which I had built from scratch, was now vulnerable, and I refused to give up. That afternoon, my long-distance partner contacted after seeing screenshots of remarks from Eliza's Twitter followers. Some of them claimed to know where I worked and made threats about what they would do if they saw me. He wanted to fly in right away to make sure I was okay, and I could sense genuine concern in his voice. I assured him that I was fine, but hearing how much this was impacting him made me understand the toll it was taking on everyone. He said he had already purchased a ticket for the next weekend and would not accept no for an answer. Sabine and I went to the downtown courts on Monday morning and filed the initial civil lawsuit. We claimed fraud for the forged documents, intentional infliction of emotional distress for what occurred in the birth room, and defamation for Eliza's claims against me. The complaint also asked expedited discovery due to continued harassment and the possible threat to Clara's well-being from parents capable of such lying. The clerk stamped our copies and said the defendants would be served within 48 hours, implying Victor and Eliza were about to receive their legal notice. Walking out of the courthouse, I realized the real fight had just begun, but now, I had the law on my side. Sabine pulled up the restraining order templates on her laptop, right there in my car outside the courthouse, as I typed out every episode of harassment in the previous 2 weeks. The gym ambushes 5 hours from their residence, Victor's 3 visits to my firm, and the numerous texts about ovulation patterns that I'd screenshot before blocking their numbers. We submitted the motion the same afternoon, seeking that they stay at least 500 feet away and discontinue any communication immediately. According to the clerk, the judge will consider it and set an emergency hearing by Friday if it is approved. That night, as I sat in my apartment going through old photos on my laptop, I came across one from 4 years ago that my cousin had taken without my knowledge, of me standing outside Victor and Eliza's kitchen window in the dark, watching them slow dance while Clara slept upstairs, my face wet with tears I didn't remember crying. I looked at the damaged woman in the photo and understood she was the reason I could fight now, since she had transformed me into someone capable of lawfully destroying others. My phone vibrated with an email from a law firm that I knew as one of the most costly in the state. Lucas Steiner had taken Victor and Eliza's case and demanded that I withdraw my Facebook post within 24 hours and give a public apology for defamation or face immediate legal action for harm to Eliza's influencer career. I forwarded it to Sabine and my firm's senior partner, noting that their aggressive move indicated they were terrified, because truth is an ironclad defense against defamation charges. The following morning, my firm's managing partner summoned me to his office, where building security was already waiting. They had received anonymous threats overnight, referencing my home address and daily schedule, most likely from Eliza's fans, who had been abusing me online since the post went public. The firm promptly implemented new processes, such as altering my arrival and departure times, having security walk me to my car in the parking garage, and installing cameras in my apartment building that afternoon. I began to argue that it was too much, but then I remembered someone claiming to know which coffee shop I frequented each morning. The security crew spent 3 hours that day altering my routines and teaching me basic safety knowledge, while maintenance installed new locks and a camera system at my home. 2 days later, an envelope arrived at my office with no return address, containing printed screenshots from a reproductive clinic employee group chat from 5 years prior. The mails addressed my IVF treatment and claimed that Victor's sample had quality difficulties, forcing them to change donor sperm without adequate consent papers. My hands shook as I read it, because if Victor was not Clara's real father, Eliza had no biological tie either, and they had taken a child who was not even genetically theirs. Sabine quickly began preparing subpoenas for the clinic's full record of my procedure. While reviewing their compliance history, she discovered 3 other women who had filed complaints about consent violations, as well as one current case alleging unlawful genetic material replacement, which the clinic had been fighting to keep confidential. We issued the subpoena that afternoon, anticipating them to fight it hard because it may ruin their reputation and business. The restraining order hearing took place Friday morning in a small courtroom, where Victor and Eliza sat with Lucas Steiner, looking polished and ready. The judge evaluated our evidence of harassment, including the gym ambushes and office visits, and advised both parties from making public statements that could jeopardize the legal case. She issued a limited protective order directing them to stay 300 feet away and avoid all direct or indirect contact. However, it was not the entire 500 feet we wanted. Victor's cheeks flushed scarlet as the judge clearly stated that third-party harassment via friends or followers would be considered a violation. The following week, Lucas Steiner filed his own motion, alleging that my Facebook post was online defamation and seeking damages for missed sponsorship agreements and emotional trauma to Eliza's influencer career. The complaint includes images of Instagram comments in which sponsors pulled back and followers called her a fake for claiming to be a mother who had never given birth. Reading through his claims about how I purposefully harmed her reputation made me giggle, because they had spent 4 years damaging mine with lies about my abandoning Clara. 3 days after that filing, I received a call from an unfamiliar lawyer who claimed to represent Victor's parents and wanted to meet with me privately without their son present. The message was polite and official, but it implied that they'd started to wonder what really happened with Clara's birth and wanted to hear my side of the story firsthand. I agreed to see them in a neutral conference room downtown the following Tuesday morning. Victor's mother was older than I recalled, and his father appeared uncomfortable as they sat across from me, their lawyer taking notes. They inquired specifically about the date of the birth certificate filing and how Eliza could have been recorded as the mother before I had even left the hospital recovery area. His mother produced her own images from that day, which showed timestamps that contradicted Victor's claim that I had agreed to everything beforehand. They appeared genuinely concerned when I told how Victor had physically restrained me as Eliza removed Clara from my arms just hours after my emergency C-section, while I was still weak from blood loss. Victor's father was shaking his head and taking notes while his mother inquired about the fake documentation, and I showed them copies of the documents Victor filed that day. 2 days after that meeting, Amelia Laurent from the clinic called my office to discuss my case, and I sensed something important was going on. She arrived at our conference room in a gray suit, carrying 3 boxes of paperwork, and her hands shook as she laid them down. Sabine sat next to me, taking notes, as Amelia opened the first box and took out consent forms from my previous treatment 4 years ago. She spread them over the table, pointing out blank areas where signatures should have been and dates that did not match up. The clinic never obtained my formal agreement for donor substitution, and she stated they were aware that this could jeopardize their legal standing. She kept repeating they wanted to comply fully and avoid litigation while sliding more papers across, demonstrating that their internal review revealed severe issues. I videotaped everything on my phone as she detailed how their protocols failed, and Victor's sample was absolutely worthless that day. She wouldn't tell me what happened next, but her expression suggested there was more to the story. The next morning, Sabine raced into my office, clutching a manila package that had been left under her car window overnight. Inside was a 4-year-old internal clinic memo with my case number that discussed a substituted donor process in the event of retrieval failure. The document revealed that they utilized a different donor sample without telling me, implying that Victor was not Clara's biological father after all. My hands shook as I read it 3 times and understood it had changed everything about the case. Sabine quickly made copies and stored the original in our safe, while we investigated who provided it and why they wanted us to know. My boyfriend flew in on Friday, and I could see the worry on his face as he went through my apartment. We sat on the couch, and he inquired how bad things were going and if I was secure from Victor and Eliza's harassing. I mentioned the protective order, as well as the online attacks and how my face was now all over social media. He held my hand and expressed his support for me, but he was concerned about our ability to sustain our relationship among all of this craziness. We talked until 2:50 a.m. about boundaries and what would happen if the case continued for months or years. He pledged to support me, but we were both aware that the distance and stress were already taking their toll. Eliza posted a video that weekend, crying about how I abandoned Clara and never tried to see her in 4 years. She presented modified screenshots of past texts, giving the impression that I consented to everything and then left from their life. Her admirers began criticizing me on every media, calling me a deadbeat and claiming that I was only jealous of her success. My phone would not stop vibrating with messages of people tagging me in derogatory remarks and sending threats to my work email. Sabine spent the entire Sunday composing cease and desist letters to the biggest offenders, while I documented everything for our harassment case. We sent out 37 letters that night, threatening legal action if they didn't stop right away. On Monday morning, we filed a motion to force the clinic to submit all information related to my procedure and any donor substitutes. The court scheduled a hearing on Thursday and agreed to study the records secretly before determining what may be shared. Amelia Laurent sat in the back row of the court, looking unwell, as the clinic's lawyer talked about patient privacy and proprietary methods. The judge cut him off and stated that she would evaluate everything in chambers and make her decision within a week. She clearly stated that any proof of fraud or consent violations will be made available to both parties right away. 5 days later, Sabine received a call from the hospital stating that they had discovered the security footage we had requested from the day Clara was born. We drove over right once and sat in a small office, watching grainy black and white footage from the corridor outside my room. The timestamp showed Victor entering and exiting several times while I was still unconscious after the emergency surgery. He is clearly holding a stack of papers when he is stopped by a nurse, but he shows her something and she lets him pass. The hospital administrator recognized that this breached their protocols because I was unable to consent to anything while drugged from the C-section. We obtained copies of everything and added it to our growing collection of evidence against them. The following week, the court appointed Margot Steiner as guardian ad litem in Clara's custody case. She phoned my office that afternoon to arrange an interview about my goals with Clara and what I was actually looking for. I met with her 3 days later in a neutral area and attempted to remain cool while explaining what had transpired. She asked if I wanted full custody or just visitation, and I honestly told her I wasn't sure yet. All I knew was that Clara deserved the truth, and I deserved to know my daughter after being denied the opportunity. Margot made notes and mentioned that she would be questioning Victor and Eliza separately about the event. The same day as my interview, my firm's biggest client called the senior partners to express concern about the media exposure I was receiving. They postponed signing a $10 million contract extension and suggested I take a leave of absence until things settled down. The partners summoned me to a meeting and stated that they openly backed me, but I could see the tension mounting behind closed doors. They constantly bringing up the firm's reputation and how we needed to be careful with the picture we projected to clients. I knew my job was on the line, but I couldn't give up now that we were so close to demonstrating what they accomplished. The nurse's deposition was planned for the last week of the month at Lucas Steiner's office in downtown. She was older than I remembered, but her memory of that day was crystal clear, as she described exactly what had transpired. Under oath, she described how Victor seized my wrists and held me down on the bed as Eliza snatched Clara from my arms. She recalls me crying and pleading with them to stop, and how security had to be summoned, but Victor showed them papers proving he had custody. Even Lucas Steiner was uncomfortable as she told how I was screaming and groping for my kid while still bleeding from surgery. The next morning, Lucas Steiner moved to seal all court proceedings, claiming Clara required privacy protection from media attention. Sabine and I spent 3 hours crafting our answer, pointing out that they had been displaying Clara's face all over Eliza's Instagram for years, exploiting her for paid material and marketing partnerships. The judge set a hearing for that Friday, and when we came into the courthouse, Lucas was already there, holding a big folder of printed social media posts containing the hate comments Eliza was receiving. He claimed this was harmful to Clara, but our lawyer pointed out that they couldn't use the child as a shield after exploiting her online profile for profit. The court took the case under advisement and stated that she would rule after studying the clinic documents, which had been provided for private inspection. We waited 2 weeks for the verdict, and when it arrived, my hands shook as I read it. The judge ordered the clinic to release particular documents about something called donor substitution protocol, and the way she phrased it indicated that she had discovered something significant in those confidential records. Amelia from the clinic called our office that afternoon, her voice tense as she requested if we could meet off the record. But our lawyer informed her that all further communication must go through official channels. The clinic's lawyers fought the request for another week before turning over the documents. When papers arrived via courier, Sabine and I secluded ourselves in the conference room to evaluate them. Page after page described how Victor's sperm sample had been non-viable on the day of the procedure, with no motility and bad morphological reports. The clinic had substituted an anonymous donor sample without either of us providing proper consent, with Victor signing a paper he clearly had not read. This meant Victor was not Clara's biological father at all. Eliza's eggs were never used, hence she had no biological tie to Clara. I sat there staring at the papers as Sabine summoned our legal team to an emergency meeting that night. We convened at the workplace with pizza and energy drinks and spent the entire weekend discussing what this meant for everything. The falsified birth certificate was even more bogus since that neither of them had a biological claim. With me as Clara's only biological parent, the custody issue was radically different, and the legal consequences were so intricate that everyone's heads spun. Our senior partner kept saying, this changed the entire case, that we'd gone from fighting an uphill battle to having a clear advantage. On Monday morning, we submitted a motion for court-ordered DNA testing of Victor, Clara, and myself to obtain scientific verification of what the clinic records revealed. Lucas Steiner responded within hours, calling our motion a fishing expedition and claiming that the biological tie was irrelevant because Victor and Eliza had been Clara's parents for 4 years. Meanwhile, Eliza's influencer business was unraveling in real time as she uploaded increasingly desperate content about chosen families and how biology does not determine motherhood. Her comment sections became war zones, with people calling her out for never giving birth but professing to be a mommy blogger, and her follower count decreased by thousands every day. Brand partnerships began to evaporate, and corporations quietly deleted her off their websites. That same week, my boyfriend called from his apartment 3 states away, his voice exhausted as he admitted to being overwhelmed by everything. He claimed to have been patient and helpful, but seeing me go through this from a distance while attempting to continue our connection was more difficult than he anticipated. He recommended we attempt couples counseling via video conferences because we couldn't be in the same place on a regular basis, and I agreed because I knew winning this lawsuit would be meaningless if I lost him along the way. We selected a therapist who specializes in long-distance relationships and made our first appointment for the following Tuesday. The hospital administrator's deposition took place that Thursday in a conference room downtown, and Martin sat across from us, appearing uncomfortable as he answered questions under oath. He acknowledged that the custody chain break, in which Victor filed paperwork while I was asleep, had been identified by several staff members who suspected something was wrong. His hands fidgeted with his pen as he agreed that the supervisors should have conducted an investigation before approving Victor's birth certificate, especially because I was still recovering and couldn't have consented to anything. He stated that the hospital had subsequently modified its protocols in response to our situation, which felt like too little, too late, but at least demonstrated that what happened to me was incorrect. 3 days later, we were back in court for the DNA testing motion hearing, which Lucas Steiner opposed fiercely, claiming it was unnecessary and would be upsetting for Clara. The judge listened to both sides for more than an hour before ruling in our favor, granting the request and imposing a 2-week deadline for sample collection at an approved medical facility. Victor sprang up from his seat and walked out of the courtroom, slamming the door so violently that a bailiff pursued him, as Eliza burst into tears at the defendant's table. Lucas tried to console her, but she shoved him away and raced off after Victor. Victor emerged in the courthouse hallway as I was gathering my paperwork to depart, and he got right in my face before I could react. His breath smelt of coffee and rage as he grabbed my shoulders and shook me, screaming that I was killing his family and wrecking Clara's life. Security quickly removed him from me, but not before Margot, Clara's guardian, noticed what was going on and began taking notes in her folder. She approached Victor after security pulled him outside and expressed her worries about his capacity to control himself around Clara if he acted like this in public. Her notes on the incident would be included in her report to the court on what was best for Clara, and I knew this outburst had further weakened their case. 2 weeks later, Margot called my lawyer to set up separate interviews with Victor and Eliza at the courthouse, and I observed them arrive at various times, looking nervous. Victor went in first and came out 90 minutes later with his jaw clamped tightly. Then Eliza went in for over 2 hours and left, crying into her phone. Margot later met with my lawyer and showed him her notes, pointing out specific points where their statements differed about why they took Clara that day in the delivery room. She claimed Victor claimed it was all about having his biological child, although Eliza insisted they had planned it together for months since I was unstable, and neither account matched the papers they had submitted at the time. The contradictions were so egregious that Margot expressed concern in her report regarding their honesty and what they might be telling Clara about me. 3 days later, I drove to Beatrice Novak's downtown office, a small room packed with toys and literature about family transitions. She specialized in reunion cases and spent 2 hours explaining what would happen if I met Clara, using dolls to demonstrate how a 4-year-old would react to meeting someone new. She helped me practice simple statements that would not confuse or alarm a little child. Things like informing Clara that I was a friend who cared about her rather than immediately revealing that I was her biological mother. Beatrice informed me Clara might not want to chat, or might even weep and flee, and we modeled how I'd handle rejection without expressing hurt that would make Clara feel bad. She gave me worksheets on child development and had me pledge not to bring gifts or make promises about the future if we met, because courts despise when parents try to buy affection. The defamation hearing took place on Friday morning, and Lucas Steiner came up with a huge folder, attempting to prove that my Facebook post had an unfavorable impact on Eliza's career. My lawyer produced printed images of every claim I'd made, along with supporting documentation, showing the judge my medical records from the delivery room, the fake paperwork with timestamps, and the nurse's sworn testimony. He pointed out that truth is an ironclad defense against defamation, and that everything I'd written was factually correct, including screenshots of Eliza's own social media accounts, where she acknowledged to never giving birth. The judge repeatedly interrupted Lucas, asking why they were wasting court time on this when the facts were so obvious. She even rolled her eyes when Lucas tried to talk about emotional damage. After 40 minutes, she pulled him off in mid-sentence and stated that she had heard enough to make her decision. That afternoon, Sabine called me from the office to inform me of the clinic emails that our subpoena had revealed. She showed me a letter from 6 weeks before Clara's birth in which Eliza urged the clinic director to ensure she was named as the mother on all legal paperwork, especially what would happen if I changed my mind after delivery. Another email from 2 weeks before the birth showed Eliza looking into maternal presumption rules and wondering if being an egg donor granted her any inherent rights. The worst one came the day before my C-section, when she inquired about emergency custody procedures if the birth mother became incapacitated, indicating she knew I'd be sedated and unable to consent. Sabine claimed that these emails were the smoking gun we needed to prove criminal intent, not a last-minute decision. My boyfriend called that night from the airport before his flight home after spending a week with me, and we sat in his rental car outside departures, discussing boundaries. We agreed to video conversations every Tuesday and Friday at 8, agreed not to discuss the case until something serious happened, and pledged to be honest if the distance became too much for either of us. He took my hand and said he understood why I needed to focus on Clara, but he also reminded me that he would be there for me when this was finished. The journey home alone was more difficult than I had anticipated, and I blasted music loudly to avoid thinking about how lonely my apartment would seem. 2 days later, we returned to court for a status hearing, when the judge announced that she would appoint a supervised visitation coordinator to handle any prospective contact between Clara and me. She indicated that if reunification proceeded, this individual would provide a safe setting for Clara, beginning with brief supervised visits in a neutral place. The coordinator would report back on Clara's comfort level and whether increased contact would be in her best interests, emphasizing that any reunion would be a gradual process over months. I wanted to cry when I realized it would take that long to hold my baby, but I kept my face cool, knowing the court was observing my reactions. That Thursday morning, I awoke to dozens of emails about a gossip blog piece titled "Bitter Birth Mom's Vengeful Campaign," which included screenshots of old texts between me and Victor from years ago. Lucas had leaked certain communications in an attempt to make me appear unstable, displaying only my angry answers without context for Victor's manipulation and lies. Within 2 hours, my legal team published the entire text chain demonstrating how Victor had been gaslighting me about the pregnancy, including messages in which he promised I'd raise the baby as the biological mother. The blog updated their post with the whole context, and the comment section quickly turned on Victor and Eliza, branding them monsters for what they had done. The judge scheduled the ruling on the defamation suit for Monday and dismissed it with prejudice in less than 5 minutes, stating, "My post was protected speech about matters of public concern." She went on to award us legal fees, saying the suit was frivolous and appeared designed to silence legitimate criticism of potentially criminal behavior. Lucas's face flushed as she admonished him about spending the court's resources on frivolous claims when there were serious matters to address. 3 days later, we all gathered at a medical institution for the court-ordered DNA collection, which was carried out by a technician who adhered to stringent chain of custody rules. Victor sat in the corner, refusing to look at anyone while the technician swabbed his cheek, and Eliza whispered quickly to Lucas, who continued to shake his head. When it was my turn, I tried to remain cool, even though my hands were shaking, knowing that the findings would confirm what the clinic records already showed. Clara was only mine biologically. The technician put everything in special bags with witnesses' signatures and stated the results will be ready in 2 weeks. That afternoon, Margot contacted and asked me to work with Beatrice to create a basic introduction script for Clara, focused solely on the child's comfort if contact was authorized. We spent 3 hours rehearsing age-appropriate vocabulary and how I would explain myself to a 4-year-old without overloading her with sophisticated adult material. 2 days later, Sabine told me that Eliza's skincare sponsor had dumped her, and I visited Instagram to see her follower count decreasing by thousands each hour. The corporation talked about focusing on genuine partnerships, while Eliza frantically uploaded damage control videos, stating she was taking time to focus on family. Another sponsor pulled out that afternoon, claiming brand realignment, and by the evening, her apparel line partnership had also ended. I watched her income shrink in real time as she posted increasingly frantic messages about keeping strong and not letting haters win. The courier knocked on my door Friday morning with the DNA results, and my hands shook as I opened the sealed package. The lab analysis revealed that Victor had no genetic markers in common with Clara, whereas I was 99.9% positive that I was her biological mother. The donor profile number corroborated what we already knew from the clinic records, but seeing it in black and white made it true. Sabine quickly moved for an emergency hearing, which the judge scheduled for Monday morning. Walking inside that courtroom, I noticed Victor sunk in his chair, while Eliza continued to grip Lucas's arm, wondering what they were going to do next. The judge evaluated the DNA results and determined that the birth certificate was manifestly fake, necessitating prompt repair. She ordered a thorough hearing on vital record revisions, but highlighted that biology was not everything in custody cases, despite her significant worry about fraud. Lucas stood up, explaining that Clara needed stability with the only parents she had ever known, regardless of biology, or how she came to be with them. He acknowledged to the deceit, but stated that removing Clara would result in irreversible harm after 4 years. The judge summoned Amelia to testify about the clinic operations, and she nervously described how they substituted donor sperm without necessary consent papers. She stated that their protocols failed, and that they did not follow basic informed consent standards. While their lawyer sat there looking forlorn, the judge evaluated everything for 20 minutes before appointing Beatrice to devise a reunification strategy that prioritized Clara's emotional well-being above all else. She requested supervised visits, beginning with brief interactions in neutral settings with professional assistance to help Clara gradually adjust. That night, I couldn't sleep because I knew I would finally meet Clara. So I got out pregnancy images as well as photos of my parents, who died before she was born. I created a simple photo book with captions that expressed how much she was wanted and loved even before she came. My hands wouldn't stop shaking as I penned her a note telling her she was unique, brave and amazing just the way she was. The visitation facility included vibrant walls covered in children's artwork as well as a play therapy room stocked with toys and books. Clara walked in, holding Eliza's hand and wearing a purple dress with butterflies, and my heart froze when I saw her face, which looked exactly like mine at that age. She was shy at first, hiding behind Eliza, but Beatrice gently pushed her to check out the puzzles on the table. I sat on the floor, making myself small and quiet, while Clara approached, captivated to the wooden animal puzzle I was working on. She indicated to the giraffe piece, so I handed it to her and watched her carefully place it in the correct location. We worked on the puzzle together for 10 minutes before she showed me her rainbow and kitten paintings. She smiled when I told her the orange cat looked exactly like one I had as a child, and she asked whether I liked cats as well. The 30 minutes flew swiftly, but when Beatrice announced that time was up, Clara waved farewell and promised to see me next time. Victor stormed out the moment we left the therapy room, slamming the doors, while Eliza cornered Margot, screaming it was too stressful for everyone, especially Clara. Margot jotted down everything in her notebook, even how I remained calm and followed Beatrice's instructions exactly while they caused a scene. Our lawyers met the next day to discuss settlement terms, and my team recommended modest damages in exchange for regular supervised visits, with the goal of eventually sharing custody. We didn't apply for full custody straight away, knowing Clara needed time to adjust after 4 years with them. The conversations went on for hours, with Lucas pushing for minimum interaction, and us insisting on genuine connection building. Twice weekly visits for the first month, increasing we eventually decided on progressively based on Clara's comfort level and Beatrice's advice. The financial settlement covered my legal bills and fraud-related damages, but I accepted less money in exchange for more time with Clara. Victor had to sign papers stating that he was not the biological father and agreeing to the modified birth certificate listing me as mother. Eliza cried during the meeting, claiming we were ruining their family, but the judge had previously stated that their family was formed on criminal fraud. The agreement contained rigorous non-interference terms that prohibited them from weakening the visits or poisoning Clara against me. We also received the right of first refusal for child care, which meant that if they needed a babysitter for more than 4 hours, they had to contact me first. Sabine high-fived me in the parking lot afterwards, stating we got more than she expected given we started with no access. I drove home knowing that this was only the start of a long journey, but at least I had a legal avenue to know my daughter. 2 weeks later, the judge brought us back to hear the final decision on the birth certificate problem. I sat in the courtroom, watching Victor stamp his foot non-stop and Eliza constantly checking her phone for sponsor messages. The judge read her decision slowly and thoughtfully, describing how the evidence demonstrated apparent fraud in the original application. She directed the Vital Records Office to update Clara's birth certificate immediately. My name would be published as the biological mother, with a special notation about the egg donation and surrogacy agreement. Victor's face flushed scarlet as she revealed that he had no biological tie to Clara. The judge made it plain that custody would remain unchanged for the time being while we worked out Beatrice's reunion plan, but the legal record will eventually reveal the truth about Clara's biological mother. After court, Lucas approached me and my lawyer to discuss settlement conditions. Victor and Eliza wanted this over with as soon as possible to avoid losing further sponsors. They offered to compensate us for the fraud and emotional pain if we kept the sum undisclosed. My lawyer pushed for more money, but all I wanted were visitation guarantees. We spent 3 hours talking back and forth until they agreed on everything. They would pay my legal bills and damages, keep away from me entirely, and never interfere with our visitation schedules. Most significantly, they were not allowed to discuss the matter in public or post about it online. When Eliza signed the documents, she cried, but I had no sympathy for her. The lawyers for the reproductive clinic contacted us the next day, as well, and expressed their desire to settle. Amelia had previously conceded that their consent protocols had been violated, and they knew they would lose in court. They promised to pay a hefty compensation to both me and my NGO, which would cover our expenses for several years. In addition, the facility vowed to thoroughly overhaul its permission forms and donor practices. They would pay for Clara's therapy sessions with Beatrice for as long as necessary. It felt good to know that other ladies would not have to go through what I did at the clinic. My firm summoned me to the ethics review meeting that Friday. I was worried, but the senior partners were quite impressed with how I handled everything. They claimed I maintained professional boundaries despite coping with an impossible personal situation. The ethics committee imposed new criteria for lawyers and personal cases, but I was cleared entirely. Even better, our largest client called that afternoon to renew their contract for an additional 3 years. They said watching me battle for justice while being professional increased their trust in our firm. The second monitored visit with Clara occurred the following Tuesday. I packed coloring books and crayons this time, which made her happy right immediately. She was less shy and sat next to me, rather than across the table. We colored pictures of puppies, and she informed me that their names were Spots and Fluffy. When I inquired if she liked dogs, she nodded and stated that she wanted one for her birthday. She showed me her favorite stuffed animal, a worn-out bunny that she had since she was a baby. I helped her sketch the bunny, and she giggled when I made the ears too big. Beatrice observed from the corner, taking notes as Clara began to warm up to me. She even said my name correctly when Beatrice asked who she was coloring with. Clara requested near the conclusion of the visit if I would return to play the next time. I told her sure, and she hugged me briefly before Victor arrived to pick her up. According to Beatrice's report, Clara was adjusting faster than predicted and displaying clear attachment indications. My boyfriend traveled in that weekend so we could discuss our future. We sat in my apartment for hours, talking about how everything would change with regular trips to Clara. He was encouraging, yet realistic about the problems we would encounter. We decided to postpone our plans to move in together for at least 6 months. He needed time to adjust to the concept of being associated with someone who had a child, even if it was only part-time. I absolutely understood because this was not anything one of us had planned. We vowed to maintain our connection strong but take things slowly while my life adjusted to this new normal. He took my hand and pledged that we'd work it out together, which meant everything to me. That night, I sat down to write a public update on the case. I wanted to thank everyone who had helped me and provide resources for other birth mothers in difficult situations. I spent 2 hours perfecting the language, being careful not to break the settlement terms. The message featured links to my nonprofit's website and helpline numbers for women dealing with custody concerns. I wrote on how each family's route to justice is unique, and there is no shame in fighting for your rights. I highlighted that healing takes time, and legal triumphs do not alleviate emotional distress. The response was astounding, with thousands of shares and messages from women sharing similar experiences. The following Thursday, I paid Clara my 3rd visit at the facility. When I walked in, she raced up to me and excitedly showed me a drawing she had drawn at home. It was 2 stick figures holding hands, with large smiles and unkempt hair. She pointed to the smaller one and said it was her. Then I pointed to the taller one and said, "That's me." My eyes welled up, but I held back tears and assured her it was lovely. We spent the visit playing with blocks and reading picture books she had chosen. When it was time to depart, she handed me the drawing and asked me pledge to hang it up. I went out of the visitation center, clutching that beautiful piece of paper like it was made of gold. The timetable included another visit next week and a court appointment in 3 months to examine our progress. This wasn't the life I had envisioned when Victor and I initially tried for a child, but it was the one I had worked for and achieved. My sister demanded $43,000 before Mom's surgery could begin. She smirked with her calculator, until the evidence she recorded destroyed her life. My sister kept track of every dollar our parents spent on me and demanded they match it penny for penny, since she believed love could be measured in receipts and that I was taking her inheritance one birthday gift at a time. Claudia was 6 years older than me and had always been preoccupied with money. After I arrived, she became persuaded that every dollar spent on me was a direct theft from her future. She kept a notebook dubbed the theft log, in which she chronicled every diaper, bottle and toy, along with pricing and running totals. She would sneak into my nursery and murmur, "You're expensive," while she calculated the cost of my formula. Claudia handed me a gift for my 10th birthday in front of our entire family. It was a printed invoice for all our parents had spent on me since I was born. $74,958.34. "This is what you owe me," she stated. She described her new method in which all expenses had to be matched. If Mom bought me school supplies worth $55, Claudia got $55 cash. If my father paid for my dentist appointment, she received the equivalent in her savings account. She'd already created spreadsheets with 12 years of backdated computations, which our parents owed her. Never mind that they had been spending money on her the entire time. Conveniently, the money did not count. Our parents tried to argue with her, but Claudia was ready for this. She had looked into inheritance law and vowed to sue them for financial favoritism. To avoid her meltdowns, they began giving in. For me, every purchase meant writing a check to Claudia. She had a calculator on a chain around her neck and was continually tallying. Every ordinary childhood event became a business. They began skipping stuff I needed simply to avoid double the cost. When I required braces, they told me no since they couldn't afford 2 sets. Even though Claudia didn't need them, my teeth remained misaligned. I learned to decline gifts, skip meals, and dress in old clothes to avoid triggering her calculator. Claudia had a mental breakdown when I started college. The tuition exceeded our parents' ability to pay in cash. She asked that they either give her the equivalent immediately or refuse to pay for my education, as she had no interest in attending college. When they took out loans for me, she demanded matching loans for herself, which she promptly cashed out. She claimed I was taking her future with each semester. I worked 3 jobs to reduce what my parents paid, but Claudia still included room and board, textbooks, and even my toothpaste in what they owed her. Things worsened when Mom became ill. She required costly therapies that insurance only partially paid. I dropped out of school to help with expenses and childcare. But Claudia saw things differently. Every medical bill represented money stolen from her inheritance. She ordered that half of all treatment expenditures be transferred into her account, or she would sue for elder abuse based on financial manipulation. She really filed paperwork, saying that I was causing our parents to spend their cash on unneeded care, depleting Polly's potential inheritance. I will never forget the day Mom needed emergency surgery. While my father and I were afraid in the waiting area, Claudia arrived with her calculator and laptop. She'd investigated the procedure's expenses and requested a bank transfer before Mom went under. $43,000 for the surgery, she revealed. I'll take a payment plan, but I want post-dated checks today. When I mentioned that her mother might die, she replied it would be cheaper, and she began calculating burial costs versus extended care. Mom survived, but she returned home in need of 24-hour care, which we could not afford. I moved back to assist, but Claudia presented us with an invoice for my free rent, which she requested in cash. She'd emerge with receipts for my shower water, heat, and Wi-Fi usage. One day I discovered Mom sobbing about finances. She required medication that we could not afford because we had been paying Claudia matching amounts for all medical expenses. I informed Claudia that her greed was killing Mom. She giggled as she showed me her master spreadsheet. Since we were born, our parents had spent everything on me rather than her. Her calculations indicated that they still owed her $258,753.53. I'm just taking what's mine, she explained. You're the thief here. I resolved to put an end to this madness. I gathered all of Claudia's receipts, bank records, and insane spreadsheets over the previous 2 decades. I discovered something she had hidden: unrecorded deposits from her parents, lies about gifts, and years of fraud disguised as fairness. She'd taken far more than I had, but she lied about it. I confronted her with the proof and threatened to expose her to our parents if she didn't stop. Claudia smiled calmly as she pulled out her phone. She showed me a video of Mom's medicine bottles. I stared in horror as she opened each one and poured the pills down the drain. I did this an hour ago, she said. Mom's next refill isn't for 2 weeks, and the pharmacy won't fill it early unless you pay full price, which is about $3,000 you don't have. She moved in closer, calculator in hand. So, here's the new deal. You're going to sign this document admitting you owe me everything in my spreadsheets. You'll pay me monthly for the rest of your life, or Mom goes without her heart medication. Your choice. I looked at this sister who'd turned love into ledgers and family into transactions. Mom needed the drugs to live. Without them, she could have just had days. Claudia brought out the contract, a pen, and her calculator, ready to calculate my first payment. Sign it, she continued, or start planning a funeral you can't afford. I looked at the contract, my hands quivering. The pen felt like it weighted 1,000 pounds. Mom's face flashed in my recollection, pale and weak after months of illness. $3,000 for medication, which we did not have because we had been feeding Claudia's greed for years. My phone vibrated. A text from Dad inquiring if I had picked up Mom's medicines yet. He had no idea what Claudia had accomplished. I looked at my sister, who was already calculating interest rates on her calculator, unconcerned by the fact that she had just signed my mother's potential death sentence. I placed the pen down. Claudia's eyes narrowed. I stood up and proceeded into the kitchen, opening each cupboard. Empty medicine bottles lined the shelves like tombstones, containing the heart medicines, blood pressure meds, and anti-clotting agents that protected Mom from suffering another stroke. It's all gone. Claudia followed me while waving the contract. She'd laminated it, of course. Everything in her possession had to be official, documented, filed, and in triplicate. I ignored her and took my car keys. In the pharmacy, I begged. Janet, the pharmacist, was familiar with our family after years of filling Mom's prescriptions. She shook her head sadly as I described the circumstances, excluding the part about my insane sister. The insurance rules were tight. Early refills required full payment or a police report for stolen drugs, $3,500. I had about $320 in my account. I drove to 3 more pharmacies, hoping for different results. Everyone charged the same price and followed the same regulations. One pharmacist suggested going to the emergency department, but it would cost even more, and Mom was too fragile for unnecessary hospital visits. I returned home and found Claudia in Mom's room with her laptop, documenting Mom's medical equipment. She was calculating the resale value with her fingers speeding over the calculator. Mom slept fitfully, unconscious that her own daughter was basically preparing her estate sale while she was still alive. I drew Claudia into the hallway. She instantly began recording with her phone, which was another of her techniques. Everything needed to be documented for her hypothetical future lawsuits. I tried arguing first, explaining that without medication, Mom would rapidly degenerate. Hospital expenditures would deplete any bequest more quickly than medication would. Claudia only grinned and showed me another spreadsheet. She had already analyzed the cost. Difference between prolonged hospitalization and funeral expenses. The funeral was cheaper. Dad returned home from his second job, fatigued and perplexed by the tension. Claudia quickly presented him with an invoice for the day's electrical usage, comparing my percentage to hers. He paid it without hesitation, too exhausted to fight, too worn down by years of her manipulation. I couldn't tell him about the medicine yet. He had a weak heart, and the shock could cause something. Instead, I spent my evening calling every resource I could think of. Medicare would not help with early refills. Prescription assistance schemes required waiting periods. Local charity had reached their capacity. That night I lay awake, calculating my own statistics. Not money, but time. How long could Mom go without her pills? The doctor had been straightforward. Missing even a few days could result in a cardiac crisis. A week would be devastating. By the morning, I had a plan. Not a good one, but better than committing my life to Polly's craziness. I drove to the bank to apply for a personal loan. When I mentioned medical bills, the banker, who had known our family for years, became alarmed. The application would take many days to process. Mom did not have time. I applied anyhow, and then visited 3 other banks. The story is the same everywhere. When I arrived home, Claudia was there with the contract in her hand. She had inserted new clauses. She now wanted compound interest and a portion of any future earnings I might make. Her calculator anticipated payments until I was 80. I discovered Mom straining to breathe, her lips slightly bluish. Without her prescription, fluid had already accumulated in her lungs. I helped her sit up, piled cushions behind her, and opened the windows for fresh air. Claudia watched from the doorway, estimating how much my time was worth at the minimum salary. Mom felt worse the next morning. Her ankles had expanded overnight, which was another indication of heart failure. How does someone transform family into math like this? Claudia's notebook with infant expenditures and muttering, "You're expensive to a baby." I'm curious what makes a 5-year-old start thinking like that. She could barely walk to the restroom. I phoned her doctor, who recommended immediate treatment or hospitalization. When I described our insurance situation, he went silent. He then offered something. The sample closet. Doctors frequently have medicine samples. It wasn't a permanent solution, but it could buy us time. I rushed to the clinic. When I explained, the doctor who had been treating Mom for years gave me a gloomy look. He couldn't legally offer me samples for a current patient, but he could teach me about the medication while I was standing near his sample cupboard. I left with a week's supply of drugs tucked among instructional leaflets. Mom's color improved within hours of receiving her first dose. She could breathe easier. The edema began to subside. But 1 week wasn't enough. I needed an actual solution. I started selling goods like my laptop, phone, and college textbooks that were accumulating dust. Each sale felt like accepting defeat. But Mom needed the medications. Claudia, unsurprisingly, took note. She requested receipts, reasoning that any money I generated should be split with her because I was living in her home. The pawn store handed me $500 for my grandmother's ring, which was the only thing I kept from her inheritance. Claudia had obtained the rest, naturally, after submitting invoices proving that Grandma had spent $15 more on my birthday gifts throughout the years. I raised another $1,000 through odd jobs, plasma donations, and pestering friends for loans. Still short. Mom was nearing the end of her sample week. That's when I recalled Claudia's evidentiary films. She videotaped everything and saved it all on her laptop. Years of family memories were transformed into financial documents. But what more might be there? While Claudia was attending her weekly accountant meeting, I sneaked into her room. Claudia's laptop was password protected, yet she acted predictably. The password was her favorite number, the amount she claimed our parents owed her. Her files were well arranged, with folders within folders, each labeled with dates and monetary amounts. I discovered the recordings she'd recorded of damaging Mom's medication, multiple perspectives, time-stamped, and with her narration detailing her leverage technique. But I discovered more. Years of recordings in which she admits to lying about expenses, inflating costs, concealing gifts from our parents, and laughing about manipulating father's guilt and mother's illness. She had chronicled her own deception, too arrogant to recognize that she had manufactured evidence against herself. I transferred everything to a drive. Then I discovered something else. Her original bank statements, not the modified versions she handed our parents. Deposits they'd made that she'd never disclosed, gifts from relatives she claimed never arrived, and investment accounts under her name funded by money she'd stolen from our parents over the years. The front door opened. Claudia arrived home early. I closed the laptop and slid out through the window. My pulse raced when I heard her footsteps in the corridor. The drive burned in my pocket like proof of my own wrongdoing, yet it was nothing compared to what she had done. Claudia handed me a new contract that evening. This one had a clause stating that I would give up any claim to inheritance in exchange for monthly payments that were geared for inflation. She had evaluated my entire life's earning potential and wanted 50%. I pretended to think about it while Mom napped in her chair, breathing laboriously despite the samples. 3 days of medicine remain. The pharmacist had contacted twice regarding the pending refills. $3,500 could as well have been $3 million. Claudia took out her phone and showed me additional videos. This time she had videotaped herself at the drugstore, guaranteeing that they would not refill early. She had actually gone to make sure I couldn't work around her idea. Her wickedness was breathtakingly thorough. Dad walked in when Claudia was explaining the interest calculations. He stared between us, puzzled by the tension. Claudia quickly went into victim mode, alleging I was attempting to take her due fortune by pushing unneeded medical bills. I saw Dad's face crumple. He'd worked 2 jobs for 30 years and saved every penny, but it wasn't enough to support one daughter or save his wife. The weight of failure strained his shoulders. That night I made a decision. Claudia had transformed our family into a business. Perhaps it was time I learned her language. I spent the next morning in the library, learning everything I could on financial fraud and elder abuse. The facts on my drive provided a clear picture, but I needed to learn how to apply it successfully. Claudia had several years of expertise manipulating our parents. I had many days to learn how to fight back. The librarian, an elderly woman who had assisted me with school projects years prior, saw my stack of legal volumes. She brought me coffee and gave me a concerned look. I said that I was helping a friend with a family crisis. She nodded knowingly and directed me to materials on financial exploitation inside families. When I returned home, I saw Claudia had installed a lock on the medicine cabinet. She'd also installed security cameras in the kitchen and living room, all linked to her phone. She was documenting everything, arguing that I was the true threat to our parents' finances. Mom's breathing became more heavy over the hour. The sample drugs were helpful, but not sufficient. She needed her entire prescription regimen. I assisted her onto the couch, adjusting pillows to improve her breathing. Claudia appeared with her calculator, calculating the expense of my care at professional rates. I decided to try something out. While Claudia watched, I took out my wallet and gave Dad $40. I informed him it was for food. Claudia's fingers rushed over the calculator. She requested the matching 40 immediately. Dad, tired and perplexed, groped for his wallet. I stopped him and showed Claudia the supermarket receipt from my wallet. The $40 was reimbursement for groceries I had already purchased. According to her own guidelines, this was not new money spent on me. It was payback. Claudia's face turned red. She had not anticipated me to begin documenting like her. She spent the next hour establishing new subcategories in her spreadsheet for reimbursements and direct expenditures. I took advantage of the opportunity to visit my father's home office and review old bank statements. If Claudia could make a case using numbers, so could I. The statements revealed something intriguing. Claudia persuaded our parents 5 years ago to enlist her as a joint account holder for emergency considerations. Since then, regular payments have been leaving their account, always just below the threshold that would activate banking notifications. They probably didn't notice the small persistent bleeds. I photographed everything using an old digital camera I found in the closet. Claudia had access to my phone via family sharing. She couldn't locate this camera. Mom's condition worsened that afternoon. Even though she was sitting upright, her lips became blue. Her fingertips swelled. I recognized the symptoms of fluid retention that the doctor had warned me. Without the diuretics, her body was drowning from within. I contacted the doctor again. He couldn't prescribe new samples right away, but he did add that the hospital pharmacy occasionally offered patient aid programs. They might be able to assist if Mom was admitted, but admission entailed tests, examinations, and expenditures that would set Claudia's calculator off. Claudia must have been keeping track of my calls. She appeared in the doorway, holding printed hospital admission estimates. A cardiac evaluation costs a minimum of $25,000. She wanted her half up front, or she'd accuse me of pressing unneeded treatments on her mother. I made a decision that felt like betrayal, but it could save Mom's life. I agreed to Claudia's most recent contract with one adjustment. Instead of making lifetime payments, I would give her a big amount from the sale of everything I owned. She immediately calculated and agreed, dispelling mistrust. My automobile, leftover jewelry, electronics, and even my clothing were valuable. She estimated a total of $18,000. She agreed and took out her phone to document the deal. I signed her contract, and she quickly started scheduling times to inventory my belongings. What she didn't realize was that I had previously sold the most valuable items for Mom's medication. She figured $18,000, based on products that no longer exist. Claudia celebrated her victory by updating spreadsheets and calculating interest. I assisted Mom in getting to her car. I told Claudia I was bringing Mom for some fresh air. She was too preoccupied calculating her windfall to pay attention. At the hospital, I explained our insurance situation to the intake nurse. She assessed Mom's blue lips and swollen ankles, and classified the admission as an emergency cardiac examination. The billing department might handle the money later. Mom needs aid right now. The physicians verified my fears. Without medication, Mom's heart was failing. They started taking 4 diuretics right away, and the edema started to go down within hours. Her breathing relaxed. Her face regained its color. The hospital's patient advocate indicated that they had pharmaceutical assistance programs, but the paperwork would take several days. I stayed with Mom all night, clutching her hand as she slept. Hospital monitors beeped steadily, confirming that her heart was still struggling. Around dawn, my phone exploded with Claudia messages. She had detected my deceit about the possessions, and was calculating fines and interest for my breach of contract. She arrived at the hospital with her laptop and portable printer, prepared to provide me with new documents. But she made an error. In her wrath over my lie, she brought the incorrect folder. Instead of her new contracts, she grabbed her evidence folder, which had footage showing her smashing her mother's medication. I saw a chance. While Claudia was setting up her mobile office in the waiting area, I queried a passing nurse about hospital security. I explained that my sister had footage on her laptop of trashing patient medication. Why does Claudia videotape herself doing awful things and then bring those films to the hospital? I'm intrigued why she keeps such extensive records of her own stunts. Does she believe no one will ever check her folders, or does documenting everything make her feel powerful? The nurse's countenance tightened. She called both security and the patient advocate. Claudia was deep in computations when hospital security arrived. They wanted to speak with her about the medicine incident. She chuckled, assuming I was making up stuff. Then she opened her laptop and showed them the evidence of my financial crimes. Instead, her ordered folders displayed on the screen, one of which was named Medication Leverage. The security guard urged her to access it. Claudia, still certain of her virtue, clicked the folder. Her own films played, showing her throwing drugs down the sink and discussing how she planned to exploit her mother's health as leverage. The security supervisor promptly contacted the hospital's administrator and social services. Claudia attempted to close the laptop, but the harm had been done. The patient advocate had seen enough. She stated that destroying prescription medication constituted a severe kind of elder abuse. The hospital would file reports with the appropriate agencies. Claudia's face turned white when she realized her meticulous record had become evidence against her. While Claudia handled security, I visited with the financial consultant. The hospital had emergency funding for situations like ours, in which family members were financially exploited. They might provide emergency care for Mom, while also assisting us in applying for long-term aid. The counselor stated that given proof of financial abuse, we might be eligible for expedited processing. I handed over the drive with Claudia's financial details. The counselor's eyes widened as she studied years of concealed transfers, inflated expenses, and recorded admissions to fraud. This was sufficient to demonstrate a pattern of exploitation. Dad came at the hospital, puzzled and scared. Claudia had contacted him, stating that I had kidnapped Mom and was forcing her to undergo unnecessary medical procedures. He saw Mom sitting up in bed, breathing normally for the first time in days, and with color in her cheeks. The disparity between Claudia's statements and reality finally woke him up. I showed him the bank statements that I had found. His palms shook as he identified a hitherto unknown transfer pattern. 20 here, 50 there, and sometimes hundreds, all transferred from their joint account to Claudia's personal account. Over 5 years, she had pocketed approximately $32,000 more than they had given her directly. The hospital social worker joined us and explained the situation. They were compelled to report elder abuse based on camera evidence and financial records. Claudia would likely face an investigation, but more significantly, they may assist us in protecting Mom and Dad's remaining assets from future exploitation. Claudia came into the room, calculator in hand, demanding to know who would pay half of her hospital fees. The social worker informed calmly that Claudia was no longer permitted to have unsupervised contact with her parents. Security let her out as she yelled about contracts and ownership. Mom's condition improved significantly over the next few days. Her heart stabilized after receiving the right medication. The swelling receded. She could walk without gasping for air. The hospital's aid program met her urgent needs while we worked on longer-term solutions. Dad appeared to have aged years in those days. Realizing how naive he had been to Claudia's manipulation, he began the arduous process of removing her from bank accounts and changing passwords. When the bank became aware of the elder abuse report, it assisted him in recovering some recent transfers and establishing safeguards against future exploitation. I obtained a part-time work at the hospital gift shop to supplement my income while caring for Mom. It did not pay well, but every dollar helped. Without Claudia's continual demands for matching cash, our parents' small income was sufficient to meet their necessities. Claudia attempted everything to regain control. She sent invoices for emotional distress caused by her exclusion from the hospital. She calculated the worth of her time spent researching my scam. She also attempted to bill our parents for the petrol she wasted traveling to the hospital. Each paper she sent provided additional evidence of her fixation. The investigation progressed slowly but steadily. Investigators discovered patterns dating back years. Claudia claimed dependent status on our parents for tax purposes while receiving thousands in undocumented remittances. She'd opened credit cards in their names and maxed them up, leaving our parents liable for the bill. Mom got stronger every day. We developed new routines, morning meds, afternoon walks, and nighttime activities to strengthen her heart without the added stress of Claudia's frequent computations. Mom smiled more. She began talking about the future rather than simply surviving each day. One morning, I discovered Dad in his office, surrounded by boxes of receipts and statements. He was trying to figure out just how much Claudia had taken throughout the years. I carefully removed the calculator from his grasp. We didn't have to play Claudia's game anymore. The investigators would handle the numbers. We needed to focus on healing. Claudia's accountant, whom she had met with weekly, called us. He'd been increasingly concerned about inconsistencies in her reporting. When he found out about the investigation, he revealed paperwork proving Claudia had been concealing possessions and income while claiming poverty to our parents. The extent of her lies was astounding. The hospital released Mom with a steady medication regimen and follow-up appointments. The assistance programs paid for her prescriptions for the next 6 months while we worked on permanent solutions. Home was odd without Claudia's continual presence and calculations. I transformed Claudia's old room into a recuperation area for Mom. We removed the locks she had installed, the concealed cameras, and the dozens of calculators she had left behind. In their place, we added comfortable chairs, soft lighting, and family photos from before everything became a transaction. Dad began attending a support group for families affected by financial exploitation. He realized he wasn't alone. Many families shared similar stories about adult children who used love as leverage. The group helped him realize that giving in to Claudia had not been love. It had enabled her infatuation. Claudia made one final attempt to reclaim control. She arrived at the house with a new contract, this time promising to waive our debts to her in exchange for regaining access to our parents' finances. She calculated the worth of her forgiveness to be exactly the amount in their retirement savings. Dad greeted her at the door. For the first time in years, he did not take out his wallet. He merely informed her that love could not be calculated. Family was not a business, and she needed help with her addiction. He offered to pay for therapy if she agreed to it. She laughed and waved her calculator, but Dad silently shut the door. Through the window I saw Claudia standing on the porch, feverishly calculating on her phone. She appeared smaller, deflated without an audience for her spreadsheets. She eventually left, but not before slipping a final payment under the door for the emotional effort of the visit. Claudia was ordered to pay restitution for the drugs she destroyed and the money she fraudulently obtained. She was also forbidden from having financial dealings with her parents. The legal ramifications were less significant than the family ones. She had betrayed a trust that could not be assessed or returned. Mom continued to recover. Her heart got stronger after being released from the stress of constant financial depletion. She resumed gardening, which she had abandoned when Claudia's calculator triggered with each seed packet. Dad retired early to spend more time with her, finally reaping the benefits of decades of hard labor. I returned to school part-time to study healthcare administration. My experience navigating mom's care and hospital aid programs motivated me to assist other families facing similar issues. The financial aid staff assisted me in locating grants and scholarships that did not demand matching payments from anyone. Claudia sent out periodic texts, always with computations attached. She'd calculate the cost of missed birthdays, family events she wasn't invited to, and the monetary value of relationships she'd shattered. We stopped opening them. Some things couldn't be quantified, no matter how many decimal places she used. The investigation's results provided us leverage, but Claudia wasn't done. She began popping up at weird hours, experimenting with new strategies. One morning, I saw Mom preparing to jimmy the lock on Dad's car while holding a calculator, ready to calculate the depreciation value she claimed we owed her for emotional vehicle damage. I documented everything with an old camera, creating our own evidence file. Claudia's despair became more obvious every day. She'd lost her principal source of income, and her obsession could only focus on increasingly odd calculations. The bank assisted us in discovering more concealed accounts. Claudia had been siphoning money for more than 10 years, not just 5. The amount had exceeded $65,000, but recovering it would take time. Each revelation seemed like peeling away layers of lie. Mom's healing remained steady. The hospital's medicine program changed to a permanent help plan. She could cultivate for hours, her breathing calm and assured. Dad made raised beds so she wouldn't have to bend so much. A simple move that would have previously triggered Claudia's calculator. I discovered additional evidence while cleaning out old boxes. Claudia had been deceiving our parents since high school, fabricating school costs and pocketing the proceeds. She manipulated report cards to indicate fee-based activities and permission slips for excursions that never occurred. The paper trail dated back 20 years. Claudia escalated her efforts to reclaim control. Claudia's own folders were used as evidence against her, which is amazing. She meticulously ordered everything, effectively building the case herself. I'm attempting to figure out what goes through someone's mind when they label a folder medication leverage and assume it's standard behavior. She filed complaints with Adult Protective Services, saying that I was isolating my parents. The inspector who arrived to investigate discovered Mom teaching me her pie recipe as Dad repaired the kitchen sink. There are hardly no evidence of seclusion or abuse. The investigator really assisted us in filing further protections. With Claudia's documented habit of false reports, we could seek restraining orders. Not a full restraining order, but sufficient to prevent her persistent pestering. Claudia's next move stunned us. She contacted distant relatives, telling stories about being cut off from her dying mother. I am confident she calculated the emotional manipulation worth of each call. These relatives, however, were familiar with our family. They'd observed Claudia's obsession build over time. Most simply stopped answering her calls. One relative paid a visit, anxious about the family drama. He discovered Mom healthier than she had been in years, and Dad calm and smiling. We showed him some of Claudia's invoices and spreadsheets. He walked away shaking his head, grumbling about getting his own finances checked after seeing what relatives could do. The restitution hearings started. Claudia arrived with boxes of her own documents, ready to demonstrate that every penny was justified. However, her own thorough records worked against her. Every video, spreadsheet, and calculated manipulation became evidence of financial misconduct. She attempted to represent herself, estimating the savings in legal bills. The judge carefully emphasized that destroying medication and extorting family members are not typical financial transactions. Claudia actually used her calculator to refute this, calculating the market worth of leverage. Claudia was ordered to reimburse $20,000 for the stolen dollars she could show, as well as the cost of her mother's ruined prescription. Payment schedules were set up based on her actual income, not on her exaggerated expectations of what she deserved. Claudia's response was anticipated. She sent invoices for the cost of going to court, the value of her time spent on reparation paperwork, and even the emotional toll of being held responsible. We filed them alongside all of her other documents, indication that an obsession had not changed. Mom's health has been entirely stable. She enrolled in a cardiac rehabilitation program to strengthen her heart with careful exercise. Dad drove her to each session, finally able to support his wife without matching payments to anyone. I continued to work at the hospital gift store while attending school. The flexible schedule allowed me to assist with Mom's appointments and Dad's transition to retirement. Our income was small but adequate without Claudia's relentless drain. Claudia attempted one final significant manipulation. She showed there, claiming to be pregnant, and calculated how much child support our parents would owe as grandparents. She had spreadsheets with predicted costs for college. But she made a mistake. Her own documents revealed that she had been claiming infertility for insurance benefits. Add another phony to the list. The authorities widened their inquiry in light of this fresh evidence. Insurance fraud carries serious sanctions. Claudia's meticulous recording of her fraudulent claims made prosecution simple. She had calculated herself into a corner. During this time, we rediscovered our family bond. Dad rediscovered woodworking, producing furniture without regard for matching cash. Mom taught me her mother's recipes and shared stories unrelated to money. We played board games that did not include calculators. Claudia's final court appearance ended in probation and rehabilitation for her financial preoccupation. The judge ordered her to attend therapy developed expressly for persons who have turned their relationships into business. She attempted to negotiate a lower sentence based on the expense of the therapy, but the court was not interested in her figures. The restitution money began to arrive monthly. Small sums, yet indicative of accountability. We put them directly toward Mom's medical expenditures, and money started flowing in the correct direction. I completed my healthcare administration degree. The hospital offered me a full-time role guiding families through financial aid programs. My experience with Mom's care and Claudia's exploitation fueled my desire to safeguard vulnerable people from financial abuse. Dad sold a few of his carpentry projects at local craft fairs. Not a lot of money, but enough to cover materials and have money for dates with Mom. They would go to matinee movies and share popcorn. Simple pleasures felt sumptuous after years of deliberate deprivation. Claudia delivered a final message on her collection day, which coincided with the anniversary of the first time she presented her childhood invoice. She computed the overall value of our relationship, which was negative $43,000 according to her math. We did not react. Mom celebrated 1 year of medication stability with a small party for close family and friends, nothing that would prompt calculations. She made her own cake, nurtured her growing garden, and danced with her father in the kitchen. Her heart beat in a steady pace. The house felt lighter today, free from the weight of continual financial monitoring. We had removed all of Claudia's covert cameras, locks, and monitoring devices. In their place were family photos from before money became more important than people. I wondered if Claudia's therapy was working, if she was learning to see relationships as more than transactions, but I couldn't think about it. We needed to focus on our own rehabilitation and rebuilding our lives. Dad framed Claudia's first theft record entry from when I was born, not as a reminder of pain, but of how far we had come. He just wrote below it, "Love is not a transaction." Claudia was barred from having any financial dealings with our parents after the investigation was officially finished. She couldn't access their accounts, request matching contributions, or determine their value. The judicial system had finally imposed limits on her passion. Mom returned to helping at the library, which she had stopped doing when every hour had a calculated value. She assisted senior consumers in finding large print books and taught basic computer skills. The librarian who helped me research financial abuse became a personal friend. Our new normal set in gradually. Breakfast without bills, shopping without mathematics, and family meals where the only numbers addressed were recipe quantities. We had learnt to be family again, imperfect but genuine. Claudia paid her first restitution payment without submitting an invoice. We knew something had changed, just a check. There are no computations or credit demands. Perhaps therapy was working. Perhaps she was discovering that certain things cannot be reduced to numbers. Mom's garden yielded abundantly that summer. She gave free vegetables to neighbors without keeping a ledger of who owed what. Dad erected a small greenhouse so that she could garden all year. I assisted them with canning tomatoes for the winter, stocking the cupboard with free-of-charge supplies. Looking back, Claudia's obsession almost wrecked us. But we'd survived by refusing to accept her assessment of our value. Love could not be invoiced. Family was not a business, and some debts could never be repaid, no matter how many decimal places were calculated. Mom's heart medication now arrives on a monthly basis, thanks to the assistance programs I helped her negotiate. Each medicine signified independence from Claudia's manipulation. Dad documented the deliveries on a calendar, not to manage costs, but to commemorate another month of Mom's health. We had learnt to protect ourselves through documentation and boundaries. But, more crucially, we had learnt to cherish what could not be quantified. Mom laughs at Dad's jokes. Garden tomatoes get heated from the sun. Quiet evenings without the sound of calculator keys. The family photos were placed back on the walls. Not the ones Claudia had documented for their frame values, but those that captured real-life moments. Birthday celebrations come before invoicing. Holidays came before spreadsheets. A time when love was assumed, rather than audited. I continued to work at the hospital, assisting other families in navigating financial crises while maintaining their humanity. Each time I saved someone from being exploited while they were vulnerable, I remembered Mom's bluish lips and empty medicine bottles. Never again. Claudia stayed at the outside of our lives, separated by legal boundaries and hard-earned wisdom. Her restitution payments persisted, modest acknowledgments of the harm she had caused. We used them to help Mom, transforming her intentional harshness into healing. Dad built raised garden beds, which became Mom's retreat. She produced flowers among the vegetables, adding beauty without intending to. Sometimes I'd find her sitting amid the plants, breathing calmly, heart steady, and finally free. Our story was not unusual. The support group Dad visited was full of similar stories: adult children who'd used love as leverage, families torn apart by calculating greed. But there were also stories about rehabilitation, setting boundaries, and rebuilding relationships on healthier ground. Mom celebrated her 75th birthday with a modest gathering. There are no invoices or calculations, only relatives and friends sharing cake and stories. Dad handed her a handmade jewelry box. I gave her a photo album depicting her garden throughout the seasons. Simple gifts that reflected her personality rather than her price tag. Financial recovery took time, but emotional rehabilitation took longer. Trust, once damaged by purposeful betrayal, was slowly rebuilt. We learned to accept help without suspicion, to give without keeping score, and to be family rather than business partners. Claudia's court-mandated therapy continued, and it may finally be taking root. Her texts became less frequent and less deliberate. The final one had no numbers at all, just a brief remark explaining that she was learning to view things differently. I'm intrigued how those distant relatives knew about Claudia's tendencies. Does this suggest she'd been doing this calculating thing for years before it became so bad? We choose cautious hope over seething hatred. Not reconciliation, not yet, perhaps never. However, acknowledging that preoccupation can be cured. That people can change if they choose to. That even calculated hearts may learn to love without keeping score. Mom's heart beat steadily and strongly. The drugs worked. The support programs continued. The garden grew. We had survived Claudia's planned attack on our family by refusing to accept her valuation. Love was not a trade. Family was not a spreadsheet. Some items remained priceless no matter how many decimal places you attempted to add. My father refused to walk me down the aisle because of my sister's lies. But what happened at the reception left him speechless with regret. My wedding day nearly disintegrated, ripped apart by an unexpected treachery. Not from a stranger, but from my own flesh and blood, my father and sister. He actually preferred her petty party over accompanying me down the aisle. The instant he understood what he had done still sends shivers down my spine. I'm Cornelia. I was 28 years old when all of this occurred. Growing up in Allentown, Pennsylvania, our family appeared picture perfect. A nice home, Mom's tulips, and Dad teaching me how to ride my bike. My father, Adam, was my absolute hero. He was tall, with salt and pepper hair, and he had a dominating presence while smiling gently. He'd sit with me at breakfast every morning, his eyes crinkling, and tell me, "Cornelia, You have the brightest mind I've ever seen. You are going to change the world someday." Those words motivated me. When I got straight A's, he'd reward me with ice cream. My mother, Amber, served as the family study anchor. Her kind brown eyes and compassionate nature counteracted Dad's occasional strictness. She worked part-time as a nurse and always put us first. She would spend hours assisting me with homework or showing me how to make her renowned chocolate chip cookies. When I was 13, everything shattered. Mom began feeling weary, and after 3 months, we received the dreadful diagnosis: Stage 4 pancreatic cancer. The following 7 months were a flurry of hospital trips, hushed chats, and seeing my lively mother go away. Her death created a cavernous wound that we never properly addressed. My oldest sister, Katerina, was always complicated. Even before Mom died, she seemed to hate my strong relationship with Dad. She was tall and athletic. I was small and scholarly. Mom attempted to highlight our various skills, but Katerina took every compliment I received as a personal affront. After Mom left, the tension between us erupted. Dad immersed himself in his work, frequently remaining at the office until 9 or 10. I consider escaping the emptiness of our home. His absence left a void, which 15-year-old Katerina quickly filled, declaring herself as the new mistress of the house. "Dad's dealing with enough." She'd chastise me if I questioned when he'd be home. "He has important clients. We must be strong for him." I watched her shift into someone I hardly recognized. She began cooking, not like Mom's of course, and taking charge. Dad appeared grateful, and their bond became stronger, while mine with him frayed. His business success only made matters worse. He was elevated to senior partner, which resulted in more money but less time. Katerina expertly manipulated this, using guilt trips and emotional methods to cement her position as his favorite. "Cornelia just spent $75 on art supplies," she'd tell him, neatly omitting that it was for an unfinished school assignment. Or, "Cornelia said she doesn't need you at her band concert because she knows how busy you are," while I'd been counting down the days, yearning for him to come. By high school, Katerina had created a completely fictitious story about me for Dad. I was defiant, ungrateful, and only cared about my pals. The fact was that I had retreated into my art studies, trying to cope with the loss of both my mother and, increasingly, my father. The ultimate betrayal occurred during my junior year. I was nominated for a coveted arts scholarship. I'd been reminding Dad for weeks. The night before, I overheard Katerina talking on the phone with him. "Cornelia told me she doesn't want to make a big deal about tomorrow. She said having you there might make her nervous. Maybe just send a card." The next day I sat alone at the event, watching other students and their joyful parents as I received my medal. Dad texted, "Congrats, have an important client dinner." I subsequently learned from his secretary that Katerina had called his office and claimed I had rescheduled the ceremony, forcing him to book another obligation. When I approached her, she simply shrugged. "You always want all the attention." It's pathetic. At 18, I couldn't wait to leave. I applied to universities on the other side of the state, anxious to get away from that toxic household. The University of Pittsburgh awarded me a scholarship, and I immersed myself in university life, only returning home for important holidays, where I had to put up with Katerina's subtle insults and Dad's distant politeness. I met Marco during my sophomore year. He was tall, compassionate, had a fast smile, and possessed a logical engineering mind that perfectly balanced my creative turmoil. Our coffee meeting for notes morphed into a 3-hour chat, and within a month, we were inseparable. Marco comes from a joyful, raucous family who welcomed me right away. His mother, Isabella, a kindergarten teacher, made everybody feel special. His father, William, is a civil engineer who has a dry sense of humor. His younger brother, Lucas. They greeted me as if I had always belonged. Marco was my pillar of strength throughout college and our early careers. He understood my family concerns without passing judgment, comforted me when holidays made me cry, and celebrated my accomplishments when my own father failed to recognize them. We relocated to Philadelphia, established our careers, and constructed a life outside of the shadow of my family drama. My monthly chats with Dad were brief and perfunctory. Katerina, who was now in real estate, continued to reside in our hometown, always placing herself as the faithful daughter, reminding me that she was looking after Dad. By the age of 26, I was a marketing executive. Marco was prospering, and our life together was more satisfying than I could have anticipated. The old wounds remained, but I was establishing a new life, a new family, in which I was appreciated and cherished. Marco proposed during our 5th anniversary. He had arranged a day similar to our first date, culminating with dinner at our favorite Italian restaurant. A tiny velvet box appeared along with the dessert. "Cornelia," he said, taking my hands. "You've made these past 5 years the best of my life. Your creativity, kindness, and strength amaze me. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Will you marry me?" The ring was perfect, a vintage sapphire surrounded by tiny diamonds, unique like my artistic spirit. In the excitement of the moment, I ignored the worry of telling my family. For one beautiful evening, I simply wanted to be happy. The following morning, I called Dad. "Dad, Marco proposed last night and I said yes." The wait was a bit too lengthy. "Well, congratulations," he finally murmured, his tone flat, as if he were discussing a minor professional accomplishment. "He seems like a good guy. Have you set a date?" No excitement, no queries about the proposal, no invitation to celebrate, simply practical inquiries. "Not yet," I said, concealing my aching despair. "Maybe next summer." "Let me know when you decide," he said. "I should check my calendar." I hung up and tried to hold back tears. Marco discovered me and immediately understood. "He'll come around," he promised me, though I could tell he didn't really believe it. Katerina reacted much worse. I texted her the news, along with a ring photo, and her response was so effusively congratulatory that it was obvious she was lying. "OMG, congrats little sis, so happy for you. That ring is so pretty." The exclamation points couldn't conceal the raging jealously beneath. Katerina, 32, had been in a series of short-lived relationships, never finding someone to commit. Despite their lackluster response, we persisted. We settled on June 15th, which is 9 months away. The date worked for Marco's family, my friends, and most significantly, my father, who confirmed his availability. We sent out save the dates. Dad sounded fairly enthusiastic. "I put it on my calendar," he stated. Katerina also mentioned it. "Actually, Dad," I admitted cautiously, "I was hoping you'd walk me down the aisle." Another pause, this time with true feeling. "I would be honored, Cornelia." That brief moment of connection filled me with optimism. The following months were spent in a frenzy of planning, venue tours, caterers, and clothing fittings. Marco's mother, Isabella, accompanied me to numerous appointments, offering recommendations, never overbearing, and always enthusiastic. "You are going to be the most beautiful bride," she assured me at my first dress fitting, tears in her eyes as I walked out in a fitted lace gown. I was strongly aware of my own mother's absence at that moment. Isabella recognized that and gently squeezed my palm. "Your mom would be so proud of the woman you've become." I also became close to Marco's uncle, Anton, Isabella's brother-in-law. Anton was in his early 60s, a retired English professor with silver hair and warm eyes. He never married or had children, but he cared deeply about Marco and Lucas. At family gatherings, Dad would always talk to me about books, art, and my work. He was not just politely interested, he actually listened. "You have a remarkable eye for what moves people," he commented after I showed him the campaign I had created. "That's a rare gift." His real joy was in sharp contrast to my own family. Dad confirmed his appearance but never inquired about the intentions. Katerina declined to be a bridesmaid, citing job responsibilities, but stated that she would attend. Then, 5 months before the wedding, I saw some alarming symptoms. Katerina began posting vague social media updates about a large event she was arranging. I called, but she was evasive. "Just something for work. Nothing for you to worry about." But as our date approached, more posts appeared. Venue scouting, catering choices, and mentioning June as a possible date. I attempted to push down the knot of fear that had developed in my stomach. The shocking news came 3 months and 1 day before our wedding. Katerina beckoned, her voice full of fake kindness. "Cornelia, I wanted to let you know personally before you see it on social media. I'm hosting a career achievement party on June 15th. I finally hit my sales target to become a broker, and the firm is throwing me a huge celebration." My blood became chilly. "Katerina, that's my wedding day. You received the save the date 8 months ago." "Did I?" She pretended amazement. "It must have slipped my mind when I was planning with the firm. Anyway, it's just a coincidence. My event is earlier, starting at 11 a.m. at the country club. It should be winding down around the time your ceremony starts at 4 p.m., so it works out perfectly." "Perfectly?" I said, my voice rising. "You're scheduling a party on my wedding day, knowing Dad will have to choose." "Dad can attend both," she responded calmly. "He's so proud of my achievement. But I'm sure he'll make it to your wedding too. It's not that far a drive." The country club was over 2 hours away from our site, making it physically impossible for anyone attending her function to make it to our ceremony. especially the bride's father, who needed to arrive early. I hung up and immediately called Dad, hoping he could see through Katerina. "Dad, did you know Katerina scheduled her work party on my wedding day?" "Yes, she mentioned it," he answered casually. "It's unfortunate timing, but these work events can be hard to reschedule. It's a big achievement for her." "But Dad, how will you attend both?" "You're supposed to walk me down the aisle." "I'll make it work, Cornelia. I'll go to the first part of Katerina's event, and then drive over for your ceremony. There's no need to make this a bigger issue than it is." But as the weeks went, I could feel him wavering. He began mentioning the traffic, asking if we could move the ceremony back an hour, and questioning if I really wanted him for pre-wedding photos. Despite the mounting strain, we persisted with our plans. Final fittings, photographer appointments, flowers, and welcome packages. Marco and his family remained supportive, but I could tell they were growing anxious about my father's devotion. Then, 2 weeks before the wedding, I received a call that confirmed my worst concerns. It was Tuesday evening. My phone rang as I was reading seating charts. "Cornelia," Dad said, his voice uneasy. "I need to talk to you about the wedding. I've been thinking about the logistics for June 15th, and I don't think I can make it to the ceremony on time. Katerina's event is really important to her career, and as her father, I need to be there for the whole thing. The timing just doesn't work out." I grasped the phone, trying to keep my voice steady. "You're choosing not to walk me down the aisle at my wedding." "It's not about choosing," he responded defiantly. "It's about practical timing. Katerina's event is earlier and I can't be in 2 places at once. Maybe you could ask Marco's father to walk you down the aisle, or your friend's dad. I'm sure someone else can do it." Someone else. As if leading your daughter down the aisle was an interchangeable chore that could be handed to a stranger. "I see," I said, my voice barely audible. "I'll still come to the reception," he said, as if this were a generous compromise. "I should be able to make it by 7 or so, depending on traffic." After murmuring farewell, I dropped the phone and slumped to the floor in sobs. Marco found me about 20 minutes later. "He's not coming," I wept on his shoulder. "He's choosing Katerina's party over walking me down the aisle." Marco gripped me tightly, his fury visible in his rigid shoulders. "I'm so sorry, Cornelia. He doesn't deserve you." Marco politely suggested that we postpone. "We could move it." "Give your dad no excuse." The thought had crossed my head, but something within me revolted. "No," I replied firmly. "I am not rearranging our wedding because of Katerina's manipulations." That's exactly what she wants. The next day, Isabella called to confirm information and could tell something was awry. I spewed out the entire story. "Oh, sweetheart," she replied, her voice full of maternal concern. "I cannot believe your father would do this to you." "I don't know what to do," I admitted. "Part of me wants to beg him, but I know that's what Katerina expects. She wants me to seem desperate." "Listen to me," Isabella stated forcefully. "This is your day. Yours and Marco's. Don't let anyone diminish it. Your father is making a choice he will regret for the rest of his life, but that is his burden to bear, not yours." Her comments strengthened me, but the question remained. Who would escort me down the aisle? The idea of walking alone felt like a public confession of my father's rejection. Later that week, Uncle Anton called. "Marco told me what happened," he said gently. "I hope you don't mind him sharing." "Of course not," I responded, touched. "I know this is a difficult time," Anton said. "Family disappointments cut the deepest." His tone implied that he was directly familiar with this anguish. "It sounds like you understand." "More than you might expect," he stated. "My own father studied literature instead of business. Some wounds never fully heal, but we learn to build beautiful lives despite them." His knowledge prompted new tears. "Thank you for understanding, Anton." "Anytime, dear. And remember, family isn't just about blood, it's about who shows up for you when it matters." 1 week before the wedding, I reached rock bottom. Despite enthusiastic emails from friends and final vendor confirmations, I found myself on the bathroom floor at midnight, overcome with despair. My father's absence left a gaping hole in the wedding, which was otherwise going brilliantly. The next morning, Marco recommended I meet Isabella for lunch. She was waiting in a quiet cafe. "Marco is worried about you," she added, squeezing my hand. "We all are." "I'm trying to be strong," I explained, stirring my tea. "I keep telling myself it doesn't matter, that I'm better off without Dad there. But then I think about walking into the ceremony alone, and I just feel abandoned." It's okay to feel that way, Cornelia. What your father is doing is wrong, and you have every right to be hurt. Isabella appeared to be gathering her thoughts while we ate our salads. There's something I think you should know, she finally said. Something about Anton that might help you understand why he called you. What about him? I inquired, raising my gaze. Anton is actually my late husband's brother, she explained. When I met William, Anton was already estranged from their parents. Their father was a very rigid, traditional man who never forgave Anton for choosing academia over the family construction business. I nodded, recalling Anton's words. What you might not know is that I was married once before William, Isabella added. A brief, unfortunate union when I was very young. When I decided to marry William, my father refused to attend because he thought it was shameful for me to have a second wedding. He said it would embarrass him. That's terrible, I mumbled. It was Anton who offered to walk me down the aisle, she replied, smiling slightly. He understood what it was like to be rejected by a parent. He told me, Isabella, you deserve to be given away by someone who celebrates your happiness, not someone who judges it. Her narrative had a strong emotional impact. I had no idea. Anton never had children of his own, Isabella explained. But he's been the most wonderful uncle to Marco and Lucas. He attends every school play, graduation, every important moment. She was too polite to say it outright, but the thought began to shape in my head. Do you think, I said with hesitation, would it be inappropriate to ask Anton if he would walk me down the aisle? Isabella's eyes flooded with tears. Oh, sweetheart, I think it would mean the world to him, but this has to be your decision. I spent the next day thinking about it. Anton had always expressed real interest in my life and been nothing but nice. There was something romantic about being escorted down the aisle by someone who understood parental rejection. That evening, I phoned Anton. We met in a bookstore cafe. When I arrived, he was already there, with a stack of books and 2 coffees ready. I took the liberty of ordering your usual, he replied with a friendly smile. Vanilla latte with an extra shot. Right. The fact that he recalled such a minor thing simply reinforced his personality. After some small chat, I found my courage. Anton, there's something I wanted to ask you. He placed down his coffee and gave me his entire attention. Anything, Cornelia. I don't know if Marco told you, but my father has decided not to walk me down the aisle. The words were still painful to speak. Anton nodded solemnly. Marco mentioned there was some conflict. I am truly sorry. I took a deep breath. Isabella told me how you walked her down the aisle at her wedding to William, and how meaningful that was to her. I was wondering, I would be honored if you would consider doing the same for me. Anton's expression changed from surprise to intense emotion. He was speechless for a moment, his eyes watering. Cornelia, he finally responded, his voice heavy. I cannot tell you what this means to me. Are you certain? This should be a special moment with someone you are close to. I am absolutely certain, I responded, growing more certain by the second. You have shown me more genuine interest and support in the years I've known you than my father has in a decade. I would be proud to have you walk me down the aisle. Anton moved across the table to take my hand. Then I accept with all my heart. It would be one of the greatest honors of my life. The weight that had been crushing me for weeks now seemed lighter. Anton was correct. Family was defined by who showed up, not just shared DNA. The final days before the wedding were a blur. Throughout it all, I felt a renewed feeling of tranquility. I made one more attempt to contact my father, calling him 3 days prior. Dad, I just wanted to confirm whether you're still planning to come to the reception. Yes, I should be able to make it after Katerina's event, he said, appearing distracted. Probably around 7:30 or 8. I swallowed hard. I also wanted you to know that I've asked Marco's uncle, Anton, to walk me down the aisle. A pause. Who? Anton Harris, Marco's uncle. He's been very supportive. I see. His tone was unintelligible. Well, I suppose someone has to do it if I can't be there on time. His contemptuous attitude simply proved that I had made the right decision. Anton presented a toast the night before at our rehearsal dinner that moved many people to tears. To Cornelia and Marco, he added, raising his glass. True love is not just about finding the right person, but also about creating a family of choice that supports and celebrates you. I am deeply honored to play a small role in your special day. Later, when the visitors left, I checked social media one final time. Katerina's posts on her career celebration featured minimal decorations in her flat, with roughly a dozen individuals tagged. It was obviously not the large corporate function she had described. She had booked a normal house party expressly to conflict with my wedding. The knowledge should have hurt, but instead I had a peculiar sense of clarity. The scales have now slipped from my eyes regarding the genuine nature of my sister's emotions. Her jealousy was so intense that she sabotaged one of the most important days of my life out of vengeance. I closed the app, determined not to let her criticism affect me. Tomorrow's focus would be on love rather than family drama. I awoke on my wedding day to sunshine. My bridesmaids came, their enthusiasm infectious. As my friend Alina's hair was being styled, my phone rang with a text from Dad. "Good luck today. Katerina's event starts at 11 o'clock. If it wraps up early, I might be able to make it to the reception by 7 or 8. Save me some cake." Not a single word of sorrow for missing the event. Not even congrats or, "I love you." Just a reminder that Katerina's party came first. I passed the phone to my bridesmaid Cassandra, unable to answer. "He's unbelievable," she mumbled, hugging me in support. "Try not to let it ruin your day." Anton knocked at midday, dressed elegantly in a tuxedo and clutching a small gift package. "I hope I'm not intruding," he explained. "I just wanted to drop this off for Cornelia." I invited him inside. "You look absolutely radiant," he murmured, his eyes crinkling with real affection. "Marco is a very fortunate young man." "Thank you for coming by," I said. "And for everything else." Anton handed me the box. "I wanted you to have this today. It belonged to my mother and I've been saving it for a special occasion." Inside was a gorgeous vintage handkerchief trimmed with lace and small blue flowers. "Something old. Something blue," Anton explained. "My mother carried it on her wedding day in 1930. I thought perhaps you might like to have it with you today." Tears welled in my eyes. "It's beautiful, Anton. I would be honored." "There's one more thing," he explained, bringing out a little velvet pouch. "Isabella asked me to give you this. It was meant to be a surprise." Inside was a beautiful silver bracelet with a single charm, a paintbrush and a pen. "She remembered you telling her how you loved both writing and painting as a child," Anton said. "She wanted you to have a reminder of your creative spirit." The thoughtfulness overwhelmed me. These folks, who had no blood relationship with me, were more concerned about my pleasure than my own family. "Please thank her for me," I said, securing the bracelet. "This means so much." Anton nodded with understanding. "I should let you continue getting ready. I'll see you before the ceremony." As the afternoon continued, I concentrated on the bliss. My bridesmaids helped me put on my dress. With my hair up, Mom's pearl earrings, Isabella's bracelet, and Anton's handkerchief tucked into my bouquet, I felt prepared. At 3:30 p.m. the photographer was finished. Isabella arrived. "Oh, Cornelia," she sighed, tears in her eyes. "You are absolutely stunning." She hugged me gently. "Anton is waiting in the lobby whenever you're ready." 10 minutes before 4, I headed to the garden terrace. Through the glass doors, I could see 90 people, the flowery arch where Marco was waiting, and the string quartet. Anton stood in the anteroom, slightly worried but composed. When he saw me, his face was full of pride. "Are you ready?" he inquired gently. I nodded, too moved to talk. He offered his arm. The doors opened as the opening notes of Canon in D began to sound. Walking down the aisle with Anton, I felt a strange combination of emotions. Regret for my father's decision to miss this moment, but also thankfulness for the man who had stepped in with such grace and love. Marco's expression as he saw me approach was worth every minute of planning, family strife and tears poured. His eyes radiated love and wonder. And in that moment, I realized we were starting our own family, one based on mutual respect and true caring. The ceremony was just what I had dreamed for. We exchanged our own vows, agreeing to support each other's goals, speak openly, and pick each other every day. When the officiant called us husband and wife, the applause enveloped us like a hug. The cocktail hour and supper were full with laughter, toasts and dancing. Marco's father offered an emotional message. Anton's toast caused happy tears. By 8:30, it was evident that my father would not make it to the reception. I tried not to let that cloud my emotions as Marco and I performed our first dance. As the evening continued, I spotted my cousin Timothy enter, appearing flustered. He was Mom's nephew and was always kind. He was also one of the few family members who had maintained contact with both Katerina and me. After greeting him, I mentioned his late arrival. "I'm so sorry," he stated with genuine regret. "I stopped by Katerina's event first, thinking I could make both. But Cornelia, there's something you should know." He led me to a quiet spot, his countenance solemn. That party Katerina had today, it wasn't what she told everyone. It wasn't a work event at all. My stomach constricted. What do you mean? It was just a regular gathering at her apartment. Maybe 15 people total. Mostly her friends from the gym and a couple of co-workers. There was no company recognition, no achievement celebration. I asked her colleague Miriam about the broker promotion, and she looked completely confused. The consequences were astounding. So she lied about the whole thing just to create a conflict with my wedding. Timothy nodded grimly. That's not all. I overheard her talking to your dad. She's been telling him for months that you didn't really want him at the wedding. That you only asked him to walk you down the aisle out of obligation. What? That's completely false. I know, and there's more. Timothy took out his phone and showed me a text discussion between him and Katerina from months ago. Katerina frankly acknowledged that she had purposefully scheduled her party on my wedding day. She wanted to make Dad pick. The revelation was both stunning and somehow validating. All these years I assumed I was being paranoid about Katerina's manipulations. This was confirmation that she had been aggressively destroying my relationship with our father. Does Dad know any of this? I inquired. Timothy shakes his head. I don't think so. I tried to tell him today, but Katerina kept interrupting and eventually pulled him away. I'm so sorry, Cornelia. I should have realized what was happening sooner. I hugged my cousin and thanked him for being honest. Thank you for telling me, Timothy. At least now I know the truth. I tried to assimilate the new knowledge. Half of me wanted to contact my father right away and expose Katerina, but another half realized it was my wedding day, and I deserved to enjoy it. I joined Marco on the dance floor, pushing off thoughts of my sister and father. This day was about love and the future, not the tragic past. The reception was winding down around 10:30, with just around 40 attendees remaining, when I spotted a ruckus near the door. My heart skips a beat. My father's tall figure entered the ballroom, looking uncomfortable in a hastily put-together suit. Marco noticed him and grasped my hand. Do you want me to run interference? I shake my head. No, I need to handle this. My father approached uncomfortably, carrying a little present bag. Congratulations, he replied stiffly, moving in for a similarly stiff hug. Sorry I'm late. Katerina's thing ran longer than expected. The cavalier manner he mentioned missing my entire wedding ceremony made my blood boil, but I remained calm. I'm glad you could make it for the last hour of the reception. If he perceived sarcasm, he did not recognize it. He looked around the room. It looks like it was a nice wedding, he said, as if referring to a movie he had missed. It was beautiful, I said. Perfect, actually. An awkward stillness fell. Then he threw the present bag toward me. This is from Katerina and me. A set of crystal wine glasses. Thank you, I replied, placing it aside. Would you like a drink? He nodded as we proceeded to the bar. As the bartender prepared his scotch, my father finally addressed the question I was waiting for. So who ended up walking you down the aisle? Anton Harris, I responded. Marco's uncle. My father frowned. The older gentleman in the navy tuxedo, the one who gave that toast earlier? I nodded, noticing Anton speaking with Isabella and William. Yes, that's him. You had a stranger walk you down the aisle. His tone was astonished, as if I'd made an idiotic decision. He is not a stranger to me, I stated firmly. He has been part of Marco's family for years, and he has shown more interest in my life and happiness than you have in a very long time. My father's cheeks reddened with rage. That's not fair, Cornelia. I have always supported you. Have you? I asked, years of sorrow finally coming to the surface. You missed my art scholarship ceremony because Katerina told you I didn't want you there. You forgot my college graduation dinner until Marco's parents reminded you, and now you skipped my wedding ceremony for Katerina's fake party. Fake party? What are you talking about? At that point, Timothy approached. Dad, I'm glad you made it, even if it is just for the end of the reception. My father nodded curtly. Timothy, what is this Cornelia is saying about Katerina's party being fake? Timothy stared between us, recognizing he had walked into a heated exchange. I was just telling Cornelia earlier. The party today wasn't a work event, it was just a regular get-together at Katerina's apartment. That can't be right, my father protested. Katerina said it was for her broker promotion, the firm was sponsoring it. I asked her colleague Miriam about it, Timothy explained gently. There was no promotion, no company event. It was just a party Katerina planned on the same day as Cornelia's wedding. My father's countenance changed from disbelief to perplexity. Before he could react, Anton approached. Cornelia, Marco is looking for you. I believe it's almost time for the sparkler send-off. My father looked at Anton with hardly hidden contempt. You must be the uncle who walked my daughter down the aisle. Anton offered his hand pleasantly. Anton Harris. You must be Adam. It's good to finally meet you. My father snubbed the outstretched hand. I don't understand why my daughter needed to have a stranger take my place at her wedding. Dad, stop it, I hissed, mortified. Anton stayed composed. I can understand your confusion. It was an honor to support Cornelia on her special day, especially knowing how important the ceremony was to her. My father scoffed. Important to her? If it was so important, she could have scheduled it on a day that didn't conflict with her sister's event. My wedding was scheduled 9 months ago, I explained. Katerina deliberately planned her party for the same day, and Timothy has proof of it. Timothy reluctantly showed my father the texts. My father read them, his face becoming paler. This cannot be right, he murmured. Katerina wouldn't do this. She's been doing it for years, Dad, I explained, my voice breaking. She's been deliberately driving a wedge between us since Mom died. She lied to you about me not wanting you at my art ceremony, about me not caring if you came to my graduation dinner, and now about me not really wanting you to walk me down the aisle. My father appeared shocked. She told me you said having me walk you down the aisle would be embarrassing because we aren't close anymore. She said you only asked out of obligation. That is absolutely not true, I insisted. I wanted you there. I have always wanted you in my life. My father appeared to have a sudden realization. Years of deception finally became apparent. His look changed from confusion to rage. I need to speak with Katerina, he replied abruptly, taking out his phone. Not now, I urged. This is my wedding reception. But he was already dialing and moving away. Anton gently placed his hand on my shoulder. I'm so sorry about this, Cornelia. Should I get Marco? I nodded graciously. Anton reappeared moments later, along with my new husband. Marco assessed the situation immediately and wrapped a protective arm over me. What happened? Before I could explain, my father returned, his face flushed with rage. Katerina hung up on me. I'm going to her apartment right now to get the truth. Dad, please, I pleaded. Can this wait until tomorrow? This is supposed to be a celebration. I need to know if what you are saying is true, he stressed. If Katerina has been lying to me all these years. She has, Timothy replied gently. I'm sorry, Uncle Adam, but it's true. My father stared at me, then at Anton, who was standing alongside Marco and me. Something about seeing us together seemed to incite a new rush of rage in him. So, you replaced me with him? He shouted, pointing to Anton. Some random old man you barely know? Anton moved forward, his voice quiet yet forceful. Mr. Evans, I understand you're upset, but this is neither the time nor place for this conversation. Today is about Cornelia and Marco's marriage, not about past grievances. Don't tell me what this day is about, my father demanded. She is my daughter. Then perhaps you should have acted like her father, Anton said calmly. Being a father means showing up not just when it's convenient, but when it matters most. The basic reality of Anton's comments struck my father like a physical blow. He peered at Anton, then at me, his rage fading into something resembling shame. I need to go, he remarked abruptly. I need to talk to Katerina. He turned and walked away without saying anything further, creating an awkward stillness. Marco drew me closer. Are you okay? I nodded, even though tears threatened. I just wish he could have seen the truth sooner. Anton's constant presence beside us was soothing. Family revelations are never easy, Cornelia, but sometimes they are necessary for healing to begin. Isabella and William joined us. Don't let this overshadow your beautiful day, Isabella murmured, holding me. You and Marco deserve all the happiness in the world. We rejoined the remaining guests for the sparkler send-off, forming a magnificent tunnel of light. Despite the incident, as Marco and I rushed to our waiting car, I felt a strange sense of calm. The truth was ultimately revealed. Whatever occurred next, I had a new family who genuinely respected me. Marco and I spent 2 wonderful weeks honeymooning in Greece. The distance enabled me to process everything. I switched off Dad and Katerina's notifications, determined to enjoy our special time together. But when we got back, reality was waiting in my voicemail and email inbox. My father sent 5 messages, each one more regretful. The third one, left 3 days before we returned, was especially raw. Cornelia, I don't know if you're listening to these, but you were right about Katerina. After the wedding, I confronted her with those text messages Timothy showed me. At first, she denied everything, but when I pressed her, she finally admitted the truth. She's been manipulating both of us for years. I understand if you never want to speak to me again, but I hope someday you'll give me a chance to make this right. I am so sorry I missed. Katerina left no messages, only a frigid email explaining that she was taking a break from family issues and would be traveling forever. I sat on our couch and stared at my phone. Marco sat alongside me and held my hand. What are you thinking? He finally inquired. I don't know, I admitted. Part of me feels vindicated that Dad finally sees the truth, but another part is just sad for all the years we lost. Do you want to call him back? He inquired. I considered it. Not yet. I need some time to figure out what I want this relationship to look like going forward, if I even want one at all. The next few weeks were filled with thank you messages, returning to work and adjusting to married life. I remained in regular contact with Marco's family, particularly Anton, who called every Sunday evening. How are you doing, Cornelia? He'd inquire, his voice filled with genuine concern. We'd speak about books, work, and deeper issues like family and forgiveness. Anton never pressed me to reconnect with my father, but his own experiences provided significant insight. Forgiveness is not about excusing the behavior, he informed me during a phone chat. It is about freeing yourself from the burden of resentment. Whatever you decide, make sure it brings you peace. A month after we returned, I finally contacted my father. We met in a neutral cafe. He was already there, looking older and worn. He stood awkwardly. Cornelia, thank you for coming, he murmured in a husky voice. We sat down and ordered coffee. I don't even know where to begin, he added as our beverages arrived. I failed you so completely. Yes, you did, I said, without sugarcoating it. But I want to understand how it happened. How did you not see what Katerina was doing all these years? He breathed deeply. After your mother died, I was lost. Katerina stepped up and I was grateful. It was easier to believe her version of events than to face my own grief and inadequacy as a single parent. She became my connection to you, filtering everything. By the time you left for college, I believed her narrative that you were pulling away. I never wanted to pull away from you, I told you. I just couldn't handle Katerina's constant manipulation. It was easier to distance myself. I understand that now, he said. When I confronted her, she finally admitted everything. She's been jealous of our relationship since you were a child. She felt I always favored you, and after your mother died, she saw an opportunity to have me all to herself. Have you spoken to her since? He shakes his head. She left for Florida the day after I confronted her. She's staying with a friend in Miami and refuses to discuss what happened. I don't know when or if she will come back. We talked for nearly 3 hours, discussing sad memories and misunderstandings. Tears flowed, recriminations were exchanged, and understanding began to emerge. I want to try to rebuild our relationship, my father explained as we prepared to leave. I know I don't deserve another chance, but if you're willing, I'd like to get to know the amazing woman you've become. I need to think about it, I admitted honestly. This isn't something we can fix in one conversation. He nodded and accepted my boundary. Take all the time you need. I'll be here when you're ready. Over the next few months we began a painstaking reconciliation. Weekly phone calls became routine visits. I properly introduced him to Marco's family, especially Anton, who welcomed my father with great grace, despite their difficult first meeting. 3 months after our first reunion, my father proposed a family supper at his house for Marco's parents and Anton. It was a preliminary step toward combining our families. While there were awkward moments, everyone made a real attempt. After supper, I discovered my father and Anton in the living room, deep in conversation. I want to thank you for being there for Cornelia, even when I wasn't, my father said. Walking her down the aisle should have been my privilege, but you did it with honor. Anton nodded attentively. She is a remarkable young woman. You should be very proud of who she has become, largely through her own strength and determination. I am, my father confirmed. I just wish I had been more present to see it happening. Their discourse gave me hope that the scars of the past may be healed with time and effort. Katerina stayed distant, sending bland texts or holiday cards but avoiding actual conversation. I came to realize that certain relationships may never be mended, and that was fine. 6 months after the wedding, we celebrated our first Thanksgiving as a married couple. Our dining table was full of Marco's family, my father, cousin Timothy, and a few close friends. Katerina was invited but rejected. My father's voice broke with emotion as we went around the table giving our thanks. "I am thankful for second chances," he added simply, "and for a daughter whose capacity for forgiveness humbles me every day." When it was Anton's turn, he grinned brightly across the table. "I am thankful for the reminder that family is created through love and choice, not just biology. And I am especially thankful to have gained another niece in Cornelia, whose courage and grace inspire me." On our 1-year anniversary, Marco and I hosted a modest dinner party. Anton surprised us with a toast that brought me to tears. 1 year ago, I had the privilege of walking this beautiful young woman down the aisle to marry the man she loves. What began as an honor became one of the greatest gifts of my life, the opportunity to be part of Cornelia and Marco's journey. May your marriage continue to grow in strength and joy, and may you always remember that true family consists of those who choose to love you, even when it's difficult. As I reflect on the path that led us here, I realize that even life's most serious wounds can lead to unexpected healing. My father's absence on my wedding day resulted in Anton's presence, which served as a bridge for my father's ultimate comeback into my life. My family now encompasses both those I was born into, and those I choose. All faulty, but each valuable in their own way. I've realized that forgiveness does not imply forgetting or excusing destructive behavior. It entails releasing yourself from the weight of anger and setting boundaries that safeguard your heart while allowing for development and progress. The parent who takes you down the aisle should be someone who has stood by your side through life's hardships, supporting and loving you wholeheartedly. Occasionally that individual shares your DNA, and occasionally they enter your life through other means. What matters most is not who stands by you on a single significant day, but who shows up on all of the subsequent mundane days. I am grateful to have found my tribe, people who choose me every day, just as I choose them. Remember that sometimes the most beautiful families are those we build through love and choice, rather than the ones we are born into. My sister hijacked my graduation party mic, humiliated me with lies, then months later was dragged from court in handcuffs, screaming my name. My sister Claudia has been mean to me for as long as I can remember. When we were kids, she cut the head off my favorite stuffed bunny while staring me straight in the eye and remarked, "Well, now it's realistic. Bunnies die." If I ever got new clothes, she would borrow them without asking, return them dirty or stretched out, and laugh at my tears. My mother gave me a necklace for my 10th birthday that I had been wanting for months. The very next day, Claudia flushed it down the toilet during an argument and then gaslit me with, "You probably lost it. You're always careless." School was even worse. She would create stories about me, tell embarrassing lies to my crushes, and insult me in front of her friends. If I received decent grades, she'd accuse me of attempting to make her look stupid. If I struggled with something, Mom would tell everyone that I was slow. My parents consistently dismissed it as sibling rivalry. The standard, "You two need to get along. One day you'll only have each other's" speech. But I quickly discovered that my sister did not want to get along. She wanted me to feel embarrassed and humiliated. By the time high school came along, I had mastered the art of staying out of her way. But she kept digging at me. When I joined the debate team and began winning competitions, she insulted me as a desperate nerd attempting to appear important. When I was accepted to my ideal institution, she sneered, "Don't get too excited. You'll probably fail and come back." I was really looking forward to my high school graduation celebration. It wasn't only about the party, it was about finally appreciating something I'd worked for without Claudia in the spotlight. My parents agreed to let me host it in our backyard. I invited friends, instructors, and extended relatives. I spent weeks planning it, with fairy lights, a taco bar, and a music that I spent hours creating. Of course Claudia was upset about it. She began with passive-aggressive statements. Why did she have a lavish party? I didn't receive one. She did, although she did not enjoy parties back then. It's only high school. Nobody cares. I'm going to be extremely bored that day. I told her straight up. If you can't be nice, just stay out of the way. She smirked and added, "Don't worry, I'll make it memorable." That should have been my warning. Everything began out well on the celebration day. Then Claudia made her move. First, she turned up the music to ear-splitting levels and began playing songs she knew I detested. When I ordered her to stop, she said loudly to my guests, "Oh, sorry. I didn't realize the party dictator was here." Then when everyone was eating, she inadvertently spilled Coke all over the dessert table, ruining the cake, cupcakes, and fruit display I had worked so hard on. She fake apologized in the most sarcastic tone possible. Oops, my bad. Guess we'll have to diet today. But the worst thing happened afterward. Claudia took the microphone for the speech I had not asked her to give while I was conversing with my old English teacher. She began recounting humiliating things about me, some exaggerated, others just made up. Examples include: one time she peed her pants in middle school. She once cried for an hour because I ate her cookie. Don't worry, she's going to be a great college student if she can survive without mom packing her lunch. Everyone laughed awkwardly, but I could feel my cheeks burning. I tried to take the microphone, but she yanked it away. That was when I snapped. I told her to go. She rolled her eyes and said, "Relax. It's just a joke. God, you're so sensitive." She walked away, but the harm had been done. The mood of the celebration was ruined. People kept attempting to console me, but all I could think was, she did it again. She couldn't let me have this one day. After that, I stopped speaking with her totally. I didn't respond to her texts, calls, or snarky apology, which simply said, "Sorry if you took it the wrong way." For the following 6 months, she tried to behave as if nothing happened. At family dinners, she'd sit next to me and ask about school as if we were closest friends. If I ignored her, she'd say, "Wow, still holding a grudge? You need to get over it." Then, over Thanksgiving, she made one last dig. "You're acting like I ruined your wedding or something. It was just a high school party." I gave her a straight face and responded, "It was my celebration. You ruined it on purpose. You've been tearing me down my whole life, and I'm done giving you access to me." And I intended it. I stopped inviting her to my events. I exited family group chats and informed my parents, "If she's there, I'm not." Naturally, the guilt tripping began right away. My mother called last week and said Claudia was ready to talk. She put her on speaker mode without telling me, and Claudia's first words were, "So, are you done being dramatic?" I hung up right away and tossed my phone across the room, where it bounced off my dorm wall. My hands shook as I took it back up and blocked Claudia's number for the 15th time this week. 20 minutes later, my roommate knocked on my door, holding her laptop and wearing a strange expression. She showed me her Instagram messages, and there were 3 new profiles, all made within the last hour, sending her walls of text about how I was mentally ill and needed assistance. The usernames were made up of random integers, but the writing style was entirely Claudia. My roommate watched as I took screenshots of everything and saved them in the evidence folder I'd created on my laptop. The next morning in the cafeteria, she sat across from me and moved her plate away. She inquired if any of Claudia's claims were real, and I could tell she wasn't sure what to trust. I took out my phone and showed her the video Elisa had taken at my graduation party, which included Claudia's entire speech and my attempt to grab the microphone. Her expression changed from bewildered to scared as she watched. She stated my sister was very messed up and asked whether I had told anyone about it. That afternoon, I walked to the college counseling center and stood outside for 10 minutes before finally entering. The receptionist handed me an intake form, and I sat there, staring at the section on family connections. There was a checkbox for familial trauma, and I hovered my pen over it for a minute before marking it. 3 days later, I was sitting in Dr. Moreau's office, telling her about the plush bunny and how Claudia had looked me in the eyes while ripping off its head. I told her about the jewelry in the toilet, the graduation party, and everything else. She listened without interrupting, then said something that made my entire body feel lighter. She stated that what I had experienced was not sibling rivalry, but rather systematic emotional abuse. That night, Albert discovered me crying in the common room after my father left me a voicemail about how I was pulling the family apart. He sat down next to me, and I eventually told him everything from the beginning. He held me as I described 20 years of being ripped down and humiliated. He said, "No wonder you flinch when people raise their voices." Later that week, I was alone in my room, going through old family photos on my laptop. Claudia was either smirking at the camera or doing something to injure me that appeared to be playful, but was actually not. She was tugging my hair, grabbing my arm, or treading on my foot as everyone else smiled for the picture. How come no one noticed what was going on right in front of them? A week later, I was studying when someone began hammering on my door. I opened it to find my mother standing there, with Claudia directly behind her. My mother said we'd speak it out like grown-ups and began pushing past me toward my room. I blocked the doorway and told them to go, but Claudia screamed that I was overly emotional and selfish. My RA heard the commotion and dashed down the hallway. She inquired whether everything was fine, and I informed her that these folks needed to leave. Claudia began yelling, claiming she was my sister and had every right to be there. Campus security arrived within minutes and led them both out, while Claudia yelled the entire time about how I was ruining everything. The next day, I met with University Legal Services, who assisted me in filing paperwork for a no trespass order. The counsel emphasized that if Claudia's behavior worsened further, I could be eligible for a restraining order. That evening, Elisa called from home, seeming fatigued. She said Claudia had been telling everyone I'd suffered a mental breakdown in college and was fabricating tales for publicity. Several people we knew from high school had contacted Elisa, asking what was going on. Elisa had been defending me, but she admitted it was getting more difficult because Claudia was so convincing. 2 weeks later, I returned to Dr. Moreau's office, and she handed me a stack of articles about narcissistic abuse. Everything made sense when I read about gaslighting, public humiliation, and how abusers always act the victim when confronted. I wasn't crazy, nor was I being overly sensitive. I was angry, and for the first time, it felt like the appropriate answer. 2 days later, I was sitting in economics class when my phone rang with a call from my father. I left it on voicemail and listened to it after class, his voice exhausted as he told that Claudia had been crying for weeks, and that her therapist had advised family reunification was critical to healing. I understood the manipulation right away, yet it still made my chest tight. Albert approached me at the library that afternoon and proposed we resolve my social media issues once and for all. We spent 4 hours in his dorm room building new accounts with fictitious names and maximum privacy settings, barring everyone who might be connected to Claudia, her pals, anyone from high school who could leak information. I wonder what Claudia's thinking when she performs these things. Ripping the bunny's head off while staring at her sister appears overly deliberate for a child. Each block seemed like another brick in the wall between me and my former existence. Midterms and papers kept me busy for weeks, and before I knew it, it was almost Thanksgiving. My parents had been calling regularly, promising Claudia that she would be at her boyfriend's family dinner in Chicago, and that I would safely return home. Despite my instincts screaming at me, I drove the 3 hours home, assuring myself it would be all right for just 2 days. I froze as I stepped in the front door with my overnight luggage, seeing Claudia sitting at the dining room table with her familiar sneer. My mother appeared from the kitchen, stating we needed to hash this out as a family. I turned around without saying anything, got back in my car, and went directly to Aunt Susan's house, 20 minutes away. Susan opened the door in her jammies, obviously astonished to see me standing there with my suitcase, but she drew me in and made coffee while I sat at her kitchen table. Over store-bought pumpkin pie, I told her everything, beginning with the graduation celebration and progressing back through years of agony. Her expression darkened with each anecdote, until she eventually set down her fork and stated that she had always wondered why I was so silent at family gatherings. The travel back to college was lengthier due to holiday traffic. And when I got to my dorm room at midnight, I saw that my door was slightly open, despite the fact that I had secured it. Nothing was stolen, yet everything was incorrect. My diary was on a different shelf, my laptop was open when I had left it closed, and my dresser drawers were not fully closed. My skin crawled as I examined each nook, looking for minor clues that someone had touched everything. Campus security took a report, but without proof of forced entry or larceny, they could only offer increased patrols. 3 days later, I returned to Dr. Moreau's office to describe the incident, and she assisted me in recognizing the pattern of escalation in Claudia's behavior, explaining that losing control over me was making her frantic. We spent the hour developing a comprehensive safety plan that included emergency contact information, documentation tactics, and particular routines for various eventualities. I was heading back from that appointment when my phone alerted me to an email from an unfamiliar address. The mail included old Instagram photographs that I removed months ago, modified to appear compromising, with my face superimposed onto other bodies in provocative postures. Although the content was brief, Claudia's writing style was instantly apparent in her threat to send them to my teachers. I went straight to campus police, who took the blackmail threat seriously and called up a detective who specialized in cybercrime. She stated that blackmail was a felony and that they could track IP addresses, officially launching an inquiry that afternoon with case numbers and evidence logs. A week later, I was studying in the library when my mother called, distraught and yelling that Claudia had told her I was attempting to have her arrested for nothing. She requested that I drop the charges immediately, claiming that I was wrecking my sister's future due to minor sibling squabbles, but I hung off while she was still speaking. Albert had been watching everything unfold and discussed my issue with his folks during their weekly video conversation. His mother, who worked as a social worker, encouraged me to spend winter break with them at their home near Cleveland. When I visited at their house 2 weeks later, his mother sat with me in the living room and softly validated what I'd gone through, marking the first time an adult had taken my side without making excuses for Claudia or attempting to reconcile. When I returned to university after winter break, the nightmares began immediately away. I'd have dreams of Claudia standing at my dorm room doorway, sitting in the back of my courses, or waiting outside my job at the campus bookstore. The dreams were so genuine that I'd wake up at 3 a.m. I had to check my door lock 3 or 4 times before I could even consider going back to sleep. My roommate began to question my well-being since I would get up several times each night to ensure the door was closed and the windows were fastened. The lack of sleep made things difficult, but I couldn't stop myself from double-checking everything. 2 weeks into the semester, Elisa texted me a slew of screenshots that made my stomach drop. Claudia had been emailing all of our high school pals on Facebook with a completely made-up story about how I had stolen money from our parents and developed drug problems in college. She claimed that I had been begging family members for money to maintain my habits, which was why I had cut her off. Most people who knew me didn't believe it, Elisa remarked. However, I noticed from the screenshots that some individuals were starting to ask questions and wonder if there was any truth to it. I was sitting in the library, trying to focus on my chemistry homework, when my phone called with an unfamiliar number. It was the detective who had been managing my case, and he had some news that made me drop my head on the desk. They traced the blackmail emails I'd been receiving to a coffee shop 3 blocks from Claudia's apartment. The security camera showed her sitting there with her laptop at the exact times the emails were sent, and the investigator stated that they now had sufficient evidence to proceed with charges. The next day, I met with the prosecutor at the courthouse downtown, and she explained what would happen next. She stated that Claudia would be arrested, followed by an arraignment in which she would enter a plea, and they would most likely offer her a deal because this was her first violation. Then she looked at me and uttered what I had been dreading. 3 days later, I was in my economics class when my phone started vibrating nonstop. I came out into the hallway and noticed 5 missed calls from my mother. When I called back, she was shouting so loudly that I had to hold the phone away from my ear. She continued telling me I was evil, that I was destroying our family, and that I couldn't be her daughter if I could do this. My father then took the phone and spoke in a cold and flat tone. A week later, I sat in the rear row of the courtroom, Albert to one side and Dr. Moreau to the other. My palms shook as I watched them carry Claudia in for arraignment. She pled not guilty, as the prosecutor had warned me would happen, and the judge freed her on bail with a no-contact order, which meant she couldn't approach me or speak with me in any way. As she went out of the courtroom with her lawyer, she turned and stared directly at me, mouthing something I could hear clearly from across the room. Aunt Susan contacted me that afternoon as I was walking back to my dorm. She'd been conducting her own research, speaking with cousins and other family members I hadn't seen in years. Claudia turned found to have been unkind to several of them, particularly the younger relatives. However, everyone was too terrified or embarrassed to say anything. Susan was compiling a pattern of behavior dating back to when we were young children, documenting everything individuals remembered. The stress of everything made it tough to concentrate on schoolwork. Despite knowing about the no-contact order, I would sit in class continually looking over my shoulder to see whether Claudia was present. My chemistry grade went from an A to a C in 3 weeks, and I couldn't focus long enough to read more than a page of any textbook. Dr. Moreau formally diagnosed me with PTSD at one of our sessions and suggested we meet twice a week to help me cope with everything. 2 weeks after the arraignment, I was doing laundry in my dorm basement when I checked my phone and noticed 3 new voicemails from my mother's number. My heart began beating because I sensed something was wrong. Mom never left voicemail messages. When I played the first one, I didn't hear Mom's voice. The prosecutor added witness intimidation charges the next morning when I handed her the voicemails. She played them for the court at an emergency hearing that afternoon, and he promptly revoked Claudia's bail. I stood on the courthouse steps, watching through the glass doors as 2 officers carried my sister away in handcuffs, her hands tied behind her back. I waited for remorse, sadness, or something to hit me, but all I felt was relief, like if I could finally breathe again after weeks. The next morning, a courier knocked on my dorm room door and delivered a hefty envelope from Brennan, Hayes & Associates, Columbus's most expensive law firm. My hands shook as I opened it and read the formal letter advising me to reconsider my position and warning me against irreversibly breaking family relationships, as well as implying that I could face legal action for defamation. Albert found me sitting on my bed 20 minutes later, still holding the letter, and promptly phoned the prosecutor's office while I sat there, motionless. The prosecution urged us not to worry because this was standard intimidation techniques, but I couldn't stop thinking about how my parents were spending thousands of dollars to protect the person who had been hurting me my whole life. A week later, Dr. Moreau set aside her entire afternoon to assist me in writing my victim impact statement, and each sentence felt like tearing glass out of my flesh. I wrote about the stuffed bunny, the Flushing necklace, the botched graduation party, and all the minor cuts in between that built up to 20 years of misery. She helped me find the words when I couldn't. Sitting quietly as I cried through chapters describing how Claudia not only stole my childhood, but also attempted to destroy my future. That same week, Albert's mother called and officially welcomed me to stay with them for the summer, claiming their guest room was already set up and ready for me. Claudia went from cruel sister to criminal mastermind faster than someone failing chemistry class, which now appears to include our narrator, thanks to all of this drama. Breaking into dorms, making phony pictures, and committing coffee shop crimes. She sat with me in their kitchen and told me about her sister's decision to cut off toxic family members years ago, and how chosen family may be stronger than blood. And I accepted their offer, feeling as if I had finally found firm ground after months of tremors. Elisa had to testify in a deposition the next Tuesday, so she brought the video from my graduation party on her phone, and showed it frame by frame to the prosecutor and Claudia's lawyer. The prosecutor contacted me later to say that was strong proof of a pattern of public humiliation and targeted harassment, particularly the point where Claudia seized the microphone as I tried to stop her. 2 weeks later, I was helping Albert's mother prepare dinner when we heard a hammering on the front door and my mother yelling that she knew I was inside. Albert's mother instructed me to remain in the kitchen while she answered the door, but I could hear everything as Marlene pushed past her and demanded to see me. When I walked into the living room, Marlene's face turned scarlet, yelling about Claudia going to prison and asking if that was what I wanted, my own sister in prison. When I didn't respond or move closer to her, she crossed the room in 3 steps and slapped me hard across the face, the sound reverberating throughout the home. Albert's mother quickly got out her phone and dialed 911, while Marlene continued to yell at me about family loyalty and how I was destroying everything. Within 10 minutes, the police arrived and arrested Marlene for assault, while I stood there with Albert's mother's arm around me, my cheeks still burning. I had to submit another police report at the station, and the detective informed me that family violence frequently worsens during legal proceedings, which did not make me feel any better about having to witness my own mother being handcuffed. The next day, I returned to my old home while my parents were at work to pack the few items I wanted to save. I sat in my former bedroom for the final time, gazing at every object and recalling how Claudia had smashed my jewelry box, torn my posters, stolen my diary, and read it aloud to her friends. I left the majority of it behind, taking only a few photos and my old debate medals before locking the door on that room and my life forever. A month later, the prosecutor called to inform me that Claudia had been offered a plea deal consisting of 2 years probation, required therapy, and a permanent restraining order, which I considered reasonable. But Claudia refused, insisting on going to trial because she wanted a chance to give her side of the tale. The prosecution said that narcissists frequently do this because they want to perform. They seek attention and the opportunity to play the victim in front of an audience. 3 days after our talk, a parcel addressed to me arrived at Albert's residence with no return address. Inside was my old plush bunny from when I was 5. Claudia had pulled the head off, and it was now badly put back together with black thread. The note simply stated, "Fixed it for you," and was signed Mom. However, it felt more like a threat than an apology or peace offering. Meanwhile, Aunt Susan had been discreetly documenting whatever she could find, rummaging through old boxes in my parents' attic and compiling a timeline spanning 20 years. She discovered elementary school report cards with teacher remarks regarding my withdrawn and anxious behavior with my sister. I found my old journals, which I assumed were lost. I found images of me flinching away from Claudia as a toddler. The pattern had always existed, scrawled in a dozen different handwritings by instructors, counselors, and coaches who had all sensed something was amiss, but had never quite joined the dots. 2 months later, I decided to start something on campus that I never thought I'd have the courage to do. I reserved a tiny room at the student center and distributed brochures promoting a support group for persons who had experienced family abuse. The first meeting, I sat with my notebook and 3 seats arranged in a circle, watching the door and wondering if anyone would show up. A female named Ashley strolled in first, followed by a guy named Ben, and another girl simply known as Kay. We sat for an hour, mostly looking at each other. However, at the end, Ashley was crying about her stepfather, and Ben was talking about his elder brother, who used to lock him in closets. By the 4th meeting, we had 12 participants and needed to move to a larger room. The prosecutor called me the following week to inform me that the trial date had been set for 6 months. I attempted to concentrate on my lectures, but when the notice that I'd have to testify arrived 2 days later, I threw up straight in my dorm room. Albert held my hair back as I heaved into the garbage can, and Dr. Moreau spent the entire following session reminding me that I was stronger than I realized, and that I had already survived the worst part. Mrs. Chelsea from back home spotted me in the cereal section at a supermarket shop near college. She drew me into a strong hug before I could move away, telling me how much my mother missed me and how she looked dreadful without me. The guilt hit me, like a blow in the stomach, and I abandoned my entire cart right in the aisle. I drove back to my flat, crying so hard that I couldn't see the road. 2 weeks later, things worsened. Claudia's lawyer filed a motion claiming that because I was mentally unwell, my testimony should be invalidated. They wanted all of my therapy records, every single session with Dr. Moreau, and anything private I'd ever said. Dr. Moreau sat me down and described what was going to happen, how they would try to use my PTSD diagnosis against me, and how they would twist things to make me appear insane. The judge limited what they could view, but Claudia's lawyer was still allowed to confront Dr. Moreau about my diagnosis in court. My former English instructor reached out on Facebook after learning about the case from another teacher. She recalls seeing me crying in the restroom after Claudia humiliated me in front of the entire cafeteria junior year. I remembered how I had begged her not to tell anyone since it would just make things worse. She offered to testify about what she had witnessed over the years. I began writing everything down in a private blog, just to get it all out of my head. The words came out like poison being drawn from a wound. Page after page of memories I had attempted to forget. Albert read portions of it with my consent, and then held me for an hour while I sobbed into his chest. A month later, my father sent me a letter through my lawyer. He was filing for divorce from my mother after she was arrested for assisting Claudia. He wrote that he had failed to protect me, but he still did not want Claudia to go to jail, that she was still his daughter, and that maybe we could all go to treatment together one day. I read it 3 times before throwing it away without responding. At our next meeting, the prosecutor showed me something that made my skin crawl. Security footage from a coffee shop near my hostel, the library, and the parking garage all show Claudia following me for weeks before the blackmail began. She'd been studying my calendar, calculating out when I'd be alone, and organizing everything like it was a sick game. The prosecution stated that the premeditation would make the allegations significantly more serious. I was sitting in my psychology course the next week when someone behind me laughed in a high, nasty tone that sounded exactly like Claudia. My chest tightened, and I couldn't breathe or think, so I gathered my belongings and fled out of the room. I spent an hour in the bathroom attempting to calm my breathing, spraying cold water on my face and practicing the counting techniques Dr. Moreau taught me. 2 weeks later, I was sitting in Dr. Moreau's office, staring at this light bar she was holding while she discussed how EMDR could help with trauma memories. She shifted the light back and forth as I imagined Claudia pulling my bunny's head off, and my gaze followed suit. And I started sobbing harder than I had in years. But the memory felt different afterward, like if I was viewing it through thick glass rather than experiencing it again. Aunt Susan called Albert the next day, crying because she'd been discussing the trial with her daughter Sophia, and Sophia broke down and told her that Claudia had cut up her wedding dress with scissors the night before her wedding 6 years ago, convincing everyone Sophia did it herself during a panic attack about getting married. Sophia had been in treatment ever since, believing she had experienced a breakdown. But now she knew Claudia had done it, and she wanted to testify, and Aunt Susan kept saying how sorry she was for not believing me. My scores began to improve after I discovered out how to compartmentalize legal information in my mind during class, and my economics professor approached me after I aced the exam and offered me a research assistant position for the following semester, which felt like the first typical positive thing to happen in months. A month later, the pre-trial hearing began. Even though I didn't have to go, I read all of the transcripts online, and Claudia's lawyer was attempting to get the whole thing thrown out, claiming it was a family issue rather than a criminal matter. However, the judge stated that the evidence of premeditation and the gravity of the conduct plainly placed it in criminal territory. I was headed to my statistics class on Tuesday morning when campus security hurried past me into the humanities building. I followed and noticed Marlene standing there with a huge poster board banner that stated, "Forgive your family," while students took pictures with their phones. Security seized her arms, and she began screaming that I was hurting our family and that God would punish me for turning my back on blood. They carried her to their car as she continued to yell, and I subsequently found out she was detained again for breaking the restraining order. That delivery with the old rabbit appears to have arrived at the perfect time, just after Claudia rejected the plea agreement. Makes me question if Marlene is indeed behind it, or if someone else intended to convey a warning about what's to come. 2 weeks later, the prosecutor summoned me to prep sessions, where she forced me to practice answering questions while pretending to be Claudia's lawyer, in an attempt to make me appear insane or malicious, and she kept interrupting me when I became too upset, urging me to take a deep breath and respond with facts. At one of these meetings at the courthouse, I came across a woman named Ashley crying in the washroom, and when I inquired whether she was okay, she claimed her sister had tormented her for 20 years, and she was finally filing charges, and we exchanged contacts and began chatting every day because she understood what it was like when everyone told you to just forgive your family. Albert found a USB disk in a box of my old belongings from home, and when we plugged it in, it brought up all of my childhood home videos. And in every single one, Claudia was doing something mean while smiling at the camera, such as pinching me hard enough to make me cry, stepping on my toys, or pulling my hair while my parents were filming birthday parties or Christmas morning, completely focused on the camera and oblivious to what was going on right in front of them. Claudia's lawyer told the Columbus Dispatch a week before the trial that I was a troubled young woman looking for attention and fabricating stories about my loving sister. And by lunchtime, it was all over social media, with high school students taking sides. My campus support group also commented on the post, sharing their own stories of abusive siblings. Albert's mother, who works in social services, began calling around and located 3 different therapists who had treated people at Claudia's previous workplaces for workplace bullying. While they could not violate confidentiality to testify, they all admitted off the record that Claudia had a clear pattern of targeting one individual at each employment until that person departed or had a breakdown. Even though the therapists could not testify directly, the prosecutor stated that this information would help prove a trend. 2 weeks later, we were seated in the courthouse for jury selection, and I watched as person after person was grilled about their views on family. One woman was promptly removed after saying that families should always forgive one another regardless of what happened. Another guy was cut for saying that siblings argue all the time and that it is normal, so he was also cut. The prosecutor wanted people to understand that family members, like anyone else, may be abusers. Dr. Moreau scheduled an extra session for me 3 days before the experiment began, and something simply snapped while we were talking. I realized I'd spent my entire life keeping my folks from realizing how horrible things were with Claudia. I never told them the worst stuff since I didn't want to raise difficulties or force them to choose sides. I was so busy trying to be the good daughter who didn't make a scene that I let Claudia slowly ruin me. The night before the trial, I was in my hotel room with Albert, reviewing my notes, when my phone called from an unknown number. I answered, and my father's voice was slurred and inebriated, stating he wished I hadn't been born since none of this would have happened to their family. Albert grabbed the phone and hung up, leaving me shivering. The next morning, Elisa arrived at my hotel after flying in from California, where she had moved for employment. We remained up late that night reading through our old yearbooks, and she pointed out photo after image of me attempting to avoid Claudia at school gatherings. She remembered how professors would assume we were just sisters when I would arrive to class with red eyes from sobbing. The first day of trial began with opening statements, and I felt awful watching Claudia sit there in this conservative gown she had never worn before. The prosecutor presented dates and examples to demonstrate 20 years of escalating abuse, but Claudia's counsel continued to refer to it as sibling rivalry that was exaggerated. Claudia genuinely dabbed her tears with a tissue, as if she were the victim here. The next day, they showed the graduation party film, and some jurors shifted uneasily in their seats as Claudia grabbed the microphone. Her counsel objected repeatedly, claiming that it was prejudiced, but the judge allowed it to be used as evidence of pattern conduct. During lunch recess, I was returning from the restroom when I noticed Claudia in the corridor. She looked right at me and flashed this charming, phony smile before mouthing the words, "I love you, sister," with a mocking look in her eyes that made my skin crawl. I had to hurry to the restroom and puke up. On day 2 of the trial, they called me to testify, and I sat in the witness chair, attempting to keep my voice firm. I told them about the bunny when I was 5, and how she looked me in the eyes while pulling off its head. I mentioned the necklace she flushed, the clothes she damaged, and the rumors she started. My voice only cracked once when I described finding my bunny's head in my backpack at school the next day, exactly where she had put it. Several jurors appeared to be upset by the story. Then came cross-examination, and Claudia's lawyer pressed me hard. He claimed that I was jealous of my successful older sister, as well as vengeful and possibly mentally unstable. He kept attempting to twist my remarks, but I just kept responding, "That's not true," and sticking to the truth, as Dr. Moreau had taught me. He asked why I waited so long to report anything, and I explained that my parents had always told me it was just sister stuff. After I finished testifying, they called my old English teacher, Mrs. Keller, who had driven up from our hometown. She produced an old teaching diary in which she had written notes about finding me crying in the hallway on several occasions, always after seeing Claudia. She had dates and details regarding her concerns written down from years ago. The prosecutor called my cousin Monica next, and she looked so little as she walked to the witness stand, her hands quivering as she grabbed a tissue. Monica began about Claudia's wedding 3 years ago, when she was a bridesmaid, and how Claudia had ruined her dress the night before by pouring red wine on it while laughing. She burst into tears as she explained how Claudia convinced everyone at the wedding that Monica had gotten drunk and damaged her own dress out of envy. The prosecutor displayed images of the destroyed garment and text exchanges in which Claudia boasted about it to her pals. Monica's voice cracked as she revealed Claudia liked harming people, and some of the jury members took notes, while others looked horrified. After Monica stood down, the cybercrime detective entered the stand with a large folder of evidence and began outlining the internet harassment campaign in detail. He showed me IP addresses tracked back to Claudia's devices as well as timestamps, demonstrating she had been sending me abusive texts at all hours for months. My images were manipulated horribly on the bogus social media accounts she made, and she put them on sites I can't even explain. The detective demonstrated how complex and organized everything was, including spreadsheets that tracked when to deliver messages for maximum psychological impact. During the lunch break, I was sitting alone in the hallway when my father stepped up, appearing as if he had aged 10 years since I last saw him. His suit was creased, and his eyes were red, as he stood there staring at me before apologizing and admitting that he realizes what she is now. I didn't forgive him, but I nodded because what else could I do, given what had happened between us? When court began that afternoon, Claudia finally took the stand in her own defense, dressed in an innocent white frock as if she were a victim. She burst into tears and claimed I'd always been jealous of her and was making stuff up to get attention because I couldn't tolerate being the less successful sibling. Her lawyer asked her simple questions, and she responded with a beautiful voice I'd never heard her use before, blotting away phony tears. The jurors seemed to believe it until the prosecutor began cross-examining her and asking about the video from my graduation party. She tried to deny it at first, but when he showed the video of her uttering that horrific statement, her entire expression transformed. The prosecutor kept pushing and presenting evidence, and Claudia eventually snapped and screamed that I deserved it because I was constantly trying to make her appear bad. The entire courtroom fell silent, and I noticed jurors slump back in their seats as they finally saw the genuine Claudia beneath the act. The following day, character witnesses testified, and my teachers described how I had been a decent student who suddenly began missing courses when the harassment began. My manager at my university job remembered finding me crying in the storage area several times, and Albert mentioned the night terrors I was experiencing. Elisa gave me texts in which I begged her to help me find out what I had done wrong to make Claudia so angry. That night, back in my apartment, I couldn't sleep and kept replaying Claudia's testimony in my thoughts. Even though I knew the truth, the ease and convincingness with which she lied made me doubt myself at first, because that is what years of gaslighting do to you. I stared at the ceiling till morning, reflecting on how she had almost convinced me that I was the problem again, just like when we were kids. The fifth day of trial was dedicated to closing arguments, during which the prosecutor detailed the progression from childhood bullying to criminal harassment and stalking. He displayed a timeline of how things worsened after I severed touch, emphasizing Claudia's lack of remorse despite overwhelming proof. The defense lawyer contended that family dysfunction and sibling rivalry had gotten out of control, rather than criminal action that required jail time. While the jury deliberated, I sat in the corridor with Albert holding my hand, Elisa on the other side, and Aunt Susan across from us. 20 years of facts suddenly making sense must be like discovering that your childhood house was constructed on a poisonous waste dump. Explains a lot, but doesn't make it any less dreadful. Susan glanced at me and said, "Whatever happens, you've already won by breaking free." I wasn't sure I believed her yet. We'd been waiting for 2 hours when we heard shouts from outside and security officers rushed past us to the courthouse entrance. Marlene had returned, violating her restraining order once more, and was yelling at reporters that I had destroyed our family while attempting to push through security to get inside. The guards held her arms as she attempted to spring at me through the doorway, shouting that I was a liar who had turned everyone against them. The officers arrived within minutes and detained her for violating the restraining order, while the bailiff instructed us to return inside. We spent the remainder of the day sitting in the corridor, waiting for news, but none came. The next morning the prosecutor found us in the same position, and informed us that the jury had requested to examine the graduation video, and all of the cybercrime evidence again, indicating that they were taking it seriously. I couldn't eat anything, so Albert kept bringing me water that I couldn't drink as we watched other cases being handled and resolved around us. Dr. Moreau arrived around noon and sat with us for a bit, telling me that whatever occurred, I had already won by standing up to them, that Claudia no longer defined me. Something about hearing this made me understand she was correct, since for the first time in my life, I was not afraid of my sister. The third day began the same way, with us sitting in those rough plastic chairs, when the bailiff appeared and announced that the jury had returned. My hands began to shake so badly that I could barely stand up. As we returned to the courtroom and saw the jury take their places, the foreman stepped up carrying a piece of paper, and I gripped Albert's hand so tightly that I thought I'd break it. Guilty of all counts, including harassment, blackmail, and witness intimidation. Claudia's expression changed from smug to astonished to absolute wrath in roughly 3 seconds. The judge began discussing scheduling, but Claudia sprang up and lunged across the defense table at me, yelling that I had ruined her life. 2 court officials apprehended her, but she continued to fight and kick, making threats about what she would do to me if she got free. The judge pounded his gavel and added contempt of court to her charges as she was carried out, still screaming. He set sentence for 6 weeks later, and the prosecutor indicated that with multiple felonies and her current behavior, she faced 2 to 5 years in prison. Outside the courts, reporters waited, and I gave them a brief statement about how I hoped this would help other abuse survivors seek justice, even if the offender was family. Then we proceeded to Albert's house, where I just broke down and screamed for what seemed like hours while his mother made tea and his father ordered pizza, and they just let me weep. My support group hosted a modest celebration for me the following week, and one woman stated I had given them all hope that they could stand up to their own abusers. A week later, I received a letter from Aiden with a check for my whole education fund, which Marlene had attempted to withdraw before the restraining order was issued. He wrote that he had moved out, filed for divorce, and began therapy, and that he was aware that he had failed me but was working to improve. 6 weeks later, we returned to court for Claudia's sentence, and she received 3 years in prison, 2 years probation, and required psychological treatment. She had to be forcefully hauled out of the courtroom, yelling that I would pay for this, and that she would make me sorry when she left. The prosecutor filed for a permanent restraining order that same day, and the judge granted it right away. Claudia could never contact or come within 500 feet of me again once she was released from prison. If she broke it, she'd be sent back to jail. I could now breathe without looking over my shoulder. During our following appointment, Dr. Moreau helped me comprehend how I really felt. She suggested I was mourning the family I should have had rather than the one I ended up with. That made perfect sense, because I was not sad about losing them. I was unhappy because I never had real parents or a real sibling in the first place. 2 weeks later, Marlene issued a letter through her lawyer stating that she had entirely disowned me. She was removing me from her will and deleting me from the family, as if I never existed. Albert and Elisa came over that night, and we lit the letter in my backyard fire pit. Watching those cruel comments crumble to ash was liberating. 2 months later, I went to the courthouse and formally changed my last name to Smith, Albert's mother's maiden name. His family had basically adopted me anyway, and they were overjoyed about it. The paperwork was like removing chains I'd worn my entire life. When I returned to campus for sophomore year, everything changed. My grades were excellent. I received the research position I desired and helped to expand the abuse survivors support group. We increased our membership from 5 to over 30. Trauma no longer controlled me. Aunt hosted Thanksgiving that year for me, Albert, his parents, his sister, and the cousin who testified for me. We cooked and laughed together, and no one screamed, threw objects, or delivered hateful words. Albert's father raised a toast to the chosen family and new beginnings. I shed happy tears for the first time in years. A few weeks later, I contributed an anonymous story about sibling abuse to the university newspaper. Within days, my inbox was swamped with messages from other students who shared their own experiences. Some had never informed anyone before. I organized a weekly coffee meetup for anyone who wants to discuss. During one of my therapy appointments in December, Dr. Moreau pointed out that I hadn't addressed Claudia once in the previous 3 meetings. She was correct. I hadn't even considered her. The incessant fear and anxiety had finally subsided. Aunt contacted in January to let me know Aiden had reached out to her. He had moved into a modest apartment, begun therapy, and was attending support groups for parents who allowed abuse. He wanted her to tell me he was working on himself and would understand if I never saw him again. Maybe someday we can try to reconstruct something, but not now, or soon. By the spring semester, Albert and I had moved into a tiny apartment near campus. We sat on our second-hand couch one night, figuring out our junior year schedules and summer internship opportunities. My phone stayed silent the entire time. No furious texts, guilt trips, threats, or dread. I'd created a life that Claudia couldn't touch, surrounded by people who genuinely loved me. For the first time since I was a child with my teddy bunny, I felt absolutely protected. My parents ignored my birthday for 5 straight years, but bought my sister a brand new Audi. I cut them off, and their desperation turned to stalking. I'm 32. My sister Lyra is 29 years old. Our parents, Isaac and Lily Mitchell, are what you might call comfortable. Dad has 3 thriving auto repair shops in our mid-size Ohio town of Westerville, while Mom runs a dentistry practice. They are not millionaires, but money has never been a major issue for them. Lyra was always the most popular kid when she was little. She was prettier, more extroverted, better in athletics, and achieved higher grades without trying. I was the quiet, bookish person who spent more time reading than socializing. Classic middle-class family dynamics, right? I assumed it would change as we grew older. Spoiler alert, it didn't. The birthday celebrations began when I turned 28 on March 18, 2019. I had been living in Chicago for almost 4 years, working as a software developer for a healthcare organization. I wasn't expecting much, but I expected my folks might call or send a card. My birthday has come and gone. Nothing, not even a text message. When I contacted them 2 days later, Mom acted as if she had forgotten. "Oh honey, I'm so sorry. Work has been absolutely crazy, and your father's been dealing with that issue at the Maple Street shop." Typical excuses. She promised to make things up to me. She never did. I persuaded myself it was a fluke. Sometimes people forget. Life gets busier. I was an adult living in a different state. Maybe they decided I didn't need their attention anymore. But it happened again in 2020. March 15th passed without a word. This time, when I contacted Mom 3 days later, she looked shocked that I was upset. "Sweetie, you know we love you. We're just not good with dates anymore. Getting old, I guess." She laughed it off. Dad got on the phone and murmured something about sending me something nice for Christmas to compensate. Christmas 2020 arrived. They sent Lyra a lovely necklace with accompanying earrings. I received a generic gift card at Target. The third missed birthday occurred in 2021. By this point, I was beginning to notice the pattern, but I remained hopeful. Perhaps this will be the year they remember. Perhaps they had learned from prior years. Nope. March 17th, 2021. The radio is silent. But this is where things become interesting. 2 weeks later, I noticed on Lyra's Instagram that our parents had surprised her with a weekend vacation to Nashville for her 26th birthday. They've been photographed in posh restaurants and Broadway musicals, among other places. Her birthday falls in January, by the way. They recalled hers well. When I challenged Mom about this, she became defensive. Lyra needed encouragement after her separation with Orion. We believed a trip would make her feel better. "You're doing so well in Chicago, honey. You don't need us fussing over you all the time." That hurt more than I'd like to admit. 2021 and 2023 were carbon copies. Forgotten birthdays, lame excuses, while Lyra had increasingly extravagant celebrations. They threw her a surprise party for her 27th birthday, attended by approximately 52 guests. For her 27th birthday, they reserved a private room at the town's finest restaurant. During this period, I was thriving professionally. I'd had 2 promotions, was making good money, had purchased my own condo, and was content with my life in Chicago. But the birthday issue nagged at me. Every year I persuaded myself that I didn't care, that I was above requiring my parents' approval. But deep inside, it ached like hell. The worst part was that Lyra never acknowledged or cared about the inequality. She'd call me after her big festivities, gushing about how wonderful Mom and Dad were, and how fortunate we were to have such caring parents. I'd listen and make the necessary sounds, but inwardly, I was screaming. Now comes the big one, my 31st birthday, which occurred this past March. By this point, I had given up on expecting anything. I planned a relaxing evening for myself, ordering sushi from my favorite restaurant, opening a bottle of wine, and settling in to watch a movie. I wasn't even disappointed that my phone didn't ring. I was over it. But the next day, my friend Callista, who is connected to Lyra on social media, emailed me a screenshot that made my blood run cold. Lyra's Instagram story featured a shot of her parents handing her the keys to a brand new Audi Q7. The caption stated, "An early birthday gift from the best parents in the world." They said they wanted to make sure I'm safe on the roads. I'm so blessed. Number grateful, number best parents, number new car. Lyra's birthday is in January. This was March 16th, the day following my entirely disregarded 31st birthday. I sat in my living room for almost 25 minutes, staring at that snapshot. The Audi Q7 starts at approximately $62,000. These individuals couldn't remember to give me a $6 birthday card, but they could spend $62,000 on a luxury SUV for Lyra because they wanted her to be safe on the road. That night, I took a life-changing decision. I didn't say they were screaming, I did not send angry texts, I did not confront Lyra. Instead, I quietly began banning them on all platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, their phone numbers, and emails. I also blocked Lyra. I unfriended mutual family friends who could function as flying monkeys. I even blocked my Aunt Katie, who has always been the family gossip. I didn't say what I was doing. I did not send a grandiose farewell message. I suddenly vanished from their digital life entirely. The first several days were calm. I felt a peculiar sense of relief, as if I had been holding my breath for years and could now release. I poured myself into work, socialized with friends, and began taking pottery classes. Life continued on. About 2 weeks later, my co-worker Elowen stated that someone had called the workplace looking for me. A woman named Lily Mitchell. She seemed frantic. She said it was a family emergency, but when I volunteered to take a message, she hung up. Mom had somehow obtained my work phone number and was contacting my office. That's when I discovered they knew I'd blocked them. According to Elowen, the calls became more frequent over the next several days. Mom came first, followed by Dad, and finally Lyra. They started phoning several times per day. Elowen stated that the woman claiming to be my sister appeared to be crying during one of the calls. I told Elowen and our receptionist to inform anyone calling for me that I was unavailable and couldn't take personal calls during business hours. We have a tight policy on it, so that was not unusual. But they did not stop there. About a month into my silent treatment, my friend Callista began receiving texts from Lyra. Callista gave me the screenshots, and they were something else. Lyra. Hello Callista. I understand you're acquainted with my sister Serafina. We haven't heard from her in weeks, and we're scared. She's not returning calls or texts. Do you know if she's okay? Callista. I saw her last weekend, and she appeared fine to me. Lyra. That's such a relief. We thought something horrible had happened. Can you get her to call home? Mom is beyond herself with concern. Callista. I can suggest it, but Serafina is an adult. If she isn't phoning, there could be a reason. Lyra, I'm not sure what we could have done wrong. We have always been such a tight family. I almost laughed out loud when I read the last message. The communications to Callista persisted for several weeks. Lyra described my parents as devastated, concerned, unwell, and unable to eat or sleep since they had no idea what had happened to their precious daughter. According to her, Dad was thinking about hiring a private detective to make sure I was okay. The modification was so evident that it might nearly be considered creative. But the actual brilliance arrived 2 months later. Callista emailed me a long, rambling voice message that Lyra had sent to her. I'm paraphrasing here, but it was basically a 20-minute sob story about how the family was breaking apart without me. How Mom sobbed every day. Dad had been drinking more than normal. It was almost probably a falsehood. Dad rarely drinks. They couldn't fathom what they had done to deserve this treatment. The clincher was the finale. We know Serafina's birthday is coming up next year, and Mom is already arranging something extra special to compensate. Well, if we've missed it in the past, we just need her to return home so we can be a family again. 5 years, 5 birthdays, entirely forgotten. And suddenly it seemed as if we had somehow missed it. But wait, things get better. Around the same time, I discovered they had been contacting other acquaintances of mine. Ophelia, my college roommate, contacted me giggling over a Facebook message she received from my mother. According to Ophelia, Mom had sent her a lengthy message inquiring if she had heard from me, expressing concern for my mental health and well-being, and wondering if I was experiencing a breakdown. The message appeared to contain a lot of information about Lyra's success and happiness, how proud they were of her new job, how she had begun working at Dad's firm, and how they simply wanted their entire family to participate in the delight. Even in their fear, they couldn't help but focus on Lyra. My coworker Theron received an even stranger approach. Dad saw him on LinkedIn and sent him a professional-sounding message, asking whether I was doing well at work and if there were any worries about my mental health that the family should be aware of. Theron was so confused that he took a screenshot and quickly texted it to me. That crossed the line. Attempting to interfere with my professional life was intolerable, but I remained firm. I did not respond to any of it. I just watched from my serene, drama-free cocoon as they descended deeper into terror. The escalation persisted. They got my landlord's contact information, God knows how, and reportedly called him to express concern about my well-being and ask whether he had seen me recently. My poor landlord, Mr. Navarro, was completely perplexed. He called on my door one evening to see whether everything was fine with my family, as he had received some weird calls. They contacted my gymnasium. They obtained the number from my dentist's office. They were looking everywhere for someone, anybody, who could certify my survival and force me to contact them again. The most invasive thing they did was find my building's main phone number through the property management firm. Chicago apartment buildings with doormen are often security-minded, so I was surprised when Cassian, the evening doorman, revealed that a woman claiming to be my mother had contacted the building's main office to inquire about me. She seemed quite concerned. Cassian informed me she hadn't heard from you in months and wondered if you were okay. I told her I couldn't offer her any information about the occupants, but she kept asking if I'd seen you come and depart. She seemed to be crying. Mom had found the main phone number for my building and was calling to interview the staff, which was both remarkable and scary. It demonstrated a degree of determination that bordered on stalking. I also discovered that they had been calling my doctor's office in Chicago. Dad apparently utilized his business ties in the automobile industry to find out which medical organization I used based on my insurance information. My doctor's receptionist mentioned it at my annual physical, wondering whether everything was fine with my family after receiving some strange calls from people claiming to be my parents and inquiring about my health status. She assured me that we had not given them any information. HIPAA prohibits us from revealing any information, however the woman was persistent and appeared distressed. The medical privacy regulations rescued me there, but the fact that they were ready to attempt to access my health information without my permission was another red flag. Around the 6th month of my silence, I realized that they had escalated to a level of social media stalking that was quite worrisome. My friend Theron showed me a copy of a Facebook message he received from someone who used a false profile with a stock photo and the name Katie Miller. The message began with the following. Hi Theron, I'm a family friend of Serafina Mitchell. We're very concerned about her well-being and haven't been able to reach her for several months. Could you please ask her to contact her family? We're very worried something might have happened to her. Thank you. Theron checked the profile and discovered it had been created just days before the message was sent. There was no other activity and no mutual friends between either of us. It was plainly a bogus account made deliberately to contact my friends. This is when they weren't simply panicking. They were becoming understood manipulative and deceitful in their attempts to contact me. But arguably the most striking episode occurred 7 months into my silence. My friend Callista, who had been my primary source of information on their ongoing crisis, informed me about a chat she had with Lyra in a coffee shop. Callista had run into Lyra by happenstance, and Lyra immediately began recounting the events surrounding my absence. But this time, her story had changed dramatically from previous iterations. According to Callista, Lyra was now stating that I had always been envious of her and resentful of our family's prosperity. She claimed I had gotten increasingly unstable over the last couple years and had made several worrying statements about feeling unappreciated. This was entirely fabrication. I had never exhibited jealousy to Lyra or made any disturbing remarks. If anything, I'd been too successful at concealing my angry feelings and maintaining a cheerful demeanor during family gatherings. However, Lyra seemed to have convinced herself that my disappearance was the product of long-simmering mental health concerns, rather than valid objections about how I was handled. She told me you'd be enacting paranoid, Callista claimed, claiming that they love me more than you, which she said was obviously not true because your parents love you both equally. She said they were concerned you'd have a breakdown. The gas illumination was amazing. They had reframed my valid concerns about differential care as signs of mental illness and paranoid delusions. She also said, Callista added, that they'd offered to pay for therapy for you several times, but you'd refused because you didn't believe anything was wrong with you. This was a complete falsehood. They had never offered to pay for therapy for me. They had never indicated that I would benefit from therapy. In fact, when I mentioned seeing a therapist in Chicago during one of our phone calls a few years ago, Mom's response was, "What for? You seemed fine to me." But now, in the revised narrative, I was the unstable daughter who refused help, and they were the loving parents desperately trying to get me the help I needed. Callista, to her credit, did not purchase any of it. I told her that you seemed perfectly fine to me, and that maybe if you weren't talking to them, there was a good reason for it. That wasn't something she liked. Lyra had grown clearly irritated when Callista suggested that there might be a reasonable cause for my silence. She continued adding, "But we're such a tight family, we've always been this way." Serafina understands how much we adore her. The deception was so strong that I almost felt sad for her. Almost. But what struck me most about Callista's testimony was how Lyra portrayed herself as the primary victim in all of this, rather than our parents, who were apparently concerned about me. Lyra was the one who suffered the most because of my absence. She claimed she felt as if she had lost her dearest friend. Callista told me she talked about how you two used to tell each other everything, and how she didn't understand what she had done wrong to make you dislike her. Again, this was revisionist history. Lyra and I were never best friends. We had never told each other everything. We had been polite siblings who got along well but were not particularly close. But, in her eyes, we'd had this deep, important relationship that I'd cruelly ended by vanishing. The most disturbing part was when Callista indicated that Lyra had requested her to keep an eye on me and report back if I appeared to be in difficulty or required assistance. She gave me her phone number and asked me to call her immediately if you seemed depressed or said anything worrying. She said the family was prepared to stage an intervention if necessary. What kind of intervention was this? For establishing boundaries and removing poisonous individuals from my life. The thought that they could try to force their way back into my life under the guise of assisting me was horrifying. It demonstrated how far they were ready to go to avoid admitting their own involvement in this issue. This talk with Callista was what drove me to be more concerned about my privacy and security. I altered my work schedule slightly to avoid being predictable. I changed my routes home. I became more cautious about what I communicated on social media, even with privacy settings. It sounds crazy, but with their rising conduct, I wasn't taking any chances. The most strange aspect was witnessing how this affected Lyra through social media posts that friends would periodically send me. Her Instagram feed shifted from frequent updates about her perfect life to increasingly distraught messages about family, unconditional love, and missing significant people. She shared a flashback photo of the two of us from Christmas 2018 with the message, "Family is everything," and said she was sending love to everyone who needed it right now. People asked whether everything was okay in the comments, to which she responded with vague sentiments about being in a difficult situation and hoping for a quick resolution. The most manipulative post had a photo of her with our parents at a restaurant. All of them appeared melancholy, with the message, "Dinner with mom and dad. Some chairs feel empty tonight. Love you guys. Family isn't the same when someone is missing. $, family $, love $, missing you." She obviously tagged me in it, but because I blocked her, I only saw it when Callista texted me a screenshot. Around this time, I began to see additional patterns that revealed how deeply this preference ran. While archiving old images on my laptop, I stumbled across photos from family events over the years. Looking at them with new eyes was like witnessing our family dynamics in high definition for the first time. Lyra was the focal point of each photo. Birthday celebrations where she was surrounded by relatives and I stood awkwardly to the side. On Christmas mornings, the mound of presents in front of her was literally twice the size of mine. Graduation photos showed mom and dad flanking Lyra with great smiles, while I took a hurried snapshot that appeared to be an afterthought. There was one shot at Lyra's high school graduation that really touched me. Our parents had booked a private room at a country club for her party. There were approximately 40 people there, including a professional photographer, a special cake, and the works. When I graduated from high school 3 years ago, we went to Olive Garden with only my immediate family. I persuaded myself at the time that it was because Lyra was more social and had more friends who wanted to celebrate. But looking at that shot now, I see my 17-year-old self in the background, attempting to grin while feeling absolutely insignificant. The more I thought about it, the more cases I recalled. Lyra acquired her first automobile at 16, a practically new Honda Civic that her father had spent weeks researching and test driving with her. When I reached 16, I received Dad's old pickup truck, which barely worked and smelled like motor oil. "It'll teach you responsibility," he had stated. Lyra's car is more reliable for her after-school activities. Lyra participated in drama club and student government. My after-school activities included working part-time at a local bookshop to save for college, but somehow, she was the one who required reliable transportation. College was another sharp contrast. Lyra attended Ohio State University and earned a degree in communications, and our parents helped her with tuition, lodging and board, and other expenses. They paid her regular visits, took her and her friends out to dinner, and ensured that she had all she needed. I attended a lesser state school on a partial academic scholarship and worked 20 hours per week in the campus library to cover my expenditures. When I called home anxious about money or dealing with challenging coursework, Mom's response was invariably something along the lines of, "You're so independent, honey. We know you can handle anything." I concluded independence was their code term for neglect. The career information was equally informative. When Lyra graduated and couldn't decide what to do with her communications degree, our parents supported her for a year of self-discovery, which included largely traveling and working part-time at a cafe. When she ultimately decided she wanted to work in business, Dad quickly gave her a position in one of his shops to acquire experience, despite the fact that her degree was in communications rather than business or automotive. When I finished with a computer science degree and relocated to Chicago for my first job, the answer was essentially, "That's nice, dear." There was no offer to assist with moving fees. I'm not excited about my career possibilities. I have no interest in visiting my new city, just a bland, "We're proud of you," that read like it came from a Hallmark card. Even the way they described us to others was different. I discovered this during one of my rare visits home approximately 2 years ago, before the birthday issue reached a breaking point. I was at the grocery store with Mom when we ran across Mrs. Marigold, our former next-door neighbor. Mrs. Marigold inquired about both of us, and I got to hear Mom's comments back to back. A bit about Lyra. "Oh, she's doing wonderfully. She's really found her niche at Isaac's business. She has such a head for customer service, and she's been implementing all these new systems that have really improved efficiency. We're so proud of how she's grown into the role, and she just moved into this beautiful apartment downtown. You should see the kitchen." About who I am. Serafina's doing well too. Still in Chicago, still working with computers. She seems to like it there. That was it. There are no specifics regarding my advancements, employment honors, or the fact that I got my own place. Just, still working with computers, as if I were performing data entry rather than creating software for healthcare systems that save lives. The chat lasted about 5 minutes, but it clarified something for me. Mom thought Lyra's life was intriguing and deserved honoring. My life was perfectly fine, nothing to be enthusiastic about. I began paying closer attention to these encounters during family visits, and the pattern was consistent. Lyra's accomplishments were proclaimed with pomp and thorough explanations. Mine was just mentioned briefly, if at all. When Lyra was promoted to assistant manager at Dad's shop, they hosted a family meal to celebrate, including our aunts and uncles. When I was promoted to senior developer, which came with a big salary raise and increased duties, Mom texted me, "Congratulations, honey. Dad says to tell you he's proud." The texting became another cause of frustration. Lyra received long, conversational phone conversations from Mom several times per week. When I tried to start a discussion, I received quick texts with few reply. "You are correct. Just finished a big project at work. The client was really happy with our solution." My mom, "That's great, honey. Glad work is going well." Lyra's equivalent conversation would have been a 30-minute phone call with detailed questions about the client, the project, her feelings about the work, what her coworkers thought, what she planned to do to celebrate, and, most likely, what she ate for lunch that day. I tried to bring it up with Lyra once during one of our infrequent phone calls. This was about 6 months before my 31st birthday, and the resentment was really starting to brew. "Do you ever notice how differently Mom and Dad treat us?" I inquired, attempting to maintain a pleasant and non-accusatory tone. Lyra was truly perplexed. "What do you mean?" "I don't know. Just, they seem more interested in your life than mine, more involved." "Serafina, that's not true. They love us both equally. If anything, I think they worry about me more, because I'm less independent than you are. You've always been the strong one, the one who doesn't need as much support." There it was again. Independence serves as an excuse for negligence. But don't you think they could show interest without me needing support? Like, they could ask about my work or my life in Chicago just because they care, not because I need help. Lyra remained quiet for a moment. She continued. "I think you might be overthinking this. Mom and Dad aren't perfect, but they're good parents. Maybe they express love differently with each of us." That chat made me realize Lyra actually didn't notice the disparity. To her, the way our parents treated her was simply typical family devotion. They also treated me normally, albeit in a different way for a different daughter. Around this time, I began chronicling things. At first, I was only taking mental notes, but I eventually started writing them down. Partly for my own sanity, and partly because the patterns were so obvious that I suspected I was hallucinating them. Christmas 2021 was the perfect illustration. Lyra received a professional massage package, a stunning jewelry box, 3 new outfits, and a weekend spa getaway. The entire worth had to be far more than $1,000. I received a generic gift basket containing chocolates and bath goods that appeared to have come from a corporate holiday brochure. When I opened the gift basket, Mom said, "We thought you could use some relaxation after working so hard." It sounded sweet until I realized it was the identical gift basket she had given to the receptionist at her dentist practice. Lyra, on the other hand, shouted with glee at each gift, embraced our parents several times, and shared numerous Instagram stories about how privileged she felt and how wonderful our parents were. I smiled and responded, "Thank you for the gift basket. What else could I do?" The documentation was useful later because it let me recognize that I wasn't insane or unduly sensitive. The differential treatment was genuine and quantifiable. Over the course of a year, I noted 11 occasions when Lyra received substantial presents or festivities for various events. Birthday, promotion, new apartment, breakup, consolation, unexpected thinking of you surprises, etc. In the same year, I received 2 generic gift cards. However, the most telling occurrence occurred approximately 8 months before the Audi scenario. Lyra contacted me crying after getting into a fender mishap in a parking lot. Nothing terrible, just a minor damage in her bumper and a scraped headlight. Nobody was wounded, and insurance would cover the repairs. Our parents arrived at the scene within an hour of Lyra's call. Dad dealt with both the insurance adjuster and the other motorist. Mom took Lyra to lunch to settle her anxiety. They arranged for her car to be towed to Dad's shop for repairs, gave her one of Dad's spare vehicles to drive, and generally handled the situation as a serious crisis requiring rapid family mobilization. 2 months later, I was involved in a more catastrophic collision on a highway near Chicago. A truck ran a red light and struck my car hard enough to activate the airbags. I was scared and bruised, but fortunately not terribly hurt. My vehicle, however, was totaled. I contacted Mom from the emergency department while I was being checked out, partly because I was terrified and needed to talk to someone, and partly because I believed they should know if something was wrong with me. Mom replied, "Oh no. Are you hurt? Do you need us to do anything?" I told her I was fine but quite rattled up, and that I'd have to deal with insurance and obtaining a new automobile. "Well, that's a hassle, but it sounds like you have everything under control. You're so good at handling these things, Serafina. Let us know if you need anything." That was all it took. There was no offer to drive up and aid. There was no hint that Dad could utilize his connections in the auto sector to assist me find a replacement vehicle. There were no follow-up calls to see how I was feeling emotionally. Nothing. Lyra summoned a family crisis response team for a parking lot scrape. I received a 5-minute phone call and, "Let us know if you need anything," regarding a highway collision that could have killed me. The difference was so strong that it was almost humorous. That episode was definitely the start of the end for me, emotionally speaking. I began withdrawing from family communications, not returning calls as quickly, and keeping discussions brief when I did speak with them. I was defending myself, although I didn't understand it at the time. Which takes me to another pattern I've noticed. They never questioned why I was becoming less talkative. Whether Lyra had started acting distant and short with them, they would have quickly wanted to know what was wrong, what they could do to cure it, and whether she needed help. When I started performing it, they appeared relieved. One less thing to worry about, I suppose. But here's what really strengthened my commitment. Nowhere in these posts, conversations, or urgent attempts to contact me did anyone admit what they had done wrong. They never said, "We're sorry we forgot your birthday 5 years in a row." They never acknowledged the huge inequity in how they treated Lyra versus me. It was all about how much they missed me, how scared they were, and how the family was incomplete without me, but there was never an explanation for why I went missing in the first place. After nearly 4 months, the techniques altered. Instead of contacting my pals, they began attempting to contact me directly using techniques they assumed I couldn't block. First, it was letters to my apartment. Long handwritten notes from Mom telling me how much they loved me, how sorry they were, for whatever sorrow they had caused me, and imploring me to come home for Sunday dinner so they could sort things out. The letters were masterful examples of non-apology apologies. "I'm sorry if you felt neglected. We never meant for you to feel less important than Lyra. If we made mistakes, we want to make them right. Whatever." Then the packages arrived. Care packages included my favorite childhood snacks, books they thought I'd enjoy, small trinkets, and gifts. Each delivery included a note imploring me to call them. The gifts were sarcastic. After 5 years of not remembering my birthday, they suddenly knew what I loved and when to send it. Dad took a different approach. He sent me a formal letter that was typed rather than handwritten like Mom's, and it was extremely businesslike and matter-of-fact. He accepted that there had been communication challenges in our family, admitted that they may have unwittingly favored Lyra, and suggested that we meet with a family counselor to work through these issues as adults. It was arguably the most mature thing any of them had done, but it was too little, too late, and he still couldn't really accept what they had done. Lyra may have been favored unintentionally. There was nothing inadvertent about spending $60,000 on a car for her while completely ignoring my existence. The true turning point occurred 6 months into my quiet treatment. Callista informed me that Lyra had been visiting a therapist, allegedly because she was upset by my disappearance and couldn't figure out what she had done wrong. According to Callista, Lyra was telling people that she had always looked up to me, that I was her role model and best friend, and that losing me was like losing a piece of herself. This was revisionist history at its best. Lyra and I had never been very close. We got along well, but we were quite different people living very different lives. She had never treated me as a role model or best friend. I was her dull older sister, who lived far away and worked in technology. But now, in the story, she's spinning for her therapist and anybody who will listen. I was the most significant figure in her life, and my absence was causing her significant psychological suffering. The manipulation was astounding. Around this time, I learned through common connections that my parents were telling people I was having a mental health crisis, which was why I disappeared. They were presenting themselves as the concerned, caring parents of a girl who had gone over the deep end for no reason. This narrative fulfilled two aims. It made them appear compassionate, and it implied that my behavior was irrational and unrelated to anything they had actually done. I was beginning to grasp how far their self-deception went. They considered themselves good parents who had always treated their girls equally. My disappearance was not the result of their activities. It was a random catastrophe that had struck their lovely family. But the best, or worst, depending on your perspective, was yet to come. 8 months after I blocked them, Callista forwarded me something that made me laugh aloud. Lyra had made a Facebook event invitation that read, "Serafina's 32nd birthday celebration. Wherever you are, we love you." The event was scheduled for March 15th, my forthcoming birthday. The description continued. "Even though our beloved Serafina can't be with us this year, we're going to celebrate her anyway. We'll be gathering at Mom and Dad's house to share memories, look at photos, and send love to someone very special who we miss every day. Serafina, if you see this somehow, please know that you are loved, missed, and always welcome home." She'd invited about 60 people, including extended relatives, family friends, and even some of my former high school classmates whom I barely recognized. People left dozens of comments at the event, expressing compassion for the family and hoping that I would come to my senses and stop hurting my lovely family. It was great, truly. They were having a birthday party for me without me. The same me whose birthdays they had neglected for 5 years in a row, and were using it as a public relations campaign to portray themselves as the victims of my callous desertion. But here's what made it so wonderful. The event page indicated that some of my current acquaintances in Chicago had been invited. Callista, Ophelia, Theron, and even Alawan from work. Lyra had evidently conducted extensive social media monitoring to locate persons in my current life. That was when I understood they weren't simply panicking, they were going nuclear. By the way, the event did not truly take place. I believe someone, maybe Aunt Katie, pointed out how psychotic it appeared, and Lyra secretly deleted it about a week before my birthday, but not before I screenshotted the entire thing for posterity. My actual 32nd birthday passed pleasantly. I celebrated with friends in Chicago, went out for a beautiful dinner, and had a wonderful time with no drama, missed phone calls, or disappointment. It was the finest birthday I had in years. But, allegedly, my parents spent the day calling every hospital in Chicago to see if I had been in an accident. Callista, who learned this from Lyra, was persuaded that the only reason I wouldn't come home for the birthday party was if I was physically unable to do so. The delusion was complete. We've already reached the 1-year mark, 12 months since I blocked them all and disappeared from their life. And honestly, this has been the most tranquil year I've had since leaving home. My mental health has improved significantly. I had no idea how much emotional energy I was devoting to resentment and hurt sentiments until I stopped having to deal with the source of those feelings. My relationships with pals have grown stronger. My job performance has been fantastic. I've begun dating someone fantastic. Life is good. However, the family drama continues to unravel, and I learn about it through numerous routes. Lyra appears to have become more unstable during the past few months. She has either quit or been fired from her work at Dad's business. The stories vary. She moved back in with our folks. Callista claims to have gained weight and stopped caring. Instagram posts have become sporadic and sometimes incomprehensible. She had also begun reaching out to my pals in increasingly desperate ways. Regarding 3 months into my quiet, she sent Ophelia a 5-page handwritten letter regarding our childhood, begging her to tell her what she did wrong and provide any information about how to contact me. The letter was unnerving. It rambled over moments that I didn't even remember the same way, portrayed our relationship as much tighter and more profound than it had ever been, and included some very strange assertions about how she couldn't live without her big sister and felt like half of herself without me. Ophelia was so anxious that she inquired if she should contact someone to conduct a wellness check on Lyra. My parents. This year appears to have marked a significant age shift. Dad's business has deteriorated as a result of his distraction and bad decision-making. Mom has taken time off from her job at the dental office. They've both gained weight, and according to family friends, don't mingle as much. They also apparently spent thousands of dollars on a private investigator who established that I am still alive and well in Chicago, but was unable to determine the exact cause of my estrangement. The birthday circumstance and familial favoritism were not something that would appear in public records or casual inquiry, thus the investigator was unable to determine why. The private investigator supposedly told them that based on his research, I appeared to be thriving, doing well at job, maintaining friendships, and living a regular life, which only added to their confusion. If everything was going great, why wouldn't I want my wonderful family in my life? Aunt Katie, the family gossip, appears to have become the situation's unofficial spokesperson. She's been telling everyone who will listen that I got involved with a horrible crowd in Chicago and was indoctrinated against my family. She has also claimed that I am in an abusive relationship with someone who is separating me from my support network. The R for herself. Story evolves, but they are always absolved of any involvement. Here's what I've learned in the last year. My family is not capable of serious self-reflection. They can't admit that they mistreated me because it would mean admitting that they aren't the wonderful, perfect parents they imagine themselves to be. Instead, they've developed a complex scenario in which I'm either mentally ill, being misled by others, or experiencing an incomprehensible crisis unrelated to their conduct. And honestly, I'm fine with that. Their delusion is not my responsibility to correct. I've been seeing a therapist during this process, and she's helped me see that what I did, removing myself from a poisonous setting without drama or conflict, was the healthiest possible response. She refers to it as the gray rock method, brought to its logical conclusion. Instead than attempting to become uninteresting to toxic people, I simply removed myself from their life completely. The birthday was only a spark. The fundamental issue was that I had never felt properly respected or prioritized by these folks. I was the backup child, an afterthought, someone they could neglect because I was doing okay on my own. And you know what? They were correct. I'm doing well on my own. Better than fine, actually. I do not miss them. I assumed I would, but I don't. I don't miss the anxiety of knowing if they'll remember crucial events. I don't miss having to compete with Lyra for morsels of attention. I don't miss the daily, low-level pain of being viewed as unimportant. What I gained from cutting them off was far more precious than what I lost. I attained peace. I developed self-respect. I regained the energy I had been wasting on hatred and broken sentiments. I acquired clarity about what I truly desire from relationships. And I got something else. The realization that I can live without them, that I do not require their approval, attention or love to be happy and successful. That is a powerful discovery. People ask me if I ever intend to reconcile with them. I honestly don't know. Maybe eventually, if they can sincerely admit what they did and why it was upsetting, we can have a dialogue. However, doing so would necessitate admitting their error. And I am not holding my breath. For the time being, I'm content to let them wonder, fret, and spiral into panic and uncertainty as they make desperate attempts to contact me. They forgot I existed for 5 years. They can now spend as much time as necessary remembering exactly what they lost. And in a lovely irony, the silent treatment I am giving them is having a far greater influence on their lives than those 5 ignored birthdays did on mine. I'm not looking for retribution, I'm not trying to injure them, I am just live my life without them. And obviously, that was the most damaging thing I could have done. Sometimes the best retaliation is simply refusing to participate in someone else's dysfunction. They forgot about me for 5 consecutive birthdays. Now they'll spend every day wondering where I am, what I'm doing, and whether I'll ever return. I call that poetic justice. The difference is that I am not losing sleep about it. Update. I know some people may inquire about holidays and what I plan to do in the event of a family emergency. For the holidays, I have fantastic friends in Chicago who have basically adopted me into their families. Last Christmas was the finest I'd had in years. I've given a lot of thought to emergency situations. If something genuinely severe happened to one of them, like as a life-threatening sickness or accident, I would most likely learn about it through mutual connections and would have to determine how to handle it in the time. But I'm not going to break my silence simply because they create drama, or declare an emergency when there isn't one. And sure, I understand that some people believe what I'm doing is harsh or cruel. But I was hurt for 5 years by their thoughtlessness and coldness. I don't have to put up with more of the same simply because they've decided they miss me now that I'm gone. For those inquiring about my building's security, sure, they have stringent restrictions against disclosing resident information. My parents discovered the main property management phone number online and contacted pretending to be concerned family members. The staff did not provide any personal information, but when pressed, they did confirm that I live there, which was already too much information in my perspective. Thank you for reading Reddit. Sometimes telling your tale to strangers on the internet helps you understand you're not insane. TLDR. My parents neglected my birthday for 5 years in a row while lavishing attention and expensive gifts on my sister. When they gave her a $60,000 Audi the day after forgetting my 31st birthday, I simply banned everyone and vanished from their lives. They've spent the last year panicking, employing private investigators and fabricating intricate explanations for my disappearance while never admitting their mistakes.